Good evening, everyone. It's with a heavy heart that I have to deliver some tragic news that I'm sure you've already seen and have probably spent the better part of your afternoon crying about. Reddit is currently down. The narwhal is not baconing today, my friends. This is not a wholesome Chungus moment. Reddit is offline, and there's good reason for it. Many of you probably saw over the last week or so that there was an organized protest with most of the subreddits on the platform about API changes, and maybe there's too much mumbo jumbo, scary, frightening big words and acronyms that you didn't even bother to look into. So that's what I'm going to do here is break down the situation on why there was a Reddit strike in the first place and what the future could hold for all the Reddit mods that are now stranded without a home to go back to or a place, a domain to rule over. Now, I joke about the situation, but Reddit is legitimately one of the top 10 most visited sites in the world, so the fact that it's down right now due to this strike is actually really impressive. Like, it's genuinely surprising how much the community came together in order to protest the Reddit changes. So, what sparked this Armageddon, this doomsday for Redditors? It was a change to how Reddit was going to be conducting business. They did their best EA impression here and got very greedy. So they decided they were going to start charging for API access, and they were charging a fucking fat load of barnacles for it too. API access allows things like third-party apps to exist. It needs the API access to function, and Reddit was going to begin charging for that access. So the biggest one is called Apollo, and it helps users read Reddit threads. It's something many power users were familiar with, but something I didn't know about until recently. And according to the developer of Apollo, it would cost nearly $20 million annually under this new pricing model, which is a ton of pickles. That's far beyond the realm of possibility for pretty much any third-party developer. So effectively, Reddit was killing third-party apps because nobody could afford to pay the API fee for their services anymore. And it didn't just affect third-party apps, it also affected mod tools, as I understand it as well. So this new pricing scheme, fresh out of the brain of Mr. Krabs, shaking everyone down for their lunch money, had a large set of consequences that effectively shut off a lot of what people were used to. And it wasn't something that the community was thrilled about. This was not a policy change that was getting a lot of updates. So the community, as well as a lot of the biggest subreddit mods, as well as just the biggest subreddits in general, came together and decided that they were going to do a strike, a Reddit blackout, where they're going to be taking their subreddits private, meaning you can't access them anymore, basically just shutting them down temporarily. And that's led to our current situation. There was even a live stream tracking how many subreddits were going offline, and it's still going right now, and you can see it's a lot. I also tuned into this stream a little bit last night, and I bore witness to one of the saddest things I've ever laid my eyes upon. Breaking news, r/tits went down. That'll finally put the pressure on the Reddit admins to overturn their decision here. No more r/tits, Jesus Christ, it's getting serious. And it's only continued to get more serious. We're in the in-game now. Not only is r/tits banished to the Shadow Realm in protest, r/tinytits has also vanished. So if that doesn't put the screws on the Reddit admins to overturn this greedy policy, I just don't know what will. Now, I genuinely do think that this strike has been remarkably successful. This is a legitimate "we did it, Reddit" moment. The site isn't working because so many subreddits have gone offline. It's not like Reddit themselves, like the upper echelon of the Reddit Illuminati, came in and just shut it down or something and as their form of protest. This is the site not working because so many communities are all going private at once, it seems. When you just try and go on the site's front page, it doesn't generate anything for you, it just kind of says there's a problem. But if you directly go to one of the subreddits that isn't participating in the protest, it will work. Mudahar just made a video covering this, and he went to r/sinkpissers, and they were still online. That was 3 hours ago, and I just tried it again. And these brave patriots pissing in sinks are still here operating just fine on the platform. So it's not like Reddit itself is down, it's just so many subreddits have gone private that the website doesn't seem to know what to generate on the front page anymore. But if you go to a specific subreddit that isn't participating, it still functions. So, like, if you really love sink pissing, then you can go there and consume that content with no problem at all. This is actually a really interesting situation because Reddit is a legitimate top 10 most visited website in the world. It is a platform that everyone accesses at some point, and I make jokes about Reddit a lot and Redditors in particular, but that's not because I think the platform sucks or anything. I think it actually does have legitimate use from time to time. I think most of the subreddits are dog shit, like most of the default subs and all of that are just absolute worthlessness. But there are certain communities that are just dedicated to providing information in specific areas that have proven time and time again for myself and many friends to actually be a very good resource to learn things and figure out how to fix problems. Like, you get the information without all of the bloat of looking it up on an article. It's just the best way of sometimes getting quick fixes to problems. So I really do think Reddit as a platform does provide a good service from time to time, though the water does get muddy with how awful a lot of the other subs are. But overall, I don't think it's like the worst website ever. That title still belongs comfortably to either Twitter or Facebook. Pick your poison. So to see that this strike is actually like effectively shutting down Reddit for most people is very impressive. And I think it's a good thing overall because I never support when a company gets greedy like this, so I think standing up against it is great. And Reddit is a platform that legitimately can't exist without the Reddit mods and the subreddits and all of that. It is entirely community driven. All of the content on that platform is user generated. So if the users never flip back on the subreddits, you lose all of the content, thus there's no reason to ever go to Reddit ever again. If they just pack up and go elsewhere like a mass exodus. This is like fucking rapture for Redditors here at this point. Like, it is a pretty big deal. Now, I do think this entire Reddit blackout, all the protests here, have kind of shot themselves in the foot because they made it clear for a lot of the big subreddits that are offline right now that they were only doing it for 48 hours. Which I think was a huge fucking blunder. You just gave up scholars, mate, right there. That doesn't really put a ton of pressure on the Reddit higher up anymore because you have given them an end date. You have told them when it stops. So they can just grit their teeth and bear it. Just endure for 2 days and then it's business as usual. Just 2 days of fucking holding on tight like it's a goddamn roller coaster and then you're back into clear skies. They shouldn't have said that they're only going offline for 2 days. I just don't think that puts enough pressure on them to actually get rid of the pricing model here for the API because they only have 2 days of their service being offline. I mean, that shit happens all the time in MMOs just for normal maintenance when things fuck up, right? Like, it's not going to all of a sudden change the way they're viewing their business model. I know some subreddits are going offline indefinitely, but a lot of the ones that I've read are doing 48 hours. And I think the reason that they made it known that it's a 48-hour protest is so that way the community members didn't like think that it was dead forever. They didn't want them to feel like now they no longer have that community to go to for information. So I think it was just trying to keep them updated with what's going on. But in doing so, I think it was a bit of a misstep for the overall strike because, like I said, with only a 48-hour offline period, Reddit I don't think is going to overturn this decision because they'll just get away with it after 2 days. But I would quickly like to toy around with the idea that this does end up killing Reddit as a website entirely. It ceases to exist. That would be, I think, the biggest collapse of a service ever. Like, I was talking about this on stream, but the one that immediately popped in my head was MySpace when MySpace ultimately failed. And then Tumblr, which I actually just totally forgot about. But Tumblr was another, like, top 10 website that killed itself when it banned porn. That pretty much buried it on the spot when they implemented that new policy. I know it still is around, it's just not even close to how popular it used to be. But with Reddit, this could be a legitimate, like, dead site. If the community doesn't come back, if they don't all unprivate their subreddits, if they go elsewhere or something, then that website can't exist anymore because it is legitimately only user-generated content. You lose the users, you lose the whole site. And I remember reading last night, as well as I'd always heard this before, that only like the top 5 Reddit mods control like a large portion of the top subreddits. So all of your subreddits, for the most part, that people go to, your default subs, your huge players, are controlled by like the same 5 people. If you piss them off and they all just leave and take the subreddits offline with them, they alone have dealt a very deep blow to Reddit itself. So that is pretty crazy just how much power the people have on Reddit in terms of like this protest and its impact on the site as a whole. So overall, I just find this whole thing very fascinating, and I am hoping for the best outcome here. I hope that the community wins here and Reddit won't charge this crazy exorbitant fee for API access, because there's nothing wrong with having third-party apps, right? I think most people would agree in a lot of cases third-party apps are much better than the official one. I don't use the official Reddit app, but from everything I understand, it's a pile of shit compared to the other options available from third-party developers. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's it. See ya. People keep recommending the Worthless 319. I think I've seen it, but I don't really know. I'll look it up. So chat seems divided on whether or not we've watched this. It sounds really familiar to me, and this time frame seems about right. Definitely haven't seen this one, but I think we've seen this. I don't know, really? Okay, let's see.
Today, I'll cover one of the most disturbing cases ever on Reddit. I also want to give a fair warning. Viewer discretion is advised. Okay. It's so unique, I haven't seen anything that comes close to this in terms of authenticity. I also highly discourage you from looking any of this up, since it's very graphic and it could potentially haunt you for life.
Is it a toss problem on Twitch, or does he not show anything? Doesn't show anything? Okay.
Some of you might already be familiar with this user, since this topic is more or less 3 years old. In the replies, he has a few interactions with people about spirituality.
These are the bits, cryo.
He's afraid of suffering, and people tell him to take it slow and to not read too much into it, but he seems to be unable to do so. But it gets very dark in the replies.
Sounds like the dude from that, like Da Vinci Code that keeps hitting himself with a
penis and both testicles,
stick,
but roughly 1 inch
like
of the base remains.
Flail or whatever.
Primal instinct, etc., tells me to remove it. The first time I used a gun, now I must use a knife, and it is going to be exceedingly difficult and painful compared to a few trigger pulls. After getting the advice to consider,
he removed his penis with a gun. I mean, that sounds like a lie. That wouldn't even work. That's like that carnival game where you shoot out a star with the BBs. You'd have to do like a full fucking line. Well, I guess you could be using a higher caliber bullet to be actually. I didn't even think of that.
In this post, he goes to length explaining how he circumcised himself, shot his own dick 4 times with a revolver, and then fried and ate it. He also lost his left testicle in the process. That was a thing on Cannibal Cafe. Ended up at the hospital. In a different reply, he explains that he sawed his own penis and then ate it. And someone was curious as to how it tasted, and he claims that it tastes like chicken, and that he cut it in half since he almost vomited trying to eat the whole thing.
This seems very fake.
Only following God's will. He also is willing to send the images of his doings to people who are doubting him. Against all doubts, OP delivered.
Okay, does he actually, in this video, let me see. Let me make sure he doesn't actually show the pictures if there are any. Before continuing though, I will say, having pictures doesn't necessarily confirm that. You guys remember the BME Pain Olympics where there's the video of the dude cutting his cock off? It's fake. You can fake those things. You can easily might not be the right word depending on how the pictures look, but yeah, you can absolutely fake it. He posted the pics. Again, I guess they could be real. It sounds unbelievable. But I guess it is possible. I'm just saying, like with the BME Pain Olympics where everyone's like, can you believe this guy cut his own cock off on camera? That was fake. That is a confirmed fake video. So I'm sure you could also fake pictures too.
Who express their doubt.
The way he's talking about it seems like he's fishing for attention. That's the impression I get.
What followed was something that probably no one
It wasn't fake. Again, how do people not know this? This was a big deal. The creator of the BME Pain Olympics even came forward saying, yes, that shock video, all of that was fake. Now, it's not everything that the creator has posted being fake, but that video in particular is fake. Because the person behind it, Shannon Larrett, is Devin Larrett's brother. He passed away now, but before then, he did publicly state that it was a fake video. Oh, here we go. Here it is. Here's the article. Yeah, so it is in this interview. It goes over Shannon. I probably can't even show this website. The man responsible for the creation of this site was Shannon Larrett. Shannon was himself one of the first people in the West to have his tongue split and among the first 3 people to ever receive an eyeball tattoo. Shannon's BME website would gain further notoriety after he created a fake but very convincing shock video titled BME Pain Olympics Final Round. I actually didn't know this part. This video originally concluded with a disclaimer noting that the footage was not genuine. However, shortly after being passed around the internet, the disclaimer was removed, leaving many viewers to believe that they were actually watching self-performed castrations and penectomies. Yeah, so that, like I said, that video was fake.
This guy is insane. He made multiple posts stating that he shot his own penis 4 times.
This has been proven fake. The worthless 319? Alright, hold on. Nah, I'm deep in it now. Where? Like I said, just because there are pictures doesn't mean the pictures are genuine there. And the way he talks about it is literal Reddit, like, attention seeking. There's a whole Reddit about it being debunked. Fuck, okay, I'll have to go to that after, then I don't feel like going that far out of the way now. I'll finish at least getting the lore here.
He basically sees himself as a prophet, receiving direct orders
Who's to say he
God
wasn't?
To save mankind. Here's a more
God did some fucked up shit to the people that, like, followed him back in the day.
It reads, "It's extremely unpleasant, and a daily question why God chose
the prime punch.
and the most average person I can think of."
No, he's the
He
hero.
also states that he had visited at insane asylums 5 times. Universe.
Why would you fake
also
attention just like this?
His doings.
People this insane don't type this coherently. It reads like someone trying their best to play the role of like a crazy genital mutilating person.
For advice. He details
it reads very fake. There still is a chance it's not though.
Well, Worthless 319 always ignored these concerns.
Damn.
Without any exception.
We tried.
Now, before we proceed, you may be curious as to how he even releases himself. He shares his experiences in a reply. It reads,
Redirected it.
Sitting down. If you're talking about orgasmic, since I finished castrating myself, I haven't gotten turned on once. Before castration, I had 1 nut. I blew apart my left one. I could come very easily by thought alone. In other posts, he shares his state of mind. I especially fear the end of humanity as it approaches. It's inches away. Centimeters.
Goddamn 5G.
No one understands me, especially myself. I called an ambulance after about 5 minutes of listening to music, laying on the ground.
Yeah, this definitely is fake.
Much of the, and I want to go through a few.
There's a website that shows his deleted Reddit history, not remove edit. Yeah, it doesn't prove that those pictures are either A, real, or B, him. There are people, and I do know this is a thing, I think it's called a penectomy, I think. There are people that have actually cut their cock off online, and there's videos of it. But I don't think this guy was one of them, because he just keeps making Reddit posts like he's an anime villain or something going into a monologue. I don't think this is, like, real. But the actual act of someone cutting their own cock off and shit, that is something that some absolute maniacs have done. Ooh, how deep does it go?
He wanted to end himself by bleeding out of his pelvic area to prevent a conflict between North Korea and the States.
It might have worked too. We still haven't entered into a conflict.
Like DMT and LSD. There were people who were motivating Worthless to further self-mutilate himself in the name of religion. The users doing that deleted their accounts. So, as for information about Worthless...
Charlie, I saw the images. The dude has no dick. Like I said, on the internet, it's called a penectomy. There are people that have literally cut their own cocks off. There was even on the... This was a big one. The Cannibal Cafe. Cannibal Cafe... What was his name? Armin Minsk? Something like that? It was a user on Cannibal Cafe said, hey, I want my cock cut off and I want to eat it. Oh, there we go. Armin Muse. On Cannibal Cafe, back in the early 2000s, there was a dude who's like, I want my cock to be cut off and then eaten. Will anyone oblige? Someone did, got together, literally cut his dick off, they ate it, he bled out in the bathtub. Like, there are people, and there are real videos and images of people cutting off and mutilating their own cocks. No doubt that exists. What I'm saying is this Reddit user is most likely not the one that is doing what's described or shown in those images. It's very likely he just took some of those stills from the videos or those pictures and is then making this story around this whole thing for attention. Because the way he writes is very much like a Redditor seeking attention. Just going by the way he writes. Again, could be totally wrong. It could genuinely be him. I'm just saying all of this seems super fake. He's making posts in other subreddits like, Hey, how do I do this? I actually shot my nut off, which is why I'm asking, because I'm trying to save the America from North Korea using LSD, parentheses, God's drug. Again, I shot my nut off and then I castrated myself. I've been bleeding and it's painful, but I'm doing it for you guys. By the way, how do I do this? Like, it seems like he's fishing for attention at every possible step with his post. That's what it seems like.
You could argue that it's too sensitive to receive media coverage, but that's not necessarily true.
Yeah, it would. It would absolutely receive coverage.
Something like that would get reported in Florida.
He's going to bring up Cannibal Cafe.
Instance, we have a similar case,
or not,
which received media coverage. You truly need to be fucked up in your head to stick to this for months, making threats and posts and also sharing grotesque images. Goodbye.
That was interesting. Again, I think that whole story is fake. Pictures, probably not, but the story, at least surrounding them with that user, I think definitely are. And luckily, it looks like we have a penis scientist in here. I've seen the pictures. They 100% weren't from him. He claimed to have shot his penis, but most of the pictures were shaved. A burn there would have simply prevented hair growth, at least in some spots. And there's also no wound in the area in any of the pics, just the absent penis. Yeah, I haven't seen the pictures, so I can't really analyze them myself. But I have been playing a lot of LA Noire, so if I do see them, I'll probably be able to get some clues. But I'm not going to do it on stream. Hey there, you having a good day? Well, fuck you, because everyone on this subreddit isn't. And you know why they're not having a good day? Because they read or saw something that had a dog in it. Today I'd like to cosplay as those hands that drag you down to hell, but I'd like to drag you to a place that's even more joyless than hell. It's a subreddit dedicated to this crazy hate of dogs. Just the fact that dogs exist bother these people to their very core and ruin their day. God forbid if they see like a Facebook post with a dog in it, or if they hear a dog bark, they go like a fucking full Winter Soldier episode and leave like a 9-paragraph post on this subreddit complaining about it and how dogs should be euthanized out of the world or some shit. It's crazy. I'm not going to say the subreddit's name because I don't want them harassed or anything. Plus, I'd like to preserve it as this nice little specimen for the lunacy to check in on. So I don't want it contaminated and polluted. So please, if anyone finds it, don't go out of your way to ruin it. But there's this whole subreddit dedicated for people to go in there and just vent about how much they hate the fact that dogs exist and tell their stories of when they encountered dogs and how they wanted to kill them or stuff like that, or why dogs shouldn't exist, etc. It is so sad. So unbelievably sad. Now, this also exists for cats, but today I want to focus on the dog one because they're a lot more hateful for some reason. Now, just in case one of these people from the subreddit is watching this video, I'm going to go ahead and call in one of my dogs. That just the sight of a dog makes these people just fucking melt. It's like taking sunlight to a vampire, like rubbing garlic in their face. Kata, come here. Kata. Good girl. What a good girl. Yes. All right. Now, please, come on, hop up. Join me as we take a look at the most unhappy subreddit on all of Reddit. Good girl. I'd like to start with the most reasonable of everything on the subreddit. So this is, I downvote anything with a dog in it. They go on to explain they're tired of seeing dog content. You know, there's nothing wrong with not liking dogs. You don't have to fucking love dogs or animals in general for that matter. But to go out of your way to make a whole subreddit and multiple posts talking about how much you actively hate dogs and the fact that dogs exist, that's pretty insane. Like, that's pretty wild shit. To just be so bothered by the fact that dogs exist in the world is such a weird thing to harp on. Like, what's next? Are you gonna be outraged at the fact that you can't see air with your own two eyes? Just fucking weird. But anyway, like with everything on the internet, the comments is where shit really pops off, so I'll read a couple. Same. I downvote anything with a dog in it, including memes. I'm on several food Reddits, and at least 3 to 5 times a day I see a picture of someone's food and a dog in the picture, and they mention the doggo. The dogs are usually looking ultra pathetic in the pictures and begging for the food in said picture. It's also pandering for upvotes / awards to have the dog in the picture because doggos are so trendy right now. I mean, I don't care. If there's even remotely a dog in it, I downvote it, and I'm not sorry about it. Yeah, this comment really reads like someone who doesn't care. Sorry, not sorry, just hate dogs. It calls them ultra pathetic. Like, what a weird thing to attribute to an animal. Oh yeah, I was driving around and I saw this fucking pathetic looking dog. Can't even do a bicep curl. Probably has a negative KD in Fortnite. It was so sad, so I just fucking spit at it. Like, it's not nearly as good as a human. Dogs can't do what humans do. How fucking sad and pathetic are dogs, am I right, humans? This person's whole identity revolves around their unique trait of hating dogs to an absurd degree. The fact they can't see a dog in a picture with food without getting irrationally angry about it. Like the other commenter said, what if it's just a dog's ear accidentally? And then someone replies, well, if it's a food subreddit, then they shouldn't have a dog so close to their food. Ew. Oh, ew, how yucky, there's a dog in the kitchen. Meanwhile, this guy probably doesn't even wash his hands after taking a shit. Probably doesn't even wipe his own ass either. Like, these are probably the filthiest people on this subreddit, and yet they put all of that on dogs. It's like they're projecting all of their insecurities on dogs. It's so fucking goofy. Sometime I sort by new, just so I can downvote any dog posts. I hope to catch them before they start trending. That's a great idea. Also, by the way, that is the same person who said dogs shouldn't be anywhere around food, like in the same fucking city as food. Now that's just asshole behavior, like, Jesus, let people have their fun. Someone says, you know what, that's a little too far. But luckily they have a reasonable response, very level-headed. You want to know what is asshole behavior? Having a big dog in an apartment, letting a dog bark all day while you are at work, thinking a dog's life is more valuable than a human's. Okay, calm down here, big shot. Where did you get any of that from the post, which just says I downvote dog posts? Where did all that come from? This is like an onion. We have to peel apart the layers to really figure this shit out. It's so unrelated. You know, it's like getting in an argument with me, or like, Charlie, you're really bad at basketball, and then I turn around and be like, you know what's really bad? The fact that my dad doesn't think I'm successful and laughs at me because I'm short. Like, you know, where's that coming from, Charlie? That's not what we were talking about. In this post, this person was just saying this is kind of asshole behavior to be doing what you're doing, downvoting new posts just because you don't like dogs. And then they turn around and go off on a completely unrelated tangent about valuing dogs' lives more than humans. I do too, referring to downvoting dog posts. Lately there have been a Louis Vuitton ad with an ugly-ass dog in a handbag. I couldn't be more disgusted. Why are luxury brands associating themselves with one of the filthiest animals in the world? That's a pretty big leap, calling dogs the filthiest animals in the world. There's animals that literally live in shit. And you know, humans aren't that clean either. In fact, I would argue humans are dirtier than most animals. Like, you can catch all kinds of diseases from other humans that you can't from animals. I mean, like, you could definitely make the argument humans are actually far grosser. The guy who commented this is probably 15 days without a shower by now. You know, there's plenty of arguments that you could make that make dogs not the filthiest animal in the world. In fact, I don't think at any point you could even make the argument they are. Like, this is just a really delusional post. Making my boyfriend and his dog move out. So this is a lot to digest here. Chapter 1 is spent introducing the characters and setting the scene. This lady has just closed on her dream home and her boyfriend is moving in and he has a dog. Chapter 2, we're introduced to the main villain of this anime arc, who also happens to be the protagonist. So this is her talking about the dog. But I hate him, he smells, he's neurotic, he's super weird about nail trim, so I'm constantly hearing the tap, 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 tap of dog claws on my floor. I just hate it. Because of his claws, the Trex deck I have currently is totally scratched to all hell. Thankfully, the buyer has a dog, so she didn't mind, and it didn't cost me anything. He's made pee rings all over the lawn, and I don't feel like I can walk barefoot out there anymore. My house smells like dog despite weekly baths, and he's of course scared of water, so bath time is mostly a war we must wage. I finally told my boyfriend today I don't think I can do it. I don't think I can live with a dog, especially in my new house. This lady is about to throw away a relationship because she just doesn't like dogs. I knew I didn't want to, but it felt very good to say it. It sucks because my boyfriend said he won't let the dog go. That's fine. I'll live in a $500,000 home by myself, and he can rent an effing apartment. That means fucking apartment. She's venting. She's getting very angry, you know. She's making a stand. You know, fuck dogs, and he can live on the goddamn street and get pissed on by homeless people with his dog. I don't care. I'm better alone. I don't know about the status of our relationship. I'm going to tell you it's probably over. He probably saw this psycho side of you. It's honestly been rocky for a bit, but I think it's mostly due to his dog being a constant source of friction. I'm not scared of being single though, so if that ends up being the best for me, I'll do it. I'm just glad I found this sub because sometimes it feels so isolating not liking dogs. Thanks for reading. Felt good to write it out. Well, this basket of sunshine here seems pretty rational. There's not liking dogs, and then there's this, throwing away your entire relationship and future plans because of not liking a dog. That's very different. You see, in a relationship, I don't know how many you've been in or if you even know how they work, but not both people are the same person, so they're going to have different likes and dislikes. That's totally normal and natural. There's compromises that you two make together with communication instead of some kind of crazy ultimatum outrage where it was either me or the dog. Get the fuck out of here because I hate dogs. That dog's claws tap on the floor and it makes me fucking mad. Get the fuck out of here. Like, that's a different level. That's not disliking dogs, that's you being crazy. That's you having an irrational hatred of an animal. I can finally shout it from the rooftops. I am finally dog free. After 4 years of piss, shit, dirt, filth, grime, dog hair, foul odor, fights with my spouse. Probably not the dog's fault. You're probably just a really shitty significant other, if I had to guess, especially with this kind of weird post. Annoyance, rage, resentment, hate, disgust, and holding my tongue more than I ever thought humanly possible, I can finally announce my family and I are dog free! Fuck that piece of shit. I am so done with her. She's gone and she's never coming back. I've been singing and dancing all day. I've already started cleaning and scrubbing her from my life. It's a long process to clean every last piece of shit that has her filth on it, but I started already, and it's so therapeutic. Tomorrow, I'm gonna bleach the whole balcony. I'm so excited. I'm gonna vacuum the house about 10 times and then steam clean it another 2 to 3 times. I'm running the pet dishes through the dishwasher 2 to 3 times. We still have a cat that uses the pet dishes. I've already thrown her kennel out to the dumpster. I just want to scrub every last memory of this shit beast out of my life, and it feels so good to do it. She has caused me nothing but grief every day for the last 4 years. I hate her. I hate her so much. I'm so fucking done with her. She's gone. She's gone. She's gone. I guarantee this person's significant other also made a Reddit post this day saying, I can finally shout it from the rooftops. I am finally free from my crazy fucking significant other, this wacko, this maniac. What a post. And I like that they also admit they still have a cat. Cats literally have a litter box inside of your house full of shit and piss and filth. That is an actual cauldron of filth in your house. At least if you train a dog properly, they will go to the bathroom outside, which is out of your house, which means out of your immediate vicinity. You have all kinds of fucking cat shit particles floating around. I like cats not as much as dogs, but cats have a fucking litter box in your house, so if you're going by just like pure, poop and shit in the house, cats literally do it inside. Dogs do it outside when they're trained. This is probably just the worst dog owner of all time. Judging by this post, I think that can be said with a high level of certainty, just not very competent when it comes to animals. Or relationships, for that matter, since apparently this dog drove a wedge in their actual fucking relationship somehow. I hate seeing dogs on cat-dominated subs. Your shit breed isn't cute. It's always titled, Are Dogs Welcome? And the images of an ugly ass sniffer barely doing whatever the sub is for. The comments are idiots simping like, oh yes, haha, love your pupper, I would let it shit on my front yard, ahaha. I wish these subs would ban dog photos. I'm there to see cute cats, not dogs. If I wanted to see a fucking dog, I would go to drooling wastes of oxygen or some shit. Fuck your stupid dogs, Kimberly. I want to see legitimately cute things on my screen. Yeah, I'd let a cat shit in my house, haha. Like, this is such a dumb argument. Dogs shit outside, cats shit inside. Like, you like cats, but you point out that dogs shit in the front yard. Your cat is literally shitting where you sleep. Again, I like cats, but these arguments are absolutely ridiculous. You're a fucking idiot. Not liking dogs is one thing. Not liking dogs on a cat sub, totally reasonable. But to take it to an extreme, it makes no sense. There's so much on this subreddit. I only shared with you the top posts of the last year because I don't want to get too deep into it. So I just wanted to share the top posts recently for the year. It's crazy. All of them also play this victim card where it's like, we're crucified for not liking dogs. People just can't accept that some people just don't like dogs. No, you fucking lunatic. No one is mad at you for not liking dogs. It's taking it to this crazy extreme where you make it your whole personality trait or the deciding factor in a relationship. That's to an absurd level. It's just so extreme and ridiculous. There was a post on there about this lady who in her Tinder bio changed it to I fucking hate dogs and went into detail about not liking dogs, and she was saying how she doesn't get matches anymore or something like that. It has nothing to do with the fact that it's dogs. It's the fact that you have this crazy hatred for something that you're just so willing to just wear on your sleeve. Like, change that whole thing. Instead of it being like, I fucking hate dogs, change it to something, I fucking hate Pepsi. If you wrote a paragraph about how much you fucking hate Pepsi, people would still look at you the same way and think you're weird. It has nothing to do with the fact that it's dogs. It's the fact with how hard you go in this hatred for it. Like, it's so weird. That's why people often look at you as like a circus act or like something goofy to read and be surprised about. To hate an animal to this level. There's plenty of things to not like about dogs. Sure, some dogs are aggressive. Maybe you had a bad experience with a dog. People have died from dog maulings. Yeah, that's absolutely happened. It's happened with cats as well, which they all, well, not all, but a lot of them on this subreddit seem to like cats, but it's also happened with cats too. Like, it happens. So there is things to not like about it. So no one really blames you if you're not a huge fan after having an experience or reading something that scared you. But to have this level of fixation on your hatred for an animal is crazy. There's a lot of posts in here where they celebrate when they get dogs taken away from their owners or get their neighbors kicked out for having dogs in a neighborhood. There's a lot of posts about that. Now, some of them actually were pretty decent. Like, there were owners of a dog that weren't treating the dog well, and they got the dog separated from the owner, so maybe the dog can find a better home. Those are fine. But then there's other posts cheering them on, like, my neighbor's dog barks a lot, so I called the police on him hoping that the dog would get shot by the police. Like, that's the craziness that people look at you and raise an eyebrow at. It's not the fact that you're not a huge fan of dogs. It's to have everything about you be hating dogs is weird. And that's why people find you to be this interesting specimen to read about on Reddit. So yeah, anyway, that's about it. See ya.
Hey, you'll never guess who just got COVID again. Not this guy. Haha. No, yeah, I'm just pulling your leg. It is me. How'd you going, though? I fooled you with the old razzle-dazzle. I've got the old coronavirus for the third time, the legendary three-peat. I catch COVID more often than Ash Ketchum catches Pokemon, and it makes me really, really upset. But luckily, the doctor prescribed the most potent remedy to fix this, a panacea, if you will. The cut. Last time I had COVID, I watched The Button. This time, I'm watching my new favorite Redditor identify porn. Right away, he just gets me on his side because he's doing the snap, bigger butts, bigger boobs. It reminds me of SpongeBob and Rock Bottom. Bigger butts, bigger boobs. So, I like his style. I'm going to be honest, I think there's a chance he's just hamming it up for the camera, and he's not normally this quirky, but I don't care. I'm going to suspend disbelief and just enjoy this specimen.
You get a chance to ask some questions.
Oh, actually, I wrote them down when I was waiting. I have a sticky note. Can I use the sticky note?
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. Every single day.
Who do you
Every single day? That's a lot of porn consumption. You make my day every day. He's talking about it like it's some kind of holy ritual. Hey, all power to you, bud, I guess. Now, he's not the only contestant here, but he's the only one that I want to focus on because he is the most entertaining. The game is identifying who's the adult movie star based on a series of questions they ask. And this guy is like the raid boss of porn knowledge. Man's got an encyclopedia in his brain for anything involving mashing piss dropped in the history of our species. He just used Milady in a way that, like, melted my heart. I was like, oh, shit. Like, this man, he means business. Like, he is too fucking good at this game. I think it's because he knows every single porn star in existence, so he probably walked into this room and immediately recognized who's in the adult industry, so he already knows the answer to the questions. He just does this to kind of play along a little bit and have fun. The other two contestants asked her questions, and her answers made it seem like she's definitely in the porn industry. But meanwhile, this guy's just asking her, what about the connection? And then he immediately starts doing complex algorithms in his head, making all kinds of deep calculations, and then eventually concludes, Milady, you are not an adult actress. Please, scram. He didn't even need a question for this round. He was able to eyeball it. He is a porn savant. Instead, he spends his time rizzing her up a little bit, talking about it being the best moment of his life. It's making his heart pump so hard, it's so thrilling. He goes full Shakespearean on this for a bit. You know, Milady doth made me come in me trousers. It's a little more like pirate themed than Shakespeare. But yeah, I was half expecting him to reach out for a fist bump before sending her back in line, because he knew she wasn't in the adult industry. I just love the way he speaks. He's projecting himself, like his voice, as though he's giving a class project presentation. Like he's making a speech, a monologue, if you will.
You definitely are not an adult industry person.
Those are fighting words right there. To his face, the disrespect. He's just trying to casually flex here in front of the porn stars that might be watching that he has a penis in excess of 6 inches, allegedly. But he didn't hang hog, so we don't know for sure if it's true or not. But I mean, I have no reason to doubt him. All I have to wonder is, why is he blasting this guy for no reason? We caught just a glimpse of his true power right there. For a brief moment, his mask cracked, and we saw the devilish R-atheism supervillain lying beneath the nice guy exterior. In this moment, he is euphoric, not because of some phony god's blessing, but because he is enlightened by the size of his cock. He is the only contestant to say that she is in the adult industry, which is interesting to go against the grain like that. The others were confident that she is not a porn star. However, our main character thinks differently. Like, he is actually built different. It's like watching Michael Jordan in his prime. If Michael Jordan picked out porn stars instead of playing basketball. Like, you can't stop him. You can only hope to contain him. And you can't even contain him because he's watching porn every day and blowing his load. This is a man who is at the top of his game. Funny, Matt. Unfortunately, he's 0 for 2 right now in this performance, and he's backpedaling a little bit here. He's talking about what he could have done differently, you know, if he had drawn up a better game plan, maybe if he had asked more questions instead of just like looking at somebody and immediately making the judgment on whether or not they're a porn actor or not. He probably could have done a little bit better, but you can't fault him for being confident in his abilities. This man is apparently, you know, jerking his meat every single day. You would expect him to at least recognize who is and who isn't based on very little, because this man he's in like the cerebro of porn, apparently, since he says, you know, porn actors make his day every day. So I can't exactly be surprised that he was this. Welcome you with open arms, buddy. I can't wait to see you down here. I also like that he's pretending to not know what a BBL is. I feel like that's become so like prevalent with people talking about it that he had to know and he was just playing it a bit coy, which I respect. Though I do think it's a little odd that he'd open with, "Have you had any ribs removed?" But anyway, I don't know if the world's ready for Matt with a BBL. I don't know if we can handle it. I mean, that'd be like Cell reaching his perfect form. Matt being caked up for no reason on a Tuesday? Just fucking let it rip. Matt with the BBL would go insano style.
You got me wrong.
I got you
I
wrong.
do not make porn.
Did you ever think about it?
Oh yeah, plenty of time.
Now he's just speed running his shame. The guy that he belittled for saying that his manhood was not big enough to be in the adult industry because it's less than him is like, "Actually, no, you were wrong. I am in the adult industry," to which he gives just like a very sad little fist bump. And then the last little cherry on top is being wrong about his final guess, which is someone he thought was in the industry but wasn't. And looking back on it, his reasoning was very not that deep. It's just, is his cock bigger than mine? Yes. Must be a porn star. No. Absolutely can't be under any circumstances. Not the best tactics, and you can clearly see it didn't pan out super well for him. Now, this last section here really just upset me. Everyone said their most memorable moment was meeting the Girth Master. But I have to say, that should be the second most memorable moment behind getting to meet Matt, the Redditor. Like, Girth Master's a cool name, no doubt. It reminds me of the old WWE wrestler they tried to jumpstart named the Shockmaster, who during his debut fell out of a breakaway thing, and then his Stormtrooper bedazzled helmet fell off, and he also had the worst voice changer of all time. But apparently, unlike the Shockmaster, the Girthmaster is very successful. But I would argue he's not as successful as Matt. I really think he got done a little dirty here. I would have liked to see more people celebrating that they got to meet Matt. But anyway, I had fun watching this. It made me feel a little bit better, so that's about it. So yeah. A Reddit moderator just made a video directly speaking to and tugging on the heartstrings of the CEO of Reddit. He's making a big call to action after he had been stripped of his position as top mod on r/livestream_fail. I'm kind of at a loss for words here. I can't believe what I just watched was genuine and not a skit. But this seems authentic. What you picture in your head when you hear the term Reddit mod is exactly what you are about to see unfold in the flesh. The reason this mod just lost his position is because he was promoting a scam on the subreddit that he was the top mod for, Livestream Fail. I made 2 videos covering this. It was the $1 Million Fan Show, which was paraded around as a $20 million reality television show for streamers' fans to sign up, and even paid entry into it to compete for, $20 million prize purse. Turns out the whole thing was a load of baloney, as it appears everything has been wiped off the face of the planet. So some viewers paid money for actually nothing. They flushed it down the shitter, and agencies that brought this to streamers were left embarrassed. Most notably, Mythic Talent was the one that was named by some of the streamers as their agency that took them this deal, where seemingly no due diligence was done on behalf of Mythic to confirm whether or not this was even legitimate in the first place as a paid promotion. It was supposed to be an Amazon production, but clearly it was not an Amazon production, and it took 2 seconds of going to the website to deduce that this was fraudulent, but they took this deal before the website even existed. It's a whole mess. I've already covered all this, but Livestream Fail gets roped in because there was this inexplicable partnership that no one fully understood, where $1 Million Fan was in bed with Livestream Fail, and the top mod of Livestream Fail made a post on the subreddit pinning it to try and get more suckers into it. And now this is his response after being fundamentally fired from his free position of Reddit janitor.
Hello, Spez, Mr. CEO of Reddit. I hope you have received this public video that I have created and sent to you via your email. If not, I hope anybody who cares about the topic in this video can get this to him in any way that you can. This video is about a topic of deadly seriousness, and that is of Reddit moderation and the state of your platform.
Oh my god. This is Reddit's Manhattan Project right now. The moderators are rising up against the CEO of Reddit. I'm actually at a loss for words. This couldn't be a more lame start to this video. The topic he's about to cover is how he believes Reddit mods don't have enough, elbow grease from the Reddit upper echelon, like Spez here, the CEO. He believes they should be entitled to, like, brand deals, talent managers, lawyers, and stuff, so that way they can better be utilized as Reddit moderators. I'm not even kidding, by the way. I'm not exaggerating. Like, these are points he was making in this video, and that's what he's talking about with deadly seriousness here. He talks about Reddit moderators like they're fucking G.I. Joe commandos. Man, please come back to reality. Like, I don't want anyone to harass this guy, so I'm not going to be, like, showing you his channel or anything like that, because, honestly, I kind of feel bad for him that he's put so much weight on his personal life into this position, which is just a thankless job. And it's not really a job, at least it should never be considered a job, because all he is doing is moderating a fucking subreddit as a volunteer janitor. I really thought this was a skit, and I'm still, a small part of me, on the copium here, is hoping that this is, like, satirical and not real, but I don't know, it feels genuine.
I was the top moderator of your #1 gaming subreddit, r/livestreamfail, before I was recently removed from that position by the Reddit Code of Conduct team. I became a Reddit moderator for one reason, and that is because I think that Reddit communities and correspondingly its moderators have massive power and influence, and for some reason, nobody seems to notice, care, or take this seriously. Least of all, its moderators or the company.
That's not really a good look to say the sole reason you pursued this path of heroism as a Reddit moderator is because you believed that it held so much power. So you're basically just saying that you were power hungry and wanted to take this spot so that way you could feel powerful. He believes that Reddit communities and specifically Reddit moderators hold a strong level of sway and power, and that's why he became one himself. That, I don't think, is a good look, man. It's not even coming from, like, a place of passion or something for communities. He is literally saying he did it because he wanted to be strong. Come on! I understand that Reddit communities, like Reddit as a whole, is a platform that does hold, like, legitimate influence over, like, conversations and topics and stuff like that. So by extension, moderators have a lot of ability to control narratives by hiding things or boosting things, and that is something that I've talked about in the past, and a lot of people have made mentions of many times. It's been a pretty big yapping point for a while. This is the quintessential Reddit mod mentality. The stereotype that exists of power-tripping Reddit mods? He is, in the first minute of this video, confirming that is exactly what drives him, is power. Like, this small modicum of power that he was bestowed for the livestream fail subreddit. And it's... the level of self-importance is sickening.
In this video, I will go over why I believe this, and I will also talk about a code of conduct moderation action that was taken against me due to good faith mistakes that I believe were caused by a clear lack of direct material support that the company gives its moderators. I will end the video by talking about what you, Spez, can do to fix this problem, as well as what I and other communities can do in case Reddit does not solve this very serious mismanagement problem regarding the lack of support that is given to moderators.
So here's the spoiler alert. He is going to be playing a sad song on the world's smallest violin about how he's been removed now as top mod of Livestream Fail because he was promoting a scam through that subreddit, which did ultimately result in people losing money. There were actual victims of this scam, so he has been removed of his position at the top of the food chain on Livestream Fail, and he is now putting a decent chunk of that blame on Reddit itself for not giving him the tools to avoid this from happening. Like, at a certain point, there's like a brief moment of self-awareness, like this lightning bolt of self-awareness where he's like, yeah, it was a little fishy. But then he like immediately pushes it onto Reddit like, but if Reddit had given me access to brand deals and lawyers, this probably wouldn't have happened. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? You're a Reddit mod. Why would Reddit be giving you access to lawyers and brand deals and shit? That doesn't make sense.
First, I will go over the code of conduct action and why I was removed as the top moderator of r/livestreamfail. This sounds like stupid internet drama, I know, but I'm going to talk about how this is a very clear example about how Reddit's mistakes causes very serious problems to Reddit's community and the company as a whole.
It was your mistake, buddy! Fucking Spez wasn't behind you massaging your shoulders as you signed the deal with $1 Million Fan Show, which turned out to be a scam. He wasn't like the Sith Lord projecting into you, trying to convince you to go to the dark side to, sell out Livestream Fail to get more people hooked on $1 Million Fan Show. It was not the CEO of Reddit that forced you to do that, and even if you did have access to lawyers and other brand deals, it wouldn't have prevented something like this from happening. You made the choice.
Here's what happened. There was an announcement related to a live stream related game show called $1 Million Fan. I heard about the game show a few hours after it got announced by a couple major live streamers. It sounded like the perfect type of content for a live stream fail. I mean, reality TV, game show, live streaming, gaming, that's perfect for LSF, which is about fun, crazy content about kind of live streaming gamers.
If that isn't the stinkiest load of horseradish I've ever heard with that description of LSF. Do you go on your own subreddit? Have you ever been on your own subreddit? That's not what it is. That's not what you just described at all. That is the most blatant misrepresentation of that subreddit I've ever heard anyone try to squeak out. If this was Pinocchio, his nose would have just went fucking Wumbo Insano style with that lie right there. Anyone who has ever visited LSF in the last, 7 years will tell you it is not a subreddit for crazy, wacky clips of gaming and, stream fails or anything like that. I don't know why he's even trying that angle. Everyone knows that's not what that subreddit is.
So when I heard about this, I was very excited. I immediately reached out to the organizers to see if we could set up some sort of a collaboration. This collaboration would just be to get cool content on the subreddit. No, financial incentives, no moderators being paid, basically none of anything like that, just fun, cool stuff for the community in the subreddit. For collaborations, the first obvious thing that came to mind was, how do we get their content on the subreddit? Either some superfans or some editors could clip some cool hype moment from the show and then post it to the subreddit.
What? That's what happens already organically on every other stream. Why would this, a potential $20 million reality TV show, be any different? Obviously, things would already be being clipped and posted on the LSF subreddit. Why would you be reaching out about a collaboration to ensure that happens when you know for a fact it already would if this fucking show ever actually existed in the first place? That doesn't make any sense to me at all. Trying to be extremely charitable here, maybe he was under the impression that this would be exclusive to Amazon Prime, thus they wouldn't have the rights to post it on LSF. But on the flip side of that coin, he said he heard about this from streamers, thus he would have known that it was going to be streamed on Twitch in the first place, thus it would still be clippable for LSF. That's just business as usual. I don't know why he would reach out about a collaboration to do what was already no doubt going to be done already. It just, that doesn't pass the smell test. I don't understand.
But I also had a stretch goal, and that was, what if LSF could be part of the show in some way? I don't know, there could be like a LSF-themed best clip contest. Like, contestants compete in one of the kind of small challenges, they make the best clip, and then somebody kind of wins a prize at the end. It was a stretch goal, though.
Why, though? LSF best clip is just the best clip from the event. Why does LSF's name need to be attached to it? This guy is treating Livestream Fail like it's his personal brand. Like, this is his baby, this is his product. So all the clips that hit LSF are actually top mods clips as well. I just don't even get this stretch goal here. I think he just wanted LSF's name out there more because it gives him more power in some capacity? Because this is totally useless. Again, whatever would win best clip would just be someone else's content. There doesn't necessitate a live stream fails shout out there for some reason. Like, even if they were the ones that were like hosting votes on what the best clip is, who gives a fuck? That could have been anything and any one where people, like the actual communities, would vote on it, not just his subreddit. Anyway, though, he goes on to explain that they accepted this proposal. He was super hype about it because it meant this was a big moment for the subreddit, and he even made a mention that he believed he could turn this into even more opportunities for the subreddit going further, snowballing it into even more LSF prominence.
So we quickly worked to make an announcement together, and I posted it the next day. When I posted it, everybody in the comment section immediately yelled, scam, 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 scam. I mean, think about it. Amazon Prime has spent lots of money on tons of shows. And, I didn't necessarily think that the show was worth $20 million, but, that doesn't mean that Amazon Prime wouldn't fund it. And, if LSF was involved, maybe it would actually succeed. Maybe my involvement alone could make the $20 million kind of investment worth it. Who knows? At least that's what I thought.
It sounds like you weren't thinking at all, though. Why would Amazon be spending $20 million on like 8 streamers and their fans on Twitch and only a $5 million grand prize for Mr. fucking Beast? What sense does that make, man? That isn't really checking out either. Also, he's making kind of like a joke about, maybe my involvement alone would make it worth the investment. But that's how he actually feels, by the way. Like, that's his tone throughout this whole video. He truly believes that he is like God's gift to streaming because he was the top mod of Livestream Fail. Like, it is a very like scary mentality to have, and I do genuinely feel bad for him that he has like poisoned his own brain to this level, deluded himself into thinking that him being a top mod on a subreddit was like something of significance and like something of like brand importance.
I'm a highly paid software engineer working in San Francisco. I do not need to take a couple $1,000 bribes from, random internet scams. Okay. I was doing this because I legitimately, care about the subreddit, and that's why I spend my time on it.
So he debunks rumors that he was paid to promote $1 Million Show from the organizers, saying that he doesn't need to be taking bribes, he's financially well off. He then goes on to say that he was addressing like some of the deleted comments because that was a specific mention in why Reddit canned him, because it potentially showed malice because he was involved in this promotion that ended up being a scam. And so he wanted to address like the deleted comments. He then has a section dedicated to me where I talked about the scam, and then the organizers were talking to him like, well, since Charlie talked about the scam, 5 streamers dropped out, so we're no longer doing this anymore. Pack your bags, take down the post. And then he says I didn't do enough research on it because I didn't reach out to him or the organizers.
But beyond that, it doesn't seem like he did much research. I don't think that he reached out to any of the organizers. He certainly didn't reach out to me. And I don't know if he reached out to Mythic Talent or any of the streamers. And that important point is that nothing in this situation has yet to be definitively proven as a scam. I repeat, there is no definitive, at least public information yet, that anything fraudulent, malicious, or illegal has happened in the situation.
Brother, your level of research was cold calling the organization dick in hand, begging to be associated with them, and then that was the extent of it, because apparently you heard one of the streamers promote it. And yet he's going to be causing a hubbub because I didn't reach out to him for his perspective. Brother, I didn't even really talk about you in my video, just that you were associated with this shit, roped into the same scam that they were. And for what it's worth, if you watch the video, you would know I did get in contact with 2 agencies, one of which got the exact same contracts that Mythic did, and got information on that, as well as getting one of the actual offers that Mythic was taking to the streamers. So I was very well familiarized with everything that was unfolding behind the scenes. And again, it doesn't take a super sleuth to go to their website and see that it's just fucking barnacles, man. One of their partners didn't even exist. There was no website and no business. Their about section was AI-generated mumbo-jumbo. Every single paragraph ended in triplets and also had the telltale sign of, it's not this, it's it's this, over and over and over again. Their first image on their site was literally an AI-generated mansion, and he mentions that in this video, but then goes on to say shamelessly that there's no definitive proof that this was ever a scam in the first place. That's a wild statement. Why don't you ask the people who spent money on this how they feel? Do they feel like they got their money's worth? Did they get the product they paid for? I imagine not, because this event is not even potentially in the cards and doesn't seem like it ever was to begin with, man. Their socials are removed. The website is down. Amazon hasn't made a peep about it. From what I've heard, the agencies are pissed about this. All signs point to this being a scam. Like, any sane, sensible person would look at all of this evidence and reach the same conclusion that this was horseradish. I don't know why he's trying to present something otherwise now.
The only confirmed things that we have right now is that I guess there was a website, looked a little weird, there was some bad publicity, everybody called it a scam, and then a bunch of streamers dropped out, and then the event got canceled, and everybody got refunded. None of this is illegal. None of this is proved to be a scam, at least yet. Maybe I'll eat these words.
Brother, you're eating your own cock right now. What are you talking about? And then everyone clapped. Like, this is just fanfic. Where are you getting this information? There was an explicit no refund policy on their website baked into it. It was very boldly stated there are no refunds once you make these purchases. Who got a refund? I haven't seen anyone, posting receipts of getting a refund from the money they spent on this. Where are you getting that information from? That's a genuine question. Maybe he's seeing things that I'm not seeing somewhere. Because I even looked into it after he made this video, wondering like, whoa, they refunded? That's pretty surprising. I can't find any proof of that. I would love to see where he found that.
It's really not a secret or very surprising. I got removed directly for the post that I pinned to the top of the subreddit related to the game show or supposed and alleged scam, as well as kind of for deleting comments that were kind of critical of it. I also want to make a comment about kind of the Reddit Code of Conduct team as a whole. Reddit has all this flowery language about how kind of the Code of Conduct team is not here to punish you. It's kind of here to get you to act in good faith. It's here to kind of give you second chances and warnings and all of this stuff. And apparently all of that are lies.
No, man, this feels like the perfect implementation of that protocol. You pinned what seems to be, from all possible evidence, a scam. I don't know why he is trying so desperately to persuade to the contrary. Maybe it's because he believes that if he can try and prove that he really believes that it's not fraudulent, he can get his position back as top mod of LSF. I don't know. Or maybe getting really conspiratorial, maybe he worked with the organizers in a deeper capacity than he's letting on. But that's just a possible game theory. It's just extremely peculiar how hard he is fighting to try and convince himself and others that maybe this wasn't a scam, when all available evidence points towards this being fraudulent. And if this video is him trying to make a case for himself why he should be reinstated and get that power coursing through his veins again as a moderator on Reddit, then this is a terrible job. Because what he is doing now is showing that he is willing to even defend what seems to be, by all possible accounts, a scam that he was directly associated with, maybe unknowingly, and now he is doubling down on it. That is a terrible look, and that makes you look like an unhinged moderator who, even when proven to be incorrect, will not see that, will not take the accountability there. And now he's getting mad at the Code of Conduct team for enforcing their rules. He deleted comments that were critical of his decision to promote this sketchy game show, and promoted a sketchy game show that resulted in people spending money on something that didn't exist, doesn't exist. So I feel like it's a pretty justified termination of his moderator status.
Now, here's the most important part of the video, Spez. This is a direct message to you and only you. I want to talk about how this whole situation is a direct result of the lack of support that Reddit, the company, gives to its moderators. Yeah, I did the partnership. Yeah, I didn't look into this as much as I should, and I trusted kind of agencies and live streamers when I should not have. And I did delete comments, which I thought would have been borderline defamatory if the situation wasn't, I guess, a scam, even though it technically hasn't been proven to be a scam yet. But despite all of that, there is still massive kind of problems at Reddit, the company, due to the lack of support that caused this.
Now, this message may have been only for Spez, but I've intercepted the broadcast here. Now, I've put my ear into it, and I'm taking a listen, and what I'm hearing is fucking wild. He almost gets into a level of accountability where he's like, yeah, I did the partnership. Yeah, I didn't look into it. I didn't do any research on it. And then he immediately falls back into, but it hasn't really been fully proven to be a scam. And also, it's actually, in a large part, Reddit's fault that this happened in the first place because I wasn't given enough tools at my disposal to avoid making stupid decisions.
Reddit moderators have power. They have influence. If you are one of the people who is joking about, like, internet janitor duties or whatever, I'm sorry to tell you, it's funny jokes, but you are wrong. Reddit moderation does matter. Reddit moderators have control over millions of impressions per day, and nobody seems to notice or care. Let's just talk about LSF. Think of all the streamer careers that have been created because of LSF. Think about the even larger number of streamer careers that have been destroyed because of LSF, because some clip went viral about, like, something bad that they did.
He made you, and he can tear you down as well. This is top mod LSF. It giveth and it taketh. And he also said doodities, which actually had me giggling. I don't know why he said doodities, but that was fucking hype. Anyway, this is now his spiel about why Reddit moderators are extremely powerful dragon level, adversaries and should be taken seriously, and no one seems to notice. It's not that nobody notices, it's that nobody's happy about it. There shouldn't be people like this that can just power trip and control a conversation and control what people are able to opine on or not, like with deleted comments or deleted posts and stuff like that, where they can hide certain things or boost certain things. That's a bad thing. Everyone knows that it exists, and everyone knows that there is actual power in that. I don't think anyone actually disputes that.
I have had major live streamers who are effectively celebrities come to me and beg to kind of remove, negative posts about them. An even crazier story is the time when some Twitch employees found me in person and borderline begged me to make sure LSF is not used to destroy the multi-billion-dollar company Twitch, partially because at the time, LSF was indeed being used to destroy the multi-billion-dollar company Twitch. Deservedly so, by the way.
That's right, you better bow down. Every Twitch employee, when he walked through the door at TwitchCon, got on their hands and knees, instantly groveling at his feet, begging, pleading with him to stop the attack on Twitch, the multi-billion-dollar organization. Dan Clancy came in and sucked his wiener, I heard, in order to try and appease him so that he would stop using LSF to destroy the multi-billion-dollar corporation that is Twitch. Like, come on, man. Like, look at how you're talking about this. This is exactly why you shouldn't have a position as a top moderator of a subreddit. Like this, you are demonstrating the caricature of a Reddit moderator right now.
Or even just take this literal circumstance. Imagine the whole kind of operation was legit. Well, guess what? One single post on LSF caused all of the streamers to drop out and destroyed a $20 million opportunity. Sorry, Mythic. My bad. Or imagine it was, a scam through and through. Well, guess what? We were the ones to expose it and destroy it before it had the chance to cause any real harm. I mean, everybody got refunded after all. Guess things ended up okay.
Why do you keep saying that? Where are you finding that information about everyone getting refunded? Are the organizers telling you that? Like, I really don't know where you're seeing that. But again, man, yes, it is a big subreddit, which means things like this information about a $20 million potential scam will have naturally blossomed there. As it would anywhere else on like a big Twitter community or a different subreddit. LSF just happens to be the biggest one. It has nothing to do with you. This is just natural when there is a big community. This would happen on another platform or another subreddit. It is not your achievement for creating the LSF ecosystem that shares clips about a potential scam. And in fact, you could even make an argument that you have actually been a hindrance in some cases in the past with certain things that weren't allowed to blossom there. Like, this is...
I don't even understand the point he's making. People know that big subreddits or big Twitter communities or whatever do have a lot of influence. But that happens with or without this guy as the top moderator of the subreddit. That is just the result of a ton of people all in a similar space, in a similar vertical, that are sharing things back and forth. Like, his point is one that everybody knows.
I was one of your most passionate users. I was in the Reddit partnership program from the start. I took advantage of every opportunity that I could. I had meetings with kind of the Reddit community managers. I begged them for help and kind of partnership opportunities at every chance that I could. And I was blown off every single time.
You already said at the beginning of the video that the sole reason you pursued this moderator status is because of the power that it afforded. I don't know why he's now trying to say that he's just so passionate. And even in this section here, he's talking about how he was trying to utilize every possible advantage to like get like brand deals and stuff, man. That's self-enrichment through this position. This doesn't really seem like it's coming from a place of a guy who's trying to like better communities or improve subreddits or make things better for others. This feels like you were chasing power and trying to use it to continue to climb that Reddit ladder, whatever that may be.
I was one of the only moderators out there who tried to grow my community, who had any ambition, who tried to work with the company or help other subreddits or help the company that a whole, and it didn't matter. I failed, and it failed because of how mismanaged and how little support Reddit, the company, gives to moderators. None of this would have happened if I had gotten support from Reddit. Do you think that I want to be the guy like going out, like messaging random people in Discords and LinkedIn's and trying to figure out kind of these partnerships? I don't.
Then don't fucking do it, buddy! Chalamet! I'm gonna drop an Adam Sandler impression on you here. You are a moderator in a subreddit. Why are you chasing down brand partnerships and collaborations, buddy? The whole point of subreddits is just for a community to come together and talk about certain things, share certain things. And your job as a moderator, and I use job very loosey-goosey because it should never be misconstrued as a job. It's supposed to be filled by very passionate fans of similar mind in the same space that would then just enforce like certain rules about like, you know, making sure someone doesn't get like doxxed or something sensitive being shared like that. Like that is supposed to be all it is. Why are you trying to even find partnerships and deals like that? That doesn't seem, in my eyes, to ever benefit the community. It only feels like it would benefit the mods that are chasing it down. You like to use examples, so I'll use one for you. Let's say you chased down this partnership with $1 Million Fan Show, and it wasn't going super well, and the organizers and you, well, you like to exchange back and forth, and they're like, look, we really need a favor here. Can you only post some of the positive stuff from $1 Million Fan Show and get rid of like the pesky, you know, maybe clips that are negative about it? That would really help us. And let's say you object to that and they're like, okay, well then we're not going to work with you in an official capacity anymore if you don't do this. You see the conflict that this creates? It leads to, I can't believe I'm going to use this word when talking about fucking subreddits and mods, but it leads to very blatant corruption, where you are now in bed with some of these organizations or someone that could benefit from you gamifying your subreddit to cater it more towards them. Maybe it wasn't financial in this case, maybe you weren't paid for it, but extend this thought process to another type of subreddit where maybe there is someone paying for it. Like, let's say I'm a music artist and I want to be featured on like the hard rock subreddit, and I want to make sure my single gets out there, so I reach out to a mod and like, hey, look, I'll pay you some money if you can try and like boost this up a little bit. And this is something that I've read reports of happening in the past, and I think you would agree that that's a problem, right? Now imagine if those mods are also chasing down other artists like, hey, I see your Spotify streams are a little low, if you toss us a little money here, we can use our subreddit and the influence of it to try and boost it up a little bit higher. That's not a good thing.
If Reddit had offered me partnerships, if Reddit had pipelines to connect with kind of major companies, if Reddit had lawyers that were helping me, like reading over these contracts, reading over these agreements, none of these very real mistakes that I made would have happened. Reddit needs to be professionalized, and it starts with the mods. This is going to be controversial, but the people who are running your multi-billion-dollar website are unqualified nobodies like me. That doesn't mean it's my fault or their fault. It's your fault, Spez.
Damn, what a mic drop. Brother, there are no qualifications to be a Reddit mod. that is a position that the community is supposed to, like, decide upon, like, hey, here's our rules, and here's who we would like to enforce them, and that's it. It should never be this deep. I just don't understand why he can't grasp, and maybe he can, and he's just pretending not to, the concept that if you have mods that are financially incentivized to work with brands in collaboration with them, to use the community for their collaborators' purpose, you now have a very disingenuous subreddit that is very easily influenced based on who is paying for it. That should be a very clear conflict, a very obvious issue. It should be pretty obvious why Reddit wouldn't want to invest in a suite of resources like lawyers and brand ambassadors for Reddit mods to look over contracts and shit for Reddit mods securing deals to sell out their subreddit. That's not a good thing.
That means access to anything that like a talent manager would give an actual celebrity. So an access to a bounty board or ad deals or lawyers or event organizers or professionals or anything that actually matters.
To you, personally, actually matters to just you. The guy who is benefiting from the ad deals and brand partnerships and shit. That does nothing for the community you are supposed to be moderating for, brother. What are you not understanding there? Like, he is only arguing to help himself under the guise of it being to grow his subreddit. It only grows you, man.
To summarize, Reddit moderators should be treated like celebrities or influencers, not because they deserve respect or anything, but because they actually have real power and influence. I mean, if not for the world, at least over your $50 billion company, maybe if you gave them actual support, it could go from 50 billion to 100 billion. I mean, it certainly deserves to be that high up for how much traffic Reddit gets.
Yes, a high-level financial growth strategy here. The way to double your company is by spending resources to connect your subreddit moderators with talent managers that will chase down brand deals for them. So that way they can feel like a celebrity and I guess cash in on their mod status. Yeah, I'm really seeing the line now. The pieces of the puzzle are coming together nicely. I get it.
To the community, Spez and Reddit, they're almost certainly not going to fix any of this. All of this is up to us to solve.
He then tries to address the community about, like, this problem, and I really don't even understand the problem he's trying to portray here, because all he keeps hammering home is that he is a top moderator, wasn't given enough resources like lawyers, and he wasn't treated like a celebrity enough, and he didn't have the ability to chase down brand deals, which led to him making a poor decision here with the $1 million fan show. How is that a problem that the community, like, would rally behind, man? You just shouldn't have done it in the first place. Reddit shouldn't be a platform where mods are selling out big communities for the sake of brand deals. I don't see a whole lot of community support coming for that kind of message. He keeps presenting it as a problem, but actually I think this video demonstrates exactly why Reddit made the right call removing him from his position. Like, I don't know how he's not seeing that.
To solve all of the problems that I have laid out, we will create tools and resources so good, so useful, that everybody will have to work with us. Think talent agency, but for subreddits. You have the big ideas, you have the vision, you have the crazy cool things that you want to do, and we handle the logistics. Materially, that means connections to major companies, partnerships, doing AMAs, running events, doing mod recruitment, cross-collaboration with other relevant subreddits, that kind of stuff.
He then pitches his new thing here, which a talent agency for subreddit mods, I guess. I don't want to get into it. I've been yapping about this for so long. It's just, this video blew my mind that he would actually post something like this. Again, I do actually feel bad for him because this is clearly a position that meant a lot to him, and I'm wishing him the best going forward now without his, sheriff badge of LSF. But I do not think a talent agency for mods is the right path. But, I'm not his dad. He can do what he wants. It's just, this was a mind-boggling adventure watching this one. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya.
Calling someone a Redditor to their face in 2019 is a fighting phrase. It's like calling someone a cunt back in the 90s. It's a powerful insult. And I get asked all the time why I take a shit on Reddit or shit on Redditors and Reddit culture in general. And it's days like today that remind me exactly why I have such a shit view of Reddit and why the majority of people have almost no respect for the community. They are so goddamn unhelpful. Now, I'm saying they, and I am a very frequent user of Reddit. I go on there almost daily. I like the posts. I like to go on specific subreddits and see the kind of shit going on in the world. I think as long as you don't go in the comments, it's a pretty goddamn decent site for the most part. But it's the second you accidentally get a little too adventurous, or perhaps you just forget the one sacred rule on the internet, the 11th commandment from God: don't go to the comments section on Reddit, because it's just goddamn embarrassing to even look at. It makes you feel bad for being on the site, seeing the mentally ill, socially rejected, downright depraved community that for some reason all kind of festers in the comment section on any post ever. Professional Reddit commenters who farm karma as if they're some type of drug kingpin and get this superiority complex. They watch 2 episodes of Rick and Morty and follow Bill Nye on Twitter, and all of a sudden they think they have all the answers and they're better than the person who initially posted the thread asking for help. Fucking Reddit commenters make YouTube commenters look like sane cool kids at the lunch table. Okay, so why am I talking about this? I'm still fucking upset about this. Today, Andrew and I went to Beef O'Brady's, as is tradition after a hard workout, and Andrew's car had 2 spiders in it that we came across, so he wanted to look for a solution online as to the most efficient way to getting rid of the spiders. A little pest control action, just Google it, because that's what a modern man does. That's the efficient way of getting answers. Well, unfortunately, Google recommended Reddit threads. Our pro-sage life advice from a 14-year-old, how to do your taxes and get rid of the spiders in your car. Shit like that. Just a flurry of all of these Reddit posts addressing how to get rid of spiders. Now, at the time, we didn't even realize how infuriating that would be. But when we got to Beef's, we opened one of the links, and immediately every single top comment was a horrible, stupid fucking joke that's been said a million times before. Set the car on fire. I'm not kidding. Out of the 5 or 6 threads, that was pretty much the top on all of them. I'm going to show you 4 out of the 6 so it's not just overly redundant. I swear to God, these are all different posts and different people. Although they're not even really different people. They have no sense of individuality. They're just fucking regurgitating, vomiting, ass shitting out all kinds of shit that they read a million times before to try and farm that precious karma or make people think that they're a good comedian. I really don't know. But this is how all Reddit comments go. You go to the comments, the first 15 are going to be shit jokes that don't make you giggle or exhale at all, only serving to make you just irate because you maybe wanted a real answer or a real discussion, and you're not getting it. Not in the comment section on Reddit. But anyway, here's the first thread. How do I get spiders out of my car? Obviously the first answer, burn it to the ground and change your last name. A real side splitter for sure, not exactly helpful, but goddammit, that comedy is unique, original, wacky, and zany. And that's gotta count for something, so the updoots to the left, am I right? Edit, thanks for the gold, kind stranger, wasn't expecting this, oh my gosh. Edit 2, wow, platinum, holy shit, time to add chocolate to the milk and go wild to celebrate, kind stranger. Now let's go ahead and scroll down. Surely it's only, the top comment that has such a great joke. Surely they can't all be busting out unique bangers. Surprisingly, that joke didn't spawn a pun thread, but luckily for us it didn't. Underneath that, though, we're gifted with another great joke. Put some tarantulas in there to eat the smaller spiders. Large spiders are easier to keep track of. Oh, well, I do tip my fedora to that one. Still no actual advice yet. A classic double whammy. It's an Ultima. Fire is the best option. Fill it with frogs. Well, my gentle sirs, these are quite comedic. Finally, at the very bottom of the page with a whopping 2 points, an actual suggestion. Glue traps, and a link to them. Now, actually, unironically helpful, that's not a bad idea. Glue traps for insects, it makes sense. But what do the other experts on the website say? Let's go to another thread, which is basically just a carbon copy of this one's commenters. Different threads, same comedy, baby, because for some reason all Reddit commenters are basically just carbon copies of each other. Go ahead and take a guess at what the top comment's gonna be. Spoiler alert, it's fire, because of course it is. On Reddit, everything that even deals with anything even yucky to the smallest degree, anything with an insect, you can guarantee the top comment in the thread is going to be, kill it with fire, or something with fire. Next highest upvoted, I believe ammonia and bleach create chlorine gas. You're right. So if you want to go World War I on their ass, that might be an option.
To be fair, this comment actually has sentimental value to me, because I accidentally created chlorine gas when I tried to kill a cockroach once. I talked about that in a video, so that one I don't really have a problem with. I just thought I'd point it out. Luckily, right under that one, we go right back to the standard, set it on fire. I like the reply, lol, as if they'd never heard that before, or perhaps they just always laugh anytime they see that. Next, nuke it from orbit. It's the only way to be sure. It's their car now. Scorpions. Definitely scorpions. That's another big one. It's theirs now. They own it. You lost it. Shit like that. That one's also just as common as fire. So I guess it's not exactly a 100% guarantee it's going to be set it on fire when it's dealing with insects, because it has to compete with it's theirs now. Those are always battling for the top spot. GIF of a car on fire, snakes, sell it, elephants, get some funnel web spiders and dump them in and eat the other spiders. And then one guy accidentally almost lends some pseudo advice, but his advice is basically just saying, you might be fucked. None of this helpful, of course, but very humorous, obviously. New thread, same top comment, gasoline, and says light it on fire in the reply. Milking every ounce of karma he can out of that joke, I guess. Bye birds, lady who swallowed a fly, just more fucking garbage. This guy really drops a fat comedy routine on this one. Release a snake to catch it, then you're gonna want to lock a mongoose in there for a few days to kill the snake. Once that happens, you need a large mammal like a wolf to get the mongoose. After this, you'll need to find a gorilla to let loose in the car. They're excellent at wolf wrangling. Come winter, the gorilla will just die off from the cold. Which is more than the guy underneath him who actually lent a little advice received. Nothing a good car fire won't fix. It just goes on and on and on. While I think absolutely the jokes suck ass on their own and are used a million times ad nauseum, I'm not here to just be the joke police. What's frustrating is when you're looking for real answers like we were today, and all you get is the same goddamn middle school lunch table joke that you've heard ever since you were a goddamn child and seen on every thread ever posted on the website. Burn it with fire. Get a snake, lol. It's their car now, lol. Epic lol, thanks for the gold. It's so frustrating. And that's only scratching the tip of the iceberg, the tip of the wiener on how just frustrating and stupid Reddit comments are. That's throwing away witch hunts, which are huge in the comment sections and 9 times out of 10 are wrong anyway, a la Boston Bomber. That's the biggest one. That one Reddit will never live down. It's just this most hostile place and the most humorless place on the internet. Fucking Twitter comment threads that are just GIF responses and shit pictures are more entertaining than seeing the same fucking joke every single time at the top comment in the Reddit thread, the top fucking 20 comments. I mean, if you want to make the dumb joke, burn it down, kill it with fire, lol, do that, and then after that put a period and then real advice, which admittedly some people in these threads did, but they were buried at the bottom. Buried. Giving real advice? No. Give me that same stupid goddamn joke. But anyway, that's about it. Just wanted to vent about it, because today I was getting frustrated for Andrew, with Andrew. Just so dumb. It's so stupid. Just racing to tell the dumbest fucking joke that everyone's already heard a million times on the goddamn website. Anyway, that's it. That's why Reddit's reputation in the comments is pretty goddamn awful. So yeah. Did you see the drama about a Boston Marathon runner shitting in a dude's yard? The dude complained on Reddit, and then the Boston subreddit defended the runner that shit in the dude's yard. I'll check it out. Okay, so this is kind of like the patient zero here. One of the marathon runners just took a shit in my yard. Video inside. Looks like there was hard evidence here. No questions to be asked. They couldn't have tried to blame it on like an animal or something. There was apparently porta potties throughout the route. Man, everything's fucking deleted. This one's not. Someone said it's an emergency. Why would you approach her during this? It was probably embarrassing. She took a shit in his yard. OP responded by saying she should have the courtesy of not shitting on my lawn. There's no possible way her actions can ever be justified. I'm on OP's side here. Like, you can shit other places. There's porta potties throughout there. Plenty that you can do. But yeah, the comments are more on the side of the runner. I think this is one of those astronomically rare circumstances where it can actually be justified. What do you want to happen now? Don't fuck up this woman's life because she didn't want to shit herself. Just don't shit in his lawn. What do you mean, what do you want to happen now? Put her on blast. This lady just fucking shit in my yard. Why? Did she pick up the shit after? No. She left it there and continued running based on the other comments I've seen. Oh my god. Wait, these comments, this is like the most Reddit shit I've ever seen. The comment said, OP should take a lesson from this post. Being a decent human actually requires some effort. On her part, like, just to have the decency not to shit in the yard. Yeah, here it loaded. Yes, you have some ground to stand on because this person... Yes, you have some ground to stand on, too, because this person some personal shame. But what else do you get from it? And all of OP's responses there are so focused on my, and even stating in no circumstances is this justified, quite showing of how this person is developed. No, yeah, obviously he has some ground to stand on, but that ground is covered in shit. That's the problem. What the fuck? So focused on my. Yeah, it's his fucking yard that she started shitting on. What? This is crazy. This is crazy. At least this one's got downvotes. The other one was updated. But he probably got downvoted because of terrible grammar. His grammar was more shit than that lady's ass. So they probably downvoted for that, because the other ones are updated. At least we're getting to a point where some of these awful takes are fucking downvoted. Damn, OP, you didn't even offer the bathroom. Boo. Right? That's the humane thing to do. Do you want to clean up in my house? You're right, OP should have been out there with his baby wipes helping her wipe her ass. Maybe get her some Imodium and water while he's at it. Shut the fuck up. You can invite some stranger into your house after she poops in your lawn. Finally, a man in the Boston subreddit with a fucking brain in between their ears. Yeah. What are you talking about? Didn't even offer the bathroom. What's he supposed to do? Be monitoring his ring at every hour of the day, making sure there's not some vigilante pooper coming through? Like fucking rushes out there and cradles her like a baby, dragging her to the bathroom? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? What kind of chaos? What kind of madness? What world are we living in? What kind of fantasy? Please, madam, come inside. Use my toilet. Use my facilities, quick. Put your sphincter away. There's better choices. Don't embarrass yourself. Again, at least this one has downvotes. You're acting like someone pooped in your yard for fun. She's running a marathon and didn't know what to do. It's not like she could just go home. Yeah, it's gross, but she was probably already embarrassed about the situation. Fucking hold it till you get to the porta potties, or even at the, even at the bare minimum, just shit on public property. Like shit on the street. Just anywhere else. At least bury it. And if, what, and I'll go a step further. If you're going to shit in someone's yard, at least have the decency to pick it up. Like a dog. Marathon runners shit their pants all the time. Half the sport is being able to push your body to the limits and accept the consequences. I don't know how common it is, but there is an iconic photo of a marathon runner who's approaching the finish line with fucking doo-doo running down both of their legs. And they have like this really grimaced expression on their face. Actually just covered in more shit than like a baby who filled their diaper. The video is on Twitter. Let me see. You can't really see anything. This guy's got a huge front lawn. Some people also came around the corner and caught her in the act. I don't know if those are like marathon judges making sure no one poops themselves or something, like the goddamn defecation police, but like 2 people come around the corner and actually watch her shit on this man's lawn. Did she not wipe? Well, she didn't pack baby wipes or toilet paper for the marathon. She didn't expect to be shitting in it. Tactical shit drive-by. Yeah, looks like it. But yeah, she just leaves it. Doesn't even look like she makes an attempt to clean it up. That is foul. So the better option was for her to shit herself instead of going in someone's yard. Do you hear how ridiculous that sounds? Like you'd rather someone be covered in shit and publicly embarrass themselves instead of have a corner of poo on your lawn? It's literally part of the sport. Nearly 60% of marathon runners report shitting themselves. I think you're pulling this out of your ass. This stat is just as shitty as this woman in the yard. Like, I don't believe that. But yeah, there's a couple of other options. Fucking poop in public on the street outside of other people's property, or if you're going to poop on someone's yard, treat it like a dog shitting and literally pick it up after yourself. Yeah, 100%. It looks like that's all we got. That was quite a journey. That was an adventure.
First off, runner's diarrhea, as it is known, is a real thing. A study published in the National Library of Medicine in 1992 asked 109 long-distance athletes about their bowel movements during runs. 62% reported that they had stopped for a bowel movement during training. 43% said they had nervous diarrhea before a race, and 51% said they had experienced diarrhea after a race, and 12% reported full-on fecal incontinence while running. That is shockingly high. But that's probably why they have porta potties throughout these marathons, for situations just like this. I guess I don't know how close together those porta potties are, though. Maybe there's like a big gap in between them. Yeah, wild situation. I didn't realize how common poopy pants were during a marathon. I thought that was kind of like an isolated incident. What she did was wrong, but I'm sure in her mind it was sheer panic. Hard to say what you'd do unless you're in the same shoes. Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, like I said, I don't think this was premeditated. I don't think she planned on shitting in someone's yard that day or anything. But even still, like if you know like the floodgates are opening, I would say just do it on like public land, or at least clean up after yourself. Like find some bushes on public property, shit there, or clean up after yourself at the very least instead of just leave it like it was a hit and run, like a drive-by. Twist, she wasn't even actually running in the marathon. Oh, yeah, maybe it's a very nefarious plot. The marathon was just a cover. There was a second shitter on the grassy knoll. This was cool. This was a nice little rabbit hole. I don't even remember who brought that up, but that was interesting. A few days ago, we witnessed an uprising on the same scale as the American Revolution. It was a huge movement on Reddit, where a lot of the major subreddits and just a generally large number of subreddits on the site all decided to go private, effectively shutting down as a way of protesting a Reddit policy change where they were going to start charging for API access. And it wasn't cheap. We're talking Scrooge McDuck level of wealth here that'd be required to keep up with the API cost. The biggest third-party developer and platform is Apollo for Reddit, and it was estimated to cost $20 million a year under the new pricing guidelines from Reddit for the API access. And all of these third-party apps and developers do need API access to exist, so since none of them can afford to shell out 20 million clams, it effectively kills third-party apps as well as some Reddit mod tools that use API access. And it was a heavily down-duted decision. The community was very upset because third-party apps are the preferred method of perusing Reddit for a lot of people. Apparently, the official Reddit app is complete fucking trash. I'm not a huge power user of Reddit, so I was ignorant to all of that. However, I always stand by my belief that if a third-party app is offering a better service than the official one, it should have the right to exist, and it's wrong to try and force them out just because you made a dog shit official app. And I'm also never, pumping my fist and celebrating a company's insatiable gluttony and greed. So I've been out here with the foam finger on the sidelines cheering and rooting for the Redditors that are striking, and it was actually wildly successful. On day one of the protest, there was like 10,000 subreddits almost that went private. They shut down, which effectively shut down Reddit for the majority of users because they couldn't generate content anymore since there wasn't any content left. Reddit is a platform that only exists because users are on it, so if the users aren't there, there's fucking nothing on Reddit. It has no purpose, no reason to exist. It's like the butter bot from Rick and Morty with no butter. So Reddit wasn't working. It was a wildly successful day one of the strike. And now we're 3 days past the initial strike, and I want to give a little post-game analysis here on where we're at. What you're looking at here is the CEO of Reddit. I've actually never seen him myself here, and he's pretty much exactly the mental image I'd have of a Reddit higher up on the food chain. It actually looks like they just typed Redditor into Midjourney and generated this image. This is the CEO, and he basically came out and said that this whole strike is a big nothing burger. It's not a big deal. It'll pass. All blowups do. And they didn't really see a huge effect on Reddit as a whole from the strikes. Now, unfortunately, I don't think a ton of people are surprised here, and this is something I mentioned in the initial video I made on the situation. There was a huge fumble here, a big fucking blunder on the chessboard opening from the Reddit protests. They gave an end date. They said, we are going dark for 48 hours. They told them when it's going to stop. So most people, myself included, understood that this wasn't going to really put the wood on the Reddit CEO or a ton of pressure to fix anything, because he'd only have to grit his teeth and bear it for 2 days, and then it goes back to business as usual. And that's exactly what he's saying with a shit-eating smile on his face. He is just saying, yeah, it's going to blow over. We just have to go 2 days here. Oh well. And then he just brushes his shoulder off. No biggie. He banked on Reddit users being more addicted to karma than heroin. So after the 2-day protesting period, users would flock right back to the service like Disney World was opening again and Spider-Man mascots were ready for pictures. So everyone just floods right back to Reddit. And unfortunately, he's kind of right. We're past the 2-day initial protesting period, so a lot of subreddits are no longer private. But there are a ton of them that still are. There's a lot of subreddits that didn't agree with 2 days, saying that's not enough, that's not going to put enough pressure on them, he's just going to endure it and it's not going to lead to change, which I think is the right mentality. That is correct. It didn't lead to change. 2 days was not enough. So a lot of subreddits have said that they're just going to stay offline indefinitely. And a lot of them still are. So going on Reddit right now, a lot of the bigger subreddits still aren't available to access, which is actually a pretty big deal for the platform, but I guess we'll have to wait and see if they can truly stick to their guns, really test their strength and willpower, their resolve to not have a subreddit to rule over. Can the Reddit mods stand strong and truly put the pressure on Reddit and stay offline until Reddit gets rid of this API greedy change? But in the meantime, the Reddit CEO Steve Huffman is just kind of gloating and spitting in their face, saying that this whole blackout hasn't had significant revenue impact and that the company anticipates that many of the subreddits will be back online by Wednesday. Unfortunately, Steve Huffman's no Nostradamus here. He got that prediction very wrong. His Mayan calendar was off. It's now Thursday as of me making this video, and I wouldn't say most of the subreddits have come back. A large number have, but then there's still a very large number that haven't. He then said, there's a lot of noise with this one. Among the noisiest we've seen, please know that our teams are on it, and like all blowups on Reddit, this one will pass. We absolutely must ship what we said we would. The only long-term solution is improving our product. In the short term, we have a few upcoming critical mod tool launches we need to nail. He just kind of views this whole Reddit blackout as just a bunch of pesky mosquitoes buzzing around annoying him. They need to stay focused on the goal. They gotta ship out some mod tools, and they've gotta make sure they stand by what they said they'd ship out. They can't give an inch or else Redditors will take a mile. It honestly seems like this is the most exciting thing that's ever happened to him in his life. This cyber war that he's fighting. He's living out his anime fantasies of being the protagonist. He's the general giving orders to his troops. He even went as far as to say, I'm sorry to say this, but please be mindful of wearing Reddit gear in public. Some folks are really upset and we don't want you to be the object of their frustration. He thinks that because someone's wearing Reddit gear in public, they're gonna be stoned to death. Or given a swirly in the bathroom, or a fucking atomic wedgie. Brother, I don't think there's mangled corpses of Reddit employees littering the sidewalks out in society right now. He's making it sound like wearing Reddit merch is a death sentence. It's people upset that you have made a greedy change, and they're taking that power back. Your site doesn't exist without them. They know that. So they are striking, hoping that you will overturn this decision. They're not out there threatening the lives of employees or anything like that. They're frustrated at a change you are making because you are a greedy sack of shit. You're like this soulless zombie in a suit who has discovered that most people are using third-party apps because yours is trash. And you're driving them out because you know they can't afford to pay for these price changes. I don't know why he's acting this way about it. Be careful not to wear Reddit merch. Don't let anyone see that you're a Redditor. Make sure no one smells that you're a Redditor. It could be the end of your life. It's so goofy. But it's even goofier because the whole email memo leaked, so you can actually read how he talks to his employees, and it's so fucking embarrassing. So he kicks off this internal memo by saying, "Hi, snooze." And I've never seen that word in my life. I didn't know what that word meant. I thought he had just dropped a slur in here. I had to look it up to try and piece together the puzzle and figure out what that meant, and apparently snooze are little Reddit avatar things. So he's basically just doing what Discord used to do with Wumpus and Springle, the help support elf. He's basically just RPing,
which is so fucking embarrassing. That is the most on-brand Redditor shit ever. He goes on to say, starting last night, about 1,000 subreddits have gone private. We do anticipate many of them will come back by Wednesday, as many have said as much. While we knew this was coming, it is a challenge nevertheless, and we have our work cut out for us. A number of snooze have been working around the clock, adapting to infrastructure strains, engaging with communities, and responding to the myriad of issues related to the blackout. Thank you, team. I think this perfectly highlights the problem with giving them an end date on your protest. In the memo, he's even like, yeah, we know many of them will be back by Wednesday because they told us. Like, there was just no reason to fucking put a time frame on it, like a time limit. Hey guys, we're protesting, but just for 48 hours. That's it. So, yeah, don't worry about it. It's just a 48-hour protest. That was fucking silly. Now, that number went from 1,000 subreddits going private to about 10,000, which I think is far more than he expected. However, a lot of them have come back now, but not all of them. Still a large number are down. But you can see how not seriously he took it. Like, he didn't care that much about it internally. He's just like, yeah, we knew this was probably going to come, and it's, you know, somewhat of a headache, but you guys have got this. It's not that big of a deal. Thanks, team. Good work, snooze. We do not see any significant revenue impact so far, and we'll continue to monitor. And then he goes into what I've already covered, where he's talking about how it'll blow over because everything on Reddit blows over because everyone's too addicted to the platform. They'll always come back. Then he goes in to say, the two biggest third-party apps, Apollo and RIF, along with a couple of others, said they plan to shut down at the end of the month, but we're still in conversations with some of the others. And as I mentioned in my post last week, we'll exempt accessibility-focused apps and has so far reached agreements with RedReader and Dystopia. Now, this is something that I think is worth talking about just briefly. He says that accessibility-focused third-party apps will be exempt from the pricing changes, but I think that's ephemeral. I think that's just a little band-aid here for a PR move where he's going to allow these apps that focus on accessibility to exist exempt from this price change, but only for a brief period of time. I feel like as those become more and more popular, he would start to subject them to that pricing change as well. This is just one of those things where he's trying to save face, like, these are direct competition, and I don't like the developer of Apollo. We had very dirty talks. For those that don't know, Apollo and Reddit were directly communicating, and things went very sour. Fucking Reddit started accusing the Apollo dev of, like, blackmail and a bunch of other things. Just, like, started throwing a bunch of feces on his face, and then eventually the Apollo dev had to come out and clear his name, so that was a whole can of worms. So this is the Reddit CEO going like, those are bad actors, they're shady, but the accessibility-focused third-party apps, they're fine. But I feel like that wouldn't last very long if they started to become more and more popular. He'd once again just make sure that they pay this crazy API price once they're more popular. But that's just pure speculation from a fucking dumb idiot like me. Overall, I find this whole situation pretty interesting because this is a top 10 website in the world, and the users here really have an incredible amount of power, which is uncommon in situations like this. If the users all just agree not to unprivate the subreddits, the site actually just can't function, like we saw earlier this week. So them protesting like this has actually done significant damage. Regardless of what the Reddit CEO says, the fact that people couldn't access it for like a whole day is a big deal. Like that is huge. And I think they started to notice that, which is why so many are still offline. I do hope that they overturn this decision. Like I said, I hate corporate greed like this, and I always believe that third-party apps that offer a better service should have the right to exist. So I am rooting for them here, but I am not expecting a huge change from Reddit here. I don't think they're going to go back on their decision. I think what's most likely to happen is the Reddit CEO will just install new Reddit mods and then force the subreddits to unprivate. He'll just go behind the scenes internally, flip the switch, have the subreddits go live again, get rid of the mods that were protesting, install, new mods that'll just be his little puppets that he can control, and that'll be how Reddit gets back on track. That's my theory, once again, purely speculation from a dumb idiot. But that's kind of what I'm expecting to happen. I don't see a world where they walk back this pricing model, but I really do hope they do. Like I said, I am rooting for the Redditors in this case, and just wanted to give a little update since now we're past the 48-hour protesting period, and there are still a lot of subreddits that are staying closed, which I think is great. So, yeah. Reddit's not fully dead yet, but it's looking a little iffy for the future of the platform at the very least. That's about it. See ya. We recently experienced a government shutdown, and now, with the 1-2 punch here, the two-piece combo, we are experiencing something even more devastating. The r/art shutdown. Lord help us all. The mods decided to sail off into the sunset, and it looks like that subreddit is now just in shambles. With no tyrants to moderate it anymore, there is nothing left. And they couldn't even just leave without making it cringe. They made a post about it. I'll go ahead and show you that real quick. But in a nutshell, if you haven't followed the story at all, there was a mod on r/art who took down a post from an artist named Hayden Clay because he had mentioned the word print when replying to a compliment in the thread, which is against rule number 9 on the 10 commandments of r/art, where you can't promo anything. So they took down his post, and he reached out to them in DM saying, hey, you really gonna take my post down because I gave a little more information? And he said, you broke the rules. I can also delete your entire history if you'd like as well, which was very hostile, a very power-trippy response, to which Hayden Clay responded, basically saying, like, this is a little weird. And they said, okay, take this then, Buster. Here's your just desserts, and deleted his entire post history, which included all of his art, some of which was some of the most popular on the entire subreddit, which is a pretty big blow. Hayden then responded to that again, just saying, like, this is ridiculous, seems like you have a vendetta, and he said, I don't know who the fuck you are. Some main character energy, just really eye-rolling, nauseating shit. To which Hayden once again responded about, like, how ridiculous it was, and then they said, you're reported for harassment, have a good day, which ended up immediately banning Hayden from Reddit for 3 days, because apparently Reddit mods have that kind of power, where even the admins will just bend the knee to them. It was a huge deal, big hoopla. I made a video about it yesterday, and everyone was upset at these mods because this is just completely unfair and it's ridiculous. It's unhinged to be behaving that way. And now, in response to everyone calling it out, this is what they did. I know, apparently the r/art mods are throwing in the towel. They made this dramatic post. We out. You win. We all resign. This is them signing off, I suppose, after so many people called out what they did as being just fucking ridiculous. They can't even just leave without making it cringy. It's impressive. They still had to do some kind of little song and dance on their way out. I know, they think this shit went so hard. It's so tough. Just fucking dorks. Just complete dorks. Power-tripping dweebs. So everyone was making fun of them, shooting spitballs, myself included. How can you not make fun of a vermin this embarrassing? And then, this afternoon, they made this post. So I guess they're resigning, which is cute, because it's not like a real position. It's not like a, give me your badge and your gun. This is literally just logging out. That's it. This is one of the bigger subs, too. They'll be replaced quickly. They're probably just going to make alt accounts. They're not going to be replaced. One thing that I have learned about Reddit is that there is this upper echelon of, like, closed-door handshake mods that all moderate, like, 90% of this fucking platform. And this is such a big subreddit, there's no doubt in my mind they're just going to have them make another account to be a mod or some shit, pretending. There's no way. They're not going anywhere. That ego response by the mod. I mean, it's crazy ego just from being a fucking unpaid moderator of a subreddit. Also very possible they paid for the position to begin with. I don't know about that. I don't know how that works. If you pay to be a mod on Reddit, that should be a jailable offense. It would be so interesting if someone infiltrated the inner circle of Reddit mods. I think it'd be interesting, yeah. I think that actually would be a fascinating story. Because maybe some of them do get paid for it. It's possible. I doubt it, but it is possible. It's just so lame. They couldn't even just recognize that the problem was their behavior. There's just no level of, like, self-awareness, it seems. Like, if you're gonna resign, which again is just such a loser way of putting it, you are a fucking unpaid janitor on a Reddit subreddit. Like, come on. It's not that big of a position here where, you know, there's going to be some kind of, like, ceremonious ordeal around it. But if you were going to, like, relinquish that position, maybe having some reflection like, here's why. I understand where you guys were coming from. I apologize for being such an insufferable douchebag asshole to this artist. You know, maybe something like that would have been in good taste. But instead, they just hit you with the, we out, you win, we all resign. It's just, it's just so skin-crawlingly annoying. But I guess this is a very strong brotherhood because it was one moderator who went rogue. Well, potentially two because of the story I covered 3 years ago where a guy fucking melted down because he thought one of the artists submitted AI art when he was proven wrong. He said, well, your art isn't what I like anyway and AI can do it better. Get out of here, Buster, plus you're muted. That could have been two different people, but at most, that's two people on this mod team. That's not the entire mod team. But because of these two, the entire team decided to disband together in solidarity. So it seems like they kind of rally behind that behavior, at least that's the perspective I get. The impression this leaves me with is that these mods felt like they did absolutely nothing wrong and people were just being ridiculous with pitchforks calling for their scalp. So instead they're just going to be the bigger people and just leave. That's it. But they don't think they did anything that warrants any kind of, you know, outrage. That's the impression I get. I think it's so weird how the entire mod team now leaves because of the behavior of one, potentially two of them. That to me shows that they kind of huff their own farts and enable themselves. Like they wind each other up and think that they're constantly correct. It's just, I don't know, very pathetic, really, all around. But maybe it's not the entire mod team. That's just how it reads. It said, we all resign. And the subreddit is now in like a limbo. So it seems like it's the entire mod team on r/art. But maybe it's not. Maybe it's just a couple of them. Who knows? What I do know, though, is that I want to leave you with like a little positive nugget here that I was going over on stream last night. I don't know how many of you saw this, but there's actually a really hype collab between Assassin's Creed Shadows and Attack on Titan. Holy fuck, it's a disaster. You have to see this shit. Like, I don't think it's worth making a whole video on, but you at least need to check out a snippet of this. Speaking of art, did anyone see the Assassin's Creed Attack on Titan collab? It's incredible. This might just get me back into Assassin's Creed. It is actual peak. Look at this shit. This might just have me fire up Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Ascend!
No, it can't be! No! Get out of there!
Go!
Come on!
Come and get it!
Why does he look like Skibbity Toilet? I don't know, that's Ubisoft polish for you right there, baby. Oh, also, if you were thinking that you were going to be able to fight this as some kind of boss fight or something, think again. This is the extent of the encounter. You just run away and then he gets trapped.
Someone back home once said,
Boy howdy do I have a wacky update for you. If you're standing up, you're gonna want to take a seat. This is big. This'll wake your grandma up. I posted a video earlier today giving you the aftermath of the r/art Reddit mod meltdown and how apparently the entire mod team had resigned, basically turning in their badge and gun saying, you know what? We're done here, bucko. All because one greasy ghoul on the moderation team let his ego spiral out of control because of that small crumb of power he was given as a moderator on the subreddit. And he just went ballistic. He lost his mind, lost his marbles, but could never lose his virginity, and it was just pure pandemonium. He got called out, couldn't handle the criticism, and then it seems like the entire mod team disbanded because of it. But I just learned, because I was reading the comments on the video, that Dolan Darkest had posted an update to the story that actually paints a very different, even more pathetic picture than what we thought happened. Because their post just says, "We out, you win, we all resign." What if I told you that's not the whole story? What if I told you that was a big fat lie? The call's coming from inside the house. It turns out that the real scoop here is even more degenerate than you could possibly imagine. Like, I don't even think fanfic writers would have come up with something this embarrassingly pathetic. So, big thanks to Dolan Darkest for uncovering this, because it is unbelievably comical. This is a truly special crash out that undoes 15 years of professional Redditing. It's incredible. And I use the word professional Redditing in jest. That's not really a thing. If anyone calls himself a professional Redditor, that is someone that needs to be locked inside Arkham Asylum ASAP.
It turns out the moderator who power tripped and caused all of this in the first place, known as Neo Diogenes, actually had one last power trip. According to one moderator, they had no idea what had happened, as no communication was given when the subreddit was locked down. He undid this lockdown, and then he got kicked as a mod.
So this was one of the mods on the team that was unaware they were fighting in a war right now. They didn't know Judgment Day had happened. So they're saying, "I woke up to a bunch of people DMing me about a situation I knew nothing about and responding to my comments in completely unrelated subreddits. I contacted admins, tried to contact the mod who had locked the subreddit through various channels, attempted to undo the lock, got my actions undone, then got booted as a mod. Now I see posts from meme subreddits I frequent and give my side. I haven't chosen anything, lol." He then went on to explain that there can be unlimited mods, so he wasn't like taking somebody's space by being there, and only did what he could to help out with some of the tools and things like that. And it was not like, constant updates what was happening there, which is why he was out of the loop. So Scooby-Doo and the crew pulled up here, and Dolan unmasked the mustache-twirling evil villain, and it turns out it was someone named Neo Diogenes, which, according to a lot of people on Reddit, is someone that has somewhat of a toxic history. I'm not overly familiar with Neo Diogenes and his reign of tyranny and terror. I have no clue. But according to Dolan, that was the mod that was going on this wacky power trip. And this mod here is saying that they actually tried to lift the lockdown, which, trying to get them out of DEF CON, ended up putting their own asshole in the crosshairs of superstar sniper Neo Diogenes, and he enacted revenge. He reinstated lockdown protocol and then booted this mod.
The only other active moderator I could find also posted that they didn't leave voluntarily, calling the mod that kicked them stupid, and providing proof they were randomly kicked, saying it was definitely just one mod crashing out.
This is another r/art moderator echoing the same sentiment as the previous one about getting kicked randomly. So basically, Neo Diogenes was purging. He was on a fucking crazy crash out, leaving bodies in his wake. I don't have access to any logs anymore, but I can post this as proof that I didn't leave voluntarily. You don't get these messages when you leave a subreddit on your own. I'm not sure which mod did it, but they're fucking stupid in any case. And then they posted the screenshot. The other message Dolan highlights from this mod is about how they believe it is one mod crashing out, which I think is the correct theory here. I think that's pinning the tail on the donkey. And keep in mind, all of this started because the person whose post they removed messaged him asking, "Are you really going to do this because I provided information?" That's what started all of this. Someone just messaged the mod loosely questioning their decision, like with the enforcement of their rules, because it was a bit of a stretch. And that's what started all of this. Someone dared have the gall, the strong chin, to question Neo Diogenes.
Now, during Neo Diogenes' crash out, he actually left a bunch of unhinged, sarcastic messages, deleting them 30 minutes later. Comments such as, "You're right, we look like total shits. It's why we quit. Better to be done with all that because we obviously suck at everything. You won, we quit. Go and live life to the fullest, champ. Like I said, I'm boring."
Looking at the message history from Neo Diogenes is just so sad. Yep, it's my fragile ego. For 15 years, all I did was, I'm assuming that says moderate. I don't know why it's censored. Maybe it's a joke. Maybe Dolan's viewing it as like a slur. And Reddit. Sometimes simultaneously. Holy shit, this guy's like an X-Men mutant. He's able to moderate and Reddit at the same time? What the fuck? I didn't know anyone could be so powerful. I was blissfully unaware that superhumans like this existed amongst us mere mortals. Wow, that's crazy talent. God, the tone of his messages is truly insufferable. Just playing the world's smallest violin for his pity party and the wambulance showing up. Yep, that's right. It was a temper tantrum. I've learned my lesson. It's why I'm not going to be a mod again. I'm not cut out for it. Sure, whatever you want to call it. Either way, the result is what you see. You're right. It would have been a good idea in hindsight and all that. You're right, we look like total shits, it's why we quit. Better to be done with all that because we obviously suck at, well, everything. Actually disgusting that he's roping in anyone else on the mod team to his temper tantrum. This was a solo project here from this guy. It was entirely just him alone on the front lines of this battle. The mod team was not backing him from everything I've seen.
And now, it looks like he has completely nuked his Reddit account. I actually caught this in action when I checked out his account earlier today. All of his posts being deleted and replaced with random words using a plugin, and now his Reddit account has absolutely no posts left on it, nuking 15 years of moderation that he did for free, by the way, nuking an entire subreddit because you couldn't deal with criticism, and then kicking every other mod while you're at it, making it their problem as well. And then deleting every single comment you've ever made on Reddit. That's some major main character energy there.
That was a beautiful callback from Dolan there. That shit had me giggling when he brought out the major main character energy. That was what Neo Diogenes said to Hayden Clay when Hayden was like, hey man, it really feels like you have a vendetta against me because of this is just way too extreme with what you're doing. That was one of his responses. He said, I don't even know who the fuck you are. That is some major main character energy. So, based on this investigation here, with all available evidence, it seems that that post, we out, you win, we all resign, was very misleading. The truth, hidden in the pudding here, is that one mod was going through a very impressive crash out, and while still power tripping, sucking their own dick, kicked the other mods of r/art, then made that post, making it seem like they all banded together in unity and left together as a result of the backlash from this guy going off the rails. That is a nefarious plot right there. That is dubious, to say the least. So now all the other mods that seem to not be on his side at all have now been roped into it because of him kicking them, making that post, making it seem as though they were still suckling off his nipples there. Like, hey, we're in this together. Like as if they were backing him up. But that's just not the case, it doesn't seem. That's crazy to go this far. So he kicks all the other mods and then deletes his entire 15-year Reddit history, and it seems like Reddit is the most important thing to this guy's life. So that is a big fucking deal. All because the guy whose post you removed dared ask for more clarification and if there was any wiggle room to maybe, like, instead of delete everything, just remove that comment that he believed was violative. Because someone dared ask him a question and try and, like, expand and question him, it started this crash out. That's unhinged. And I'm not exaggerating either. It was one message that set this guy off. They hadn't talked previously from what I can see. When that poster was moved, he just asked, hey, are you really going to remove it because I gave a little extra information? And immediately he goes into, like, combat stance. He's like, all right, it's time to get pugilistic. You ready for fisticuffs? I'm gonna maybe delete your entire post history. Would you like that? I could do that if you want. And the guy's like, okay, bud, calm down here. And he's like, okay, it's gone. Like, that's it. He took the smallest, most trivial nothing burger and blew it up into this. I just can't, like, it is a very special crash out. And also, my apologies to the mod team. I had no idea that he was using you like puppets in his game here. He was the chess master and you were pawns on his board. I didn't know, and I apologize for, I guess, making the assumption that you were all, you know, fighting together here based on his post saying that you were, or implying that you were. And I'm going to be super honest with you here, sports fans. It's hard for me to even be mad at this mod anymore. It has become, it's so fucking cartoonish at this point, this level of pettiness. I didn't even know somebody could be so petty. I didn't know that was possible. And from what I can tell, Hayden Clay, as a result of all of this, has gotten a ton of support. So that's really good to see. And it has just been a pretty incredible series of events to watch unfold here over the last 24 hours.
Anyway, I had to give you the follow-up here once I watched Stolen Darkest video on it. Unreal. That's about it. See ya. You felt that, didn't you? Just pushed your soul out of your body for a brief moment like the Ancient One in Doctor Strange. Yeah, I'm a big martial arts guy. You could say I'm somewhat of a savant when it comes to hand-to-hand combat. I'm a little pugilistic sometimes, and as such I like to dabble in the martial arts world, learning new disciplines and new techniques. I've made a lot of videos going over various forms of martial arts across the planet, and today I just found a new one I'd never seen before. This is kind of like a martial arts ninja warrior course, but only for the most elite combatants this planet has to offer.
Ush, power baby. Martial arts ninja warrior course. Up first, Felix the Cuban Cowboy. Here in Brandon, Florida. Us. Good hit. Agility rings. Ground and pound. Us.
I really thought this was Kid Rock when I first saw this video, but it turns out it's Felix the Cuban Cowboy, I believe is what the commentator called him. And he also said that this is a martial arts competition, which I think is a really cool title for it. I don't know if that was on accident or not, but that goes ballistic. Now, since I'm new to this sport, I'm just a wee little baby still suckling on mama's teats when it comes to this one here. I don't fully grasp the rules or the setup, but it's very clear they want to showcase their abilities. So right now, you can see Felix the Cuban Cowboy. He's got more moves than a fucking Tekken fighter. This guy comes up to the first obstacle, which is the stack of boards, and he gets him with one of these, the big-time hammer fist, getting them with the giant fist, as Patrick said, and breaks through every board like tissue paper. And that's not just like plywood you'd find at Michael's or something. That right there, that's wood. Like, that's got like an iron core in there. That's supposed to be used in the construction of buildings. But what's a building to a man like Felix? Just a punching bag. So he finishes that off, moves on to his next target, which is just concrete. That has a chance against Felix's fists. Goes through that, fucking vaporizes it, deatomizes it. Then he delivers a really impressive front kick. So it was almost kind of like a ballerina the way he delivered that. It was one of these. So it's very rare that you'll ever see one of those pulled off in the wild unless you're fighting elementary school children, like elementary school sized combatants. But still a very powerful kick, and you could see it sent the punching bag flying. And then, of course, we don't even need to speak on his agility. He very clearly has an athletic background, probably a D1 college athlete, so he's still got it. Man was moving through those rings like he had a nat 1 on the athletics check there, but it's not always about the agility. You could see he was delivering some powerful blows, and then of course he gets to the ground and pound, and you know that that's curtains for whoever he got on the ground. Now, the announcer called out that this was 18 seconds, so I don't know if you're going for speed or, like, completion, you know, like how well you broke the boards, how much power you generated, because you could kind of just sprint through all of this and hit the boards on the way and get a much faster time, because he didn't really do the agility portion in general. Like, he just didn't really, like, do it, and it doesn't seem like he was penalized for it. So I really think there's a lot of potential here with the meta.
18 seconds. Next up, Alexander Carlos. On the more challenging course, you cannot continue till all the materials are broken in each station. 2 concrete slabs. Removing the shoe. Next station, Kick Bob. Here at the ISKL, Gasper the Classic. Alexander Carlos likes to have fun on the course. Rear naked choke.
Alexander Carlos is a madman. This guy's a psychopath out there, and he always has been in the circuit. He's got a reputation for going out there having fun, and the way he has fun is through death. You see what he was delivering there? He's yelling and screaming, "Yeah!" And then he's breaking boards. Kind of. He broke some boards, and then he had to go back again and finish it off with the last little fatality. He then gets an incredible axle kick onto the concrete. That was impressive. And then going up to the punching bag man, gets him with some kind of just like sweeping kick, and then the rear naked choke. That was sexual. That wasn't, at that point, he was just really asserting his authority over this man, letting him know, I'm fucking you. Like, I'm not just beating your ass, we're fucking. And it's consensual, and we both like it.
Agility ladder, which is used in many sports. He's decided to do the bunny hop. Next station, left hand. You cannot continue until you've broken them all. Going with some knee strikes. Breaking, making his way to the west coast of Florida, where it's been non-existent, the power zone. Thanks to the ISKL for bringing us to break. Us. There you go.
He may not have been able to break those boards, but he did break my heart. That was just sad. I've never seen one of these, like, McDojo martial arts demonstrations end with a board not breaking. That shit is held together by wet dreams and nothing else. Those boards fall apart when you touch them. And somehow, he fails to break the boards like 4 times, so he has to go individually, like an assembly line of breaking the boards over his knee, and even one time it didn't break on his knee. This man has got a body made out of pillows. He's healing the wood, actually, with each of his strikes.
He's at 1 minute and 15 seconds. He's got 3 stations left. Foot stomp. Gotta break them all. Oops. A great test for agility, technique, and speed. 1 minute, 40 seconds. Last up.
1 minute 40? New course record. Now, it may not have been the fastest time, but it was the most devastating. It was a bad day to be a block of wood when Alexander was coming through, I'll tell you that much. They will never forget this day. He put the fear of God in him, that's for sure. I also don't know why he loves, like, the two-legged hop method, like he's doing one of those, what were they, like, the sack races, where you put, like, a big sack over yourself and you, like, jump around. The things they used to have, like, at the Renaissance Fair when you were a kid. I don't know why he approaches agility like that, like he's some kind of kangaroo.
Myself, let's see if I can beat Felix this time. Yes. You want to break it with one shot. Agility ladder, left hand. Yes. Foot stomp, 16 seconds. Power, baby. Yes.
Us indeed. Holy. Power doesn't even begin to describe it. Nuclear energy? That's power. This. It's a weapon of mass destruction. Holy shit. He flew through that. If you blinked, you were already dead. He is like the real life movie trope of when a samurai cuts through someone and then like their body slowly falls apart. Like, it doesn't even register that there was a cut until all of a sudden it's on the ground in half. That's what he just did to that course. 1 second it was there, the next second he's on the other side and everything just explodes, combusts all at once from the speed. That was nuts. So there's a reason why this guy is commentating. He is clearly at the top of the food chain when it comes to this martial arts sport. Again, I don't exactly know the parameters here, but I think it's very clear who the alpha is.
Power. Martial arts ninja warrior course, testing speed, agility, and technique. Let's see who runs the course the fastest. Front row, hammer fist, us.
We got another speed demon out here, another fucking freak on the course. This guy's out there and he is banking it. He is making a spankarooski out of this course. So he blasts through it. Now this is a different configuration. This is like an upper level elite course, I believe. I'm going to be honest, I don't know how a lot of these translate to combat, because you walk through and step on like 5 boards. I guess this would be like if you had your opponent face down, like hands behind their back, and this is how you finish them off execution style with a curb stomp. Potentially that's what that's supposed to simulate. But then, one thing I can tell you was very real here, not a simulation. When he kicked that last board with the guy holding it, he hit his fingers. I know that guy was pissed. He was probably mad as hell. Because he misses the board, he hits the guy's fingers, and the guy's fingers break the board from being pushed backwards. I know he was mad.
13 seconds for Sebastian. Up next, Alexander Carlos, the special needs fitness guru. Here we go. The agility, steps, axe kick. 13 is the record to win. Side kick. Looks like he's taking his time, having some fun with it. He's at about 16 seconds right now. Here at the FBBA season opener, Miami, Florida, front row. Getting up, hammer fist, and finishing off with the side kick. He's at about 38 seconds. Gonna finish with over 40 seconds. Removing the shoe. Yes. Power, baby.
Yeah, that's right. Alexander Carlos back at it again in the Thunderdome. He said, "This is my stomping ground and I'll prove it." And he's looking a little more nimble here, so I don't know which came first, the chicken or the egg, whether it was the first competition with Kid Rock or this one here, but all I can say for sure is his knees worked a lot better in this demonstration. You could see during the agility rings he was actually hopping quite gracefully. He of course is bringing his classic signature high energy screaming and squealing, and I really appreciate his freestyle where he uses some kind of forbidden martial arts maneuver, I believe, outlawed centuries ago, where he gets on the ground, lifts his leg like a dog taking a piss, and then brings the hammer down with his foot onto that board before getting up and doing his front roll, which unfortunately did discombobulate him a little bit. You could see he got very dizzy and off balance. He almost fell over. I thought he was about to pass out. I thought that might have been the end of Alexander Carlos, but this legend was able to push through and get another minute or so time on the course. Again, not the fastest, but by far the most powerful we've seen. So these were the only clips I've found of this sport, but I really enjoyed it. I don't exactly know all the inner workings of it, but I can appreciate good martial arts when I see it. That's about it. So yeah. I'm a black belt in Taekwondo. Did you know that? Don't believe me? Look at this. What do you say to that? That's a warrior. I achieved black belt at 10 years old. I was a prodigy. Could have been like the Jet Li of Florida if it wasn't for the old trick knee. Now, I'm sure, just with the old eyeball test, you could deduce that I was built a little different. I'm an organic weapon. You probably just didn't realize what caliber. I just realized in that picture I was wearing a white belt. That was at the beginning of my journey, and a mere 6 months later, I achieved black belt status. I speedran it. Because it was a McDojo. Not the finest academy America has to offer by any means. It was an after-school Taekwondo course where basically as long as you kept going there and paying the fee to attend, you would be getting an upgrade to your belts on a schedule, kind of like a fucking battle pass more so than anything. So I was just there long enough and got the black belt. But it doesn't mean it didn't turn me into a fucking powerhouse of combat. Like, check this out. It gave me the gift of the high kick. You might not have seen it on camera there, but there was a black flash that happened. Anyway, I mentioned this impressive resume because today I saw a clip of a martial artist on a television show. I believe it's called Lubin, and he was demonstrating his expertise with Bruce Lee level maneuvers, and I saw a lot of people were kind of clowning on it, and I kind of wanted to come in here with my keen eye and tell you what's actually going on.
Καρατέγκα κατάσταση.
Ναι, και δεν έχουμε πρότυπο μια ζωή, έχουμε και τη σκηνή.
Γύριξε μια ψυχή έτσι πριν καθίσεις να μας δώσεις λίγο από αυτήν την κίνηση, ναι. Λίγη ενέργεια.
You can't just wake up one day and do this. This is clearly someone who spent years studying and finally honing his craft here. And you can see the delicacy, but the lethality of each and every move. That's what I find so impressive about this display. Now, I obviously have no clue at all what they're saying. I don't speak the language, but danger is universal. Just like a smile, it can be understood in every language, and what he is doing there is nothing shy of some of the most dangerous moves I've ever seen on film.
Ναι.
The mic briefly picked up the speed of those punches, but I don't think, unless you're familiar with martial arts to the level that I am, you will have been able to register every single one of those punches. He threw out over 44 punches. I counted each one of them. Even if you go frame by frame, you won't see them because it's almost impossible with the naked eye. It is unbelievable just how fast he can throw that out. That is like an actual JoJo's Bizarre Adventure moment right there, but without the stand. He makes it look so easy. That footwork right there, a dance of death. You won't see any footwork that smooth in any of our combat sports. Interestingly enough, I saw some people poking fun at how high his kicks are, and it's so clear that your ignorance is blinding you. It's actually kind of disgusting. There's different kicks for different opponents. I feel like most people should know that. And what he's showcasing here isn't kicks he would use to disarm a fucking Elbaf giant. Right now, what he's showing you is a flurry of blows that could be used to dismantle an entire field trip if they decided to ambush him. So he's taking down middle school-sized kids.
Το βγάζει την ενέργεια, κατάλαβες, την αρνητική εμένα. Με εκφράζει.
Σε εκφράζει.
Ναι, πολύ. Πολύ, με εκφράζει και
When put side by side with Bruce Lee footage, it's nearly identical. You'd have to work extremely hard to spot a single difference between the two. Now, since I don't know what they're saying, I also don't know what the format of the show is. So it looks like they have 3 judges there, so I'm thinking it might be some kind of talent show like The X Factor or something like that. And I didn't hear a golden buzzer go off, so I feel like they may not have fully understood what they were watching. Because anyone familiar with martial arts would have absolutely hit the golden buzzer the second he threw out his reverse cowgirl super kick.
Κάρτο. Έτσι με κοιτάζει. Μαζί πάμε να το δώσουμε.
Πάμε.
Ναι.
The host going in there to try the moves for herself to emulate a small fraction of what he's put on display here really helps put into perspective the level of mastery this man has over combat entirely. Because he made it look so effortless. It looked like just a walk in the park. So she felt confident that she could go out there and do something similar, and she broke her ankle. She had a very big ankle sprain, no doubt, because it's not something you can just do. It's something you have to study and train daily for years. This man has turned his body into a weapon. Every muscle fiber just more ammunition for that weapon. And I think it's very clear now when you see the host try it, you can't do that. Very few people on this planet can. And that's kind of the beauty of it. I just wanted to share this because I think there was people that were a little confused by it, not really understanding how difficult martial arts moves like this are to execute. But with my Taekwondo background, and also my avid watching of Steven Seagal's movies as well as his Aikido expertise, I can see things like this in a way others can't. A lens that few have the ability to perceive. Now, I may have mentioned Steven Seagal, but I don't want to compare these two martial artists because there's no one on this planet, nay, in this universe, that can hold a candle to Steven Seagal. That motherfucker could flip you out of your chair from behind the computer screen. Like, right now, if Steven Seagal was here in this room with me, he'd come up to the camera and get you with one of these, like the old dick twist, and have you fucking barrel roll out of your chair. So, I only used his name as a reference to just how much I study the highest level of combat. And I do think this is up there on the highest levels of combat. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit because I was pretty perturbed to see some people clowning on it. And that's really about it. So yeah. I'm going to be honest, I'm sick and tired of you being so weak that you can't win every street fight you find yourself in, so I'm about to change that. You're welcome, no need to thank me. I'm going to introduce you to humanity's finest warrior, Adam. He is our combat specialist that is undefeatable and invincible. In fact, he's my sensei, and I've been studying under him for about a year now, and I don't like to toot my own horn, but just to give you an example of the power that he can bestow upon us mere mortals, I don't even get bit by mosquitoes anymore because I can sense them coming and channel my chi into my palms and actually force blast them away, deatomizing them. And check this out. Think about what I can do to the human body with that kind of power at my disposal, and it's all thanks to Adam's teachings. He is a Tai Chi expert.
Very light touch. Just 1 gram of pressure. Because it's correct, not because it's light. Light is just light. Or, he's so powerful. Oh, he crushes me. I use not light, I use heavy.
Almost too much heavy, nearly launched that man into an alternate timeline. This is what it looks like to be truly at the top of your game. He barely even has to touch him, and he's sending him flying. He's fucking ragdolling him here. He is potato sacking this poor gentleman for the demonstration. And keep in mind, that's only using one little tiddlywink of pressure, just 1 simple gram of pressure. Imagine what he's capable of if he turns that chi dial up and he gets into like 15 milliliters, like maybe even like 20 ounces, or God forbid, a kilogram worth of chi. Now, since I've been studying Tai Chi from Adam for a while, he calls it Tai Chi, I'm able to pick up on subtle things that most of you probably didn't see, so I'm going to break it down for you plebeians. Adam was actually moving so fast during this demonstration that after he sent the student flying, Adam himself zoomed over there and gave him a Naruto 1,000 years of pain, and then sat right back down, all in a single frame that you probably can't even find through slowing this video down. Only through the trained peepers of a Tai Chi master was I able to pick up on this.
I use heavy. Very heavy. Or very light. I use very slow. Very slow. Doesn't matter how fast he wants to move. I use slow.
Not only is Adam a biological weapon, he's a biological anomaly. There is no way of knowing just how old this guy is. He's got the hairstyle of fucking Neo Cortex from Crash Bandicoot. He looks like a mad scientist that's in his 70s, but has the body of a gamer. There's just no way of pinning the tail on this donkey. It's checkmate. If you were forced to give a police sketch description of the gentleman who spiritually fucked your soul without ever even touching you, how would you even describe this gentleman?
Well, I use very fast. Change. Not light, not heavy, not fast, not slow. Correct. Not incorrect. Try to follow the method. If you have sincerity towards the method, towards Tai Chi Chuan will be sincere to you.
Profound and thought-provoking words, and it's a motto I live my life by now. And thanks to following this code, this method, I am able to ejaculate without ever even touching myself.
So looking at anti-takedown or counter-takedown.
Now maybe some of you non-believing heretics didn't trust the method there with Adam's demonstration while sitting down. Maybe you thought the student was in on it and just kind of playing along with the ruse and it's all a sham. Well, do I have the answer for you? This is Sifu Adam teaching us all how his Tai Chi can be used to prevent MMA takedowns, and he peels back the curtain here on some forbidden techniques, the repulse monkey and, Lord help us all, golden cock. Also, shout out to whoever in Adam's life told him to just shave his head. Probably the best decision he's made since starting his Tai Chi training. Shaving his head was crucial. He de-aged himself like 30 years just from that maneuver right there. So even if you take nothing away from the martial arts here, martial arts, a term I'm using very loosely, let this be a lesson to you that sometimes you need to reevaluate your style.
The repulse monkey. We shift the weight back and we step back on the line and it's got some an, jin, and you release out for repulse monkey. It's a great way to defend the single leg takedown or even an attempt at a double leg. So just to look at the method, if they were going to shoot in, I'd shift back, turn my body as he's still coming in, touch the head, and just follow far towards the ground or out to the side.
An extension of that movement that I was theory crafting on in Tai Chi is after the repulse monkey and you're following them down like this, you can keep following through, doing a full ballerina twist, getting out a shovel and digging their grave, because you just fucking killed them with the repulse monkey if you're using this technique. Only use this on someone that you think deserves to die. This is way too powerful to just be freely posting on YouTube. I can't believe it's here.
So back if you're more engaged, like so. And then if they really work it, again, throw some punches or whatever. Okay, and then of course you can step in to finish.
Good luck to MMA takedowns going forward, am I right? How do you stop that? You can't. You can't. You can only hope to, negotiate your way out of there diplomatically. Like, hey, look, I'm sorry I went for an MMA takedown. I didn't know you had mastered the repulse monkey. Please spare me and my family. I had no fucking clue who I was dealing with. But it's probably already too late, because if he busted out the repulse monkey, your goose is already cooked, friend.
So they grab your legs, and they drive forward and pick up your leg and so on to take you down. So we could look at maybe golden cock, right? In the large frame once again, and you change, and there's the arm as you transfer, and then you pick up the other leg.
The golden cock, I don't even think I need to explain to you. We've all heard of that before. It's basically the dance of death. It's like a real-life waterfowl dance, honestly.
So I'd look at it slowly. If he did get my leg, I failed, I didn't get back in time. He picks up my knee and drives forward. I follow, picking up the foot like golden cock. And then I do the transition and sink the arm. Now, the key to this is that, so in the form here, when I change and sink down, that I sink the chi, mobilize the chi to my foot and to my hands, mobilizing out so that my leg becomes impossibly heavy. I'm following with my leg and then firing through my leg and continuing and guiding and adding jin with the hands.
He makes it look so easy, but in practice, you'll never find someone that can do it so fluidly, because there's a lot that's happening internally. As he mentioned, he has to be mobilizing his chi into different areas. It's not as simple as just this. Only an amateur would think it's just this. There's a lot of chi that happens, and I'm going to try my best here, so if I crash through the floor, just know I made my leg too impossibly heavy with too much chi. But what he's doing is he's taking all of the chi during golden cock after getting his leg taken. He's bringing it up, and then he's mobilizing here, and there's a lot of chi happening down in this region. And then he does that, which, man, my bones are cracking under the pressure of how much chi I mobilized. But anyway, upon successful cock, the opponent will most likely die.
I failed. He drives forward and picks up my knee. There's the first golden cock. I step back and arm down. This would be the second one on the way up for the knee strike to the head. So in real time now.
Lord have mercy on anyone that tries an MMA takedown with someone who's well versed in Adam's Tai Chi. They will not know what's about to happen to them.
Which doesn't mean it's exactly the same as the form, but it has the qualities of the form. Open, upright, the regal nature of Yang style. It doesn't do weird movements. Yang style doesn't do any of that. It's always just, right? That's its nature. So you have its nature. And then you gradually start refining so that at any time you can make your body in such a way that you can control them and produce power.
I think he's saying Young style. I don't really know what that is. I'm only familiar with fucking epic style. Am I right, gamers? But he's trying to teach something there and getting an arm massage from his student until he didn't want that arm massage anymore, and he produced an invisible blast, a force field that was projected outwards from his body.
Now, from the coarse to the subtle, you just go through the pattern and you use the repetitive nature of the pattern to produce accuracy in your body. Oh. Now, the key point is the consciousness, the chi, the jin.
The burst of energy that he's emitting is just overwhelming. You can see the students getting just fucking thrown all over the place here. On that final one, you could even hear a groan of pain, or perhaps even pleasure, as his body was confused with the energy that was thrust into it. Maybe it was something that maybe even got down there and tickled the G-spot. Perhaps a brown note that even produced a little bit of a fart with a extra little packed punch there, a little shardy party. There's really no telling, and that's kind of the beauty of Adam's brand of Tai Chi. Its power lies in its unpredictability, and as he states, the consciousness of the Jinn. There's just... I could get into this for hours. It's something that warrants endless study, and you're never going to be as effective at it as Adam clearly is. But even just integrating it into your life can turn you from just ordinary Joe Schmo goober into an absolute killing machine. We already saw how effective the Repulse Monkey and Golden Cock is, and now he's showing you a couple of, like, invisible blasts through Tai Chi movements once you accept the consciousness, right? So it's just... you get the idea, is the point. So hopefully this will help you win all of your upcoming fights. Hopefully this will be helpful to all of you out there, and that's really about it. See ya. You can tell just by taking a quick peek at me that I am a highly trained, lethal combat machine. Millions of years of fine-tuned evolution has led to the apotheosis of fighting. Me. If we walked by each other on the street, you'd look over your shoulder out of fear, praying that I don't decide to beat your ass. And if you're lucky, I won't. And it's all thanks to my extensive knowledge of martial arts, more specifically, the most intense discipline, Bullshido. This is probably my biggest guilty pleasure content online. I love fake martial arts. Online, it's referred to as Bullshido. There's an entire subreddit dedicated to it, a Twitter account. I think it's also blowing up on TikTok as well. It's a scam that's been around for at least 50 years where some goober will open up a dojo and, you know, call it a self-defense course, and it's just absolute outrageous fucking nonsense, and they pass it off as martial arts. The most notable example of this is actually Steven Seagal. I'm sure all of you are familiar with him. He is an iconic, timeless specimen of Bullshido. If you watch any of his, like, demonstrations of his expertise in martial arts, you'll have someone grab his arm, and then Steven Seagal will do this, and the guy fucking flips around like he just got hit by a car going 60 miles per hour. Like, he just ragdolls people by looking at them. Force blasts. He'll take their finger, and he'll, like, tickle it a little bit, and the person has a heart attack, right? And it's all for show. Obviously, none of it's real. The people that are having the maneuvers performed on them just sell it, and it's supposed to get some students to sign up to the course under this ridiculous belief that it's real. But the video footage that exists from these courses is unbelievably entertaining. Some of the best footage online, period. This old-timer's looking extremely powerful. He could probably beat up a tech support scammer through the telephone. He gets a phone call from the scammer's like, hey, you got a virus on your computer, pay us and we'll fix it. And he just says, you're already dead. Hangs up, and then the guy fucking explodes. Because it turns out this guy did like 15 karate blasts at the phone and it killed the guy. Like, he is not to be messed with. Every part of his body is a weapon. He can fatality your ass from any position. So, like, in one of those, the guy just comes up behind him and, like, taps him on the shoulder, and then he fucking flies off the screen. Like, God forbid one of his grandchildren come up to try and get his attention, poke him on the back. That just straight up snapped their neck, it seems. If he doesn't want to be moved, there's not a force in this universe that can make him move. Not even God. It's like pulling the sword from the stone here. The guy trying to lift him even tries biting on his ear a little bit to no avail. He won't budge. And then eventually, he sends him flying thanks to his overwhelming spiritual pressure. This old-timer's got such powerful aura, he could probably kill people just by entering the same room as them.
And he grabs, goes to punch. So he puts his fingertips here, straight, so they would give me anything. And then
Just when you thought it was safe to ask Grandpa to pull your finger, he's got a move for that too. And he's lucky he didn't perform the full fatality. This one's one of my favorites. This is an older video. I've seen it at least 20 times. Every time this gets posted somewhere, I can't help but watch the entire thing. So obviously I've been doing a bit of a deep dive through Bullshido subreddit because it's got not only the classic bangers, but also some new ones. So it's just a nice array of things that I'd like to showcase today from the subreddit. I legitimately love this technique, the fucking forbidden turbo slap jutsu here. I've tried it myself every time I watch this, and it's like legitimately painful on the entirety of my arm. Like, it's kind of impressive how quickly they're able to throw the slaps out, and if you watch them do it, they're hitting themselves more often than they're even throwing something out. So they keep like slapping themselves in the face and on the chest, but they make such a good sound. And it's really cool to just like watch the fucking phalanges fly around like this. I don't know, it's very satisfying, especially when he's running around doing it. Obviously, you're not winning any fights against a human being with this technique, but it is extraordinarily deadly if you're being chased around by a couple of pages out of a textbook. So if you've got to slap some paper that's bugging you, you might want to try some of these maneuvers that they're teaching you here.
You'll see me cutting the arms, Ukanagashi here, Tenkan there, Tigatana here, Tigatana here, Tigatana, Ukanagashi here. Always moving, always cutting them out of the way. Keep going. Here.
This class, I believe, is just being taught in his living room. They just push the couch back and then bring the students in. So he's teaching this very elegant, majestic maneuver about how to fight multiple opponents, and you clearly can't argue with the results here. Highly effective against a group of opponents that also happen to lack object permanence, so when you brush them off, they lose all their steam, and they have to like relocate you and try and remember where they are. It may not work very well against people grounded in reality and are actually trying to hurt you in a fight, but who knows, maybe it's worth giving a try. Just give them one of these, tap them on the back, and I don't know, maybe run away. Like, maybe that could be more effective than trying to just keep, like, doing some of this. Though I do really like the clothesline at the end. I don't know why he decided to clothesline them. That seems like it wasn't even part of the lesson. He was just improvising there and thought it'd be a nice cherry on top of the cake. But I appreciate it. This one had DMCA music, so I'll just talk you through it. This is the Finger Master. He's an expert of all things related to finger-based combat. I mean, and just look at him. He's built like a killer. He looks like Executioner Smog from Dark Souls. So you can't even get near him, really. He's super slippery, super powerful. Just an all-around elite warrior. You can see his guard is never down, and no matter what you do, you're not penetrating his defenses here. Like, and look at it, again, look at the power he's able to exert through just a single finger. And then he gives him the old, the washing machine twist, and there's just nothing you can do about it. Now, I know what you're thinking. Charlie, I'll just wait to strike him when he's sitting down. That way I have the advantage and he has no way of fighting back. You absolute imbecile. You think an elite warrior like that wouldn't also be able to beat your ass 1,000 ways to Sunday while also in the seated position? You absolute fool. Some say he's even more powerful while sitting down. You can see that his opponent's really out for blood, trying to hurt him, but just can't. Every time he makes contact with a human body, he sends excruciating pain into his victim, causing the entire body to shut down. I believe he calls it the cheese touch technique. He just is able to do anything he wants. Look at this, wrapping him up like a fucking pretzel. Hurting people is as easy as breathing for him. Just look at how much fun he's having. Even while sitting down, there is just no one that can match his expertise in martial arts. I really do love Bullshido. Fake martial arts is really goofy to watch, but it is sad to think that there are people that pay for these classes.
thinking that it works, and God forbid they ever get into a real fight and try and use these techniques, they're going to get themselves hurt significantly worse than if they had just tried to like run away or something. You'd probably get further if you just did this with your arms and just start flailing around wildly than trying to use any of these techniques like trying to push a pressure point that causes your opponent to shit their pants or something. So it is sad to think about the people that get scammed into believing this and paying for it, but man, is it fun to watch. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. We all have at least one video that's burned into our brain forever. A video that we can't possibly forget that still keeps us awake at night with cold sweats and nightmares. For some people that might be something as innocent as 2 girls, 1 cup. For others, something as extreme as what I'm about to show you. I saw this video years ago and now I can't possibly forget it. It's something that you can't unsee or just pretend you never watched in the first place. It's really like a universe-altering event. And if I may, I'd like to just come at you through the screen here and open your third eye by force by showing you this video. Now, it's nothing graphic or anything. I'm not going to just fucking jump scare you with Mr. Hands or anything. In fact, it's very, very tame. It's just one of these things that I always think about whenever I get even moderately injured. And you'll see what I mean. I'll play it now. It's called Iron Crotch Kung Fu, and it's something not even God could have expected. Now, it's more than just this video, but this is the video that I first found that showed me this entire martial arts discipline. And it's all about strengthening the testicle and cock region to take the world's most vicious blows. And there's no trick photography here, no smoke and mirrors. He's not going to pull a rabbit out of his ass or anything like that. It's real. They spend years upon years perfecting this art form in order to make their nutsack the strongest thing on planet Earth. Fucking stronger than tungsten. And the results speak for themselves. They could probably crush a goddamn diamond with their scrotum. It is impressive and frightening all at the same time. And you'll see it gets more and more intense. By the end of it, I was convinced that their nutsack could withstand a shark attack. Like if a shark started biting on their balls, the shark's teeth would just explode like it's a goddamn cartoon. Yeah, that's a goddamn brick that he's blasting himself with. So even in a street fight where someone grabs an improvised weapon like a brick, your balls are safe. It's fucking wild. So this whole iron crotch martial arts has taken man's weakest spot and turned it into armor. Just pure titanium, impenetrable steel. Like, you know how Muay Thai fighters kick down trees in order to strengthen their shins because of, like, the breaking of the bone causing it to grow back stronger and whatever? Like, this is pretty much what they're doing with their penis. And that's another thing, like, it's focused on their nutsack, but you know their cocks are packing fat meat, too. Their dicks are probably thicker than a vault door at Fort Knox, because they have to be for this level of intensity. Because that impact isn't just localized to just the sack, it's hitting everything around it, too. The inner thighs, and absolutely directly on the wiener. So they've also built up the incredible density and girth of their wieners to make it able to withstand this kind of punishment. So it really is the complete package. They've trained every part of that region and they've turned it into like Captain America's shield. It's just fucking vibranium at this point. I really wouldn't be surprised if their cocks and nutsacks were bulletproof. If the police ever trying to bust down your door with a battering ram, you just gotta step outside, get in your power stance, and just start absorbing the blows. They'll never get in. There's just no breaking through this defense here. Now, I've extensively looked into this because I was very curious how they do it. And so far, the leading theory that I've been able to see is they're able to actually suck up their testicles back into their body through like the inguinal canal. And by doing so, it just leaves like a sad little deflated balloon of a sack down there. So when it's getting hit, it's not actually hurting that much. Of course, it's still very painful,
But through all of this training, they're able to just kind of overcome that pain. But the reason that they're not having like blown up testicles is because they actually are able to hide them up in their inguinal canal at least a little bit to avoid that kind of actual explosion and catastrophe. And as for their actual cocks, how they're able to withstand that, well, there's no breathing techniques or any kind of life pro tips or life hacks that are able to suck your own dick back into your body. You know, it's not like they're sucking their wiener back in and it's poking out their butthole or anything to hide it. It's just taken all of the abuse, and they're just, I guess, through the power of will, just okay with it and have learned to not let it bother them. Yeah, I think you can see why this is a video that still lives rent-free in my head. Every time I get injured, even a little bit, I think back to this iron crotch martial arts, and it's like, how the fuck are they able to take that kind of abuse? And then I'm over here where I get off the toilet after shitting and accidentally hit my arm on the sink a little bit, just lightly bang it, and I'm injured for a week, and my arm's achy for the entire week. It's like, Jesus Christ, these dudes are like 65 years old and crashing motorcycles into their balls, and they're fine. Like, how? How is there such a difference between us? Granted, I'm of course not training to be like super strong or anything, like able to take this kind of shots like they do, but still, it's just something that always pops into my head every time I hurt myself, even a little bit. It's like I get jealous. So I just thought I'd share this with all of you because I feel like there's not a lot of people that know how incredible Iron Crotch martial arts is, and now you know. That's about it. See ya. Black Belts, a collection of martial arts fails. Let's fucking go! I've got a good feeling about this. Yes! Again? Alright, okay. Okay. So is this to become a black belt? Or is she already a black belt? Oh, a technique like this, she's absolutely already a black belt. Better not talk any shit at the book club meeting. Be the last mistake you ever make. Okay, stop making her punch it. She's gonna break her goddamn wrist. Maniac. Is that even wood or is that a block of steel? Okay, good God. Have mercy. There we go. Next time, let's use some softer wood besides fucking mahogany. He's kicking pretty high. I mean, that's impressive. Nice. Nice. Very good. Looking good. Very good. Excellent technique. Oh, the spinning cuckold kick. You don't often see that attempted. Can you stop hurting the children here, please? Oh! God, Jesus. Nearly took his head off. He's too powerful. So is this all from, like, the same dojo? They're training some real assassins here. Get your come on now. Thank you. Hey, come on now. I'm missing the action. There it is. First try. Exit Prime Blue, Wolfie, and the resub fraud. Now this is self-defense. I always wonder when this would ever be helpful, to have like a routine like this. Like, let's say someone's coming up to steal your wallet. Like, how is this gonna help? Like, you just go into an interpretive dance. It's supposed to be for discipline. Oh, like if you can embarrass yourself using this, you can do anything? I mean, far be it from me to question the efficacy of the technique, but I don't feel like this would get a whole lot of... Like, let's say you're being ambushed by a group of ninjas, right? And then you break this out, you're still fucked, right? I'm sure you guys can already tell just by looking at me, but I'm actually trained in martial arts. I was a black belt in Taekwondo. I even won a couple of Taekwondo showcases. I have the trophies to prove it back at my parents' house. So I know quality martial arts when I see it. And this is some of the best I've ever seen. Show us some moves. I'll show you a little high kick. I think I've still got the flexibility. I can't do it towards my webcam or my balls will fly out. But, ready for this? Pretty fucking lethal, huh? Did you see that? Could you even get how high my leg was on camera? And did you hear my fucking legs pop? My knees popped something fierce there, which only means that I'm a trained weapon. Like, if you blinked, you may have missed the kick. My knees certainly weren't expecting that. I haven't busted one of those out in a long time. But I bet you're wondering, Charlie, that was a right high kick. Very impressive. But what about your left? Well, watch this. Hold on. Yep. Yeah. You don't want to meet me in a back alley, I'll tell you what. Damn, she's going off script. Freestyling. Nice. If that board wasn't made out of titanium, it'd be in pieces by now. Vaporize it. There we go. One more. For our city. Nice. Gotham's got a new protector. There we go. Looking good. Damn. Wait, this kid's going in. That's gotta hurt. There we go. Now we've got the momentum. Easy. Love to see that. Good work. Oh my god. He's surrounded by wooden boards. The most fearsome of opponents. He went to the lumber yard, and he's getting bullied now. Little do they know they're going up against the only man. Oh my god. Very nice. Oh, capoeira style, I see. Classically trained. Very good. I don't know why he pushed her down. He's getting too into the RP. Oh, that was a pulled groin. You hate to see that. Let me see the technique one more time. What was he trying to do? What is this? What is this apparatus here? It's just like a bunch of shelves. I guess it's like you're trying to demolish your bookshelf. You'd want to do one of these kicks? Like who the fuck are you fighting here? Are you fighting two kids on top of each other in a trench coat like they were trying to get into an R-rated movie and you're saying no thank you? You're just fucking trying to go through two of them? Yeah, I guess if you just don't like ladders, you can try that. It's an axe kick? Oh. I see. Wow. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Oh, be careful with that. Let's go! Let's go! You have to really commit to it. You have to really throw your body at it. There we go. Somebody's screaming, oh my god! This is it! Oh. Alright, let's go. Shake it off. We do better in the fourth quarter anyway. Let's fucking get it! My god, he's like a missile! Did he break his leg? What happened? Bro, finish the routine. Break the wood. What happened? How did he even hurt himself? Oh, he absolutely blew out his knee. Oh yeah, he came down like ass on that. Oh, you'd never want to come down straight leg like that. Eek. Oof. Martial arts so good you hurt yourself in the process. What to do if you're fighting the juggernaut from Modern Warfare, I guess. Get out of here! Go back to Roblox. Like he's wearing dick protection.
Turn, slap, 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 turn, eyes, then knee strike. Okay, knee, until I get
All right.
position, I'm gonna come forward and no, slap.
Yeah, take this! Take this! And then maybe a little of this. And then this! Good combo.
Knee, then I go down to my knee, she finishes up with a knee strike, bam.
And then while he's down, yeah, then you go for the old dick twist. Defense against a full Nelson. Who... If you found yourself getting surprised by a full Nelson, I think it's gone too far. I think your goose is cooked.
The first thing again is awareness. How did the person...
I bet he goes for a kick on the balls.
Okay, so if you're
Just a theory.
feel an attacker's coming closer,
I feel like I know his jutsu.
We close up right away so you can have control of the arms. From there, you want to strike the groin.
I knew it was coming.
Find a way.
Right in the nutsack. Yes.
Strike the groin,
Tug on it.
Rip
at it.
Again.
Juggle
Remember,
it
you
even.
want to face the
Maybe
attacker
blow
as
on it if
quickly as
possible.
From there, quickly as possible and get into the
I'm giving him shit, but that's exactly how I would fight. Somebody surprises me, I'm going right for nuts. I wonder what his defense for a rear naked choke is. I wonder if it has to do with hitting his balls.
Stop him right there. Engage.
Yeah, but we've already fucked up and we're in a rear
He
naked,
gets
so
close.
help.
The instant
Help
you
me.
feel the arm, what you want to do, the first thing in...
Drop your weight.
Chin.
Drop your weight.
So already you're blocking it.
Ball level.
So tuck in my chin. The next thing I want to do is I drop my weight and I go directly into my strikes.
Yes.
Groin, elbows, and as quickly as
Classic.
possible. I don't want to do this. I actually, as I go down, and I strike here and here, I want to turn around and...
I feel like every technique this guy has targets the balls.
Okay? From there, I'm going to headbutt. I'd rather hit first and take my
Whatever,
chances.
Dane Cook,
Again,
just hit his
you
fucking
want to try to
balls.
verbally diffuse a situation. You want to de-escalate, but when you've done everything you can,
Sack, tap
the
him.
attacker's no longer communicating.
That's why I signed up for these courses.
Well, you gotta go preemptive. You double palm strike. So if I'm faced again here with my attacker, one hand.
But his
will come
balls
forward,
are
the other one will come
exposed.
back,
Let's
and
attack
I'm gonna
those.
Snap. Right. Again, hammer fist is a very powerful strike. Right. So if I'm
I
here,
bet that
I'll go
didn't
straight
feel
into
good.
the bridge of the nose. From there, to gain any kind of momentum, I want to disorient him as quickly as possible and hit him with big blows and finish the fight.
This
So
isn't
you got
very
your headbutt.
useful. That wouldn't be practical in a real world fight. He didn't even target his cock.
Right.
My advice, never
guy
do
doesn't
this.
move. Once I do this, he's gonna punch, he's gonna tackle me, the gun's gonna be here. You won't even know where the gun is. That's how fast it's gonna happen.
Nice.
Hey YouTube, how to
Knee strike. Okay, knee.
Nice. You killed him. Watch out, Bomberman sneaking up from behind. Oh, God. He didn't expect that. Oh, Jesus. Oh, no. He's dead. It's like a little day. Oh, no. Surprise attack. You didn't poke his eyes enough.
Stop, look around, go get it.
It's crazy to think they paid for this.
Hands up, look around, go get it.
What am I watching? You're watching martial arts, pussy. Yeah, I understand that you're a gamer, right? Like fucking Dorito dust on your fingers. You don't know how to handle a rear bear hug, right? You don't understand how to defend yourself against an attacker. That's what I'm trying to teach you, okay? So just fucking sit there and learn, alright? This is mixed martial arts, and you need to accept that. This might save your life, alright? Now don't question Master Tim again. Okay, I can do that. Ah!
Alright, now we're
Ah!
next step. So, first thing we did, we're
Easy.
here. He comes in with a strike. I just block.
I dare you to throw a wild lariat strike at me now that I'm trained.
Next step is, so watch, right from here, I'm here. He comes in with this big punch.
I'm gonna do my.
What did he say?
Grab.
Did he say he comes in with his big dick? Man, this guy's always got cock on the mind for self-defense.
Here, he comes in with his big punch.
He absolutely did.
Double blades. Grab. Strike. I come in with my knee strike.
Well, let's just hit him in the fucking balls.
I bring him
Go back to the classics.
right behind him. And then if I really want to put it on him, I just lift up.
And then push his fucking face into his dick and make him suck it. Make him suck his own fucking dick. Hey, when it works, it works. Oh, she's rampaging! Christ, the predators are out in full swing today. Is that the only self-defense he gives for women? Balls, 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 eyes, 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 knee, knee, knee? Surely there's gotta be more to it. What if, and this is far-fetched, but what if hitting him in the balls with an open slap isn't an option?
Getting medieval on the new Predator suits during our fast defense training.
Alright, please, it's YouTube. Let's calm down. We can't see that. Oh, Jesus Christ! Oh, what the fuck is this? Oh, that's good advice, actually. Go get help. He forgot to poke her eyes. Oh, Jesus Christ! Man, this is a sold-out dojo. You go for the nipples. Yeah, if the balls aren't an option, you gotta go for just a titty twister. 3 squeezes. Yeah! 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 And then eyes. And then you go right back into the full combo. And then finish with the fatality.
Introducing Monkey Punch.
Ooh! Those effects are nuts! Who's behind this?
Turn, drop to your knees.
Man, age is just a number. Now roll. There we go. Is this kid old enough to learn the monkey punch?
And the ball of foot to the floor.
That's a move that can kill a full-grown bear.
Then if you have the
This guy just watches anime sometimes and he just trying to emulates that for his class. If you forgot the roll, you're expelled from the university.
I've always been left.
This guy looks like Doc Brown.
That leg.
I'm talking about old Western Doc Brown, by the way, from the third one. Like if I'm going up against Ant-Man.
Next.
Guy's gonna hurt himself on that roll. You need to improve that technique. Gravity is acting twice as hard on him.
Good. Center of that shield. Hit the center of
There is no sir here, only sensei. You say, hi, sensei.
Ooh, nice.
Good, Varner.
Excellent kick. Good sweep. There we go.
Good.
Nice.
Good roll.
Nice.
Ooh.
He's the only one rolling.
Good roll. That's a grandmaster for you doing it the right way.
Oh, he's a grandmaster.
Ooh, shows a beam.
Oh, he is a black belt. He must have invented this technique.
Very
I'm busy learning self-defense techniques.
Okay. So here's
Just in case any middle schoolers try and shake me down for my lunch money. That's dangerously close to the wall, though, sensei. The 80-year-old grandmaster's gonna miss and hurt himself on that brick wall, or concrete wall. Look at that like-dislike ratio. Yeah, it's all the bullies. They're upset that he's giving away these techniques to defeat them.
You'll be able to see their feet. Whoa! You can break a board like that.
There we go. Wait, is that it? Oh, is that the name of the dojo? The name of the dojo is Monkey Punch Striker? Or is that his nickname? I'm a little confused. Where was the Monkey Punch? I guess maybe that's like his code name back when he was like a secret weapon for the US government. We'll have to deploy Monkey Punch to the Middle East. Let's go, Team Bateman! Monkey Punch Strikers for life! Yes!
7th degree Grandmaster? He's a turbo GM. War fan from Omega Man. A war fan form Omega Man. This guy treats his body like he's a Gundam. Gurren Lagann style. Honestly, this guy looks kind of cool. He's like if crack did Taekwondo. Jesus, Bateman. Just in case the football team's trying to dogpile on him. Oh, eye poke. Spread eagle for the rim job. And we finish strong. Classic monkey punch striker style. Steven Seagal, if he digivolved. Oh! My god. I thought he was about to fucking fly away. What is that, an envelope? A manila folder? What do we got? Jesus fucking Christ. One thing I've wanted to do is set up like a little studio. No advertising and just call it like, I don't know, Chief Charlie's Taekwondo Self-Defense for the Modern Man. See how many people show up to a class and just improvise. I guarantee they'd all be returning customers. What if he actually was a disciple of Bruce Lee's? I'd feel so fucking silly. Like every single technique he shows you here really is just super strong. He reinvents the meta for combat. This guy kind of looks like Evan Peters from American Horror Story. What? I see. I will say I do like this Rex Kwando guy. He looks cool.
We have 1, 2.
Man, he is really giving it to Robert. I wonder if this man's ever been in a confrontation outside of a Whole Foods. Looks like the kind of guy that'd be singing Careless Whisper at a bar 30 years ago.
I drop my foot.
Not a karate. Oh, Jesus! Have some mercy on Gary Busey. Jesus Christ.
And again, if I come around, the same thing occurs here. I'm shifting this energy back.
Is that his arm breaking? What was that? Yeah, I'd like to see the other arm break now, if you don't mind. Can you just beat up Robert again? Boo! Come on, Larry, just beat him up. I don't care if you poke him in the eyes or the stomach, just beat up Robert. Can we go full speed?
As he pushes.
There it is. Yep. Robert was coming to steal your wife. Don't let him. Just keep slapping him, I don't care.
And then back.
That's why I bought this DVD.
And then, but I'm just
this guy is the progenitor of slap championships.
By the time this hits,
not really. The progenitor of Robert's fucking concussions, maybe.
By the time the elbow comes around, I've already checked this point here. I'm back to my back leg at this point, and then back into the elbow.
Take that, Robert. That'll teach you to sign up for Larry Tatum's dojo.
If you watch me.
Yeah, fuck this. I don't care about your solo interpretive dances, Larry. I just like to see you beat up Robert.
Locked in.
Oh, who's this?
For me to get started again, because I've actually
did you snap Robert's neck? What? Why are we replacing him? It's like replacing Seinfeld in season 2 or something. What the fuck is this? Alright, Jay, let's see. Can you take a punch as well as Robert can?
So that if I make my hit here,
ooh, he's gonna
I can drop straight
bang him like a bongo.
And as I move from the next point,
ooh, there it is.
That speed and footwork rocking back to forward and back.
Larry's popping and locking. This one's for my TikTok. Larry might be my favorite karate instructor. The true master of Kinpo. Robert! Did you ice your chin? You ready for more?
Pushes, and I fulfill that pattern by the use of the...
It never gets old watching Robert get fucked.
Take a technique like reversing.
Robert, are you ready for the ER? You're paying for the ambulance. Does this DVD come with my own Robert to beat up?
As
Why is Jay getting off so easily?
To create power.
He's getting
You can
fucking
shuffle
tickled
with
by
it.
Larry. Meanwhile, Robert's getting sledgehammered.
Okay? Or you can forward.
Yeah,
Make
yeah.
contact. Make contact with Robert.
Welcome back, Robert.
Okay? Parts of the body.
Stop lecturing me, man. Show me. I'm a kinesthetic
A
learner.
little more shift of
Beat
weight
up Robert.
here to this. And if I did,
His
then I
elbow
back
just
this
pops
action
out.
up, which
His
is
arm falls off.
okay. Did I give it a function?
Robert's body makes great noises when Larry Tatum hits it.
So
His body was made for, like, combat sound
that
effects.
starts a little bit of shift.
Alright, now hit him in the stomach. Yeah, there we go.
At this point.
Can we get some ribs in there? I want to hear some of those
That
breaking.
allows me to shift my weight from this up again.
Yeah, just saw it off. There it is. There it is.
And so forth. And if I want to hit to the groin,
Ooh, there it is. No children for you.
momentary shift, everything what?
Ooh, that's a good position.
As they should. Because I know
That's
what
typically
this
the one
foot
I
is
finish
doing,
in.
And I know what this foot is doing. I know what
The
my hands
old
and my head
grandfather
and back
clock
are doing
pendulum.
at the same time.
A forbidden technique in
You see, I think
Kinpo
of
martial
myself
arts.
in terms of do is,
I'll be using these knives and I'll be throwing them at Robert.
help, and we're gonna
Through my training and the DVDs I've created, he should be able to catch them.
call it the Kimp. I'm gonna turn this way.
Oh,
so
God.
You guys can see what she's doing.
Is he gonna beat up his daughter?
Britt gets pushed. She's gonna part my arms
Uh,
and just do a normal step into a new.
I don't want to see this one, Larry. I don't want to see how you put your hands on your wife.
But okay.
What are you teaching right now? What is this technique? How to get bullied in school? Where's Robert? There he is.
If I decide.
Thank you. The real star of the show. This is Robert's DVD. Larry's just guest starring on it.
Is going to be here, okay, from here to the face. What I do is I'll shift forward with my leg. And
Like a rock'em sock'em robot, Larry. There it is. That's better. He pulled away that time. He showed mercy.
Final part of the punch. You can see the weight.
He figured after two he didn't need to get the UAV from the third.
Launch the punch. What I'm doing now. All in one motion. Yes. And it's subtle. Now.
How much more can your bones take, Robert? If I hit you with my car, would you survive? Find out in Larry Tatum's next DVD for Twisted Metal Car Combat.
Example like.
Robert.
Jay, let me borrow you.
Robert, come here. I just got this buzzsaw. I want to test it out. Jay comes out here and damn near gets a massage from him. Meanwhile, Robert just gets brutalized in front of the whole class.
So forth.
Jay gets off so easy. Robert? Robert, come over here, please.
Jay goes down.
I've got this golf club that I'd like to hit you with. Christian martial arts. Exodus Kata. Is this Rick Grimes? Man, he has fallen on some fucking hard times after they kicked him off of Walking Dead.
You are very sore.
Whoa! Where is Steven Seagal when we need him most?
Go into all the world making disciples.
The avatar of
in
martial
whatever
arts.
You do. We are martial artists.
Ooh!
We are kicks for Jesus.
This has to be fake. You know, maybe it isn't satire. These look like real martial arts moves, just performed by a homeless man. He's fighting off demons you could only dream of defeating. He's forgiving you of your sin right now. I would like to sign up for some courses, to be honest.
Raised as an Egyptian, he learned the truth.
They prayed for a martial artist. They didn't get one, but this guy showed up to class. Just watching quality martial arts while listening to some scripture.
Then God pushes the tide, burying the Egyptians' army under the sea. Israel.
That woman behind you is a succubus. Don't let her disrupt your martial arts flow. I don't even need the classes. You're giving away the secrets.
And then a strike to the back of the elbow. Directly on the back of the elbow, you can use a
Get your hands off of me, uncle.
Knuckles,
I'm fucking tired of it. I'm armed with Jesus martial arts. The Exodus form.
Next technique was called a hanging horse with a double palm.
Whoa.
It's nothing more than a palm heel strike to the instep. It requires that you create room, moving back away from the kick and striking.
If anyone ever pulls that off in a street fight, I will give you $500. If I can see a
Next
hanging
move
horse balls or
is
whatever it was
a
called,
bow and arrow
where you deflect the
stance,
kick
bow
like
and
this
arrow
in a street
strike.
fight, I will
It's
pay
nothing
you.
more than a jab.
So what is this one? Block the sun from your eyes,
Throw
and then honk some
rolls
tits
off
with the other
of
hand?
What's called a cat stance with a groin strike.
That's
groin
kind of a cheap
strike
shot.
is open-handed so that you can.
And then the advanced
grab
technique
the
is you
person in
tickle
your
it.
opponent's groin, squeeze,
Bang, and then confuse him with the
pull
tickle.
back. You can use parts Muay Thai. It's called a check. It's a block.
Well, that guy absolutely does
Off of a
Muay Thai
round
in the
kick.
real world. Why is he signing up
Off
for
the
Kicks
block,
for
you're
Jesus?
delivering a cross.
Just to get every form of martial arts under his belt. Fight to Moab. Flight up the mountain. Receives the staff. Takes the staff back to Egypt. This is quite the interpretive dance. Holy shit. The Exodus dance not only teaches you about the Bible, but it teaches you how to slam some ham. God, this looks too powerful. Why are they just giving away these secret techniques? The forbidden moves.
My name is David Grover, and I'm the president of Kicks for Jesus. Kicks for Jesus is a nonprofit
What's up, David?
Christian martial arts to learn discipline,
The elder
build
one.
self-esteem, lose weight, build flexibility.
It's
and lessen
Moses
physical
himself.
as well as to provide an extra.
Well, after surviving for the last 5,000 years, I said, well,
and away from the
I'll open a martial arts school. There's only 2 videos? The other one's just like a brutal takedown of a pedophile using the Kicks for Jesus techniques. Black coffee and anchovy pizza breakfast August 26th.
Mrs. Butterworth's
Well, naturally.
maple syrup.
Yeah, when you get
Cuts
pizza,
the,
the syrup comes with it, basically.
Cuts the sauce on the.
Why does this
on the-
keyboard have
on the-
earwax
on the
all over
pie
it?
Itself. And we're gonna dip it in there. This
Oh,
is the
that
one with
looks
the
good.
oil on there. Hopefully you can see the oil sheen moving back and forth.
Ah, tasty.
And the best way to do that is to put your tongue out so it doesn't drip.
I'd rather be dunking this pizza into a toilet.
Just take
Like
it
a
in
public
there like
toilet.
that.
God, that looks disgusting.
See the anchovy right there?
Mm-hmm. In all its glory?
See that?
That's a big old
And we're
anchovy.
gonna get that anchovy.
Yeah, there it is. I think if I tried this, I'd end up in the hospital.
Michael Fazio.
That'd confuse my body. My Achilles tendon would snap or something, just out of pure confusion.
The coffee is
His
black and
fucking
cold.
mustache is
That's
absorbing
pretty
all of the grease
And
from
a goddamn
everything.
to everybody. And remember, ladies and
His
gentlemen,
mustache is like the
anchovy
filthiest sponge in
pizza
the world.
And black coffee.
Well, who is this master chef? I would like to see more. Government cheese and Il Villaggio Cheese Co. holding America hostage at gunpoint.
The American public is getting ripped off in so many different ways. It's
I knew
sickening.
that.
And the food industry is attributing to at least 70% of the raping of American people for their monies.
Really?
If you'll notice...
Am I being raped?
The price of this, which is this piece here.
Well, the evidence
This
doesn't
piece
lie.
That is hanging on this little scale.
Who's that right
weighs
now? Is that the manager of
1.5
rape?
ounces. Just under 2 ounces.
What device does he have holding it? A cheese raper?
these two
Like, what is
pieces.
that? Looks like something pirates would use to
And
sail the seas.
Goes
Like
into
100
the
years
cost
ago.
of a pound of cheese. Now I'm going to take this gun that they're using to rob the American people off of here. I'm going to take my little...
Well, when I go to buy
You got
cheese, I'm
that
never
there.
like held hostage
And
with a
I'm going
gun.
to cut a particular piece of cheese.
Watch him be
is
totally right. Like he cuts off the
Bellagio.
cellophane and it just
It isn't even
explodes
the
because it was a
best
government
cheese
planted
in
C4.
America. And I'm telling you that they're raping us because the best, which comes out to $3.75 a pound, which actually raises the price of the cheese up to about $26 a pound, or very close to that. And that is how the American people are being raped at gunpoint.
Huh.
At gunpoint by the American
Oh, now I see it.
cheese
There it is.
industry.
You just go.
Yeah, just give him one of those. What'd you say about my mom on Xbox Live? Bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, 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 bang. What's that? I didn't like that tweet you posted.
It's
some arsehole stands in front of you and tries to rape you and your kids.
Whoa! Who's just gonna try and rape me and my kids on the sidewalk? Alright, I'll start throwing some mean meat out there in that case.
My wrist and he hits. Someone's there cutting off your wife, dragging her by the hair. You go. Slam
So, hey, let go of my wife's hair is what I'm saying. He doesn't let go of her hair, yeah, I'm coming in
It
wailing.
doesn't take much force to break his jaw, and you don't want to hurt someone. But he's trying to rape your kids. So you go,
Hey, yeah, stop trying to rape my
someone's
kids.
trying to rape your kids.
Yeah, don't rape them.
And you don't give a fuck.
Yeah,
about
let go of my kids. Pull your pants back up. Yeah.
Or just simply, someone's trying to abuse you and grab you by your cock.
No, hey, let go of my cock. Yeah, give him one of these.
So you chop his
I'll grab him by the cock, see how he likes it. Give him one of these. Yeah, and then maybe some of this. Then maybe on myself too a little bit. Maybe.
Someone's trying to put your kids on drugs. Just simply go.
Put those drugs away.
Back fisting in the fucking.
Yeah, get those drugs away from my kids.
I'm saying that would be an option.
I didn't walk down this back alley to get drugs for them. Those drugs are mine.
Someone's trying
Get them
to
away
put
from my
your-
kids.
Trying to.
What's he trying to do to me?
When someone's coming at you expecting you to be the prostitute. For
Whoa,
them,
whoa!
And they're the pimp.
I'm not the
When
prostitute.
someone's trying to use you like a cheap condom.
No, I'm an expensive condom. Yeah, no. Pay money for me. More money than that. I'm no prostitute.
Someone's talking shit.
Yeah.
Check this out. My buddy John is an ex-bouncer, and now he's an active-duty special operations guy with over 600 street fights under his belt.
Maybe he's an
developed a
asshole.
brutal fighting system. used by
600
special
street
forces that
fights?
you
Your
can
friend
learn in
John's
just
a
a couple
dick.
days.
I don't want to be trained by a fucking asshole who gets into a street fight anytime he even goes to the fucking grocery store. Let's learn how to protect ourselves from some recent uploads. Urban combat self-defense, okay.
Hi guys, welcome to section 2.
Oh, is he fighting her?
The G-Kindo applications of the form, okay?
This doesn't
So
look
the
like
first
someone that would attack
part
me.
From here,
She
with
looks
right leg
nice.
Forward. Okay, other side. She lock pass out, punch. This
Any of you guys ever fought
Now,
old
if you
Asian
do it
women?
slightly
Do you know if
faster,
this
she punches,
technique is effective?
like
Should
that,
we get
number one,
attacked?
Like that. If you punch, okay, you gotta pull.
This
usually
guy looks like more of a
Okay, so you
computer
go fast one.
programmer than an urban combat fighter.
That way.
But looks can be
Okay,
deceiving.
If I do it to you, speed, hup, boom, speed, hup, boom. Okay, but in the beginning, try and do it very slowly.
I fight
Okay,
my
practice
grandmother's
slow.
friend
You punch
every
one,
day.
you go
It
one.
works. Okay.
Lock
We have a
side
real
punch. Other
testimonial
side.
then.
Slowly, lock side.
He's like a Reddit warrior. What did you say about Game of Thrones being bad? Oh god, not the nunchucks. Please, he didn't mean it. He was just shitposting. No, don't do it to him. I swear, this guy's just coming up with flashy moves. Nothing that works. I get the knife, throw the knife on the ground, jerk him off. Give him pleasure, give him pain. Bang, finish with the elbow. Seth Rogen coming at me with a knife, take the knife, jerk him off, stab him. Bang. I will say it's at least flashy. This guy could definitely be the protagonist in like a Western Ip Man. Like if they wanted a computer programmer Ip Man, this guy could play the lead. Like his speed is nuts. It's just. I like it. Huh? No, you don't want any of this. Your eyes can't register his speed. You're at a huge disadvantage. He poked your eyes out 10 times. He poked your eyes out, put your eyes back in, poked them out again, and then wiped his ass with them. Oh, he's potato sacking him. Oh!
While on the subject.
I really unironic. This guy should really choreograph YouTube combat skits, maybe. Because he's got like the goofy speed down. Never try and get the number up. Oh, she didn't want to give me her number, huh? Time to Wing Chun! Teacher? I'm gonna feel like such a fucking idiot when it turns out that everything Emil's been teaching is like extremely effective and reinvents combat as we know it.
The ancient art of ball blasting, widely accepted by archaeologists as the first discipline of martial arts, its roots trace back to the genesis of our species and to the very beginning of time itself, and it is still practiced to this day by Shaolin monks and those that just want to smash their nuts with 2x4s. Bruce Lee famously once said, "Fear not the man who has practiced 10,000 kicks one time. Fear the man that has clobbered his wiener 10,000 times." Here you can see one of the many connoisseurs of titanium testicle training preparing what's known in the business as Thomas the Testicle Tank Torpedo. It was invented by Alexander Graham Bell during the early 1900s with the sole purpose of strengthening a male's bag of man mangoes. I know many of you are thinking of making a Duke Nukem Balls of Steel joke, but save it. These men have heard it 100 times. There's no trick photography here, no smoke and mirrors. This is real shit. He is actually getting his penis titties clobbered right now by this fucking medieval contraption. Modern science can't explain how they're able to pull off this superhuman feat. So your guess is as good as any. Maybe they suck their nuts up to their nipples to avoid the impact. Maybe they inject their testicles with iron. Or maybe Facebook soccer mom Ruth Pattyvases is onto something when she says aliens replaced their original testicles with stronger testicles. No one knows for sure. All I can say is that this is what I imagine Comcast's employees do daily. Regardless of the explanation, the fact remains that this discipline of martial arts will make you go nuts. That's another joke I'm sure these martial artists have heard before. I'm sure they're used to having their balls busted.
If I asked you to list the greatest martial artists of all time, I'm sure you'd go to the standard Bruce Lee, Chuck Norris, Steven Seagal. But amongst these titans, there has always laid a far more proficient, deadly weapon that nobody dares speak the name of. Tom Cameron.
Are you talented? Are you ready to be discovered? Are you one of tomorrow's stars of Hollywood and/or Broadway? If you answered yes or maybe to some of these questions, then we'd love to showcase your talent on Steve Gadlin's Star Makers.
Steve Gadlin, in his blissful ignorance, was unaware of the can of worms he was about to unleash upon our planet by inviting the Tom Cameron onto the show to demonstrate his talent. If you can even call it talent. It's pretty much a curse. Because anyone on the receiving end of a Tom Cameron can of whoop-ass, they're dead. But not only are they dead, they don't go to heaven or hell. Their soul gets vaporized. It's a terrifying power that he wields. Tom Cameron could kill you through the computer screen with only a wink.
Enjoy Grandmaster Tom Cameron and his assistant Samantha with their exciting martial arts demonstration.
Good afternoon. My name is Tom Cameron. I'm a 7th degree black belt in Taekwondo. I'm a 4th degree in Hapkido, and I also have black belts in several other different art styles.
The art he's referring to is the art of killing. There isn't a discipline of combat that Tom Cameron hasn't mastered and then some. He transcended what it even means to be a human being. He is able to use his spiritual pressure to de-atomize his foes if he so chooses.
I have my assistant here, Samantha. She's one of my black belt inductees, and she's going to be working with me. We're going to start out with very basic types of moves. If somebody grabs you, you can utilize a pressure point on the wrist to, if you punch it and come back, it numbs the hand, it causes the hand to reflex open. People are incapable of being able to hold on to an opponent.
Far be it from me to question the master. I know Tom Cameron's impressive resume, a black belt in every martial arts on the planet, a 10th degree black belt in Krav Maga and fucking your mother. But I just have to question, why do they always do this same demonstration for the most unrealistic self-defense shit ever? What bad guy is going to come up and, with one hand, grab your wrist and then just hold it there like a handshake? Like, you're never going to be able to just punch some dude's wrist who grabbed your arm, you know? That doesn't happen. Also, you could probably get the same effect by just bopping him in the nose. You know what I mean? Like, you don't even need to just, like, hit the hand. Like, I feel like it'd be easier just to go, poof, you know, like one of those. Just get him with some of this, and then maybe a little of this, and then fucking start milking him a bit, you know? That would have him reflexively be like, oh my god, I'm going to let go of this guy's arm.
The thing that sets our art apart is the fact that we do use energy projection as well as sound. Grab hold of my hand like a Roman grab. Good. Now I'm going to try and pull you. I want you to resist as much as possible. Do not get down in a good stance. Don't let me pull you. Resist.
That guy is an immovable object right now. Not even Tom can make him budge an inch. No doubt he is also a 26th-degree black belt in some martial arts discipline. Not sure what yet. I haven't studied his techniques enough. But Tom is going to teach us what to do when you're going up against somebody that might just be a little more powerful than you. So he's got him in like the Roman grab. And Tom, he's caught in between a rock and a hard place right now. And he's going to resort to using some energy and sound projections, which is a crucial part of his brand of combat.
But the sound, okay, thank you, but the sound to get the energy in the room moving towards me is actually the word me. So if he resists, and I say me, he's not able to resist me any longer. The energy actually forces him towards me. Now,
good heavens, the forbidden jutsu. He's using curse speech technique from Jujutsu Kaisen here. So there's a specific word to make the energy do what you want it to. He's an energy manipulator. He's able to take energy and using his vocab, have it bend to his will, I guess. And the word is me. So I guess try that out next time you're in like a situation where you're getting kidnapped and you can't overpower the kidnapper. Just start screaming, me! And like maybe move backwards and you'll fucking ragdoll the villains all over the place from the sound of things here. Tom's like a bat with the way he uses sound. This is some really good stuff here.
Because I'm a bigger guy, I can use physical force to do that. But if I'm doing it with a young lady like this, and I can resist, I can fight it, she can't get me. But if she uses that word,
me,
she actually is able to pull me off of my feet.
Holy shit, we almost lost Tom Cameron right there. Lord have mercy on that poor wooden structure that he crashed into. I was having a bad day. She threw him so hard with the sound techniques that nearly tossed Tom back through time. Like, he was flying all over the place.
There are sounds or phonemes that work for every direction. Now I'm going to try and push you. Get down into like a football stance. There you go. Come on a little closer to the microphone, I guess. And don't get one leg behind the other so you've got a really good stance. Don't let me push you. Good. The sound is ho. So if I go ho, he's not able to resist. Try it one more time. Don't let me push you.
Just by calling someone a hoe, it briefly paralyzes them and lets you topple them over. So that's the pushing word. The pulling word is me. The pushing word is ho. So like you fucking Santa Claus, you'll never get the best of.
It seems very strange to us Westerners that we think that a simple sound or a phoneme would have the ability to affect a person in that way. What's even stranger is the idea that using the sound and projecting energy can actually knock somebody out.
Dropping the sarcasm for a second, I actually do feel kind of bad for Tom Cameron. He is legitimately struggling to get through a full sentence without taking a deep breath. That's concerning. That is like actually really concerning. I don't think there's any words or phrases that can help with that. He should really get it checked out, I would say. Because it's not like he's been doing a ton of physical maneuvers here. He didn't fucking run a marathon or anything. He moved like a few feet in two different directions, and that's about it. That's not good.
Samantha is going to try for her first time to actually knock me out using just the sound and the energy projection. Let me get this out of the way. You ready, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Get behind me, Gordon, for me. Thank you.
Textbook techniques. This is what the Red Cross teaches you to do as well. When someone's knocked out, make sure to flip them over, sit them up, and then judo chop their neck 2 times like Austin Powers. And it works. Snaps him right back to reality. He was not shedding the mortal coil, not today. That right there, my friends, is the touchless KO, the power of energy projection and sound. Tom Cameron's masterpiece. And he was on the receiving end of it. He's not afraid to put his ass where his mouth is, and that's what makes him such an impressive sensei. He knows how deadly these techniques are, but he's not afraid to be on the receiving end of them to show us mere mortals the capabilities of this advanced fighting.
If you can shoot in tight, you should be able to see that the pupils are actually dilated as a result of the initial push, the energy push.
That's the face of a man who just met the Grim Reaper, but then said, "Not today. I've got more work to do." Also, I love how she goes over there and starts breaking all of his fingers. I mean, she was just like snapping them, I guess. I don't really know what cracking the knuckles is going to do to help somebody recover from an energy projected touchless KO, but I just love the idea that after he gets knocked out, she goes over and she's like, all right, this will finish him off, and then just starts breaking every finger in every which way. It's like watching a turtle on its shell. The way Tom struggles to get back to his feet is interesting, and the noise he makes when he starts to stand up is comical. It sounds like a thwomp from Super Mario 64. What a beautiful sound that was. I don't know what power that noise has that he roars out, but man, it was enough to make me feel something all the way out here.
And that's a demonstration of a touchless knockout. Yeah.
You might be wondering why there's no applause, and it's because the live studio audience was killed with the energy push. Samantha exerted a little too much force behind the energy, and not only did it knock out the great Tom Cameron, it unfortunately claimed the lives of all 40 souls that were in the building watching the performance.
What we witnessed when she used the sound and energy to make you fall.
What they are theorizing is that we actually have that humans, because we operate with an electro system in our nervous system, that somehow we've been able to develop the ability to interfere with the nervous system, and it kind of acts like a circuit breaker or a reboot system for a computer.
Checkmate, science, because Tom said so. I mean, it makes sense to me. Everyone knows about the brown note, which is a note that will set your butt to poop mode. Why couldn't the same concept apply to the rest of the nervous system, where it can blue screen you temporarily, force a reboot through the electromagnetic systems that we've become so adept at channeling through Tom's teachings? I think that checks out.
Wow, it's something to see. And Samantha, how much training do you need before you can tap into that and make that happen?
Preparing for a demonstration, just a few minutes, literally.
But how long have you been practicing these techniques before you were able to make someone fall with sound and motion?
A couple years.
I love her first answer. So how long did it take for you to fuck this man up like that? Oh, like a minute or two? Yeah, you can pretty much master all these techniques in a minute or two if the guy on the other end just wants to fall down. Yeah, but no, how long have you, studied this? Oh, I mean, I guess, years, I suppose. I just love that first answer. Expecting, 10 years. I had to drop out of school in order to pursue the fucking Tom Cameron discipline of martial arts full-time. And only just now have I learned to tap into the electromagnetic boobagahoogie. Wow, amazing stuff. But instead her answer's oh yeah, 30 seconds. Tom said to just
do this and he'll fall, so it didn't take a whole lot of practice. Anyway, though, hopefully this made you a stronger warrior. Tom Cameron was giving away lessons for free today, and we're all the better for it. That's really about it. See ya.
In a battle, there's always a winner and a loser. And unfortunately, this time around, we have lost the holy war against Netflix. Netflix recently put the kibosh on password sharing in a move that I thought would be the downfall of the platform since everyone in the world shares a Netflix account with many people. I thought this would just have the entire streaming service circling the drain, but I couldn't have been more wrong. My prediction was more incorrect than the people that thought the world was ending in 2012, because according to the latest data published this week by an analytics firm called Antenna, they've reported that Netflix has seen the biggest spike in subscriber signups since they started tracking that data in 2019. When I first read that report, I legitimately did a Mr. Beast thumbnail of like actual shock, because I was completely convinced that once people were kicked off their Netflix accounts that they were sharing with so many others, they wouldn't pay to sign up again and just shell out big clams for a service that has such a weak catalog. Like, what the fuck is there to even watch on Netflix? Unless you're a huge fan of the Hype House, or Tall Girl 1 and 2 of the Tall Girl cinematic universe, or God help you, Big Mouth. If you watch Big Mouth, consider this an intervention. You need professional help. That show is criminally awful. Like, I just didn't see a reason why people would, fork over big doubloons to re-sign up to Netflix when there's really nothing worth watching on there right now. Aside from the 1 or 2 times a year where they actually do have something good on their platform, like Stranger Things, for example. But that doesn't come around often. That's like a winter solstice, right? Like, you don't need to have Netflix year-round just to watch those 2 decent productions that they introduce. So I was just very surprised that so many people signed up again after getting kicked off. In fact, to go a bit deeper, who remembers the hit series Resident Evil on Netflix, the original production that was an insulting mess to the actual franchise that it was borrowing from? Well, I think that the way that show talks about Umbrella Corporation is really apt for Netflix itself. But instead of Umbrella Corporation creating the T-virus, Netflix is creating the P-virus, because all of their shows are P. Actual fucking urine quality productions that are infecting the viewers into thinking that they need to be paying for the service. You don't. Let me be the light in the darkness here. You don't have to be paying fucking $8, $15, or $20 a month for Netflix now that you've been kicked off of the account that you've been sharing with for the last decade. You got spit in your face from Netflix. You don't have to wipe it off and say, thank you, can I have some more? Out of every major streaming service, aside from jokes like Peacock, Netflix has perhaps the weakest catalog. You do not have to be paying $8, $15, or $20 a month in order to have access to a fucking snooze fest on Netflix. You don't. But we have lost this war. This clearly was a very successful move from Netflix. This worked out extremely well for them. Password sharing on Netflix was more common than the cold, so I just really was under the impression that when you take that away, I think the number was 100 million accounts were password sharing. So when you kick off that many people, I just did not expect such a large percentage of them to come back, like, all happy, and especially not this quickly. Like, they got kicked off and then lickety-split signed up immediately again. So it really worked out for them, but I wish that it didn't, because they've for so long encouraged password sharing, and I really don't like the way that they're going about the crackdown on password sharing. There's definitely better ways that aren't as costly to families that have multiple people across multiple households. You don't have to charge fucking per person, and it's extremely strict on exactly how it all works. I've gone over the specifics of it in a couple of videos before, so I'm not just going to keep repeating myself. I'm just surprised. Like, I'm just out here befuddled at how successful this has been for Netflix. Now, I would like to mention that they have received a lot of cancellations as well. They've seen an increase in cancellations, but the new signups are outpacing those by a wide margin. Netflix received nearly 100,000 daily signups on May 26th and May 27th already, and it's just absolutely popping off for their bottom line right now. So it always sucks to lose, but unfortunately, you just gotta be humble even in defeat. Sometimes you just take a bite of that BLT sandwich. Hold the B and T, it's just a fucking L sandwich. and that's one of those cases here. I do think that this is also going to be wildly detrimental for every other streaming service, because on every streaming service, most people are sharing passwords. You know, spoiler alert, everyone is sharing passwords when possible. And now that the Netflix crackdown has been extremely financially successful for the company, I do envision very soon there will be crackdowns on every other platform as well. So password sharing might be a thing of the past. I feel like it's going to be outlawed across the board on streaming services, and that fucking sucks. All I can really hope for now is that the way that the other streaming platforms crack down on password sharing isn't as strict as Netflix. Hopefully there's some wiggle room for families to actually be able to share passwords to some degree, as opposed to charging so much money for a big family or a family that's across multiple households. So that's something we just have to wait and see on, but I do think that's coming, so just put that on your calendar, mark it down for the near future. Rest in peace, password sharing, and yeah, that's about it. So yeah. I've been actively following all of the Netflix updates in regards to their password sharing policy, because I always get really interested when a company the size of Netflix makes business decisions that could ultimately lead to its demise. This idea of something being too big to fail, but then failing anyway, is always so interesting, like Blockbuster. Once a household name, but now a household joke. Netflix watched Blockbuster jump off a cliff and said that looked like fun, so why don't we try it? Which is poetic considering Netflix did play some role in the demise of Blockbuster, and now they're making decisions that are very possibly leading them to the same fate. I'm sure all of you know they don't like password sharing anymore. They're waging war on the 100 million password sharers. They're trying to commit a genocide on them. They've made a very strong stance, wiggling their finger, saying, no, 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 no more of that, Buster. They've pumped up their SpongeBob anchor arms and they're busting down your door and removing access to your Netflix account if you're a password sharer. I've already talked about this twice, but it just keeps changing and evolving quicker than a fucking Pokemon. So initially, their plan was restrict access to anyone that shares passwords, where it's only a one household service where you have to be in a primary location in order to access it, and you only get a 7-day grace period while you're traveling to access Netflix. That was as lenient as they got, and they put all of these rules into effect in some Latin American countries, but now they've also put it into effect in Canada. Mudahar recently made a video covering all of this. Here you can see a notice that you receive. A Netflix account is for people who live in the same location. So if you're not a member of the family, or at least a stranger living inside the walls, attic, or basement of someone's household, you won't be able to access their Netflix account anymore. You'll just be kicked off and unable to access it. Now, originally, this was going to be going global, right? But after backlash, they tried to play the "it was just a prank bro" card and say that this policy wasn't meant to go live on the American services, so when it hit the website as like an upcoming policy change, they tried to backpedal saying, whoa, big oops moment here. That's not happening yet. But then confirmed that it is happening in Latin American countries, and now it's happening in Canada. So you can extrapolate from this that it's likely coming to America very soon. Going to the website, you can see a bit more in detail exactly what the plan is. We've always made it easy for people who live together to share their Netflix account with features like profiles and multiple streams. While these have been hugely popular, they've also created confusion about when and how you can share Netflix. Today, over 100 million households are sharing accounts, impacting our ability to invest in great new TV and films. What's impacting your ability to invest in great new TV and films is common fucking sense. You guys have brain rot at the office and literally greenlight the worst shit imaginable. It is unreal, the low quality of some of your Netflix originals, and you don't even promote half of them. In the last video I made talking about this whole situation, I mentioned Bruise Brothers, which is a show that I think had 10 people watch it, and one of them was Matt, and he said it's the worst comedy he's ever watched in his life. And Netflix tries to bury that under the rug, yet they financed it, right? You are putting money behind projects no one wants, no one hears about, and no one likes. That has nothing to do with the amount of money you have in your piggy bank, because you are shaking your piggy bank like you're trying to make it rain on a stripper. You're just putting it into projects that are bad and doomed for failure. It has nothing to do with your actual financial bottom line. You have plenty of money to invest in good TV and films. You're just not. You're putting it into trash, garbage, and clearly you're not being rewarded for it. And also, talking about the confusion around how you can share Netflix, you slimy weasels, you absolute fucking worms. What what a despicable load of horseradish. You used to encourage password sharing. This little blemish is still live on your public Twitter right now. Love is sharing a password. Now, if you want to say that you've completely changed your stance on it, that's one thing. Love is no longer sharing a password. In fact, that's sin. Sharing a password is unforgivable sin, a breaking of the 10 Commandments, and you're going to jail for it. You've changed your mind. That's what you should say, not try and chalk it up to confusion as if you've never encouraged password sharing. You used to, and now you're not. Okay? It's changed. There's not fucking confusion. You're just delusional. You're the crazy one. You're taking crazy pills, not me. I'm not dumb, you're dumb. They continue to announce that it's rolling out in Canada, New Zealand, Portugal, and Spain, then talk about what's coming. So setting primary location, which is the one household system, managing access and devices, which they're saying you can now easily manage who has access to the account, even though that's never really been like a pain point or a headache. Like the only reason Netflix ever got super popular in the first place is because of the convenience and the ease of use. So it's actually just easier to pay for Netflix as opposed to pirate something. So it's never been like hard to do that. I don't know why they're advertising it as like a new easy service. So that's a weird bit of fluff there. Transferring profile, so people using an account can now easily transfer a profile to a new account, which they pay for. Watch while you travel, so you can still access Netflix when you're on like a vacation at a hotel and shit, but it's only for a limited amount of time. It's not like forever travel, at least not as I understand it. I don't know why they're leaving it kind of vague there. But then this one is a little interesting. So now you can buy an extra member. So members on our standard or premium plan in many countries, including Canada, New Zealand, Portugal, and Spain, can add an extra member sub-account for up to 2 people they don't live with, each with a profile, personalized recommendations, login, and password for an extra $8 a month per person in Canada, and then adjusting the rates for the other locations. So you're paying a subscription per person per month. And here's just a visual of all the plan features. So premium is clearly the highest tier where you get to purchase membership for 2 other people. And this whole thing is very confusing to me because it seems like there is absolutely no reason to purchase extra members on your account. You're not getting a crazy discount on it, and when you do pay for that extra membership, they're getting their own separate login and password. All you're doing is picking up the bill. So you're paying 2 monthly payments, your account and now theirs. So what the fuck is the point? At that point, you're better off just giving them $10 in the mail and saying, hey, go crazy, go hog wild, make a Netflix account with this. Like, what is the point in paying for that password sharing? And that's the wrong word because you're not even sharing passwords. You're just sharing the embarrassment of paying for Netflix twice, really. The idea, I suppose, is, like, let's say when this goes live in America, my parents won't be able to use my Netflix account. Well, I can still give them access to it if I'm a premium member by paying the fee for them too. So then I just pick up the bill for both of us and they can still have their own separate Netflix that I'm paying for as opposed to them. So it's not really password sharing, it's just giving you the opportunity to pay for a couple of other people to have access, which I think is just kind of worthless, really. I don't see that being a super popular idea. Though the more I think on it, the more I think there was actual potential with the core concept here. I don't know the exact numbers, but I would imagine the majority of people that are sharing Netflix passwords aren't sharing it with like fucking 10 or 20 people. They're probably sharing it with close friends and family, at least in my experience, that's who's sharing. So that's like 2, maybe 3 people. Like, you know, a divorced family where the kids want access to Netflix at both mom's side and dad's side, and so they share an account to make that easy. They can't do that anymore without paying multiple times, but why not take this idea and expand it like this? You have X amount of free account sharing, so you can designate like 2 family members that can still share your same Netflix account for free. Nothing changes there. But then if you want to extend it to like 4 people, 5 people, whatever, then you pay. So then you'd pay like an additional $8 to get like 2 more people that you can share it with. So I feel like that'd be a much more lenient way of monetizing in a very similar fashion that wouldn't immediately just be like fucking going crazy with it and making it super brutal. The motivation behind this idea is clearly to monetize the 100 million people currently accessing their service for free. However, I compare this decision to when OnlyFans spent 12 hours saying that they're going to be removing adult content from their site, which would instantly kill OnlyFans. They eventually had that eureka moment where the light bulb flipped on in their head and they're like, wait, if we remove porn from OnlyFans, we're going to be buried 6 feet under. We're fucked. So then they reversed it. I still don't understand exactly what happened during that time period at OnlyFans headquarters. They must have been hit by like some kind of cosmic stupid beam that reset their IQ to like 3. And they're like, oh, OnlyFans is not a porn site anymore. Now it's going to be about cooking and sports and shit. Or whatever else they were trying to say. Maybe they got confused on the date and thought it was April 1st. I don't know. But that was still one of the most comically awful business decisions I've ever seen. And now Netflix is trying to compete with that by taking 100 million users away from their own service and expecting them to come back groveling at their feet with money in their hand in order to access the worst Netflix original content imaginable. Slapping 100 million people and then still expecting them to bend over and goatsy for you so you can fuck them financially is just an absurd notion. I'm sure some people that are kicked off will pay for it going forward, but I think the vast majority won't because there's so much competition, so many other places they can go, and also this isn't like some invaluable service people can't be without. They'll probably just not bother in the first place, especially considering how weak and winky-dinky the catalog is, full of stinky Netflix originals with almost none of them being good for 2023's upcoming slate. I looked at the docket for the upcoming Netflix originals this year, and there's only like 2 that stood out as potentially good, which I feel like is the primary reason Netflix users even have an account is for the originals, because if you're just on Netflix for like some of the old classic shows that are still amazing bangers, you can still find them elsewhere for cheaper than your subscription model right now. And since this is becoming wildly inconvenient for the 100 million users that were password sharing, most of them, I imagine, will start turning to piracy. This will incentivize piracy to pop off once again. So they're just not going back to Netflix, at least not a super meaningful number of them. That's my prediction. But yeah, that's the latest update on Netflix ruining their own business model. So yeah, that's about it. See ya. Netflix really embarrassed themselves this week with their whole anti-password sharing stance where they were going to be dropping the Iron Curtain on everyone that shares a password, kicking off roughly 100 million users in order to force them to sign up in order to access Netflix. A very strict set of rules were revealed on their website where you would now have to always be logging in every 31 days from the primary household, and anything else would be treated as treasonous, and you'd be sent straight to jail, in prison for life, because you shared a Netflix password. I'm exaggerating the terms a little bit, but that's basically them in a nutshell. Nobody liked it. This is one of those things where every single human being on the world, despite all of our differences, we can come together, form a big circle around the bonfire that is the Netflix stock that would have went up in flames had they gone through with that idea. But it seems like they've backpedaled on it, and just like me when I'm wiping my ass and the toilet paper breaks and my fingers touch my butthole, it was a big oops moment, they're claiming. They're saying that they never meant to publish those terms about the anti-password sharing, that system is not going live as of right now, and they've deleted it from their website, claiming it was all an error. I don't know if I believe them, but to me, this feels like an example of one of the few times bullying actually works for a greater good, where a giant fucking multi-billion-dollar company just got bullied into getting rid of a completely dog-shit proposal. But make no mistake, soldiers, the war has not been won. This victory was just a small battle, a simple scuffle, because Netflix has made it very clear they are 100% cracking down on password sharing, but I think with all of the pushback after this announcement came out, they're just going to go back to the drawing board on how to lightly do it, a little less cutthroat, because they fucking slapped everyone. What they were proposing was brutal, with absolutely no wiggle room for anyone or anything. Now, I did go over all this on stream, but I'll briefly mention that they did say that this is currently in effect in some Latin American countries as a test, so they're kind of guinea pigging other territories before bringing it to the States. And I guess this could potentially have been them dipping their toes in the water, but it was a little too hot, so they pulled their toes out real quick, saying it was an error. But if you want my opinion, and by no means am I an expert, I'm just a local fucking idiot guy, I think Netflix's primary concern would be making their catalog stronger, because out of all the main players in the streaming space, aside from Peacock, which is legitimately a joke of a service, They have the weakest catalog. Watching their originals is about as painful as watching your girlfriend cheat on you. Like, they just don't have anything that makes it worth it to sign up. Like, it's enough to keep people that are currently signed up there, and the people that are already password sharing there, because they already have it, but it's just not good enough to bring in new, like, subscribers, I don't think. So when you kick off the 100 million people and you keep the catalog as winky-dinky shitty as it is, they're not going to just turn around and sign up, because there's nothing on there that they really want to watch or need to watch. And again, it's just going to incentivize piracy, even if there is a couple that they want to watch from Netflix, because they do have a couple good originals, of course. They're not all bad. It's just the majority of them, I would say, are pretty bad. Because Netflix has this big problem with just throwing money at everything for no reason, it feels like. Like, things that you've never even heard of and things that they don't even bother to promote themselves. How many of you have heard of the show Bruise Brothers? It's a Netflix original comedy show. Matt calls it the worst show he's ever watched in his life. I didn't even bother to watch it past the first 30 minutes. And yet that's a Netflix original they put a lot of money behind. Like, they just have so many of these things that not even they're promoting as their original catalog, and they're putting tons of money into it. So they're losing a lot on that, and it's not good enough to keep people wanting to subscribe to Netflix. So if you want those 100 million people to maybe consider subscribing, give them a better catalog, and don't just, like, cold turkey cut them off. Like, there's definitely better ways of handling it if that's the goal. But anyway, I'll play some of the clips now where I go a bit deeper into the whole thing. Yeah, we can talk about Netflix. So it's only been 24 hours since the news broke that Netflix was going to be slapping everyone off of shared accounts, password sharing, illegal, you're going to jail for life, and you're going right to hell. It's a sin that's unforgivable. You know, bah humbug, Christmas is ruined, don't care if your parents are divorced, you're not sharing accounts across households. It's always going to have to be one primary location, watch something every 31 days to refresh it, and we're gonna let you suckle from our bosom and get 7 days of travel. But then you'll have to come back and refresh that at the main household. So that news broke. Obviously, everyone's upset. Terrible decision. That is, according to their estimation, 100 million people password share. So that's 100 million people that they just kicked off. I don't know how, in their Silicon Valley rotted minds, they thought that that would somehow lead to, like, an uptick in subscribers. It won't. At least not anything meaningful, I don't think. But anyway, everyone's shitting on it. Everyone's throwing tomatoes, saying, boo, boo, bad, boo, Netflix, boo, not good, yucky, stinky, you guys stink. And then today, according to a couple sources, they've backpedaled on all of it, saying that it was posted in error. Now, I can't find any official statement from them outside of, like, these sources that just say they told their publication that it was an error. So I don't even know if it's 100% true or not that they're trying to backpedal on it. But if that is, that's a pretty pathetic way of doing it. That's like actually a child. Like when a kid sends a text message to their crush like, hey, I like you, and they don't respond in 15 minutes. And then they're like, oh, haha, whoa, this is so embarrassing. That was my friend that sent that. That wasn't me. That was an accident. Like, that is 100% like the Netflix play here. Oh, whoa, this is weird. We didn't mean any of this. How did that even get out there? Oh, no, that's just an accident. Obviously, they made a very strong statement last year about shutting down the password sharing. So they are going to do it, but I guess the pushback on this one was too big, so they're calling it a mistake now. So I don't know. I'm a little confused, like, on the particulars here. On what exactly they're trying to fucking do. They saw everyone canceling and panicked. So their stock did drop, but not that much since this isn't fully in effect yet. So they did have a bit of a... Why didn't their stock just come up? Oh, men news. So they did have a bit of a stock drop. About 1%. Not anything huge. For a brief time yesterday, a Help Center article containing information that is only applicable to Chile, Costa Rica, and Peru went live in other countries, the spokesperson said, adding, we have since updated it. So that was their excuse for all of it. So it's something that they're rolling out in several Latin American countries to test it before being worldwide. Yeah. Well, they're just at this point where they think people need Netflix. But that's just not the reality of the situation. There's so many other streaming services, and even if they just want your originals, they'll just pirate it. If they can't share the account, it becomes far more convenient for a lot of people to just start pirating. Everyone knows how to torrent. I don't know why they're pretending that they don't know about that. This is just going to be something to reinvigorate the Pirate Bay at that point. If it works, other streaming services will do it. Yeah, I mean, I guess if this does turn out well for them, we'd see this extended across the other ones. Netflix has finally followed through on their worst idea yet, and no, I'm not talking about renewing Big Mouth for another season. It's an idea even worse than that. It's blocking password sharing. So from now on, anyone that doesn't live in your house, inside your walls, inside your own imagination, will no longer be able to have a Netflix profile using your account. What does this mean for Netflix? Well, it means that they're going to see a drastic decline in subscribers, I imagine, because they fail to realize that this isn't some kind of must-have item. It's not some inelastic good that everyone needs to own. It's a luxury, and it's an expensive one, and it's a catalog of mostly dog shit. More like net shits, am I right? So if they can't share an account with someone that's already paying, it's not like that person's going to go out and subscribe to Netflix. Their catalog's not strong enough for that. They'll just go to a different service or they'll start pirating. So I imagine once this fully goes into effect, Netflix stock price will be flushed straight down the shitter and just sink to the depths of hell. It's going to collapse. It's going to be a bigger jump scare than the time Bilbo Baggins transformed and got angry at Frodo in the first Lord of the Rings movie. Now let's take a peek under this hood here and see what Tow Mater has cooked up for us. So this is the plan on how they're going to enforce it. Netflix accounts are still shareable, but only within one household. Thus, they're not shareable, it's just one house has access to it on X number of devices depending on how much you pay per month. It's very misleading, it's not fucking shareable. It's about as shareable as a toilet in my house. Yeah, you can come over and use it, but I can't take that toilet to any of my friends' places. So to ensure that your device is associated with your primary location, Netflix is now asking users to connect to the Wi-Fi at your primary location, open the Netflix app or website, and watch something at least once every 31 days. So this is their safeguard. Within a 31-day period, you have to log in on the primary location Wi-Fi and watch a program. Otherwise, you're blocked. Can you still share Netflix with someone who doesn't live with you? As a big fat fucking no. Accounts are only meant to be used within one household. Netflix will prompt users who try to sign into your account elsewhere to sign up for their own account instead and block their access until they do. Netflix will not begin automatically charging account holders whose information is used outside of their homes. Can other users on Netflix accounts save their profiles? Yes, Netflix offers users a profile transfer feature that will allow them to migrate their show recommendations, watch history, and more to their own account if they decide to create one. This will give password sharers the opportunity to preserve their profile if they sign up for their own Netflix account. Legitimately probably the last thing people give a fuck about. I just can't imagine someone sweating profusely. Oh geez, they just cracked down on password sharing. Okay, God, I'll make another account quick. Oh, but what about my profile, my watch history? Oh my God, I might lose it. Oh no, no, no. Oh good, okay, I get to keep that. What's going to happen in 9 out of 10 cases, I imagine, is everyone that loses access to their account because they're not part of the primary household, they're just going to go to a different service or start pirating. It's 2023. Everyone knows how to torrent shit. It's like this industry just forgot about that whole piracy boogeyman. You wouldn't download a car, would ya? One of the main reasons streaming popped off so hard and actually did take a big chunk out of piracy is because it was just more convenient, easier, and quicker to pay money every month to have access to the content as opposed to torrenting it. So they just offered convenience for money more so than like great content, because a lot of the originals suck fuck. You just released Witcher Blood Origin, for example, on Netflix. You're not really keeping people like by the balls in a stranglehold because your originals are so great. There are some bangers, of course, but that's really not the primary reason. It was just convenient, and it was easier and quicker than torrenting. But now you're going to have a ton of people that lose access. According to Netflix estimations, 100 million users worldwide are using the service through the login credentials of someone else. So after this bomb drops here, after the nuke is deployed, where do you think those 100 million users are going to go? Because it's not to your website to sign up, at least not the majority of them. It's anywhere else, and a lot of it's going to just be straight up piracy. I don't know how they couldn't foresee that. I imagine that's going to be the reality of the situation, especially with how cutthroat this all appears to be. So can you still use Netflix while traveling? Signing into Netflix outside of your home may lead to the device in use being blocked from Netflix, but they have a workaround. Travelers who want to use Netflix on hotel, smart TV, company laptop can request a temporary code from the service when signing in. This will give them access to their account for 7 consecutive days. Wow, what saints. So you get 7 days of using your Netflix account outside of your own home. And then you have to come back to the headquarters and touch the base to refresh it at your primary location, otherwise you're fucking blocked. So, God forbid you have a vacation that lasts more than 7 days, because you're shit out of luck if you wanted to watch Netflix during that time. And also, if you're someone that likes to at least have a Netflix account shared between households, like let's say parents get divorced and they still would like the kids to have access to their accounts across the 2 households, well, you're fucked. Under no circumstances can a Netflix account exist outside of the primary household for more than 7 days. So it's always going to need to be individually paid for, no matter what, it seems. So, pretty brutal. They're not pulling any punches with this protocol. And God forbid you make any mistake like not watching something within 31 days, because even if you're in your own household, shit can just get blocked, it sounds like. If your device has been blocked incorrectly, you'll need to contact Netflix in order to get it unblocked. That sounds really nice, easy, and convenient. Contact the fucking support hotline at Netflix, which is an absolute goddamn disaster. All of these big company support lines are complete trash. So, God forbid you forget within the 31 days, or you accidentally stay in a vacation for 7 days and 30 minutes and now you're over the quota and you're blocked on there. Like, there's no wiggle room here at all. And then you have to contact Netflix hotline, which is a fate worse than death. So, that sucks. And then you can get a real nice peep at the prices down there. There's basic with ads for $7 a month. That sounds great. Just go ahead and cuck me. I'm paying $7 and I still get fucking ads on your service? Wow. Sign me the fuck up. That sounds amazing. Then there's basic with $10 a month. No ads. Only 1 device still. Standard at $15.50 per month for 2 devices, and then premium at $20 a month. So clearly they're expecting some kind of huge drop-off in the amount of subscribers here, which is of course going to be detrimental to the overall health of the company. So the prices are supposed to reflect that. They're hoping to make it up in this area. But I don't see it offsetting the large amount of people that will just not be signing up once they lose access. Again, the Netflix originals aren't strong enough to keep people hooked, and everyone knows how to torrent shit in 2023. If they were really desperate to see the originals, they'd probably just fucking pirate it. And I don't know how they could be so delusional that they've convinced themselves that the hit they're going to take from this is negligible in the long run to the amount of subscribers they'll gain. I just don't see them gaining any meaningful amount. You're kicking them out and spitting in their face. Why are they coming back? Most of the people that use Netflix probably signed up during COVID when there was nothing else to do. But now, once you kick them out, it's not like they're that desperate for that kind of entertainment anymore. They'll just do other shit in their downtime. And especially after you fucking use and abuse them here with this new system and the prices, I just don't see it going over well. You can already see the response is overwhelmingly negative, even from like the ultimate consumers that just fucking love consuming everything. Even they're calling this out, talking about how this is finally just going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back, that they're going to cancel Netflix. So they're losing their pay piggies as well. So no one likes this, no one at all. And I'm sure Netflix won't like this 6 months from now. That's my prediction. I guess I could be totally wrong, but I guess we'll see. That's about it. So yeah. I didn't think it was possible for Netflix to sink any lower than the Resident Evil or live-action Cowboy Bebop show, but somehow they found a way to go even further beyond the Super Saiyan 3 of dog shit. Against all the odds, against science and against God himself, Netflix found a way to dig deeper than the deepest pit of hell to announce a show so foul that even Satan weeps. This isn't satire, it's not April Fools. With a straight face, they announced a live-action Yu Yu Hakusho adaptation. They can't keep getting away with it. This has to be a crime at some point. We have to hold them accountable. They are digging up graves and fucking the corpse right in front of us. This one is extremely painful for me because Yu Yu Hakusho is peak anime to me. This was one of, like, the big ones for me growing up. I even still own the goddamn Dark Tournament Saga on DVD. I never even opened it because I cherished it so much. So you can imagine how upset I was when I saw the announcement. This news was sadder than the ending to Marley and Me. I felt like I was losing a friend. Or I guess more like I felt like I was watching a friend being held at gunpoint. And they were like trying to ransom, you know, like, hey, subscribe to Netflix or Yu Yu Hakusho gets it. I'm like, no, please let him go. Just a boy. He doesn't deserve it. It doesn't make any sense why they keep doing this. I don't understand. This is like straight out of SpongeBob. How many times do you have to teach you this lesson, old man? All of Netflix adaptations absolutely blow ass. They're all fucking atrocious. It always ends in failure. The live-action Cowboy Bebop, absolute catastrophe. Resident Evil, more like Degrassi meets The Walking Dead meets The Dumpster, because it was fucking trash. They also have a live-action One Piece around the corner, which I can't really opine on since it hasn't come out, but I can't imagine it's going to be successful, and now a live-action Yu Yu Hakusho. Why? When they adapt these shows, excluding One Piece since that hasn't come out yet, so I don't know for sure, but like Cowboy Bebop and Resident Evil, they are just not faithful. Like, they take so much creative liberty that they mutilate the property to something unrecognizable, and they do it proudly. They don't even bother trying to get the characters or the story or even basic elements of it to translate to the live action. So why adapt it in the first place? What do you accomplish there? All you do is piss off the built-in fan base, and you lose interest from people that don't know the franchise because the production here isn't good enough to stand on its own two legs. You borrowed a name from a popular franchise and did a shitty job of adapting it, so you lose that fan base, and since it's a shitty adaptation, you lose people that don't even know the franchise in the first place because it's just bad. I also don't understand why they keep putting anime in their crosshairs here. I feel like the Netflix higher-ups just peruse their teenage daughters' Tumblr pages to see what's popular and base their future projects off that. Oh, it looks like anime is really killing it. Let's just go through, like, beloved anime and start ruining it. That should work for us. It just doesn't compute. I can't process the thinking here. Historically, all live-action anime adaptations have been horrible, except for like a few. The one that pops into my head right away is Alita Battle Angel, but that was also a $200 million budget over the course of many years to make that masterpiece, and it absolutely slapped. But I promise you, Netflix isn't committing that big nut-busting budget to the live-action Yu Yu Hakusho. They probably committed like 10 grand in a Walgreens membership. Just looking at the picture here, it just looks like someone did a fun Photoshop project that Netflix slapped their logo on. Now there's no trailer to like fully judge it on, but just the concept alone is awful. Yu Yu Hakusho, the anime and manga for that matter, ended over 20 years ago. Why are we doing this now? They also teased what the core cast is going to look like in live action, so you have Yusuke, Kurama, Kuwabara, and Hiei, and it's not even to like cosplay level. And again, that's just the problem with going live action with an anime. You can't really translate an anime character to human beings because then it just looks goofy and silly and it just doesn't usually work. And you know what else isn't working? Netflix in general. Netflix is actually just dwindling in popularity. It's been hemorrhaging subscribers, making terrible business decisions, and the stock plummeted recently, but it's been recovering a bit. But I think that's solely because of Stranger Things, but now once people finish that, what do they have left? What do they have to watch on Netflix now? Fucking nothing. Actual dust. The majority of Netflix catalog just isn't good. And then the majority of shows that Netflix themselves produce just aren't interesting. They're not fun to watch. You'd have more fun taking the SATs again than watching a Netflix original. They have a couple bangers like Stranger Things, but once you finish Stranger Things, what do you have left? A barren wasteland. Netflix is like the Fallout universe of streaming. Just empty apocalyptic nothingness. and then the occasional glimmer of hope with a show like Stranger Things, with a show like The Punisher, God rest its soul, canceled too early. But like they occasionally have some great shows on there, but it's very few and far between, and I really do think that is contributing heavily to people abandoning it. It's starting to throw it to the side. Of course, a lot of it's just a natural loss of subscribers to the service because so many people signed up during COVID lockdowns. But now that lockdowns are over, those people are just starting to cancel things like Netflix since they're just too busy. But I also think a large contributing factor is just a shit catalog. They don't have classic shows anymore because all of the great shows they used to have got poached by other streaming services, and their originals just aren't strong enough to keep anybody hooked on the service. So people just leave it behind. And I really think Netflix is in a downward trajectory here, and hopefully they figure it out, but this is not a good sign if they just announced live action Yu Yu Hakusho. It demonstrates a clear lack of understanding of the problem. Nobody wants Netflix adaptations of their favorite properties because they ruin it every time. They bastardize it. They parade it through the streets tarred and feathered. By the time Netflix releases the adaptation, what we get is just an insult, a slap in the face. Nobody is asking for Netflix to take properties and adapt them for a Netflix original. And I don't think there's anyone in the world that wants live action anime. I don't think there's ever really been a huge community of anime enthusiasts that are like, can't wait for the live action, this needs the live action right now. Nobody wants it. Nobody. And yet for some reason they keep trying live action anime. And it looks like they're going to continue to do this till the end of time, until they finally run out of money and scratch their head wondering where it all went wrong, dumping all their budget into a live action anime adaptation of fucking Gurren Lagann next. You know, it doesn't make sense. And it's upsetting to see that because Netflix is very near and dear to me. Of course, being the first major streaming service that I ever subscribed to. I even got my wiener touched by a girl one time when I was watching VHS horror movies with her. Whatever that series was called. I think it was just called VHS. Netflix used to have all of the goofiest stuff, but also all the best stuff too. Great memories with the platform, and now it's just a shell of what it used to be. There used to be a time not that long ago where pretty much any show you wanted to watch, Netflix would have it. But now, anytime you search for a show like, say, Courage the Cowardly Dog, you'll search it up and it'll say, we know you want Courage, we don't have that shit, that's somewhere else. And you'd be like, okay, so they don't have Courage. And you're scratching your chin like, alright, well, how about Adventure Time? I mean, that was like the most popular cartoon back in the mid-2000s, surely they have that. Type it up. Oh, you wanted Adventure Time? No, you're on Netflix, we don't have that, absolutely not. So you throw your hands up, you're desperate, like, oh, fuck, what do they have? How about Friends? What about Friends? I mean, like, every streaming service in the world has Friends. I imagine it's here. You type it in, nope, not here either. It's just baffling how weak the selection is on Netflix. And they also greenlight the most awful ideas ever, like Cuties. Jesus Christ. Like, they actually put on the worst ideas imaginable and put money behind it as a Netflix original. And there is no better example of that than Cuties, which honestly should have had Netflix thoroughly investigated for that shit. Absolutely disgusting. Netflix is just making all of the worst decisions over the last couple years or so, and it doesn't seem like they're getting it at all. Netflix originals are still synonymous with garbage, and they keep raising like the subscription prices, trying to crack down on password sharing, and then they recently sacked their entire animation department. Oh, we're losing money. Probably those fucking animators' fault. For no reason. Like, they don't understand. And it's fucking upsetting. And now they're taking a property that I love, Yu Yu Hakusho, and most likely are going to ruin it. If this show ends up being good, I will be beyond surprised. I will be beyond shocked if this show is even somewhat redeemable, even somewhat enjoyable. I would be elated, honestly. But anyway, I just wanted to talk about this, and that's about it. So yeah. I just watched the new Netflix Resident Evil show. Don't cry for me. I did this to myself. I knew what I was getting into. I made the decision to watch this show even knowing it would probably suck shit. And suck shit it did. After the embarrassing and insulting tragedy that was the live-action Netflix Cowboy Bebop show, I didn't think it would be possible for them to make the same mistake, But they did, again, with Resident Evil. It's wild to me how little they learned from Cowboy Bebop. It's like the whole company is run by people without a brain. It's just an algorithm that's malfunctioning right now. So they're just taking random properties and adapting them into bad shows. Why do they keep doing this? Isn't the world full of enough pain already? Why add more to it with these miserable video game adaptations? First the Halo show, now Resident Evil. Is nothing sacred anymore? What's next? Are they going to target Doom? They're going to release a new Doom Netflix show that's all about a high school quarterback who's a little arrogant and then gets his comeuppance when a gamer nerd steals his girlfriend? Like, I don't understand. Why adapt a video game if it's not going to have anything in common with it? Of course, the obvious, most commonly accepted answer is marketing, because these properties come with a built-in audience. But that's completely useless when that built-in audience drops the show after a single episode, when it's become clear that there is nothing in common with that show and the franchise that they like. I'm not a big conspiracy theorist, but I'm starting to believe that there's something nefarious afoot here. Some kind of puppet master pulling the strings, and he is addicted to eating glue, snorting auto paint, and huffing air dusters, because they have it in their head that it's a good idea to take beloved properties and adapt them into generic schlock that is unrecognizable from the property they're supposed to be adapting. It is a formula that has proven nothing but failure so far, and yet for some reason they still seem keen on doing it. We just saw it with Halo, and now we're seeing it with Resident Evil, and the Resident Evil Netflix show is basically like if the Halo show did a fusion dance with the Dragon Ball Evolution movie. It's just a disaster. It has nothing in common with the video games it's supposed to be adapting, except for sprinkling a few Easter eggs throughout the show. That's about it. It doesn't really have any semblance of like actual connection to it. It doesn't even feel like it was loosely inspired by the video games. It feels like what they did is read a Wikipedia entry on each game and then just grabbed a few sentences from each one and then put them throughout the episodes occasionally as just a little Easter egg for audience members to find and maybe point and be like, I recognize that. But otherwise, there's just nothing in common with this show and Resident Evil aside from a few borrowed names. Let me go ahead and show you a scene that's been floating around Twitter and then explain to you the context of it, because it's even stupider when I tell you why this scene is happening. This is a spoiler. This is towards the end of the show, and it's supposed to be like a big reveal kind of situation, like shock as you're covering your mouth, recoiling in your chair, and throwing popcorn bowl over your shoulder because it's just so shocking. Now, this scene's obviously pretty silly, and the video games are no stranger to campiness and some fun, wacky moments. But this show doesn't really have that vibe. They play it pretty serious for the majority of it, aside from like some rogue jokes that don't really work, which if you've been on Twitter for the last day or so, I'm sure you've seen the clips floating around because people are just slamming and jamming on it. One of the jokes is about Zootopia porn, and then another one is about torrenting anime. The jokes don't really land, but I'm not here to nitpick the comedic moments. What I'm saying is, the comedic moments aren't like a focal point of the show. It doesn't really try and capture the campiness. So when it comes out of nowhere with this really goofy dance scene, it's just kind of jarring. Now let me explain why this scene is happening, because maybe the context makes this taste better. Well, you see, Evelyn is being controlled by an iPad. Well, not like a sentient iPad or anything like that. It's not some rogue AI that came to life Skynet style and took over. It is a person who is using an iPad to control Evelyn, which is why she's doing this dance recital thing. Though to be honest, with how shitty the writing was, I wouldn't put it past them for season 2 to just make some kind of unhinged sci-fi plotline about AI taking over to annihilate humans. The humans are the real virus, or something like that. But yeah, Evelyn's not a robot or anything, it's just they were able to inject her with enough drugs and control her brain through the iPad. Pretty cool, I guess. I want to make it clear, I actually don't think the Resident Evil show is like the worst show ever made or anything. It's just a very generic show that borrows from a great franchise. It's pretty shameless. They should have just slapped any other name on this and it would have been received much better. They should have just called it like Zombies, Playtime is Over, or Apocalypse, Lunch Break. Just anything that isn't Resident Evil adjacent, because this really has nothing to do with the Resident Evil franchise, aside from borrowing a couple character names and references. Netflix stock is down 70% this year, and I think if they announce Season 2 of Resident Evil, it'll drop another 30%, baby. They can do it. I think it's just right around the corner. They're just one more bad video game adaptation away from just a complete and utter collapse, it feels. Of course, I'm exaggerating, but it's just so insulting that this continues to happen. There is no reason to take a video game, make a show out of it, without having anything in common with the video game. What is the fucking point? You don't get new viewers because the show isn't good enough to stand on its own two legs, and you don't get the video game viewers that like the property because the show has nothing to do with the game they like. So who's winning here? All the sides are losing. There's no fucking purpose to making a show like Resident Evil here when it has nothing to do with the games. It's like War Games taught us the only winning move is not to play. Stop making these video game adaptations. If you're not going to hire a team that's at least played the games and wants to do something with it, like a faithful adaptation, then just don't do it. That's the only way these things work. I don't think there's anything wrong with making your own universe, or your own show based on a video game universe. In fact, I prefer it. I don't want a live action one-to-one remake of Resident Evil. I would prefer if they tell their own story, but set in the universe properly, where the characters that are in Resident Evil are faithfully adapted into the show, and in the show they can do whatever they want to further the plot, but the characters just need to at least have similar personality and motivation to what they did in the game. There's no reason to just completely drastically change and rewrite characters from the game to your show. That immediately disconnects it from the video game that you're adapting. There's just no reason to do that. Halo, for example, did that with Master Chief. Master Chief never even shows his face in the games, whereas in episode 1, he immediately takes his helmet off and he keeps it off for the whole fucking show, basically. And he also has his butt cheeks out more times than pretty much any other character in any show this year. There's so much ass cheek in Halo, which is never present in the games. It's a completely different thing, and there's no reason for that. And as you can probably imagine, Halo didn't do that well. People dropped it after 1 or 2 episodes, and it just wasn't a good show in general. It's just, if you're going to adapt a video game, why not make it faithful to the video game? That'd be the whole point. There's no reason to take the name of Resident Evil and make something that has nothing to do with it. Nobody wins in that situation. Netflix fucked up, and I'm sure they will continue to fuck up because for some reason, this very basic understanding of how things work isn't registering with a lot of these Hollywood producers that are making shows based on games. It is just, there's something gone wrong here. They somehow didn't learn that lesson with Dragon Ball Evolution, or the last Airbender movie, or the Hitman movie, or the Assassin's Creed movie, or all of the fucking Resident Evil movies. Somehow they still saw all the failure in the Resident Evil live action franchise and then still made another failure with the show just to add more dog shit onto that pile of shit. It makes no sense to me. Netflix needs to stop with this, and not just Netflix, but in general, all these streaming platforms have got to stop trying to make a video game adaptation by people that don't know the property and don't want to know the property. Again, the Halo team was proud that they didn't play any of the Halo games. They outright said in their interviews, we didn't touch the games and we didn't talk about the games. And look what happened. Disaster. I imagine the same thing happened with the Resident Evil show here. If I had to wager a guess, they've had a very rudimentary understanding of the games. But yeah, anyway, just wanted to rant about this a bit since I watched the Resident Evil show. And yeah, that's about it. So yeah. Call me AOL because I'm delivering news that I'm sure you already know. Netflix is struggling. I'm sure you've seen the numbers. Year to date, their stock is down over 60%. But more specifically, over the last week, they've really fallen off a cliff. Just got fucking kicked right down that giant well in 300. They went down 37% in a week. So a lot of people are asking the question, is Netflix dying? And that stock graph is looking like a heartbeat monitor about to flatline. It's not looking good. That shit's looking like Blockbuster back in the day. And a lot of people are wondering, well, what could be the cause for this incredible decline so rapidly? And naturally, everyone's turning to me to answer these questions, since I am the preeminent expert on all things shitty movie and TV show related. I have a genuine passion for horrible media, whether that be horrible games, movies, music, shows, whatever. I just love watching and consuming the worst of the worst. things that turn other people's stomachs, make them puke, cry, and question the existence of God, I get a big smile on my face and a wet spot in my trousers. I just really enjoy it. So when people saw this happening to Netflix, they were wondering my opinion on it. Is it because all of the terrible shows and movies Netflix keeps funding? And in my expert opinion, and it pains me to do this, I'm going to have to diagnose Netflix with shitty content disease, but it doesn't mean it's terminal yet. Netflix has been funding basically anything made by someone with a pulse. And even that seems to be spotty. It feels like they're funding scripts written by fucking AI. They have a catalog of actual dog shit shovelware. Like, you remember DOSBox ROMs back in the early internet where it was just actual 30-second games that were just being uploaded to the ROM sites that were almost unplayable? That's Netflix right now. They're just this giant cum dumpster of almost unwatchable movies and shows. And it's things nobody is asking for. But they're putting a lot of money into making them for some reason. Like, they'll drop like 50 new originals on like a single weekend. Be like, hey, new on Netflix. Netflix presents The Poop That Took a Pee. And then they'll be scratching their heads like, oh, why is no one watching that one? We put a lot of money into that production. That's so weird. Why is no one watching this? It just shows that no one would ever even think to watch that Netflix is funding. Now, I want to make it clear, I don't think bad content is solely responsible for the decline of Netflix right now in terms of their stock price and all of that. I definitely think it contributes because as things get more expensive, because things are absolutely getting more expensive in our world, the first thing that people are going to cut is a service like Netflix. You know, Netflix is just a luxury to have, and it's an expensive one. It's $25 a month. So as the cost of living goes up, people aren't going to be able to justify subscribing to Netflix anymore when they're not even putting out content that they want to watch in the first place. And especially with so much competition right now, Hulu, HBO Max is kind of killing it. Even Crunchyroll slash Funimation to a certain degree, since anime is so big on streaming, and Netflix is doing a horrible job with their anime catalog with like JoJo's Part 6. God rest its soul. I know everyone's upset about that. Netflix cannot get anything right. Fucking JoJo's Part 6 has been divided up into like part releases where they released 12 episodes a few months back, and they still haven't released the next set of episodes for some inexplicable fucking reason. And they had the audacity to hype up, hey, good news, JoJo's Part 6 Part 2 might come out in 2022. Woo-hee, yeehaw! Getting sidetracked. But competition, you know, Crunchyroll, Funimation, Disney Plus. Disney Plus kind of slapping them around right now since they took all of like the Marvel shows and everything, which people are just going to idly binge forever on that service. So the thing is, Netflix just has a lot to compete with now, and the content they keep funding isn't shit that people want to watch. So their originals don't keep them there, and Netflix has really been bled dry when it comes to shows that people love, to like beloved classics. All of those have gone to other streaming platforms, so Netflix is left with just like the worst of the worst. So I definitely think that does contribute, you know, just not having any of those classic shows anymore for people to just want to watch on Netflix. Those have all gone elsewhere, while also not providing any new originals, and then still increasing the monthly subscription price is just a recipe for disaster. They've been increasing the price but decreasing the quality of content on the service. It's just really ass backwards right now. I just think they're not really sure what to fund, so they just fund everything anyway, even if it's like a student project by a 9-year-old or some shit like that, and then hope that one of them sticks. So they'll get the occasional banger like Squid Game or Arcane, but for every Squid Game and Arcane, there were 1,000 Bruise Brothers and other shows that no one has ever heard of. So yeah, the quality of content hasn't been amazing, and that's surely contributed to a lot of people deciding like, I can't really justify paying $20 a month for Netflix anymore, I'll just cancel it and stick with one of the other services. I do think that's a contributing factor. And another thing I want to just say, and I don't know how much of an effect this has, but I really feel like this whole binge model that Netflix is still just living and dying on, which is where they dump an entire season of a show all at once, is just so fucking dumb. The binge model was cool in the early days where it's like, wow, I get to watch my favorite show that I remember when I was a kid all at once. I don't have to like wait week by week. Or even like a new show, like, wow, all of it's out all at once. But now the novelty, I think, is completely worn off. I much prefer a weekly release of a show. And on Netflix, Arcane proved it could work. It's so much more fun and engaging to watch a show week by week because then everyone's at the exact same pace. You get to discuss it with friends, family, even online, because everyone is at the exact same pace. So you can talk about what might happen next, come up with fan theories and speculate, and it's just a lot more fun to engage with the content that way, as opposed to the binge model where they drop all 12 episodes all at once, and then you'll have some people call out work the next day in order to finish it all in one night, and then you can never really talk about it with anyone because everyone's at different places in the content. Example, Stranger Things Season 3. Third season of Stranger Things was very good, but they dropped all the episodes all at once, so some people finished it in one day, some people in 1 week. So everyone was at different places in the show, and no one ever really talked about it. When Stranger Things dropped, there was a lot of hype, and then within like 2, maybe 3 days, no one was talking about Stranger Things Season 3. It just faded from everyone's memory. Whereas something like Arcane, which was on Netflix, people were talking about the entire run. Every single episode, every drop was trending on Twitter with people talking about it. It just gets people more invested in it. When you're able to discuss it with other people, it just makes it more fun. I just think that whole binge model is really counterintuitive to engagement, as well as keeping people on Netflix. I think it's really fucking stupid, to be honest. Like, if you're bleeding out. So you take your best shows and release them all at once. People finish them in one day, and then what's their incentive to stay on there? They'll have to wait another 6 months when you accidentally find another good show to fund. You know, like, why would they continue to pay for it that long? Whereas when it comes to a weekly release, Netflix does get lucky. They have another huge show like Squid Game, and they release it week by week. And then they get some people to stay longer because they're invested in that show. Like, it all just makes more sense to just do weekly releases, even just from a business standpoint. But yes, I do agree that the quality of the Netflix content hasn't been great. They've been pumping out a lot of net shits recently, and a lot of people are probably just not bothering to re-up a subscription. But Netflix is cracking down in what I believe to be the wrong area. They're just blaming everyone for password sharing, which is a legitimate problem from a business standpoint. Don't get me wrong. A lot of people share passwords. I myself am getting Netflix from Tiana's account. Everyone shares the passwords to their Netflix. So there is a lot of unpaying Netflix viewers. So that is a lot of money left on the table for them, but it's such a tricky problem for them to navigate because if you really come down with an iron fist, just flop your meat on the table and like villainize anyone that's ever shared a password, it's going to make it a headache to continue using the platform. So most people just won't even bother, and since there's so many alternatives, they'll just go somewhere else. So them cracking down on password sharing is going to be a really tight rope to walk. I know they've tossed around the idea of doing like a really cheap Netflix subscription that has ads with it. For people that don't want to pay the full $20 but still want to watch the content, they could do a cheap alternative but getting some ads there. Maybe that's a decent solution. I don't really know. It's not like an unheard of one. I know other services offer that. I just don't know how successful they are in that area. But again, cracking down on password sharing, like throw these people in the slammer. They shared their password with too many people. I want them fucking arrested. And like making it really like a cutthroat policy is only going to serve to damage Netflix further. So they have to really come up with like a consumer-friendly option to get people who are sharing passwords to instead pay a little bit to continue watching the content, and I don't know how the fuck they're going to pull off that balancing act. But I do think perhaps the best solution for hemorrhaging so many subscribers is just by offering better content. This is quite literally like that Twitter meme of make better content or I'm unsubscribing. That is actually happening to Netflix right now. The price of everything in the world is getting more expensive. Netflix is expensive, and most people aren't going to want to spend $20 a month for shit where they might get one good show twice a year. That's just not worth the cost. So the best thing they can do is just improve with what they're putting on the platform. And another thing that not a lot of people have mentioned is Netflix's numbers were heavily inflated because of COVID. When COVID hit, everyone went to subscribing to streaming platforms because everyone was locked at home watching shows and movies and shit like that. Now that everyone's getting back into like a normal routine in the real world, all those people are starting to cancel these subscriptions. So the numbers just got like really inflated. So maybe this is just equalizing and it's totally normal. Can't really say for sure, but what I can say for sure is Netflix has so much garbage on it that no one really wants to watch, while only ever providing a couple of good shows a quarter. So that I think is a big problem for them, and the competition's getting fierce. So I just wanted to talk about this a little bit because it's an interesting topic, I think. I always find it very fascinating when there's a company that's too big to fail, starting to fail. I don't think Netflix is in any danger of closing its doors anytime soon. They still have like 220 million active subscribers, so they are still very much in the game. It's just a matter of them having a bit of a stumble here, and by a bit of a stumble, I mean they're fucking spiraling down a dirty toilet. A 65% year-to-date loss in the stock is kind of rough, but they're still fine overall. I don't think they're in any danger of dying anytime soon. So I just wanted to talk about it. That's about it. So yeah. Netflix has a lot of good shit on it, but a lot of soggy dog shit too. Without a doubt, though, the worst thing Netflix has is their newest announcement called Cuties. Cuties goes above being just a bad movie. It's like an actual fucking crime. Here's the little Netflix blurb about it, a little Shark Tank pitch to get you invested, make you want to watch it. Amy, 11, becomes fascinated with a twerking dance crew. Hoping to join them, she starts to explore her femininity, defying her family's traditions. Pedophiles everywhere were pumping their fists in excitement. Finally, a movie made just for them. Fucking Dan Schneider must have fallen out of his seat in excitement when he read that synopsis. Here's the French cover, the original, versus the Netflix cover for Cuties. You can immediately tell which one's which, even if there wasn't French on one of them. As you can see, the American version on the right here clearly wants to just focus on hypersexualizing children. Every actress in this movie is actually 11 years old, by the way. Also, that tagline about twerking and femininity, that's on no other piece of media talking about this. It's only Netflix's explanation for the movie. So it focuses only on the twerking. It seems like they only wanted to post this movie on Netflix to try and normalize pedophilia. Now, there's a trailer for this movie, but I'm not going to click on it because I'm not a pedophile and I'm not a fucking idiot. That feels like some kind of trap set up by the FBI where you click on that and you basically speed run onto the sex offenders registry. It's like the old anarchist cookbook shit where if you Google that, you're immediately put on a list. This really does feel like some kind of trap where they're trying to catch as many pedophiles as possible with as little work as possible by just posting this trailer and then just taking everyone's name down that watches it. Or even worse, leaves a like on it. If you leave a like on it, you probably go to jail. It's just so fucking disgusting that this kind of movie would be put on Netflix and advertised in this way. I don't know if the movie's actually even like this, because like I said, this is the only blurb that said anything about 11-year-olds focusing on twerking. So maybe the movie's really not even like that. But I'm not gonna find out. I don't want to find out. It's still fucking disgusting. Netflix has a lot of explaining to do with how they've advertised this movie, because it looks like they only want pedophiles to watch this. This kind of shit just shouldn't be acceptable under any circumstances. And what the fuck is next for Netflix anyway, now that they're trying to open this Pandora's box of pedophilia? Next month, introducing Friend on Netflix. Ralph, a 13-year-old boy, finally gets his big break, landing a major role in a blockbuster movie where he's introduced to Harvey Weinstein. Together the two become inseparable as Harvey Weinstein teaches Ralph how his penis works and how to keep landing roles in Hollywood. Join them on the inspirational journey only on Netflix. It's just fucking terrible stuff, and I'm not trying to give Netflix any ideas, because that actually sounds like something Netflix would put money into at this point. Now, just a little while ago, Netflix released this statement: "We're deeply sorry for the inappropriate artwork that we use for Menomenes." Jeez, I just sound like fucking Doodlebob from SpongeBob. I don't speak French, sorry, I don't know how to say that. Cuties. It was not okay, nor was it representative of this French film, which won an award at Sundance. We've now updated the pictures and description. Yeah, but you see, it doesn't fucking matter, Netflix, because you've already shown us your asshole. You showed us why this is on your catalog because you want pedophiles to watch it. Your marketing was geared towards people that are attracted to children. You made it about twerking. Your cover photo was children twerking in very revealing clothing. Honestly, it's fucking disgusting. And even 4chan doesn't allow that. 4chan came out saying they will not allow Cuties content to be posted there. 4chan has better morals than Netflix right now. That's the fucking state of Hollywood. Now, I keep saying Hollywood even though this is a foreign film, but it was completely changed by Hollywood. They totally fucking rebranded it and made it more focused on sexualizing children than the initial shit showcased. Whether or not the movie is actually sexualization of children, I have no fucking clue. But it doesn't matter because Netflix totally rebranded it for pedophiles. They made it like some kind of Willy Wonka's golden ticket to the pedophile factory just for them. It makes no sense why they'd change everything to focus on sexualizing kids other than just to try and normalize that, which is fucking disgusting, terrible, and gross. It's all super fucked up, and what's even more fucked up is just how common this shit is becoming from a lot of different places, like Twitter specifically, with minor attracted persons maps. There's so many people that are trying to make pedophilia seem normal or acceptable, and I really hope we don't actually get to that point because pedophilia isn't acceptable under any circumstances. It's just genuinely fucking not. But the more times I log on Twitter, the more often I'm seeing people saying how wrong it is to discriminate against pedophiles or You're a bad person if you don't support pedophiles or something. And then you'll have Netflix do some shit like this, which reinforces that idea that pedophilia is normalized now. Get with the times. It's 2020. And it's just absolutely disgusting. Netflix had to have a lot of people okay this when this sexualization of children for cuties was put on their catalog. There had to be a lot of people that looked at that and gave it the green light before that went live. It's not like Netflix can turn around and be like, oh, no, guys, it was actually just one person. It was Chris the intern. Turns out he's a convicted sex offender and we just didn't know it. But don't worry, he's gone now. We've promoted him for his work. You know, they can't just, like, accuse one person of doing this and having it slip through the cracks because it's fucking Netflix. There is an actual department that greenlights all of these things. I know it because I've been declined from it with fucking Hard Turbo. So they decline some shit like Hard Turbo and then put on some pedophilia shit. It's weird and gross. So it's not like there is just a single person behind this. It is all of that department. A huge chunk of people at Netflix saw this description that's talking about 11-year-olds twerking, and a poster that sexualizes kids and said, yep, that's going on Netflix, baby. That's going right on the front page. And that is just the most baffling part of all of it. It's just a terrible, terrible, terrible situation. And, yeah, that's about it. See ya. Do I think Avatar is going to be good? No. It definitely looks better than the M. Night Shyamalan movie, which of course is a very low bar. But you have to remember the creators of Avatar left the project due to creative differences, so whatever's going to come out, I think, is going to be trash. Thanks for the membership, Panned. But the trailer was fine. So here's hoping. You said the same thing about One Piece? Yeah, but One Piece didn't have Oda publicly besmirch it, saying that there was creative differences they couldn't reconcile and leave. Avatar, the actual creators left, saying that it was just not what they wanted. That's totally different. You remember when everyone was leaving Rockstar Games because of the extreme toxic environment? I actually don't remember that. When was that? Seen the rumors of Iron Man returning to the MCU? Yeah, we talked about it. I don't think they're gonna do that. That'd be well beyond desperate, and I don't think it would save them. I know they're desperate, but I don't think they're gonna bring Robert Downey Jr. back. It's not gonna save them, even if they did. Which I don't think they will, but it still wouldn't get people going back to Marvel movies. Especially not after the Marvels. I saw it tonight, it was absolutely atrocious. They are absolutely lost. What are your thoughts on this situation with The Escapist and everyone quitting after they fired the editor? I still didn't look into it, but I was surprised to hear that it was still going. People only went to The Escapist for a couple of specific creators, and I don't know anyone else who went there outside of that. So I was shocked that it was even still operational. Any plans to play Assassin's Creed Nexus? I'll probably play it once for 3 hours and quit like I do for all Assassin's Creed games because they're so fucking boring. That's super sweet, Tyson. That was very wholesome. Appreciate it, Alvin. Hope everything goes well. And yeah, of course, Ryan, at some point. And good luck. I hope it goes well for you, VHS. You hear that Deadpool 3 is the only MCU movie coming out in 2024. 3 other movies got delayed to 2025. Didn't hear that, but that's great news. Finally give people a break. Any thoughts on Modern Warfare 3? Worst campaign in Call of Duty history, but haven't played the multiplayer. And I've not seen the Jujutsu Kaisen episode today. I had to decline my friend inviting me to watch The Marvels. You saved yourself 150 minutes of agony. That movie is atrocious. It's not fun bad. There's not a single redeeming thing about it other than Miss Marvel being a good character. It's worthless. I don't know why they even put it out in the current state. Of course I'll play Dragon's Dogma 2. I'm very excited for that. Now you should get some rest, Ash. Was it worse than Shazam 2? Yes. It was somehow less coherent than Shazam 2 as well. I think R-rated Blade will help refresh the MCU. Maybe. No idea, Intent. And maybe because I switched to YouTube mainly. It can't be as bad as Eternals, right? It is. Thanks for the membership, Kev.
Stalker 2 is releasing. It has a release date, doesn't it? I don't think that's something that's never coming out. But yeah, I'm definitely going to play it when it releases. I think the only thing that can save Marvel is if they bring in District 8 Medic. I wasn't a medic, I was a hospital helper. At least get my title correct. But you're right, that might revitalize the MCU. They made a whole fucking series around, well, I guess it wasn't all around him, but it had that guy, what's his name, Colin? Fuck, I forgot him. From Avengers. They could do that for me. Take me from the Hunger Games multiverse. Don't know enough about it, Cactus. Is it worse than Morbius? No. It's not worse than Morbius. But it is somehow a messier movie than Morbius. I'm telling you, it is not a cohesive movie that's printed. It's terrible. Thanks to the resub, Cat and Temple. That's super sweet. Thanks for that, Say. Yeah, I can check that out later. Hope you had a good night. Thoughts on Jennifer Gardner coming back for Elektra? Is she really? Oh my god, what a fucking throwback. Is that real? This is from like the golden age of trash superhero movies. Elektra. Oh my lord. Where are you seeing these rumors? Oh, Deadpool 3 rumors. Sounds great to me. Man, this and Daredevil. Bad movies, like objectively speaking, of course. But there's something special about that era. Good evening, Strange. Kind of like Daredevil from 03. It's a bad movie. Like, it's not a good movie. If you go back and watch it, it's pretty bad. But I liked it at the time, too. It was just a special era where some of the biggest dog shit movies were some of the most memorable as a kid. I listened to both of them, Kenneth. I'm a huge fan of both. Omni-Man came out today. Oh yeah, I forgot today's the day he comes out. Don't know who that is, Green. Has he stolen content and then reacted to it yet? Are you stuck in a time vortex, man? I haven't done react content in like a year. But good one. Objective View. Haven't started Pluto. Not yet. I heard great things, though, so I am excited. I'm doing alright, Alex. Hope you're doing well. And yeah, like I said, the new Avatar trailer was fine. Like, it definitely looks like a big improvement over the last one. But I am not expecting much, considering the creators left. So, I still think it's not going to be good, just based off of that. But I would love to be proven wrong. And I'm also tired of this fucking trend of taking extremely successful and extremely beautiful animated shows and making them live action, but only adapting it 1-to-1, so you don't really add anything to it, you just make it worse. Kind of like the fucking live action Lion King. It's just like you take the exact same thing and make it worse. It worked really well for One Piece because they didn't just do it like that. They added their own creativity and input to it while keeping the vibe the same. Which is how you have to do it. It's fucking worthless to just take something animated and do a bad version of it live action. Like, what's the point? Stupid. It's fucking stupid. My shitty childhood was Zoom Academy for Superheroes. I saw that in theaters. That movie is awful. I hated it back then, too. It was so bad. You're talking about Tim Allen's Zoom, right? This came out during, like, the Sky High craze. This shit is atrocious. I didn't know anyone could like this movie. That's fair, Snow. I never watched Legend of Korra, though. That movie is so fucking good. It is not! It was bad even for its time. It was a horrible movie. Hope you had fun at the concert, Caleb. And yeah, I'm a fan. I think they're good. I don't know if it's fun bad. I haven't watched it since I was a young boy. Maybe it's fun bad. Thanks for the membership, Connor. You watched the Ghostbusters trailer? No, I totally forgot about it. I just have no interest in it, unfortunately. What's it called again? Frozen something? Frozen Empire. I don't know. I just can't even pretend to be interested in it. Ghostbusters is a franchise that
It's just not getting any tender love and care, unfortunately. I wish it would, though. Loved Ghostbusters, and Ghostbusters 2 growing up. A lot of people didn't like the sequel, but I did. I still fucking quote, Zool, God, well, it's been a while since I quoted it now. Are you the Keymaster? I am Zool. What was the... Oh my god, that's not it. What the fuck was the order? And then she starts levitating above the bed. The fuck is it? Now I can't remember. Have you heard about the absolute show going on with the Amazing Spider-Man comics? Someone in chat mentioned that a minute ago, but I didn't bother to look it up. Let me see. What's happening? I don't see anything in the news here about it. I see 9 hours ago they teased Spider-Man hunting Kraven. So what is it? And I'll look for it. Let's see, resub Ewu, Toxic, and Tier 1 Cyclone, the anonymous gift sub. And the Bits Moth and Digital. I know, he would be so disappointed, Digital. He got cucked again. Like, the true definition of cucked is Spider-Man now confirmed cuckold? Like, what do you mean? Literally, yes. No way. Or, I don't see anything about that when Googling. Where do I go to find that? I don't believe you. What do I do? Amazing Spider-Man cuck. I see something from 3 months ago. Bits. Oh, so it's not actual cuckoldry. They're just making a shitty run right now. Look up MJ and Paul. I feel like I'm just being lied to, in general. Who the fuck is Paul? Paul Rabin? MJ's new boyfriend. Oh, she's moved on from Spider-Man to Paul. And has kids with Paul. Cool. Awesome. So, okay. What happened then? From what I'm reading, Mary Jane and Paul got locked in an alternate dimension for 4 years, and they fell in love. That's so weird. What the fuck? Cool. Thanks to resub Edible, Bulldog, Nightwing, Aaron, Andrew, and Tier 1 Joey. Is Paul just some dude? He's apparently related to a villain. I don't know, this is very silly sounding from the cliff notes here. This is just titled Mary Jane's 2 children are no more. And then it looks like they were created and then erased by him. Wow. Thank you for the 5 gift subs, Joey. And the resub Nostalgia, Mickey, and the Prime Rar. So is the drama just it's bad? This isn't the first time Peter got cucked. Gwen Stacy cheated on him with the Green Goblin and had secret kids back in the day. Damn, he can't catch a break. Thanks for your sub drunk. Yeah, this doesn't really seem like drama. It just seems like it's a bad Spider-Man run right now. What kind of writing is that? I don't know, man. Goofy writing? They made Captain America into a secret Nazi? Well, probably in like an alternate timeline, right? That's the whole point of their multiverse, is everything is possible. So that doesn't even sound that egregious or anything. Just sounds dumb. It's a tier 1 diet. No, it's canon. It's canon? Wait. Wait, let me see. That's a pretty wild twist. Oh, this is all the way back in 2017. How Marvel has responded to the Nazi Captain America controversy. Captain America is actually evil and aligned with the shadowy organization Hydra. Huh. What a... I mean, this panel goes hard. Just says, Hail Hydra. Cool. He was just an agent or something, was he? Captain America Steve Rogers #1 closes with the iconic hero killing a teammate and declaring Hail Hydra. That's bold. That's big. Ugh. I'm the most hated man in America today, Spencer told the Daily Beast. Brother, you write comic books. You're not the most hated man in America because you're not good at writing comic books. Stop. Just stop. Ugh. I write comics too, man. And if I fumbled, I wouldn't say I'm the most hated man in America. I'd say, damn, I really let people down with this one. When you decide to do something like this, you understand, obviously, that people aren't going to throw you a party for it. You understand that this is the kind of story designed to upset people and shock people and worry people. That's the response you're supposed to have to something like this when you're seeing a bad thing. Does he think it's all, like, real or something? This is certainly the kind of response I expected, but in terms of the magnitude of it and just how many people are chiming in, that part's unreal. Surpassed any expectation I had. I must have missed all the riots in the street over Captain America turning out to be a Nazi in an issue of Marvel. Somehow I didn't see that one. Series of Joy Boy, Care, Squid, Spud, Shrek, Mess, and the Bits Jack, Toutist, and Thunder. Doing alright, Thunder. Hope you had a good day. You see Kiora has ChatGPT now? No, I didn't see that. I've still not seen Raka Raka's horror movie yet. I will be seeing it soon, though. I want to. It looks good. Like, all the reviews and everything are good, so, I mean, it's sounding pretty good. Thanks for some clarity. It's an old story. He was a sleeper agent deep undercover, pretending to be Hydra was how they changed it. He was faking it to go take Hydra down from the inside. Damn, so they couldn't even stick to their guns. Cowards. You know that as of now, Jean Grey has died a total of 16 times throughout Marvel's mainline canon. Wow. Yeah, I saw that Pee Wee Herman passed away today. Him and Angus Cloud, I believe his name is, from Euphoria. Fucking awful. Both those, terrible. Twitter's going crazy with conspiracies? On what? I don't think there's any foul play or anything here, man. Thanks, Risa Bless. I don't even know what you could possibly make a conspiracy out of for this. Anyone who dies is vaccine related now. Yeah, I do see that on pretty much all of those posts. There was a post today, actually, as well, about a famous, like, daredevil, like one of those Instagram daredevils who climbs skyscrapers and shit. He fell to his death today. And one of the replies was asking about his vaccination status. I'm unsure if it was, like, a meme on that or not, but that is legitimately on every post about someone passing away, is about, like, it was probably vaccine related. It's so hard now to tell on the platform formerly known as Twitter, like, what's satire and what's not, because it's so fucking crazy. Absolute loony bin. You see the girl who had a fuck machine on Kick livestream? Oh yeah, I saw Jake's tweet about it. That went hard. Yeah, that was wild. Thanks a gift sub or the resub Zoro. Hey man, if Kick allows it, I say let it ride. That's super smart. You get a 95% cut. And everyone pays for like camming, shit, let it rip. That's just smart business. Until they shut it down, I mean, that's just smart business for now. Thanks to the 5 gift subs, 4x. 18 plus section. Yeah. I've always said that would have been very smart, and it looks like Kick's going to do that if they're not already. Am I going to update my Marvel tier list? Not anytime soon. Maybe like next year when there's 10 more movies and shows. 10 more shit movies, you mean? Oh, speaking of shit movies and superheroes, have you guys seen this? I'm sure it'll come up if I just type this in. Jesus. I think that's what the headline was. Yeah. So apparently they did a test screening for the new Aquaman movie, and they called it the worst DCU movie ever after walking out. Did you guys see that shit? I heard about it today from Aaron, so I looked it up, and it's apparently true. This sounded made up, because usually test screenings go immediately to like fans, and they will never give you good feedback. At least I've never heard of a test screening leading to anything positive. And yet somehow even here they're like, yeah, this shit is trash. Oh, it's a test screening? Typically they'll take a cut of the movie, give it to a small audience in order to get feedback on like what's working, what's not. So like if the villain's bad, or if some scenes are bad, or if something's not testing highly, so they can make like last minute changes to the product to move things around, make it a little bit better. But here, apparently people literally walked out and just said it's the worst DCU movie ever. There's the resub Taco, Smartigan, the gift sub Logan. Imagine inviting someone to a screening and they just walk out. Yeah, I couldn't believe it. It sounded made up. It literally sounded made up. No way worse than Wonder Woman. The new, I guess it's not new anymore, but the second Wonder Woman was truly awful, but I guess this is shaping up to be worse. Oh, and another thing that looks very bad for DC, Shazam is projected to be the lowest grossing DCU movie ever. It's tracking 43 mil opening weekend, which is even less than their previous low one, which I don't think it was Black Adam. I think it was one before that, but one of those. So the new Shazam's also not looking good. The issue with the new Shazam is they turned a unique idea into a standard DC movie once the first did good. I don't know if that's the case. My little game theory is when they split Black Adam into a solo film, they really fucked Shazam. Because now what is Shazam supposed to do? So they ended up just giving it some generic schlock. Was it boring or cringe? What? This isn't out yet. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Superhero movies aren't the same without Iron Man, Captain America. Well, I mean, that's Marvel. This is DC. DC has stumbled in their live-action superhero movies for a while. They've had a couple good ones, though. Outside of, like, the Nolan stuff, because that's obviously absolute top tier, but it's not DCEU. So it doesn't really count. Same with the Batman, also not DCEU. But, like, their actual core ones, they have fucking struggled. The Suicide Squad is great, the recent one. Is that DCEU? I'm not sure. But I actually did like James Gunn's Suicide Squad. I enjoyed that. I agree. I like that one. 2016 Suicide Squad is an unwatchable mess. Thanks to Prime J-Ob. Thanks to Resub Uga. Didn't you hate it before? Which one? James Gunn's Suicide Squad? No, I even gave that a good moist meter. 2016's was like the lowest moist meter score I gave way before I even started doing like actual ratings. That movie was so offensive to me that it actually kickstarted moist meters for movies, because prior to that I was mainly just doing games. It's that bad. Yeah, 2016 Suicide Squad I literally think is unwatchable. James Gunn's The Suicide Squad though is good. I enjoyed it. And the Peacemaker show was fun. Did you hear about Suicide Squad needing an internet connection just to play? Yeah, we watched the state of play. Game looks very not great. I like the movement. I hate the live service aspect. All the monetization shit got leaked. I don't like needing to be perpetually online just to play a single player game. It's all not looking great. Also hate that everyone uses a gun and no one looks unique. Yeah, it just doesn't look good, man. Just straight up, there's not a whole lot to be excited about for this. Except the movement. If you're just really into movement, I think it looks like they nailed that. But every character can just use a gun, and every character does just use a gun. Something they even advertise, that you can just mix and match guns with every character. It's like, that's not really fun. This was originally going to be a Superman game before Warner Bros. Told them that it was impossible to make one and forced them to make this instead, supposedly. Don't know if I believe that or not, but take your word for it, I guess. Not like it changes anything. Thanks for some sharpshooter and boring one. You plan on getting a haircut again soon? I actually just got a haircut a couple days ago. Just for some of the dead ends. But no, I don't plan on going back to like short hair anytime soon. I want to try like some wackier shit with it. Get experimental, start doing some like anime styles or something. Just literally trying a bunch of different styles. Might as well. Give it a whirl. Did you see Steven Yeun might play Sentry in Thunderbolts? I don't even know what you're talking about, man. Hey, Rise. Yeah, it is what it is. Exhibits, Casey. Ezra Miller got charged with robbery in Vermont. Burglary, you swine. But yes, Ezra Miller did get charged with burglary in Vermont. How? I don't remember it. I forgot. They broke into a house for beer or something. It was something so useless. I don't recall. We looked it up. I mean, I guess I can look it up again, but it was something so unbelievably dumb. Out of all the fucked up shit Ezra Miller has done, what they're finally getting them on is burglary for a beer or something. Yep, missing bottle of alcohol. God damn. Oh, I also forgot about this part. That mom that's been living with them, surrounded by guns, is also an unlicensed cannabis farm, which is kind of wild. I didn't know that. Ezra Miller must be the version of the Flash that's just the shitty person. You're talking about Reverse Flash. Reverse Flash is a real character. It is just some dude who hates the Flash. So he just does everything to make the Flash's life worse. But sometimes it's really petty. No way. Yeah, it's real. You've probably seen him in that viral clip where it's the, "It's me, Barry. You remember when you prematurely ejaculated in front of whatever her name is?" I'll just pull up the clip.
Remember when you were making out with your first girlfriend, and you came right as she touched your leg? It was me, Barry. I jerked you off at super speed so it'd seem like you nutted at just a woman's touch.
Like, that's the one that floats around all the time. It's a real character, though. Granted, I don't think DC's brave enough to have a supersonic meat jerker in official lore, but he does just do everything to make the Flash's life a little worse. In the CW show, he fakes being in a wheelchair to fuck with Barry. How does that even fuck with Barry? So every time Barry sees him, he's just in a wheelchair? How does that make Barry's life worse? Yeah, I guess unless Barry just really hates people confined to wheelchairs, I suppose. So just like roll in front of him and maniacally laugh knowing that Barry's uncomfortable. He pretends to be a caring mentor. See, like, that's super lame. In fact, I don't care, Barry, and I'm not teaching you good things. Haha. He's such a goofy character. Why does Reverse Flash... So why does Reverse Flash hate the Flash? The top 10 worst things Reverse Flash has done. I have to know.
Learning that you're intended to become your idol's greatest rival and a psychotic mass killer isn't really the best day in the office. However, it happened to Eobard Thawne, aka the Reverse Flash.
I know he actually does kill a lot of people.
Chaos. But what are some of the
So this might be a
worst
serious
things that Eobard
top 10.
Thawne has ever done over his various and seemingly infinite incarnations? After his research on the Speed Force while at residency in the Flash Museum had gained some traction, Eobard fell in love with a reporter named Rose who had been hired by Central City Science Today to interview him. However,
God, he looks like such a dweeb.
So his future self interfered with the timeline, killing Rose's fiance in an attempt to get her to love him, but it didn't work. So he proceeded to
What?
kill every man she had started seeing after her fiance, and eventually every man who she had ever dated at all. So
How does that help him, though?
instead,
This
they
guy's just a
became
fucking idiot.
platonic friends. However, she continued to just brush off Thawne's romantic advances, eventually retaliating physically when he attempted to kiss her. In anger, his future self traumatized the reporter as a child, rendering her mute and causing her to be institutionalized for the rest of her life. Although, if she was still friends with Eobard, well, knowing full well that
Who writes this? This actually feels like something I would have read as a child on DeviantArt. So his crush never loved him. So his future self killed her boyfriend. She still didn't love him. So he killed every man on Earth until it was just the two of them. And she still didn't love him. So then his future self traumatized her as a child, rendering her mute and institutionalized. And now they're married. This is incredible. What great lore.
I'm causing a few of you to rethink your relationships, huh? In at 9.
I mean, if that's what a healthy relationship
This doesn't
sounds
sound
like.
a lot, but trust me. During the events of the Flashpoint comic arc, Barry brought back to Batman a letter from his father, who is alive in the Flashpoint timeline as Batman. It's the only contact that Batman has had with his parents ever since they died.
Oh,
So
no.
it would be a shame if something were to happen to it. Oh wait, that's right. Thawne decides to rip it to shreds so that it couldn't even be reassembled. It also didn't help that.
I mean, he only wrote 2 sentences. Like, at that point, just knowing that his dad wrote him something is probably good enough. I don't think this one's too bad. A message sent across time, a letter to your dead son. I'm not the hero of this story. Was it consoling Thomas? Oh, was it consoling Thomas, knowing he would have it? That though he lost you, he could always see you loved him. Did that make you feel better, Thomas? As you burned. I mean, okay.
Either there was an original timeline where Barry's mother didn't die, but he still
So he
became
killed
the Flash,
Barry's mom.
or Joe did a whole other thing. After being stranded in our present after killing Barry's mother due to a lack of speed, Thawne decides that the only way to get back.
Pardon? After killing Barry's mother due to a lack of speed. So she died of being slow? She couldn't run a 4-second 40, thus she died. You're too slow to exist in this timeline, Mom. You're cringe. Oh, you got trapped due to a lack of speed. Ah. Okay, so he was too slow to make it back to her. So she died because her son isn't fast enough. Gotcha. Alright, I thought it was the mom who wasn't, up to snuff with the track team.
Similar to what Nora does when she helps Barry destroy the Thinker satellite in the season 4 finale, advancing time by 5 years. This time, Thawne advanced it by 6 years. Using the face of another man to train Barry, gain his trust,
this was the
and
fake
ultimately
mentor
use
thing
him
you
to get
mentioned.
back to his own time. These soldiers are accompanied by evil versions of Green Arrow and Supergirl. The evil version of Flash.
They didn't even change Supergirl's costume. The evil version of Supergirl is the same Supergirl, but I guess just with shady morals now. They couldn't even give her a cool evil costume.
The evil version of Flash is missing, however he doesn't
They did?
appear in
Oh,
the
that wasn't
Ray
a
animated
picture of her?
series,
Okay.
which this crossover also technically has a crossover with, but they're just brought into real life. Same, kind of like how they did with the Vixen crossover. But, the evil version of the Flash in this crossover, oh, you bet your ass it's Thawne. Wearing Wells' face, no less. Presumably having killed the Barry of Earth X, Thawne helps Overgirl and Dark Arrow lead a group of
Okay,
fascist
that's
soldiers on
better.
the attack. In the process of killing Barry's mother out of anger since he couldn't manage to kill Barry, Thawne ended up framing his father for the murder and gets him sent to prison. Obviously, this wasn't really avoidable because of how time works or whatever, but this still causes Barry a great deal of pain.
I would imagine.
To be highly intelligent and to have a particular appearance. However, as he grew up, they became concerned about his
What in the fuck kind of art is this? My name was Eobard Thawne. I was an only child. Bro, this family, it's like the Jetsons. Wow. I mean, I would have guessed this is a villain already, this whole family.
Hoping that caring for a sibling would help Eobard adjust, his
They're from the
parents had a
future?
second son.
Man, even if they are from the future, what happens in the future? Everyone gets hit by an ugly beam? Like, what is going on here? Like, everyone's like their face is elongated and wrinkled, and it's weird.
But then he was caught by Robert, who was an officer in the science police. This caused Eobard a great deal of pain, which is understandable.
Oh, I have to look them up. The science police? What do they tackle that the normal authorities won't? I see you didn't factor in the baseline variables here. You're going to jail. What do they do? Stop people from researching dangerous shit? I guess, but would that not fall under the jurisdiction of the normal police? If they're like researching weapons or something? Arrest flat earthers. So anyone they arrest anyone who has conspiracy beliefs. Alright. I can get behind that, I guess.
Well, given that your brother's altering reality. It is mentioned in Judeo-Christian religions, and it was an ordinary spear before Roman soldier Longinus used it to pierce the side of Jesus Christ after he died on the cross, resulting in its immense supernatural powers. The second season of the...
You telling me Jesus Christ is in DC Comics? Alright, excuse me, I need to look up, what kind of powers did he have? Jesus of Nazareth, New Earth. He was one of Charles Xavier's mutants. Oh wait, that's Marvel. Whatever. The resurrection of Christ is disproven by science. What a cool story arc. Wubba-lubba-dub-dub. Wow, I mean, they really bring a lot into the fold here. But then, I mean, he is public domain, so they have every right to. Healing, molecular reconstruction, resurrection, weather manipulation, and exorcism. I feel like there's so few instances in comic books where an exorcism is a helpful power. Like, it's such a tedious process. Who else has the power of exorcisms in the DC universe? Oh, Constantine makes sense. You're telling me oh, wait, these are trending pages. Oh, actually, no, wait, these are characters that perform exorcisms. Who the fuck did Clark Kent exorcise? He performed an exorcism on Batman. Bro, I need to start reading DC Comics. Holy shit, this sounds unhinged. Wait, he just got, like, ordained by the Catholic Church or something and they gave him the authority?
He manages to kill Barry as a child, as he set out to do so many years ago. Or I guess Will set out to do. I don't know, time travel is weird, man. Anyway,
Yeah, I'm a little confused. Why did he keep targeting his mom? He could have just killed Barry, like, as a kid. It would have been easier, I guess. Like, what's Barry gonna do as a child to fight back? Oh, because he wants Barry to suffer. Right, I keep forgetting it. Like, his main motivation is just to make his life miserable. True. So it would defeat the purpose if he killed him. So why? Why? Okay, why don't I just look it up? Okay, let's see. Why does Reverse Flash hate Flash? He hates the Flash because he was so damn obsessed over him that he started to become like him, only to realize his destiny is meant to be his greatest enemy. So that really ruined his life and made him hate the Flash. To me, that sounds like he doesn't really have a reason to hate the Flash as much as he does.
The Reverse Flash is one of my favorite villains within the DC universe. He's so psychotic, he's so crazy, and his entire purpose is to just mess with Barry Allen, the Flash, one of my favorite superheroes, in which Jeff Johns wanted to reinvent the Reverse Flash to be someone significant within the Flash's life, to be his Joker, per se. And it was at that moment that we got the Reverse Flash that many of you know today, the one that has been in TV shows and in cartoon movies, and in the video games, the psychistic and psychotic things, classic storyline titled The Return of Barry Allen. Thawne becomes Barry Allen, in a sense. You see, in his original origin, Barry Allen went to the future where he found Eobard Thawne using an old Flash costume to commit his crimes. Barry Allen destroyed the suit and...
Why is Eobard Thawne so fucking repulsive? Like, this guy looks like inbred. Every single goddamn panel I've seen of this guy makes him look truly abhorrent. Maybe that's why he's just so goddamn mad.
This led down a long path that would involve Barry Allen running into the future to live there with Iris until he was needed.
I love, this is so old school comic. Get up, you can't be dead. But he is. And Flash killed him. That is vintage.
Because in his second origin, Thawne is still a scientist in the future, but this time he went back in time to replace Barry Allen. He even had facial reconstruction to make it happen, and he stole the cosmic treadmill from an antique shop. He then went back in time and he learned that he was in fact the Flash's greatest enemy, not his replacement. This caused a break in his mind, and he was convinced that he was Barry Allen. Central City had forgotten about him. He battled against Wally
rough.
and Jay until Wally tricked him into returning to his own time.
Okay.
You see, those were the only two appearances of Eobard Thawne that were
Still not like a really strong reasoning to hate him that much. Like, I still, like, I don't see the real drive. Like, yeah, it's frustrating, like, damn. So I can't replace him.
He tries to murder Wally West's kids in front of their mother, Linda Park. The only thing that saves them is Jay and Bart Allen. But he then quickly defeats Jay, and he threatens to kill Bart. He is, of course, stopped, and he proceeds to inform Barry that everything that has ever gone wrong in Barry's life is because of Thawne. Even when he would, like, fall down the stairs into the basement, Thawne tripped him using super speed. When he lost a friend, that was because Thawne messed with him. To seal up
Like, see, how can you not appreciate that? That's so stupid. When he fall down the stairs, it's because Reverse Flash came and tripped him. That's like some shit you would hear Alex Jones say. Like, the reason why this is in my search history is because 11th dimensional Alex Jones actually came and framed me with it. That fucking trickster is at it again. This is such a wacky character. Holy shit. Are all comics like this? Like I said, I haven't really kept up with comics much, but my Jesus. Fucking 50 different timelines and 400 different alternate universes. My lord. Is that fun to keep up with? That just seems like a headache. And it feels like there's never any stakes. I remember I watched a video on the death of Superman on how it actually broke comics. And it really feels like that's super accurate. I really think they need just like one single canon timeline. They can have all the spin-offs elsewhere, but I really think they need to stick with one like actual canon timeline. Like, condense all of the ideas, take what worked, what didn't work from all of the other ones, and make like an actual single line to follow. I just feel like that'd be much, much better. Maybe they do. I don't know. But it seems like all of chat said that this is how they go. They've done that several times, but it always gets rebooted. Then it's completely worthless. This was a fun little rabbit hole. Yeah, Reverse Flash is super goofy. Like, fun goofy. There's a character called Bruno Excelente that's a sex offender. And that's it. Well, is he supposed to be a hero? Because that's kind of a hard guy to root for. Oh, Bueno Excelente. Yeah, I'll look him up. Is it DC? Bueno Excelente was a perverted sex offender whose skills earned him a place on the hero team, Section 8. This is real? I mean, this would probably be my least favorite member of the team. I don't know a whole lot about him, but I find it hard to root for a sex offender. His only ability is intimidation. His only heroic ability is to scare people with the threat and act of sexual assault. And he's part of the... Oh, heroes. Okay, it's not exactly a hero team. Okay. So he's part of a team of villains, then. What a character. He only ever spoke the words bueno and excelente. It is implied that Kyle Rayner was once drugged and sexually assaulted by Bueno Excelente. Man, it's such a shame they retired such a classic character in 2000. There's a Batman comic where Batman abuses his newly adopted son because he misinterprets what his PC says. Thinks it says son, but instead it was sun, S-U-N. Man, what in tarnation? Andrew talked about that one, did he? I don't recall. Andrew knows a lot about, like, the wacky lore of some of this dog shit. But, like, all of it starts to blend together. Comics sound like they're in a pretty cool spot. Who's Dog Welder? I don't know, I'll look him up. Dog Welder, New Earth. He was a member of Section 8, which we just learned also had the convicted sex offender whose ability is intimidation and sexual assault. So this is a team of superstars. Dog welder spent his time trapping and killing dogs in alleyways. Abilities: dog welding. Sometimes called mechanical construction. Okay. He has a strong compulsion to weld dogs to people's faces. Damn, and to think he also retired in 2000. What a sad year for DC Comics when they retired Bueno Excelente and Dog Welder. Like I said, I was never a huge comic reader by any means. And now it's in such a weird state. Oh my god, there's a Dog Welder too. The second Dog Welder was similar to the first one. Oh, this guy's got like actual lore. One day in an antique store, he was possessed by the original Dog Welder's welding equipment, becoming the current Dog Welder. His wife and family wanted to help him, however he was too compelled to weld dogs to people and welded the family dog to his children. This guy's a menace. As a result, his wife divorced him, and remarried a year later. Let's go. Dog Welder secretly watches his family. How do you remarry that? He welded the family dog to his children. His wife's like, I can fix him, I guess. He watches his family from afar, shows a desire to speak with him, but decides to leave instead. While in Gotham, he encounters Constantine, who reveals to Dog Welder that he can communicate vocally by using dead dogs as puppets. Later, Dog Welder attempts to reconcile with his family. However, his children are still very traumatized by their last encounter with him. His ex-wife, seeking to defend her kids, threatens him with a knife and urges him to leave. Realizing he is frightening the kids, he decides to leave with Section 8 and they head to the pyramids of Egypt. There, Dog Welder learns the truth of his power. Bro, what power? He has welding equipment, kills a dog, and tries to weld it to a person. That's not a power. Like that, you have all the powers of a man. And modern welding equipment. While they are attacked by mummies, Dog Welder lights his torch and is immediately transported to the Dog Welder afterlife. What does that consist? What does that even consist of? Paradise, I guess. Wow. Here he encounters the previous Dog Welder and learns their origin. The power of the Dog Welders is derived from a curse created by Anubis. After their conversation is concluded, Dog Welder returns to his friends. Man, that Anubis is always up to no good. I've said it since I was a kid. You can't trust him. Back in Gotham, they learn that stars Sirius A and B are expanding. When they touch, they will explode and destroy Earth. Dog Welder has an epiphany that he is meant to weld the stars together. As Sirius is the dog star. Are these written like are these supposed to be jokes or is it like serious? Are these like actual stories? Like do they take themselves seriously? I cannot fucking tell. I don't know. I'm getting mixed reviews. It's supposed to be serious, 100% serious, and the comic series is a joke. I can't tell. Most people are saying serious. It's obviously not very serious. See, like, that's what I would normally say, but Reverse Flash is supposed to be, like, a serious villain, and some of his crimes, while some are heinous, some of his other ones are, he trips Barry when he's a kid. He pushed Barry down the stairs when he was a kid once. And that's, like, a serious villain. Like, that's one of their, like, big villains. Constantine reveals that Dog Welder has a lot of untapped power. As a result, he may be able to fix Sirius. Section 8 then knock out some NASA astronauts, steal their suits, and hijack a space shuttle. When they arrive in the Sirius star system, Dog Welder leaves the ship and harnesses the power of all previous Dog Welders. He's able to weld Sirius A and B together, stabilizing them. He says goodbye to his friends, knowing that the stars will expand, killing him. Though he was content, as this would prevent the curse from afflicting other people. Section 8 returned to Noonan's, where they all mourn the loss of Dog Welder, whose world-saving sacrifice will never be known to the public. Fuck me. I'm a Dog Welder fan. Alright, I need to see these, like, comic panels. Damn, he is not very popular. This is a whole video on the Section 8, the one with Bueno Excelente, the sex offender, and Dog Welder. Who else is part of Section 8? Here's one guy whose spit tastes really bad, so he spits in people's mouths. Team Leaders, 6-pack. Sydney... Okay, so this is definitely a joke series. It clearly... Okay. I see. So it's not supposed to be taken, like, in earnest.
Flimjim? Oh my god, this guy actually just spits. Holy shit. I just tried to think of the most useless power and I fucking nailed it. Wow. Wow. Well, I feel real good right now. I was a little off though. I thought he would just spit on people and it tastes bad, but it looks like his is kind of like acidic. Friendly fire. Wait, this guy might actually have a power. He accidentally shot off his own head while also fatally injuring the defenestrator. So he has energy projection but can't aim. Jean de Baton. Alright, pretty cool, pretty cool. So he throws a baton. And then last one is Shake. Alright. Well, I'd say the Section 8 squad is probably up there with the Justice League. They've got all the heavy hitters here. I'm guessing they didn't perform super well, considering their run only lasted like 20 issues. But I think we're overdue for the reboot. This was created by the guy that made The Boys. Oh, no fucking way. Wait, what? Oh, Garth Ennis, you're right. Holy shit. Yeah, he's the guy that made The Boys. Wow, okay. I don't know why they don't credit The Boys here. I'm guessing this is just DC-related properties because we're on the DC fandom. But yeah, Garth made The Boys. Also, The Boys is a fucking terrible comic. Like, it's not a very good comic, but it's a great premise. The show did such a great job adapting it. Yeah, it's just shock for the sake of shock in a lot of places. Wow, I think there might actually be a real chance that they at some point try Section 8. With the success of The Boys, they really might. And I think it could slap. They'd have to tone down Bueno Excelente, I think, though. I don't think having a sympathetic sexual assaulter would go over super well. But aside from that, I think everyone else would probably see moderate success. Bueno Excelente is the soul of the team. Yeah, true. He's really... I mean, at the end of the day, it's only him and Six-Pack that survived the mini-angled ones, whatever that means. So the world is left with just the alcoholic and the guy who rapes people. So he is one of the stronger members. But Dog Welder's the one that saves the world by welding stars together instead of dogs. By the way, apparently James Gunn actually considered Dog Welder for the Suicide Squad, and there was even a fan petition to include him. They should have. He could have just been one of those people that die like immediately on the beach. Six-Pack fixed his life after going to Alcoholics Anonymous, but then Superman ruined his life again for no reason. I kind of want to read this. I tried to read a little of The Boys, but I guess that's a bad example because it is just like actually a bad series. Like the comic series is trash. Yeah, I hear a lot of great things about Invincible. I haven't read it though. But basically what we like... I just think a lot of comics just aren't super fun to read, which is why for Godslap we've been focusing on making it so even if you hate reading, you'll at least enjoy Godslap, or at least that's the goal. Marvel is one of the biggest names in entertainment. They've been creating beloved superhero stories for like 100 years now. They have the most well-known and most recognizable characters of all time, second only to Jesus Christ, I imagine. Everyone knows the characters, seen the movies, or read the comic books. I myself am not a big comic book reader. I don't read many stories or anything of that nature. I don't read manga or shit like that. Maybe I'd read more Marvel comics if they had some hentai issues, but overall, I'm just not a huge fan of the medium, nothing but respect for people that are though. And yesterday, Marvel Comics made history by announcing something that nobody in the world liked. They announced the New Warriors comic series, which was received with overwhelming sighs and just a thunderous amount of disinterest. I swear to God, there's more hype in a retirement home when someone finally finishes bingo than for New Warriors. People get more excited in a public library when someone drops their pencil on the floor. Nobody was excited about it, and when they released it, a lot of people just felt downright insulted.
So the first character that we're introduced to is Trailblazer Law, and she inherited from her grandfather a magic backpack of divine origin.
So this is the first character we're introduced to in the Marvel New Warriors announcement, their fucking E3 press conference here for New Warriors. This is Trailblazer, and her superpower is having a magic backpack. So she's basically just Dora the Explorer. And the backpack itself looks like Ben 10's Omnitrix if it was butt-fucked by a laser tag vest. Now, I think it's a pretty lame superpower just to have a magic backpack that you pull things out of. Like, I can't really see that being super fun in a crime-fighting situation, you know? We're fighting the supervillain and my teammate's dehydrated, but luckily Trailblazer had a bottle of water in her super backpack. She saved the day. It's just, that's not really interesting from a superpower perspective, but there's nothing inherently silly or wrong about it. I just think it's kind of boring. What we get into and what most people have a problem with is the next few characters, because this shit is just so ridiculous.
Screen Time is a internet kid taken to its sort of logical conclusion. As a youth, he was exposed to his grandfather's experimental internet gas, and that has patched him permanently into the World Wide Web.
This is where people started to roll their eyes because this shit just gets so fucking dumb. So Screen Time is the result of a teenager being exposed to their grandfather's experimental internet gas. What the fuck is experimental internet gas? Was his grandfather harvesting farts from a Twitch chat shit poster or something and then accidentally released it in the house? That's some of the laziest writing I've seen in a while. Fucking fanfic has better explanations for how a character gets their powers. If you really wanted to make sense of it, why not just have it be like, you know, he was a programmer who made a virtual reality game but accidentally locked himself in it and now he's stuck in there and, you know, caught in between the real world and the augmented world. Or even use fucking Wi-Fi if you want. Throw around some like boogeyman Wi-Fi 5G shit maybe. Get the conspiracy theorists all riled up about Screen Time. I don't know, man. But fucking experimental internet gas. Screen Time is a meme-obsessed super teen whose brain became connected to the internet after becoming exposed to his grandfather's experimental internet gas. Still, I mean, that still just sounds so fucking dumb, especially when it's written down like that. His grandfather had internet juice and he accidentally drank from the bottle and now he's stuck in the internet. Now he can see augmented reality and real-time maps and can instantly Google any fact. You know who else can instantly Google any fact? Anyone else in the entire world who has a phone. It's not really a superpower. As you can clearly see, Marvel is struggling to come up with cool superpowers. A meme-obsessed super teen? They created a fucking Redditor. And he's actually worse than a Redditor. His only power to the group is being able to Google things. He's just a fucking cell phone with legs.
Snowflake and Safe Space are the twins, and their names are very similar to Screen Time. It's this idea that these are terms that get thrown around on the internet that they don't see as derogatory, to take those words and kind of wear them as badges of honor. Snowflake is non-binary and goes by they, them. Snowflake has the power to generate individual crystallized snowflake-shaped shurikens.
This is what made people the most upset. Snowflake and Safe Space. Let me preface this by saying I don't think there's anything wrong with Marvel taking this kind of approach to characters or using their comics to make political stances. It's totally within their right to do so, but this is the absolute worst possible way of going about it. Nobody appreciated this, and I fucking looked hard. I went through so many different Twitter threads. I went through the fucking swamp looking for anything I could find for anyone trying to say, good work, Marvel. There wasn't a single fucking person patting Marvel on the back for this shit. From the non-binary community, the vast majority of them felt insulted and embarrassed. They felt like they were being used as a joke by Marvel. And I see why, because this is the first non-binary superhero, and they named him Snowflake. That'd be like if the first homosexual superhero was called Captain Gay. I just can't imagine how they thought that was a good idea. They're not doing anything other than making these caricatures that just seem so out of touch. It's some ridiculous shit. Psychic twins. All twins are psychic, but we're psychic-er. That's such a fucking dumb line to kick it off. Snowflake can materialize snowflake-shaped shuriken projectiles for throwing, and Safe Space can materialize pink force fields but can't inhabit them himself. Reflex only works if he's protecting others. They're hyper-aware of modern culture and optics, and they see their superheroics as a post-ironic meditation of using violence to combat bullying. They're probably streaming this. That's just garbage. Actual fucking garbage. Set aside any personal beliefs or anything, these are just not good characters. The writing is bad. 100%. It's just terrible. It's actually fucking terrible. And they insulted the people that they really wanted to, you know, empower with their characters. It just made it seem like they were turning them into a joke. It's fucking terrible what they've done. They've made the worst cast of characters I've ever seen in comic books. From lazy writing to just being so out of tune and tone deaf. It's absolutely wild. I don't know why they wouldn't just make like an actual interesting character with an interesting superpower that happens to be non-binary, instead of making it something so on the nose like, here's Snowflake and Safe Space. Like, it's so silly. And then the last character is a fucking vampire. B negative is the goth kid. When he was a baby, he got a rogue life-saving blood transfusion, we assume from Michael Morbius, and now he has a very similar look and very similar vampire powers. B negative ages like a regular person. Or does he? Who gives a fuck? I don't think there was anyone reading about B negative and wondering, on the fucking edge of their seat, how is he aging? I don't think anyone's like, oh, he's going Benjamin Button style. I've got to know, how's he aging? And he definitely drinks blood. Or does he? Now I'm interested. Yeah, it's just fucking bad. It's terrible. It's actually fucking terrible. And yeah, that's really about it. I don't know what the fuck Marvel's doing. I don't think there's anyone that's, gonna go out there fucking day one launch of the new Warriors and buy these comic books. But who knows, maybe I'm wrong. That's about it. So yeah. Batman. A name all of you are familiar with, no doubt. Whether you've seen any of the movies, whether you've played any of the games, whether you've purchased any of the Batman-themed dildos and butt plugs, or even dabbled in the Batman-themed nipple clamps, you are familiar with this character. I've even seen an entire community of people who are dedicated to coming on figurines ejaculate onto a Batman figurine. It was eye-opening, so undoubtedly anyone out there that's watching this is familiar with the name Batman in one way or the other. As a fictional character, Batman has actually reached into the real world and inspired many of us. Entire generations of human beings are taking on many of the ideals Batman himself symbolized in his comic books and other media portrayals of the character, such as fighting for justice. For example, right now there's an entire group of heroes on the internet that are trying to get Rotten Tomatoes taken down due to poor reviews of the movie Suicide Squad. This is what Batman was known for in his comic books, his prowess behind the keyboard and his outrage over mundane matters, and of course making sure every opinion that exists in the world echoes the opinion of the hive mind. And if one heathen dare speak out, have the audacity to disagree with this generally accepted opinion, they should be silenced. Truly fighting the good fight. Now, as I said in the beginning, Batman is extremely well known. I would argue he is the second most well-known hero in all of fiction and the second most beloved. He is second only to Hard Turbo of the Hard Turbo universe, the undisputed god of all superheroes in fiction. Batman has also delivered some unforgettable moments in television and movie history, such as this scene when Batman and the Joker enter a surfing competition and bust out some super duper radical gnarly tubular ultra-tastic groovy moves and just engage in some high octane fuck titties action that is nothing short of a cinematic marvel. This stands as film's magnum opus. Batman is known for the many villains and hundreds of thousands of thugs he's defeated, among them some really fearsome foes, such as Bane, the Mad Hatter, the Riddler, Joker. He's even slapped Superman's ass cheeks around a little bit, but he could never beat Hard Turbo in a fight. Hard Turbo would fuck his shit up. Despite the innumerable amount of foes Batman has vanquished, there is one that stood too powerful, too great to overcome for this hero, and that is Telltale Games' Batman series. I'm just gonna go ahead and roll the clip.
Hey, what are you...
Hello, I'm world-renowned author Genghis Swan. The New York Times has called me literature's next evolutionary step, the author most likely to make George R.R. Martin finally give up on the Game of Thrones series and lose a significant amount of weight. I'm the sole recipient of the first and only Magic School Bus International Academic Full Ride Literary Scholarship. I am a 3-time WWE Hell in a Cell pay-per-view spectator. I have not missed a single Super Bowl in all 23 years of my existence. I am also just looking for someone to vibe with. Please swipe right. I'm here to introduce to you my most recent novella, The Man Who Forgot How to Poop, written by me and illustrated by Chris Metzner, the sole son of Salvador Dali. He had to change his name in order to avoid the spotlight, but he's come out of hiding to illustrate this book, and my god, is it a fucking work of art. Now let's go ahead and dive into this book and see why they call me Genghis, he won't make you yawn, Swan. Title page, bitch. Now let's get into the action. A beautiful town from the sky to the ground, a place where no one grows old. Not a problem in sight, full of delight, or at least that's what I'm told. It's all thanks to one guy with the power to fly, a hero abiding his oaths, saves kittens from trees, always says please, defeats the villains and ghosts. Ice beams from his eyes, knuckle sandwich surprise, bad guys stood not a chance. Strength of an ox, biceps like rocks, and a smile that compels you to dance. An agent of justice, a god amongst us, people can't help but cheer. Despite his talent and efforts valiant, there was but one thing he'd fear. A rumble in his tummy, after sushi so yummy, he felt nature's call. He sat, squatted, his bowels knotted, the feces refused to fall. He waited a week, situation was bleak, he simply forgot how to poop. He'd sit and he'd think, the bathroom would stink, but still, the effort was moot. To the doctor he went, his money was spent, but the problem deemed unknown. Gave him some pills, paid hefty bills, but still, his anus was sewn. His condition worsened, left barely a person, he was devolving into a slug. His skin turned green, his powers lost steam, it looked like his grave was dug. With his time almost done, the town overrun with crime and evil and sadness, his family wept as the town crept deeper into madness. Not ready to leave, his wife left bereaved, the fat lady's last note was hit. Final moment he cried, this man had just died because he was so full of shit. It's a tearjerker, I know. At some points it can even be hard to read, hard to look at, and for me, hard to write. Sometimes I thought I got too dark, it was too gross, too gruesome, but I had to press forward. This is a story that needed to be told, and if I didn't tell it, who else would? You should have read this bad boy before I took out the plane crash and subsequent cannibalistic society that formed among the survivors. Now there's 6 pages left in this book, but I'm going to keep those a surprise for anyone who does buy it on Amazon. I know this is in the style of a kid's book, but as you can clearly see now, this is not a kid's book. This is anything but. This is a very critical look into the psyche of humans as we know them. This is a book that will challenge your very understanding of what it means to be sentient. It's a book that, kids could probably enjoy. It'll teach them the importance of shitting, but upon closer inspection you can find something far deeper than you ever bargained for. Now you know why they call me Genghis, he's shitting on your lawn, Swan. This book can be very difficult to read, very graphic, very intense stuff. 24 pages of pure pain. The reading pain bow. Shit's intense. The book is real if anyone does want to check it out on Amazon. And there really is actually 6 pages at the end that I'm not going to show here. It's probably better read. So yeah, that's it. So yeah. TikTok being banned is a headline that floats around annually. It comes once a year like Santa Claus and spreads like the common cold with people thinking this is really the time it's going to be banned, and then never does. However, this time around, it's a different kind of ball game. This rodeo's looking a little bit different. All signs are pointing towards TikTok being an extinct dinosaur at the end of next week. TikTok rep has even said that they're preparing for a US shutdown on Sunday, which once again proves I am terrible at predictions. Baba Vanga is frowning. I have been very vocal with my naysaying and bah-humbugging, saying that people are blowing this out of proportion. TikTok's not actually going to get banned. Because we've been through this song and dance so many times, I just didn't put any water into this being the one where it's really gonna just vanish. I'd just be flopping my veiny cock on people's chins about it, saying, you gotta wake up, it's not happening, and then, well, January 19th at the latest, it looks like we'll be living in a post-TikTok society. What that looks like is anyone's best guess. There could be mangled corpses in the streets, buildings on fire as former TikTok stars start cranking JoJo Siwa dances and IHOPs and posting the videos desperately to Instagram Reels. Who knows? I'll go ahead and tell you where I stand on this, and I stand pretty tall, 5'6". It's a topic that's been pretty tricky for me. I've been pretty conflicted on it. It's no secret I'm not a TikTok enthusiast. I think TikTok has been a net negative for its users, and I think there is very real data and evidence to suggest that it has had a very harmful effect on people's ability to focus. That being said, I think it has also been an invaluable tool for, small companies as well as individuals to make a career out of basically nothing. An example that I use from time to time is someone like Queso, who I think is probably one of my favorite content creators on the internet in general right now, and TikTok is what really helped elevate him and put him in the public sphere. And having a tool that's able to do something like that is just really very cool, and a lot of businesses also attribute their success to being able to promote through TikTok. So there's a lot of good that has come from it, as well as like getting information out about very important things going on in the world. So there is value there. Overall, though, I can't help but feel that on the whole, TikTok has not been a good thing. It hasn't really been a boon. It's been more of like a curse, giving people fucking TikTok brain, poisoning them. That being said, I am very much against censorship and very much in the camp that people should be able to make decisions for themselves without the government telling you what you can and cannot download on your fucking app store. I don't like Uncle Sam kicking down my door and uninstalling TikTok from my phone or whatever, even though I don't use it. There's very real concerns with TikTok as a platform. Yes, obviously it's harvesting your data. Yes, there is a actual concern with that, as well as the ability for TikTok to influence certain things and hide certain things. There are real arguments against it, but all of those arguments against TikTok are also arguments that can be used against Meta, Google, everything, because all of those platforms do the same shit. The difference with TikTok is an American company doesn't get to have that influence, and they don't get to have that that sweet, sweet data that they love to collect and sell to China. Instead, through TikTok, China just gets it off rip. And that's really, to me, the core of why the TikTok ban is going through, because they want an American company to be able to capitalize off of your data, which is business as usual for some of the big boy behemoths in the tech sector, like Meta and Google. That's a core part of the shit they do, which is spying on you and harvesting your data. It's not like a conspiracy, that's pretty well known. Just to boil it all down to where I stand, even though I don't like TikTok, I still think people should have the freedom to download it if they so choose. I just hate the idea of relinquishing freedoms like this. I just don't like giving them the green light to just take things away like that. Just micromanaging what apps you can even have access to in the first place. Like, just this is an extreme example, but just picture a future like this. Oh, Charles, we see you were trying to download that unofficial notepad app on your phone. That's not owned by an American company. You need to use our pre-approved Patriot Pad. So we're going to uninstall that previous one and get you set up here. I think that shit sucks. So overall, I'm not thrilled that TikTok's going to be banned. And also, there's people that are just being a bit delusional about it, thinking that somehow this is going to heal society. All of a sudden, people's brain rot will be cured. No, goofball. They're just going to go to the numerous alternatives that are offered by American companies, like YouTube Shorts, like Instagram Reels. Well, Instagram Reels I keep hearing is a complete fucking cesspool, so maybe not Instagram Reels, but mainly YouTube Shorts. And also, apparently, tons and tons of people are going to a different Chinese TikTok clone called Red Note, which is something we talked about on stream. I'll go ahead and play some of those clips. Yeah, I'm here to find out tonight if TikTok is actually getting banned next week. We'll see. We're gonna do some big-time digging. Yeah, I was just learning about this new TikTok app called Red Note. So it's a Chinese social media app that's basically just TikTok again, but this time not in English. So it's looking like tons of people are flocking to it. Yeah, the 19th is when we're gonna know for sure if it's actually banned. But they do this every year. Every year for like the last 4 years, they have this whole hoopla, time to ban TikTok. Unless TikTok gets bought out, it's banned. And then it comes time to play hardball, and it's like, that's fine. But next time it's really fucking getting it. We're putting the wood on it. I don't understand why they want to ban it because it's a Chinese company. Just, we've talked about this a lot over the years because this happens like clockwork with the whole TikTok ban fear wave that sweeps through and them posturing that they're going to do something. I don't know if TikTok's going to be bought. We can look into it. I know Elon was posturing that he's going to buy it. I know, I think it's Kevin O'Leary was saying he's going to buy it. I would be shocked if it gets bought. But we can see if there's any, like, weight behind it.
Spoiler alert, there wasn't. There's no shot Mr. Wonderful from Shark Tank is walking away with that handshake deal, and also the rumors of Elon Musk purchasing it were unfounded. In fact, one of the reps for TikTok said that they don't engage in that kind of fiction. So it doesn't look like it's going to get sold. Also, it doesn't seem that TikTok itself wants to even play ball with this. It seems like they're very against it. They're currently planning to just cease U.S. operations for the platform on Sunday, saying that when people open the app, they'll see a pop-up message directing them to a website with information about the ban, and also that they're going to give users an option to download all their data so they can take a record of their personal information. However, they did say that if the ban does get reversed, it'd be able to restore service to US users in a relatively short period of time. America would not be the first to ban TikTok, with something we talked about on stream as well. India actually banned TikTok a little bit ago. Oh, wow. No, they actually banned it 4 years ago. Around the same time we were toying around with the idea. TikTok and 58 other Chinese-created apps were banned completely in India. So did something come and take its place, like fucking Hydra? Let me see. So June 2020, it was banned. Citing the threat to national security and sovereignty. So something did take its place. TikTok users and content creators needed a place to go. Ban provided a multi-billion-dollar opportunity to snatch up a big market. Within months, Google rolled out YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels. Both mimicked short-form video. And it looks like they went there. This kind of surprises me. In India, TikTok decided not to go to court, but the US is a bigger revenue market for them. Also, the First Amendment in America is fairly strong, so it's not going to be easy for the US to do this as it was in India. I'm surprised they wouldn't try and fight it in India. That's a huge market. A lot of them went to Chingari too. Never heard of that. Is that a TikTok clone? Oh my god, I hate these websites! Someone needs to buy all of these mainstream journalist websites and just burn them to the fucking ground. Jesus! I'm not gonna subscribe for $1 a month to read fucking 2 paragraphs. Is it bad? I would rather TikTok goes down so people can start doing something better for themselves than watching short videos for hours wasting time. It's super cute that you think that would change anything. People in preparation for a potential ban have already flocked to another TikTok adjacent platform called Red Note, which is just a Chinese TikTok alternative. There's 2 things you would never confuse me as: a tall person and a fan of TikTok. I've made it pretty clear over the years that I think TikTok has been largely detrimental to the development of the younger generation, as well as just overall a negative effect on people as a whole. In particular, the attention span of people. I really think that this is going to be something that'll be studied for decades to come. When we reach a point where human beings can't sit down for more than 30 seconds without squirming in their chair if they're not blasted with, finger family jingles and just perpetual stimulation from GTA gameplay and Subway Surfers. Like, I do think it has had a noticeably awful effect on people's brains. However, there is something I love. Freedom. I love it more than Garfield loves lasagna. My blood runs red. My belly's filled with cheeseburgers and brewskis. When I have a birthday party, I ask the attendees to sing the Pledge of Allegiance instead of the Happy Birthday song. If I wasn't a human, I'd be an eagle. That's how much I love freedom. God damn it. God bless. So, I think it's a beautiful thing that we have the freedom to download TikTok and subject ourselves to that fucking mind rot. And this is something that I've covered for a few years now, because this is like a boogeyman that keeps rearing its head occasionally, like some kind of cameo in every season of the United States with the whole TikTok ban. That's been a proposal for years now, but recently it's been gaining a lot of steam, and today the president has signed a bill that will force a sale of TikTok, and if they don't divest after 9 months, they will be fundamentally banned. So TikTok is a very shady app, and there's been a lot of shadiness that's been reported in it for years, and it's even been deemed a national security threat due to the potential of China using it to collect data on Americans. This is something I'm sure all of you know. This isn't some kind of surprising plot twist here for all of you.
And I'm sure all of you also know that there's no such thing as privacy anymore. Every single one of you watching this right now is actively having your data harvested and sold. But typically, your data is being sold by American companies. This is pretty rare in that it's a Chinese app that gained mainstream adoption by Americans, thus they are the ones that are getting the data as opposed to American companies. And the government's not super happy about that. So, if TikTok is not divested within 9 months to an approved buyer, then it's going kaput. It's going to vanish like that. It's going to be banned. TikTok CEO has even made a video going over all of this to its users, and it seems like they're going to be fighting tooth and nail here to push back against this. They believe it is unconstitutional. Before showing you the video, I'll read their statement. This unconstitutional law is a TikTok ban, and we will challenge it in court. We believe the facts and the law are clearly on our side, and we will ultimately prevail. The fact is, we have invested billions of dollars to keep U.S. data safe and our platform free from outside influence and manipulation. This ban would devastate 7 million businesses and silence 170 million Americans. As we continue to challenge this unconstitutional ban, we will continue investing and innovating to ensure TikTok remains a space where Americans of all walks of life can safely come to share their experiences, find joy, and be inspired. Now, over the years of this TikTok tug-of-war that we've been seeing in the headlines about will it be banned, will it not be banned, I've kind of flip-flopped on my opinion of that. I negatively view TikTok. I don't have a good impression of it because I think the good on it, which undeniably there is good things that have come from TikTok, by giving everyone a voice, there is moments where it's able to highlight very important problems that are going on, and there are good content creators on there that are providing high quality entertainment and educational entertainment at some points on TikTok. It's also been huge for businesses, like just normal mom and pop businesses like that have been utilizing TikTok as a way of growing and flourishing. It's been super helpful to a lot of businesses. However, I feel like all of this is outweighed by the overall culture that TikTok has kind of fostered, where the most popular content is the ones that have Subway Surfers gameplay with cutting soap videos plastered on there because they know that the audience can no longer focus on just one video anymore. It needs to be constant stimulation and jingling keys to keep them there because it has damaged people's ability to focus. And also, a lot of the content that blows up on TikTok is the content that is just literally wrong, like fake garbage that serves just to fearmonger. Like, for instance, the easiest example, the solar eclipse. There were thousands of videos about the solar eclipse about to open up a demon portal because CERN's working behind the scenes during the solar eclipse, or like the red heifer has been sacrificed so the Antichrist is being summoning during the solar eclipse. All kinds of mumbo jumbo that serves just to keep the audience on TikTok scared and stupid, so that way they're constantly spending money to stop being scared and feeling stupid. So it's all very, like, there's some evil shit on there. It's also very dangerous because there's a lot of things that blow up on there that actually just get people killed, like the blackout challenge or like the Kia challenge where you're stealing cars. I could go on and on shaking my fist like the angry old man on the lawn, but I don't need to because all of you, I think, know that. But even with all that being said, I still overall feel that it's important that people have the ability to make choices for themselves, and if they choose to download TikTok, they should have the ability to do so. I don't like the government being the one to decide what you can and cannot access in regards to like an app on your phone. Now, in this case, I do recognize that TikTok is significantly shadier than most of the other major companies out there, but still, I think it is a scary precedent if the government is able to just start banning things that they don't like. Obviously, within reason, if it's just purely illegal content and distributing just a bunch of illegal criminal shit, clearly slap that down. That makes sense. But come on, it's a social media app. Like, who's to say there won't be another major platform or service that pops off in the United States that isn't owned by the United States? And who's to say they won't be like, okay, fuck them. We were able to ban TikTok, let's go ahead and ban these guys too. It's not American made, we don't want it here.
Hi everyone, it's Show here. As you may have heard, Congress passed a bill that the president signed into law that is designed to ban TikTok in the United States. That will take TikTok away from you and 170 million Americans who find community and connection on our platform. Make no mistake, this is a ban on TikTok and a ban on you and your voice.
I don't think there's anyone on the planet that's making the mistake and thinking that it's not a ban. There's no smoke and mirrors here, no diversion. They're not mixing any words here to try and confuse you. It is just straight up a ban. Like, they're not hiding that fact. They either sell TikTok to an approved buyer, or they can no longer have TikTok in the United States.
It's actually ironic because the freedom of expression on TikTok reflects the same American values that make the United States a beacon of freedom. TikTok gives everyday Americans a powerful way to be seen and heard, and that's why so many people have made TikTok part of their daily lives. Rest assured, we aren't going anywhere.
I'm not going to play any more of this because it's mainly just a video letting the community know that they are going to be fighting as best they possibly can against this, and also a lot of it's just talking about how special TikTok is, like it's such a wonderful, joyous place with sunshine and unicorns. Like, you know, it's delightful on TikTok, and we want to preserve that, so that's what we're fighting for. That's not what you're fighting for. You're fighting for TikTok so hard because it's such a massive moneymaker that has a huge adoption in the United States. You don't give a fuck about, like, the actual culture on TikTok. If you did, there'd be significantly less degeneracy on it, I imagine. Like, there is, like I said, even aside from, like, the data stuff and the spying potential, there have been some legitimately shady things going on with TikTok. The reason why they want this so badly to avoid divesting and avoid being banned is because it makes so much money. And they have so many users in the United States that they do not want to lose, and they do not want to give over to a different company, obviously. So yeah, anyway, I guess we'll see if TikTok is banned within the year, and if it is, that's going to be pure fucking pandemonium as people flock to, like, YouTube Shorts and Instagram Reels, I suppose. But anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. There's one headline that pops up pretty often that I'm sure all of you are used to seeing now. It's like a Stan Lee cameo in the news cycle. TikTok being banned. It's here all the time, like this looming menace. Any day now, TikTok's gonna get banned. The boogeyman will be destroyed. And every single time, it seems nothing happens and nothing changes. But yesterday, there was a pretty sizable development in this whole anime arc, where Congress voted 50-0 about going forward with the TikTok ban, assuming they don't divest. So it's a really interesting situation where I'm still not convinced it's going to be banned because there's just too much money at play here. And I've just seen this song and dance too many times. You can only puff out your chest for so long before it just becomes no longer meaningful. But I'll be honest, there's a little part of me thinking like, damn, they could actually just ban TikTok this time around. It was so bad, in fact, that TikTok themselves sent out like an APB to their users, like, hey, we need to get everyone on the horn here to contact your congressman and let them know what TikTok means to you. So TikTok weaponized the airwaves and gave their users all the tools needed to contact their congressman as quickly and efficiently as possible. So they spearheaded fucking Operation Piss Baby, where people started calling these congressmen and complaining, saying about why TikTok shouldn't be banned, this and that. There were allegedly so many calls from so many disgruntled users that they had to shut off their phones because people kept shaking their fist at them. And that does seem pretty significant considering TikTok itself seems to be scared about this new Congress vote. So perhaps there really is a chance that it gets banned, and that would be one of the most shocking things I think I've ever seen with a company of this size. I feel like what's most likely to happen is TikTok eventually will just play ball and divest, and that'll be that. TikTok will persist. It's just so big. It's massive, and it's not just normal, like, average everyday users, like average Joes. It's businesses now that invest so much money into TikTok. It's all of these corporations now. It has been heavily commercialized, even outside of just people sending goofy dances back and forth. There's so much money wrapped up in it. I just don't see it vanishing. And it's become such a massive marketing tool for so many companies. I would be beyond stunned. But anyway, I went over it on stream, diving into all of the thorough details. So I'm just going to go ahead and play those clips so you can get caught up to speed on why it's looking down the barrel of a potential ban and what's exactly going on with it.
Did you see Congress just pass legislation to ban TikTok in the United States? I feel like we get that headline once every 6 months at least. I don't believe it, but I'll take a peek here. This happens all the time. And then eventually it just peters out like, it's okay. TikTok can stay. Members of Congress are being flooded with calls from angry constituents after TikTok launched a new campaign warning its users that the Chinese-owned app was at risk of being shut down in the U.S. Why it matters. A key House committee voted unanimously Thursday afternoon to advance bipartisan legislation that would force ByteDance, TikTok's Chinese parent company, to divest its ownership of the app within 165 days. Didn't they already do this? I thought that was like one of the main stipulations for how it continued to survive. No, they just kept complaining about it. Oh. The highly unusual 50-0 vote in the House of Energy and Commerce Committee, which unveiled the bill 2 days ago alongside the China Select Committee, reflected the level of anger among some members of TikTok's pressure campaign. House Majority Leader Steve Scalise announced Thursday he would bring the critical national security bill to the House floor for a vote next week. The White House has indicated that President Biden would sign the bill, injecting new urgency and aggression into TikTok's campaign to counter the years-long efforts to address the app's national security risks. The flood of calls to congressional offices, which began Wednesday night, was triggered by a notice on TikTok app warning users of a total ban that would damage millions of businesses, destroy the livelihoods of countless creators across the country, and deny artists an audience. After asking users to enter their zip code, TikTok then directed them to call their representative in Congress to let them know what TikTok means to you and tell them to vote no. Oh, that must have been like the worst 24 hours for these geriatrics, getting calls from fucking little Jonathan. Hey, TikTok really means a lot. I go on there and watch all these really cool dances. You know you can buy plutonium online for $50? I did not know that. I don't know what I'd ever do with plutonium, but if I ever need it now I know it's available. Now it's looks maxing. Yeah. No, it's just only looks maxing. Mewing tutorials out the wazoo. Inhaling toxins. I understood that reference. That's about the chroming, right? An 11-year-old just died from that, and Twitter was dunking on him for being stupid, which is like the most Twitter thing ever, insulting an 11-year-old. Wait, chroming like fucking Mad Max? Yeah, the trend was like you spray your face with I don't even remember what it was now, but they used some kind of aerosol which obviously has toxins in it, and an 11-year-old apparently passed away from it. And Twitter, like the comments were just eating the kid alive, insulting his family, insulting the kids, saying natural selection wins again, rest in peace bozo type shit to an 11-year-old. Literally like a fucking 4th grader who just fell victim to the brain rot on TikTok, seeing all these other people doing it, so they do it themselves. Phones are completely bogged down hearing from students, young adults, and business owners who are all concerned at the option of losing their access to the platform, a senior GOP aide told Axios' Julia Grace Brufk. The authors of the bill responded furiously to what they call a massive propaganda campaign, emphasizing that TikTok would not be banned if ByteDance divests its ownership. TikTok is characterizing it as an outright ban, which is of course an outright lie. House China Select Committee Chair Mike Gallagher told reporters, I guess if you got $1 bajillion, you can come up with some crazy public affairs strategy. But it's backfiring as members are livid about the calls and misinformation. So bad we turned phones off, which means we could miss calls from constituents who actually need urgent help with something. I wish TikTok would be shut down. I don't think it's going to happen. I think no matter what, it won't be shut down. Even if ByteDance refuses to divest its ownership, I still don't see it happening. I think it's just too big. There's too much money at play. We should all gritty in front of the Capitol and protest. Yeah, just hit the say-so dance out there, bring world peace. Like that Pepsi commercial. There will always be another TikTok replacement. Well, it's called YouTube Shorts. But regardless, I don't see TikTok actually being shut down no matter what. TikTok is banned on federal devices, and Biden administration officials helped with the bill's technical language, but the Biden campaign joined the app last month in an effort to reach young viewers. Well, you tell me Sleepy Joe's on there busting out some moves? What's the Joe Biden content looking like on that app? Man throwing it in a circle? fucking seductively licking ice cream at the camera? I'm super curious now. Hold on, let me see his campaign. In a video captioned, "Lol, hey guys," Biden answered fun Super Bowl related questions such as game or commercials. And Jason Kelsey or Travis Kelsey. Oh man, he's killing it. Where is it? Oh, wait, this actually is it.
Great quarterbacks, hard to decide. But if I didn't say I was for the Eagles, and I'd be sleeping alone. My wife's a Philly girl.
Game or commercials?
Game.
Game or halftime show?
Game.
Jason Kelsey or Travis Kelsey?
Mama Kelsey. I understand she makes great chocolate chip cookies.
Deviously plotting to
Damn,
rig the
that
season so
Riz.
the Chiefs would make the Super Bowl, or the Chiefs just being a good football team?
I'd get in trouble if I told you.
Trump or Biden?
Are you kidding? Biden.
Chiefs or Niners?
Damn, he's killing it. He's doing it. He's fucking doing it. You can't ban TikTok now. Joe Biden's hitting his stride. He's finally going to fulfill his lifelong dream of being a TikTok superstar. It can't be banned now. It's not getting shut down no matter what. Joe ain't got nothing on Hillary. She was dabbing with the best of them. Did she dab? I don't remember that. I remember the Pokemon go to the polls, and I remember... I don't think it was Hillary, but there was some other politician that did like the sexy grind trend, which was an interesting strategy. The White House also briefed around 70 digital content creators and influencers, many who are prominent on TikTok, ahead of Biden's State of the Union speech on Thursday. Multiple polls have found TikTok to be the top source of news for Gen Z and an increasingly popular source for Americans overall. What does this mean? The White House briefed around 70 digital content creators and influencers. What, do they have content creators on staff? They called a State of the Union internally for their 70 content creators on TikTok. Guys, get in here. Big news. DEFCON. We're going to try to meet the American people where they are, White House Press Secretary Karen Jean-Pierre told reporters when asked if the campaign's embrace of TikTok sent a conflicting message. It doesn't mean we're not going to try to figure out how to protect our national security. The bill marks the latest effort in what has become one of Washington's longest-running tech dramas, which began in August 2020 when President Trump ordered ByteDance to sell TikTok. Yeah, I thought that's what happened, too. I thought I remembered reading they did. That effort was held up in court, and for most of the Biden administration, the company's fate in the U.S. has hinged on a long-awaited and still pending decision from the Committee on Foreign Investment in the U.S. Last year, the White House National Security Council threw its support behind the Restrict Act, a different bill aimed at TikTok that has languished in the Senate. Gallagher called on Biden to address the threat posed by TikTok's Chinese ownership in the State of the Union address. It's incumbent upon him to talk about our foremost national security threat, which is Chinese Communist Party, and this is part of that threat. I think the president would be wise to focus squarely on what we can do together, as Republicans, as Democrats, as Americans, to stand up to increasing communist aggression. There was a time when Vine was the biggest. Yeah, but Vine didn't get shut down by the government. It got shut down by the creators. Secondhand embarrassment is a very real phenomenon. It occurs when you witness something that is so grossly turbo cringe that your body has a fight or flight response and fills you with shame from just having watched it, even though you weren't directly involved in the situation. I think the number one cause of secondhand embarrassment is bad stand-up comedy. So, like, what's the deal with airline food? Salt shakers, you fill them up, and then where does it all go? Like, when a stand-up set bombs, I feel like most people get embarrassed for the person up there. But today, I got so much secondhand embarrassment, I feel like I got a year's worth of shame in one afternoon, thanks to the TikTok congressional hearing that happened. This was an absolute mockery of the entire country. It was absolutely foul. It was painful to watch. So I'd like to show you just a few of the clips. The whole thing was about 5.5 hours long, and I can't imagine anyone can make it to the end without puking. It's brutal. It has everything you're probably imagining, tech illiteracy and horrible questions out the wazoo, all wrapped up into one 5-hour endurance test of the human patience. In a nutshell, there's been a lot of controversy about TikTok and TikTok bans, like banning on government phones, which I do agree with. I don't think there's any argument to be made that a fucking government or someone in power person should have TikTok on their phone just because of potential security risks associated with it. And this has expanded into a lot of other big debates around it.
I am not a personal fan of the platform in general. I don't really use it that often. Plus, I think it's been extremely detrimental to the actual mental health and attention span of human beings. Because now, I don't know if you go on TikTok often, if you go on TikTok and it's someone just talking about something or a clip of something, there is always Subway Surfers, Rocket League, or GTA playing underneath it in order to keep your attention, because people need such constant stimulation and jingling keys. If there's not like 3 separate videos of like bars of soap getting cut for satisfying videos, or Rocket League freestyling while the core video itself is playing, they click off. That shit is just so pathetic. It's actual brain rot behavior. I am very curious to see in 10 years if that's going to be the commonplace for everything in the world. Like if movies now are going to be like playing a movie, but then also underneath it, another separate movie, making sure that your attention is captured. Like, it's so baffling just how far the attention span of humans is degrading, where they can't watch a fucking 30-second video without 3 other videos also playing to keep their attention. But with all of that being said, I still don't want to see it nationally banned or any shit like that. And the reason's very simple. Because I like a world where people have the freedom to choose what they do with their whole life, pretty much. So if you want to download TikTok, you should. Even in spite of potential security risks to your privacy or whatever, that should entirely be on the individual's choice. Does the entertainment the platform offer outweigh the potential security risks to your data being sold or whatever? That's up to the person to decide. That's my ideal scenario where people have the freedom to make their own fucking choices there when it comes to some shit like this. I've made it clear I'm no fan of TikTok. I am also very confident that there is a huge level of like spyware with TikTok associated with it, more than the CEO lets on. But holy shit, this congressional hearing or whatever has done nothing but make the CEO of TikTok look like a patient saint, like an actual Zen master to deal with the unhinged lunacy and out-of-touch questions those fucking fossils were throwing his way. It blew my mind. It blew my fucking mind. Her, oh my god, she's so dumb. She kept asking him questions, but instead of letting him answer, she'd just say, yes, yes, yes. And then she pulled up a random shitpost on TikTok like, you see this threat? Oh, fuck me. Yeah, so she pulled this up and she's like, look at this. Outrageous. It's not a viral post or anything, by the way.
That video was posted 41 days ago. As you can see, it is captioned me as F.
Dude who asked about TikTok using Wi-Fi? I don't remember, but I think they were trying to make a bigger point. And this is really giving a very charitable bone to the person who asked the question. I think what they were getting at with asking about Wi-Fi is he was trying to state that if one device is connected to a network, it can access everything on that network, which it can, but he couldn't ask the question because I don't think he really fully understood it. But again, I'm doing a very charitable service trying to even make some sense out of that awful question. This accomplished nothing except making their CEO look better. Full-heartedly believe there is a lot more fishy shit at play on the back end of TikTok, but they did not even get close to the bottom of it because they couldn't even wrap their head around what an app on your phone is. It's tragic.
Mr. Zhang Fuping is the editor-in-chief.
He's not.
My colleague, Representative
Just doesn't even let him say it or talk.
minutes ago exposed that TikTok and ByteDance share legal teams. You confirmed this, correct?
Our general counsel is
Yes.
an
Yes or
American lawyer,
Yes.
veteran of Microsoft.
Also, my
many
colleague, Representative Lada, confirmed that your parent
Fucking
company,
worthless.
ByteDance, currently can access user data. Yes?
years. We have to be more
Yes.
specific.
Yes.
After
You
Project
say-
Texas, no.
I'm not asking after Project Texas, I'm asking now. Yes.
Some user data is public data, Congresswoman, which
So
means
you confirm
everybody
that.
can search
What's
for it on the
interesting to
internet.
me is that you've used the word transparency over a half a dozen times.
So, doesn't seem to understand that when you ask a question, you should wait for an answer instead of fill in your own blanks here. So, her asking about the data that they're accessing, he talks about the public data, which is something every app in the world accesses, even that computer she's on right there. I bet she's logged in on Twitter. That uses all of your fucking data too. I bet she has a Facebook account. That not only accesses all of your data, it sells it too. All of these apps do that. What they needed to get to the bottom of is more in line with like what is TikTok specifically doing with that data and how it relates to like the CCP and shit like that. But instead they're so hung up on like public data. You're accessing public profiles. That's creepy. That's something one of the guys said. It's so fucking crazy. And for some reason they don't even let him answer, so they get no answers. They get nothing out of this. It is fucking worthless. It is a complete waste of time. They said they were watching children's public profiles, which was creepy. Everything's watching every public profile ever. That's the whole point of it being public. It gets scanned in these systems. That's not exclusive to TikTok. Twitter does it. Facebook does it. YouTube does it. Everything does it. Literally everything. We threw away our privacy long, long ago. TikTok is just a little more nefarious, potentially, with what it uses that data for, at least based on like reports from a year or two ago. Not meant to be informational or useful, it's meant to grandstand for campaigns. It's actually tame compared to everything else, and, well, I guess maybe. It's still so stupid, though, because this doesn't do anything to further anyone's agenda here. Everyone that asked him questions today looks like a bumbling fucking buffoon. A genuine moron. Like, I feel like all this does is shake people's confidence in their elected representatives here. They couldn't they couldn't ask a good question. Were they like this with Mark Zuckerberg? Yes! Yes, they were. It was just as bad with Mark Zuckerberg. Mark Zuckerberg sat in the same hot seat as this guy did, and he got bombarded with just as stupid questions. If I remember correctly, one of the Facebook questions was, do I need internet to connect to Facebook? Or something like that. We are not getting anything out of this garbage. What do you think their approach should be on this topic? Hand it off to people that understand it. Clearly, this woman doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. At all. She has no clue what's going on right there. And she clearly doesn't even want to get answers because she's too busy answering herself. So get someone who gets it, have them ask the questions, and come up with the questions to begin with. Delegate. This is clearly not her strong suit. She's not even old! That you can't just keep using the excuse of they're all fucking geriatric. She is not old. She is willfully stupid. And still tries to act like an authority on the topic. She pulled up a fucking 400 view shitpost to try and use it as a point that completely fell flat. And then doesn't even let the guy answer her questions because she's too busy answering herself. Now, while she may have come to this hootenanny unprepared and made me ashamed to be a Floridian, she did mention something that I think is important to talk about briefly, which is Project Texas. Project Texas is something TikTok did to appease the US. In a quick nutshell, Project Texas is US user data being sent to Oracle, which is on American soil, as opposed to going anywhere else. So all of the US user data will now be on American soil, and Oracle kind of oversees the whole thing.
On a device in one pocket, but download it on your device in the other doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. I believe Congress and DoD should address the continued use of TikTok on military installations as well as any use that depicts U.S. military operations. Mr. Chu, does TikTok access the home Wi-Fi network?
Only if the user turns on the Wi-Fi. I'm sorry, I may not understand the...
So if I have a TikTok app...
Again, this is being very charitable. I think the point he was trying to make is, when it accesses the Wi-Fi, it has access to all of your devices that are within that network, which every device that accesses your Wi-Fi does. That is factual, that is true. Which is actually something that happened to Kaya. He downloaded a burglar broke in and downloaded a torrent, and it came with a virus, which infected multiple devices that were on his network. It is known that when you are on a Wi-Fi network, it connects to more than just the single thing that's connected to it. It's everything there. So I think his point was, can it access my other devices? Which is why he's talking about, like, downloading on a device next to me. Shit like that. But the way he asked that question is so bafflingly stupid that even the TikTok CEO's like, fucking obviously, it's gonna access your Wi-Fi if you turn it on, right? Like, it's just craziness. So have someone who understands what the fuck they're talking about be the one to ask these questions. I think you gave him too much credit. He probably thinks Wi-Fi is a radio. Again, it's a very charitable interpretation of what I think he could have been trying to say. I could be way off and giving way too much credit there. I don't know. For the sake of clarity, I actually think that guy's follow-up question kind of hints more at what I was saying. Even though it's still poorly asked and his follow-up question is still poorly phrased, I do think with a high level of confidence that the thing he was trying to get at is TikTok going to be accessing all kinds of things on my network outside of just the one device that I'm using right now to connect to it? I think is what he really wanted to get at, but he didn't know how to get to that topic effectively. So he ended up making a very silly question out of the whole thing, which really sums up the entire hearing. Just silly questions that didn't do anything at all. They didn't get any answers. They didn't get to the bottom of any real questions people have. It was just a genuine fucking circus. Just an absolute clown show. That's really about it. See ya. You see, TikTok is doing a 1-hour time limit for users that are under the age of 18. I saw the headline, but I haven't looked into it. I saw a lot of people debating it, though. Like, if it's, like, actually real or not. I'll look it up. Let's look into it a bit. If young people hit the new limit, they'll have to enter a passcode to continue to use the service that day. But they'll be able to opt out of the new measure, which TikTok says will be rolled out in the coming weeks. So this is nothing. This is literally nothing. It's actual just parental controls. This is fucking nothing. This is stupid. Didn't bother to read the article. Like I said, I only saw the headline on Twitter and people arguing about what is actually going on. Hadn't read it till just now. But this is fucking stupid. This is actual nothingness. It is like the lowest level of parental controls on your kid's TikTok. Yep. Well, that's a bunch of nothingness. No, that's cool though, Mac. I can't say I saw that. Won't matter if Congress bans the app. They do that once a year. That is an annual thing where they discuss banning TikTok. They never do. It'll never happen. They banned it on government devices in Canada, which is mentioned here. And that's as far as that will ever go. Never gonna fucking ban it. It's too big. They make money off it too. We need it banned. I mean, I don't like the platform either, but I'm not for just shutting down entire platforms because it's full of cringe. I think the shit sucks, but I'm not going to lobby for it to be taken down just because it's cringe. Though it does actually literally just steal all of your data and spy on you, which I guess is a pretty good argument to ban it straight up. Not too far off from other apps, though. Yep, that's literally everything. Google's a huge culprit for that. Google, Twitter, Facebook, all of it's selling your data. But TikTok goes a step above that. It's a little more than that. Pretty much nothing, Tori. Nothing cool. TikTok will literally read your texts. Can't say I read about that. Pretty sure Meta and Google have given information to the US government. They give information to literally anyone that'll buy it. What are you talking about? That's like pretty much every tech company. Look at the bits guy. Not read text, they read your keystrokes, which is essentially the same thing. Oh, well, yeah, that is pretty much the same thing. The House Foreign Affairs Committee actually voted to give current administration power to ban TikTok US-wide. It's possible it will happen, but I don't think it will. Didn't we reach this exact same point when Trump was still in office too? I thought I vaguely recall that happening the exact same way. I even made a video on it like the first time this came up, but it still got slapped down at the end and they settled for a half measure. It is literally motioned once a year to ban TikTok. It just never happens. Banned from government devices. No, that was only in Canada. Oh, actually, no, it might be in the US too. I can't recall. But this is a full ban on it. A lot of states already banned it. That's different than the entire country banning it, though. What states have it banned? Mississippi, Indiana, Louisiana, North Carolina, South Dakota, and Wisconsin. Those are the states that currently have TikTok banned. At least according to the first result here. How does it even work? No idea. I didn't know it was banned in any states like that. I thought it was only government devices. Oh, nope. That's exactly what it is. This headline is actual clickbait. In the second paragraph, nearly half the states that have banned the app have banned... Jesus. Nearly half the states have banned the app on state-owned devices. So it's still just the actual in-power devices, not general devices. He's a prime viper. I was gonna say, how do you ban an app by state? Yeah, I guess the logistics of that would be pretty weird. My company also bans it on company devices. Nice company. I think that's smart. Lisa Risa Belisa. Fuck it. I hate the brain rot TikTok's giving people. Every video now has like Subway Surfers or something underneath it because the attention span of people have been so decayed from constant stimulation that now even when they're just listening to something or watching something, they need something else to watch while watching it. So bad. So fucking bad. So if they ban it, I'm not gonna cry about it. I certainly wouldn't be upset. But I'm not really for things just getting outright banned just because of cringe. But the whole spying thing, that I can absolutely see being very good arguments in favor of banning it. I guess another really good benefit if they do actually go through with the ban this time, after threatening it like fucking 6 times already. Another really good thing is I think overnight you see a drastic decline in the clout goblin public nuisance behavior of people just making fools of themselves and just being rowdy out in the world. Everyone all at once will no longer have access to the device that makes them the main character. So they'll stop doing half of that look at me shit, which would be pretty hype. I think it would make YouTube Shorts grow. Probably. I mean, it'd be great. It'd be great for YouTube Shorts, I suppose, but it's a good start regardless. If it gets banned, can't they just bypass it with a VPN? Bro, they're fucking 8 years old, 10 years old, 12 years old. They're probably not going to be using a VPN. That's an old person take. I don't know, man. I really feel... we talked about this on stream not too long ago. I feel like at this level, most of those, like, kids, like actual kids, teenagers I know all absolutely know what a VPN is. They know how to pirate. Everyone knows how to pirate shit, torrent, all that. But I think kids don't. When I was a kid, that kind of shit was a little more common with, like, piracy and all that. So I had access to all that information earlier. Whereas now everyone's too preoccupied with constant stimulation on TikTok and shit. I don't think they're reading about it or learning about any of that. I just don't. I really don't. I'm not convinced. Like I was just talking about, they have to play Subway Surfers underneath the video they're currently watching because they need that perpetual stimulation. I doubt they can sit still and learn about a fucking VPN. I just don't think so. I think it's a prime Jorge. Most people don't know how to pirate anymore. That's delusional. No, I feel like most people know how to pirate now. At least I would think so. It's never been easier. Thanks to resub Zaza. You're out of touch. Not many young people know how to pirate. I don't know. I don't. When I say young, I don't think kids know how to pirate. Like I said, I don't even think kids know what VPNs are. But I feel like once you get to like that 16, 18, like later teen ballpark, I feel like all of them know how to pirate. I think it's a prime Zavcio. It's not like it would be hard to learn these days. Right, I mean, like I said, it's never been easier to pirate. It legitimately just hasn't. I just don't think a kid with that Zoomer brain of perpetual stimulation would actually bother to learn about VPNs or piracy, but I think that like in the teens, like the later teens, I feel like most of them have probably toyed around with piracy by now. Did you forget Coco Melon did a nursery rhyme about VPNs? Did they really? Shit. We're doomed. That's what I'm saying, Chase. Like, when I was growing up, I was learning about, like, piracy, torrenting, and all that, like, at a very young age. I just don't think that's super common for kids now. I feel like that's much more, like, of a later development thing now, where you learn about that. That's what I'm saying. Because, like, when I was a kid, LimeWire, exactly, a great, quick example. LimeWire is fucking peer-to-peer. Peer-to-peer piracy. I was using that in 4th grade. You wouldn't download a car. I actually just rewatched that ad. It floated around on Twitter. Did you know it actually doesn't say you wouldn't download a car? The original 2004 ad for that piracy, anti-piracy ad, never says you wouldn't download a car. It says you wouldn't steal a car. And it goes through, you wouldn't steal a car, you wouldn't steal a TV, you wouldn't steal something else. It never said you wouldn't download a car, which I didn't know. I really had a vivid memory of it saying you wouldn't download a car. I had a full Mandela effect moment on that shit because I really remembered it saying you wouldn't download a car. It was an old 4chan joke. I guess that just really stuck with me then because I vividly remembered it saying you wouldn't download a car. Things are resub good weird. And there you sub John Curie. The Prime Kona. What was the name of that ad? Here, I'll pull it up real quick. I actually can't remember, so I'll just do 2004 anti-piracy. See if we can just get the raw. Oh, here. Yeah, you wouldn't steal a car. Wow, this song, I know, it's vintage. This shit is a classic. Thanks a bit, Sylvie. Yep. Never says you wouldn't download a car. Crazy. I always thought, like, right there it was you wouldn't download a car. I really remembered it. Really did. Thought the whole point was about this, like, you wouldn't download a car, you wouldn't download a purse, like, immediately equating it to stealing off rip, but that was never the case. Had no clue. False memory the whole time. What was that track, though? I don't remember, but that was a big track for a bit. I think it's a tier 1 Vizzy, and the resub Naughty. Probably because of this ad. This ad was on everything. Fun fact, the producers of this ad stole the song they used and deceived the producer they hired. That's poetic. Thanks for resub, Silly Lily. Saw this, not the exact one, on Robots DVD. This used to be in front of like every major DVD. I don't really know why. I don't even remember why they would put this in front of DVDs, because you've already purchased the goddamn DVD. Fucking worthless. And if you were pirating the movie back then, they usually just wouldn't have this part. It would just be the raw movie. So it was just you were just preaching to the choir. People who already just bought it. Fucking worthless. Thanks a resub Blue and the Prime Punch. Burning it to another CD. Oh yeah, I guess. I guess, but you already bought it. I don't know, I feel like it's just stupid. I feel like TikTok has been on the brink of death for like the last 5 months. I swear, like every 3 weeks there'd be a news story about how TikTok is finally going to get banned. It's going to die. The government's coming out. We're tired of TikTok stealing our hentai haven passwords. We're taking this bad boy down. There's no more. But TikTok is like a cat. This fucking thing has 9 lives. Somehow it just keeps persisting even though there's been like this crazy war on TikTok. And then a couple days ago, they're like, you know what? We're finally slapping our cock on the table. We're flopping dick out here. And we're saying, you know what? TikTok is going to be banned from the App Store starting on Sunday. Starting on Sunday, you won't be able to download TikTok. Owning TikTok will be viewed as a capital offense, and you will be hanged in front of the world to see for this kind of criminal activity. And then on November, we're erasing TikTok from everyone's phone, and we are going to send the Men in Black to neuralize every TikTok user to forget that it ever existed. That's how much we fucking hate TikTok, and we are going to ban it as hard as possible. and then Sunday rolls up, which is today, and then all of a sudden it's like, nah, TikTok's fine, Walmart bought it or something. Once again, TikTok squeaks out a victory from between their ass cheeks here out of nowhere. Me personally, I don't give a fuck one way or the other anymore if it's banned or if it's not banned. I don't know the whole history of what's actually being spied on when you download TikTok. If it has all my personal photos, I just kind of feel sorry for whoever's having to digest all of that information there, because I still have those pictures of my hairy asshole when I was taking pictures of my butthole trying to shave it. So they might just outright stop the spying program because of me. Just be like, holy shit, this is disgusting, this is more than we bargained for, shut this entire operation down, and then I could be viewed as like a hero, some kind of patriot that fought against spyware and won. But overall, I've never liked the idea of banning things. I hate censorship, but at this point, since I don't know everything about what the fuck TikTok does behind the scenes, I just don't care one way or the other, and I don't use the app in the first place. I don't like the content. So for me, I've just been enjoying this WWE performance with this back and forth of the TikTok war. What I want to do today, though, is show you the most powerful TikTok I've ever seen. You could argue this is either the best TikTok ever made or the worst TikTok ever made. This could either be the best reason for TikTok's continued existence or the #1 reason why TikTok should be banned and viewed as a war crime. I'm going to go ahead and share that with you now.
No, I mean, like, I told her. Oh no! Did someone not make it to the toilet? Is someone a poo-poo stinky baby? Did you poo-poo stinky all over the floor? You're a poo-poo stinky baby. You're uh-oh stinky poo-poo baby.
Now there's a lot to unpack here. This is what's called a duet on TikTok, and it is a simulated kidnapping. So, as you can see on the right, we'll go through this again, of course, and we can break it down scene by scene, but as you can see the setup, you can see these two girls acting out what seems to be a hostage that has shit herself in the bathroom, and then she's coming in kind of condemning her for that kind of behavior, for not making it to the toilet, which was right in front of her, but she's also kind of experiencing a bit of jubilation because now she gets to eat her shit, which I guess she enjoys. And this is just so much better, leagues above all of the lip syncing and dancing. Like, I don't care what your perspective is on TikTok, you have to at least appreciate that this is a lot better than like what's popular on TikTok at the moment. So let's go back, we'll go scene by scene here and see what's exactly going on here.
No, I mean, like, I told her. Oh no! Did someone not make it to the toilet?
I saw this video about a year ago, and this is kind of what I think of when I think of TikTok these days. It's just something that was really burned into my mind. It's just a wild scene that plays out here. It's like something you would see out of a Quentin Tarantino film, except there's less barefoot foot fetish shit in this little TikTok than in one of his films. So, as you can see, she's just kind of relaxing. She's not very happy about being kidnapped for obvious reasons. And then this lady comes in after having a conversation and immediately noticing that she had an episode where she took a fat shit on the floor.
Is someone a poo-poo stinky baby? Did you poo-poo stinky all over the floor?
She begins name-calling and just kind of embarrassing the hostage in this situation here, and you can see it really start to weigh in on her. She's not happy about being called an uh-oh stinky poo-poo baby. Like, who would? If somebody came in on me when I was taking a shit on the floor and called me an uh-oh stinky poo-poo baby, I'd be pretty fucking tight. I'd be like, well, you know, my hands are tied. Like, what am I supposed to do? I can't exactly get to the toilet, lift it up, and take a shit there. So I just had to splatter paint it all over your floor. Like, there's nothing else I could do. And I don't appreciate being called a poo-poo stinky butt baby. Uh-oh stink master super stink baby. Just, you know, I did this and I'm already embarrassed about it. You don't have to rub it in my face.
You're a poo-poo stinky baby.
Obviously, right here is the most climactic moment of the entire short. This is just the most shocking plot twist here. She begins eating the feces. Now, you would obviously think that she's probably just eating some fudge or like a little piece of chocolate cake or something, but I like to imagine she actually did just eat like a straight up piece of dog shit, just to really sell the performance here and just really sell the entire short. If you want to make that leap from TikTok to Hollywood, you either have to have sex with Harvey Weinstein or be willing to eat some real shit on camera. So if she did just take the easy way and just use some melted chocolate or something like that, she's just not gonna make it in Hollywood.
You're uh-oh stinky poo-poo baby.
So yeah, that's about the end of that short right there. I'll leave it up to you as the viewer to decide your own interpretation of this little short film. Kind of leave it open-ended like a Christopher Nolan ending like Inception. If you think this is a good representation for why TikTok should be banned or should stay. But yeah, anyway, crazy what's been going on with TikTok recently. Who knows, maybe in 2 more weeks it will go back to being banned. Walmart will just say, fuck this, we're going back to selling Charlie Yu-Gi-Oh cards or something, and they'll just wipe their hands with the whole TikTok deal. Who knows? It's been a wild ride for TikTok, and yeah, that's about it. So yeah. I'm sure all of you know this by now, but I'm not the biggest fan of TikTok. In fact, I'd go as far as to say that I just don't fucking like it at all, really. I've given the app many tries and never really found any content I enjoy watching on it. No matter what I'm watching, I somehow always end up in the unholy circle of hell that is shitty dancing and mediocre lip syncing, which makes up about 80% of the content on the app, and the other 20% is made up of teenagers biting their lips and sticking their tongues out that makes anyone over the age of 18 feel like they're going to be arrested for even having scrolled past the video. So now, all this being said, just because I don't like TikTok, does that mean I want to see it fail? Yeah. But I don't want to see it banned. I'd like TikTok to go the same way MySpace did and just kind of fizzle out like a wet fart when something better comes along. Or better at the time. Facebook is infinitely worse than MySpace. Please don't misconstrue this. Facebook is an actual fucking plague on this planet. But at the time, it was a superior service to MySpace. That's what I would have liked to see happen if TikTok didn't improve or anything, but unfortunately, it seems the government has stepped in here and thrown its condom on the pile and said we're shutting TikTok down ourselves. And I just don't really like that. I never really celebrate when things get banned or censored. I'm never on the side of censorship because I think it's a very slippery slope and a very dangerous thing to encourage. And I totally get why they're considering taking action against TikTok. A lot of places have outright banned it due to privacy concerns because allegedly TikTok collects so much fucking user data. From the things I read, it collects everything on your phone. Every time you even touch your phone, it gets your information. The way they make TikTok sound makes it sound like one of fucking Voldemort's Horcruxes. So I understand why they're even like talking about TikTok, but I never really like when the first solution is fucking ban it. I'm sure there's other ways of combating it that don't involve just outright eliminating it, but again, I'm not an expert. I just don't really want to see what appears to be an innocent app with a lot of shady shit going on get banned without thinking of alternate solutions, since so many people's lives revolve around TikTok. As sad as that might be to some people, to a lot of others, that really is just their reality now. They're full-time TikTok content creators and they've made an entire career off it, and congratulations to them. I don't like the app, it's not for me, and I don't like a lot of the shit that goes on in it. There's a lot of pedophilia in the TikTok community and a lot of things that try and normalize pedophilia on TikTok, as well as encouraging young people to focus entirely on their looks and being narcissistic, since that's what people are rewarding on TikTok, is people that are just douchebags, or at least act like douchebags on TikTok. So I don't like that as an example for young people. So there's a lot of reasons I have for not liking the app, even beyond just finding the popular content on TikTok to be stinky dog shit. But even still, to outright ban an entire app seemingly overnight is just a really bad precedent to set, because what's to stop that power from being used in other areas? Like, what's to stop someone from shutting down Twitter or Facebook or something? If a lot, well, I mean, shutting down Facebook, that would probably be the only fucking time where I'm just fucking pumping my fist like, you know what? I'll make an exception because this shit fucking sucks. But you get what I'm saying. If you set the precedent where it's okay to take down the most popular fucking app in the world out of nowhere without trying any other options, that makes it very dangerous going forward for pretty much everywhere else on the internet, because it could happen to anything else. And while yes, I do understand it being a security concern because of all the data harvesting, well, it's 2020, every single fucking thing you interact with in the entire world is collecting data on you. My fucking water glass right here is probably harvesting some of my biometric data. My alarm clock, my digital alarm clock, probably collects data on me and shit and sends it to someone, the highest bidder. Every time your greasy little fingertips touch your cell phone, your data is being collected and distributed. And TikTok is no big exception in that regard. The biggest difference with TikTok is it's Chinese owned and operated. Instead of being a US company selling your data to China, it's a Chinese app directly collecting it themselves. And that seems to be the biggest pressure point for a lot of people. But in 2020, all of your data is being collected, whether you want to admit it or not. That's the sad reality of things. privacy is an illusion these days. VPNs are super fucking important. Can't stress that enough. Really, if you don't have a VPN, you should think about it. This isn't going into a sponsor or anything, but genuinely, it's something you should be giving thought into if you actually do value your privacy. Because right now, everything that we exist in is collecting data on us, whether for targeted advertisements or whatever, and TikTok is nothing special in that regard. Although if a lot of the things that are accused of are true, it's a very thorough data collection software. It is harvesting a lot of shit, which is why I understand it's very important to talk about and figure out the best course of action, and I get a lot of other countries have outright banned it, but I can never really celebrate that kind of banning of an app like that because it is a very dangerous tool to employ like that. That can lead to a lot of problems going forward with other apps that maybe aren't quite as evil as TikTok when it comes to data collection, but where do you draw the line? Once you open that can of worms, it's really fucking hard to stop. When Pandora's box is open, that bitch is not closing again. When you start to normalize banning apps overnight and censorship, you pave the way for a huge mess of problems. And I get there's a lot of people out there that like to fool themselves into thinking, oh, the government's only going to do this one time for this really evil app. And I gotta say, that's just a fucking silly thing to think. When you give that power, you're not gonna give it back. They're not gonna just be like, okay, we did it once and now we're done. That's going to be something in their Batman utility belt that they can use at any time, and I just think that's pretty scary going forward for obvious reasons. Now, of course, I do think there are cases where it's absolutely warranted, where shit gets banned. I'm not saying everything should just be this wild, wild west of degeneracy or any shit like that. There's definitely cases that warrant it. But when you're targeting the biggest app in the world, that leaves a lot of room for gray area if you're just going to ban that. So yeah, that's my thoughts on the TikTok ban. Still don't like TikTok, don't want to see it banned though. And that's about it. So yeah. I'm not usually one who believes in the paranormal, unexplained hocus pocus like ghouls, goblins, gnomes, ghosts, and birds. But with this situation, I am starting to believe there might be something that science can't explain. 3 days ago, I made that video on Kenneth Copeland, the man whom I believe to be a demon in human skin. He's an outrageously wealthy, corrupt preacher who uses faith to fuck the piggy banks of all of his followers to take as much money from them as possible and hoard it all for himself. And on the same day that I posted that video, this peculiar piece of information drops about an unhinged pastor going on a rant defending rapists who assault women for wearing shorts. It's just an interesting coincidence that that all broke on the same day that I was covering Kenneth Copeland. It's like that phenomenon, like in Grand Theft Auto, where you see a car you've never seen before, you steal that car, and then all of a sudden you see it everywhere. It's one of those things where I made that video, and it's not like I go out of my way looking for, like, corrupt preachers or anything like that, but then I saw this happening at the same time. And it's just one of those head-scratching moments like, is this a message from the universe letting me know that it can always be worse? That, you know, in the words of Qui-Gon Jinn, there's always a bigger fish?
This is the kind of preaching we need. I told my wife, I said, Mama, when we go to Vision Forge, to the outlet malls, when you go uptown here.
Goober's out here looking like Kingpin from Into the Spider-Verse. He's got that fucking wide bowling ball build here. His name is Bobby Leonard. And the way he delivers his sermons is a lot like a record constantly skipping a little bit, like he's glitching out constantly. And I have no doubt that's because he's this archaic fossil of a man. And I know that might sound a little harsh, and I'd almost feel bad for insulting this senile geriatric octogenarian, but he's also defending rape. So I really don't feel bad at all. He's a piece of shit.
We'll go sit at the parking lot at the outlet mall, the mall here. I said, you watch it. I said, count them. You'll find more women going to have shorts on than you will with pants and dresses put together.
Oh, say it ain't so. Shorts on as a woman? Those whores. Those harlots. Charlatans. Oh my goodness, Bobby. You're right. What an astute observation. It's so despicable. Wearing shorts as a female? Have some decency, have some class, have some shame. Oh, goodness gracious. So Bobby's sitting in the parking lot just looking at women, I guess. Sounding like a real creepy weirdo here, just sitting in his car looking at all the girls that go into the mall. Probably got some fucking binoculars out spying on them with hand on his meat. And he's just pointing out to his wife, look at this, can you believe it? There's more girls going in there with shorts than there are girls going in there with dresses and pants. Who could have guessed, huh? Heavens to Betsy.
So I sat there, I just want to be sure, but I sat there some time ago for, I don't know who's out in there, I guess it must have been some of the family. My wife don't go shopping now. And I sat there in my car.
What the fuck did you just say there, Bobby? It sounded like he casted an ancient spell. If I popped that sentence into Google Translate, it would destroy the service globally. It'd shut that bitch down because this is incomprehensible. What in the world? He just hit a full-blown scat man in the middle of his sermon. Sounded like Porky Pig.
I thought, I'm going to see if that's right. And I counted. Try that. You'll find more women go in those places with shorts than you will women with pants and dresses put together. Try it.
Yeah, go ahead everyone, try it. Land yourself on the sex offenders registry for being some kind of alarming creep in your car just looking at women's bottom half to count if they're wearing shorts versus dresses or pants. Very normal thing to do for a sane individual, Bobby. Great advice. What a remarkable challenge to issue your followers. He is way too fucking old to be speaking in front of people, by the way. He actually talks as if there's just perpetually peanut butter in his mouth and he's struggling to get through the words so that way he could, like, enunciate them. It's brutal listening to him blabbermouth like this.
If you got time, try it. Have your boy go up there and try it. Just watch for him. Have your girl go up there and watch for it. And you know, I used to say this. I haven't said this in a long time. You ready? I said, if you dress like that and you get raped and I'm on the jury, he's going to go free. You don't like, do you? I'm right, though. I can't help you don't like it. I'm right. Because, you know, a man's a man. A man's a man.
Jiminy Christmas. Bobby raping's his hobby, Leonard, just saying flat out with his whole chest, if a woman gets raped and he's on the jury and she was wearing shorts, he would let the rapist go free. What an outrageously evil individual you are, Bobby. What chapter of the Bible was this in? I don't remember this excerpt anywhere. When I first read these headlines, I thought it was potentially it being interpreted as a pastor defending rapists. But nope, he just outright says it. He's not beating around the bush. He's not trying to hide anything. He's going full mask off, just saying point blank that if he is on the jury and a woman gets raped and she's wearing shorts, Bobby would let the rapist go free. What a dangerous thought process that is. He just believes that men are going to rape a woman because she's in shorts and that they're justified in doing so. This leads me to so many questions I'd like to ask Bobby on a personal level. For instance, how many women have you sexually assaulted because of their clothing choice, Bobby? That was probably too many words. His brain can't process all that. Let me break it down in simpler terms. How many women have you raped, Bobby? I feel as though the only people that would ever defend a heinous action such as rape would be a rapist. Like, I don't think you have many rape allies. And meanwhile, Bobby Leonard here, in front of the entire church service, takes time to justify that. So that is really alarming shit. I don't know how this plays into Christianity at all. I don't know why he would say any of this during a sermon. I don't know what he expected to happen. Like, I was with my wife the other day looking at girls going in the mall. They're all wearing shorts and stuff. And you know what? I used to say this. I'm going to say it right now. If a woman's wearing shorts and she gets raped and I'm on the jury, that man's going free. Can I get an amen? Hey, what are all these boos for?
When I was a boy, 80 years ago, I was raised in Martinsville, Virginia, partly known Moxfield, North Carolina. Listen, I don't even remember women wearing anything but dresses.
So what, you senile worm? It doesn't matter what a woman is wearing, she shouldn't be raped. Rape is bad no matter what. There's no justifying it, you absolute fucking scumbag.
Back then, well, anyway, I want you to go home depressed tonight. I'd rather go home encouraged, but I want you to go home wanting to serve God. But it seems that we've paid no. It seems like we've paid no attention to God.
Oh yeah, this is all about God at the end of the day here. Yeah, I'm sure this whole little tangent you're going on is very biblical. You know, the Lord was famous for justifying rape. You know, in fact, it was the 11th commandment that unfortunately Moses just left at the top of the mountain. Thou shalt not rape unless it is a woman wearing shorts. Am I right, Bobby?
Isn't that right? And the Bible says sometime that people think God has delayed his coming. And so as a result of thinking God's delayed his coming, they begin to eat and drink and be drunken. And it seemed like right tonight, if all of our people, everybody comes to our church, thought that Jesus was coming Friday night, Saturday morning, you think they'll all be here?
What are you even saying? Are you drunk? Are you overdosing on Xanax? What is going on? There wasn't even a coherent thought in that entire, like, long fucking slurred speech there. That was actually nothing. It was a whole bunch of gobbledygook. There was nothing there. They're just letting anyone be a pastor these days, I guess. It's actually super interesting that the only time he's even lucid, like the only time when he's talking that makes any sense, is when he's saying that if he was on the jury and a woman got raped wearing shorts, the man would go free. That's the only thing he actually said that he didn't stumble his way through the statement of, saying a man's a man, a man's a man, so he would let the rapist go free. Maybe it's because that's the only thing he truly believes out of everything he was spouting during the sermon, so that's the only thing he was able to deliver with conviction, without just like falling and stumbling his way through his statements. It's horrifying. What a fucking sickening individual. Now, he did respond to the backlash, basically just apologizing. He said, "I am sorry for any hurt, I was wrong." So extremely concise, and I feel as though he's not sorry, he just doesn't like all of the negative attention it's brought to him in the church. Also, apparently the way he apologized was by putting it on their sign out front, so like the fucking billboard, "I am sorry for any hurt, I was wrong, Pastor Leonard." Literally has it like a new McDonald's item that they put on those boards out front of McDonald's. That's where he posted his apology for all of it. Again, I don't think he's remorseful even slightly. I think that's what he truly believes. He is a piece of shit. That's really about it. So yeah. Religion isn't quite as popular as it once was, at least in the US, and I attribute that to being in a post-Rick and Morty society. I myself am no longer religious, I haven't been in a long time, but I certainly was when I was younger. In fact, my origin story is not too dissimilar from that of the legendary Bible man's origin, but instead of finding a Bible in the middle of the forest, I found Reddit. Something far more powerful than even the Word of God himself. But anyway, I have nothing but respect for people that are religious. What I don't have respect for is those Christian cult leaders that justify having 5 private airplanes that they take from people's donations to the church, and they justify it by saying it brings them closer to God and away from all the sin in the sky of a public airplane so they can be alone and jerk off closer to the Lord, which gets them closer to heaven. Shit like that. That's horrible, deplorable shit. And I also have no respect to the Christian cult leader Doyle Davidson, who I'm about to show you.
You never knew me when I was really active. No, you didn't. You've learned some things about me, but you didn't know how athletic this body has been.
Yeah, 80 years ago when he used to play some football in middle school, maybe. So this is Doyle Davidson. He sounds like Donald Duck with bronchitis, and to some people, he is a perfect man of God. However, you're going to see a very dark side of him. In fact, if you YouTube Doyle Davidson, all you find is a dark side of this fucking lunatic.
I know it has lots of speed to it because I've tried to
Has a lot of what?
It has a lot of speed
Like
to
that?
it. Yes.
Jesus Christ, Doyle, calm down there. Nearly tore a hole in the space-time continuum with that kind of blistering speed. So yeah, the Christian Barry Allen over here demonstrates just a small fragment of his power. I also would like to question his fashion here. His clothes are significantly bigger than he is. He looks like a child trying on his father's suits. Nothing is fitting him. It's like everything is just filled with air instead of meat.
We have tried to outrun, outjump, squirm out of your way and have not been able to.
Why were you trying to squirm away from me?
Yeah, this is genuinely sad to hear. Not exactly what you'd expect from going to a Sunday service here. This seems like just a cry for help, like, please, we're trying to get the fuck away from Doyle Davidson. Doyle Davidson looks and sounds like the kind of alcoholic man to get up at like 2 a.m. and force his family to pray at gunpoint.
What? Come on, tell the truth. Tell it.
I don't know. What time are we talking about?
Look, don't you mess with me, woman. Why was you trying to squirm away from me?
Oh, who knows?
He sounds like Banjo-Kazooie's voice acting. Just a series of fucking incomprehensible noises coming from this man's crackly old dusty throat. I swear to God, his whole voice sounds like if you could make a fart talk. Like, you know how people can burp the alphabet? If you could do that, but with your asshole. That's what his fucking voice reminds me of. And I honestly feel like I'm a 911 operator listening to an emergency phone call from his wife. This is just so fucking sad and uncomfortable.
Oh, come on! I wasn't trying to rape you.
Yeah, the fucking tone changes real quick across the audience, with some giggles of confusion and nervous laughter. Now it's just straight up silence, like when your family members start arguing at the Thanksgiving dinner table, except normally your family members aren't arguing about rape, I imagine. And I gotta say, nothing makes people believe you're a rapist more than when you say, I wasn't trying to rape you. It's not exactly the best defense, and also no one accused him of being a rapist in this instance. It comes out of genuinely nowhere. It just sounds like that topic's always on his mind, like every conversation with Doyle is going to lead to him defending himself from rape accusations that you never made. I mean, he's just fucking checking out at the grocery store, that'll be $8. Jesus Christ, I fucking told you I'm not a rapist! But to be fair, he's addressing what everyone else is thinking. His wife's talking about squirming away multiple times. It sounds like rape.
No.
All right, make it plain, because the witches and the wizards think that's what I am.
I see what you're
well,
saying.
I'm not. Never have been. All right?
Yeah, nothing says I'm not a rapist like bringing up wizards and witches and screaming in your wife's face in front of your entire church and on television. Sounds like the behavior of a very sane, non-rapey man. To be honest, I don't even know where witches and wizards come into this. I didn't even know witches and wizards still had a council in existence, let alone throwing around rape accusations. I figured if witches and wizards did exist, they'd be more interested in dabbling in the mystical arts, not tossing around accusations against Doyle Davidson in the middle of butt plug nowhere. But, you know, I don't know witches and wizards all that well. The only experience I have is from watching Harry Potter, I suppose.
You were trying to run away from God, and I wouldn't let you run. Right?
Right.
Now, are you going to be more honest?
Yeah, there's the grand finale. I don't understand what he means you're going to be more honest. She didn't really say anything except about his speed and trying to get away from him, which sounds about as honest as anyone could ever be. She never accused him of anything. He's the one who immediately jumped to rape and then tries to spin it as, I wasn't raping you, I was bringing you back into God's light. It wasn't me raping you, it was God raping you. You tried to get away from religion, and I wasn't gonna let that happen. Which still sounds fucking awful. I don't know a whole lot about Doyle Davidson aside from his legendary speed that's unmatched in the known universe, but what I do know is that he's a big piece of shit just from the way he's conducting himself here and the other videos on YouTube. He's just outright assaulting and attacking his wife verbally in front of his entire church, and it seems like his wife really wants to get away from him, but she feels she's unable to. She's even on the verge of tears from the sound of her voice at the end by just going with his assault, just saying yes, yes, agreeing with everything, just to get away from this wrath that he's unleashing for no fucking reason. He comes across as an unstable lunatic who may or may not be abusing his wife. It's despicable, gross shit, and what's even grosser is people genuinely follow this man. They actually believe everything he says and follow his example, which leads to more people doing this disgusting shit. But yeah, anyway, that's about it. See ya. I have covered so many scams on my channel for well over a decade now, and I'm not pulling your leg or exaggerating when I tell you that the one I'm about to go over I find to be the most ridiculous yet. Not in terms of how intricate or in-depth the scam is, it's not some galaxy brain supervillain scheme, it's your standard, classic, pump and dump cryptocurrency hogwash. However, it was run by an online pastor and his wife, and they brought in over $3 million and personally pocketed over $1 million into their own little piggy bank. And basically, they led their followers to believe that God would make them extremely wealthy if they put their money into Index Coin, which was their cryptocurrency. I've mentioned this before, but I used to be extraordinarily religious. I actually got baptized twice because I was concerned the Lord might have missed my first baptism. You know, maybe he slept in and didn't get to see it, so I wanted to make sure to do it again just in case. I feel like I can say on good authority that this is just downright blasphemous. That is usually something attributed to the work of the devil, where you sell your soul to the devil in exchange for wealth. That's not something God would ever really say, like, hey, put money into crypto and I'll make sure that it 10x's to the moon. It's a good one, trust me. So the pastor and his wife are facing fraud charges for this, and he released a 9-minute response video. And I don't know how he was able to record that whole video without getting smited, because the shit he says in there is just diabolical. I'm not kidding. He says God told him to do this. He says that God was the puppet master behind all of it, instructed him to do this. Basically, he's just blaming the big man upstairs for this whole hoopla, fundamentally saying that the Lord forced him to scam Christians, like when you really boil it down. And that's only the tip of the iceberg. Mudahar just made a video going more in depth on the particulars of the scam itself, so if you want more information on exactly what happened in that regard, check out some Ordinary Gamers video on it. I'm here to focus on the absurdity of it and the response video that he released, because hooey, it is wacky. Someone by the name of Molly White gave us all a blessing of a nice, concise supercut that breaks down the 9-minute video into just the most important moments that he talks about. So that's what we're going to be watching as opposed to the whole thing.
Caitlin and I are being charged in a civil charge from the Colorado Securities and Exchange Commission for basically selling millions of dollars worth of cryptocurrency that is deemed worthless by the state.
And by everyone else in the world with eyes. So he's trying to cushion it a little bit, like it's a civil lawsuit for all of this, and it's deemed worthless by the state, but it is worthless, completely, by every possible definition ever. It is worthless. This was, from the get-go, it seems, designed to just make them a lot of money and fuck a lot of the followers in the ass. So there's a lot of people that lost a lot of money on this. And now they're looking at some repercussions, and this is his attempt to try and spin himself as kind of the victim here.
Now, the reason that they're saying that it's worthless is because there is no exit for people who have bought.
Do you know what we call that? A scam. Basically, people who bought in can't exit. Their money is now stuck there. But you know who could exit? The pastor and his wife. Oh, and they did. They made off like bandits with over $1.3 million.
We launched an exchange, the exchange technology failed, things went downhill, and from that point forward, we've just been waiting on the Lord literally for a miracle. So the charges are that Caitlin and I pocketed $1.3 million, and I just want to come out and say that those charges are true. So there's been $1.3 million that's been taken out of, I think it was a total of $3.4 million. But out of that 1.3, $500,000 went to the IRS, and a few $100,000 went to a home remodel that the Lord told us to do.
Yes, you heard that correctly. Go ahead and rewind it if you're still in disbelief. He said that a few $100,000 went to a home remodel that the Lord told them to do. What an insightful conversation that must have been with God. I had no idea God was so into interior design. Not many people get that privilege of being able to speak to him directly. I love to imagine that. Pastor Eli just hanging out one day and God gets him on the horn, rings him up, and he's like, hey, Eli, buddy, listen, your house is atrocious. Am I a joke to you? You worship me in a place that looks like this? It's embarrassing. It's revolting. Listen here. Allocate a few $100,000, upgrade this bitch ASAP, so that way you can start worshiping in style, because this is not what Christianity is about. You're living in a goddamn crack shack, and we've got to fix that ASAP, okay? All right, this is the Almighty signing out. Amen. Saddest part is, this strategy actually works. This is an extremely effective tactic used by a lot of really corrupt, evil pastors, most notably Kenneth Copeland. Kenneth Copeland has private jets, and when asked about it, he defends it by saying that God wants him to. There's also another pastor, I forgot his name, but he's a friend of Kenneth Copeland's. The two of them are like these demonic leeches that feed off of each other's wealth. and they both have private jets, and basically said that God needs them in a private jet because it brings them closer to him. And if I remember correctly, they were even quoted saying that they can't be caught in a tube with demons, so they need the privacy of the jet to be more spiritually attuned with God. That's how they justify this luxurious lifestyle they live, which of course runs counter to the actual lessons of Christianity, but for some reason they keep getting away with it. Even in this case, Pastor Eli is receiving a lot of support from the people that he has directly scammed and openly admitting to scamming.
So how this whole thing started is the Lord told us in 21 to walk away from our marketing company, and he said, I'm going to do a new thing. And then he took us into this cryptocurrency. It was a different cryptocurrency other than index coin at the time. Well, that cryptocurrency turned out to be a scam.
Oh my goodness, he's portraying the Lord as like a reckless investor here, a crypto bro. How many NFTs does God have, you think? How many Bored Apes does he own? Also, Pastor Eli and God must be like this. They must be tight because they are constantly talking, so much so that the Lord tries to pitch him on cryptocurrency. Like, hey, bud, brother, take a peek at this thing. Have you ever heard of cryptocurrency? It uses this holy technology called the blockchain. We should check this out. You should look into this a little bit, Eli. And then, like, the first coin that God leads him down the path of is a scam. He even just openly says it right there. So, like, the first coin, you know, right after going down the spiritual journey with God, it was a scam. How anyone can hear this senseless drivel, this gobbledygook from Pastor Eli and actually take it seriously and believe it is beyond me. But let's play ball with it for a second. God is the creator, and he's omniscient. And yet somehow he fell victim to a cryptocurrency scam? In his infinite wisdom and knowledge, even he was bested by the cryptocurrency menace. What hope do we have? I can only imagine the white paper on that first cryptocurrency that Eli and God went halvesies on there. That must have been the most convincing thing ever, if it was enough to convince the Lord that it was real.
And so the Lord says, give that to them, but also give them a 10x. And I'm like, well, where's this liquidity going to come from? And the Lord says, trust me. Well, as money is coming in, we would be sowing it. And at first it was hundreds of dollars and thousands of dollars, then tens of thousands of dollars.
What is God cooking here? It's like a multi-level marketing scheme. He's about to start running a Ponzi scheme or something here. What? He actually hit Pastor Eli with the trust me bro there on where the liquidity comes from? Interesting. Maybe Pastor Eli is innocent after all. It's so... Obviously dropping the sarcasm here for a second. It is crazy to me that someone like Pastor Eli Regalado, or however you say his last name, is actually trying this right now, and that it's actually working. That's the saddest fucking part. I'm gonna skip ahead real quick here. I was going to save these screenshots till after I finish the response, but it just feels natural to put them in right now. Here's some of the responses that he's received from people in the community. What a crazy ride, Eli. I can't imagine what you guys are going through. Prayers going up. What about the crazy ride that all of the victims are going through with over $3 million stolen from them in this scam? Why are your prayers going to Eli, who made off with over $1 million here? Those prayers aren't even falling on deaf ears. Pastor Eli actively uses prayers as toilet paper to wipe his ass with. This guy took the prayers of hundreds of people that were praying for a miracle, a financial miracle, and completely trashed them. Someone said, standing with you, and then someone else said, unending support. Why? Why are you standing with him? He is openly admitting to a scam. Why are you supporting him endlessly? He is openly admitting to a scam. He doesn't even have the courtesy to take responsibility for his own actions here. He is blaming God, which is like the worst thing you can do in Christianity, to blame God for the evils you have committed. So sorry for stress you passed through. God has the plan for you and your team. He will lead you through to the success of this project. And Eli just says, yes. The project is dead, much like the bank accounts for many of the vulnerable people that Eli exploited here. What do you mean you're sorry for his stress? What about the stress of the actual victims? Someone else says, stay in the boat, trust in the Lord, and stop looking at the storm. Amen, Sean. What do you mean stay in the boat? The boat has capsized. There was no boat. It was a fucking yacht that Eli was buying with the money that he scammed from you and people like you. What do you mean? This is not God's plan. Thanks for the update. No one can close a door the Lord has opened. This is not a door the Lord has opened. This is a door Eli kicked open into fraudulent activity, taking advantage of a ton of people that were vulnerable. And Eli says, Isaiah 22:22, brother, thanks for standing and encouraging us through all of it. Of course, everybody is familiar with Isaiah 22:22. It's one of the most famous sermons. It's the excerpt that states, buy low, sell high. These are just a few examples of people still supporting him. It's just this perception that pastors are infallible and that if you don't support a pastor that might be sinful on you. It's not. This guy is openly admitting to his scam that he and his wife ran, and he is blaming God for it. That is as sinful as it gets. It is ridiculous to try and paint him as a victim or something like that. It's so unreal.
When he would come in, we tithe, we sow, more money would come in. And so we were just always under the impression that God was going to provide, that the source was never ending, that God was doing a new thing, and that we had nothing to worry about. And we sold a cryptocurrency with no clear exit. We did. We took God at his word and sold a cryptocurrency with no clear exit. And so the prosecutors have to take that and say, these people willingly sold a cryptocurrency with no clear exit. What we're praying for and what we're believing for still is that God is going to do a miracle. God is going to work a miracle in the financial sector.
I'm going to go ahead and spoil how this anime ends. There's not going to be a miracle in the financial sector. This is a bunch of baloney. He and his wife are scammers, and they have used Christianity and God's name in vain here in order to pocket an outrageous amount of wealth for themselves. I feel bad for the victims here because I have no doubt that they're on the older side of things, at least judging by some of the comments I've read, so probably had no clue what cryptocurrency was and just trusted the pastor at his word that God was helping and steering this in the right direction. It would help improve their financial security. I imagine a lot of them were probably desperate, especially given the current climate of things right now. There's a lot of people struggling. So hearing something like this from someone you trust, a pastor, who's saying like, put money in here and the Lord will provide and help you out when you need it most. A lot of people would likely buy into that, and they clearly did, and now they're fucking ruined for it. And meanwhile, this guy and his wife have made over $1 million from it and are still trying to spin this as though they're not evil when they are. This is a terrible, horrible thing to do, made even worse by the fact that he won't just own up to it and instead continues to blame God for it, and then still tries to sew in that like little bit of hope that, hey, maybe there'll be a miracle because God's on our side and helping us out. When that's not going to be the case, this was from the very get-go, it appears, a scam. So yeah, a pretty ridiculous situation here that I just had to talk about a little bit. It is foul. That's about it. So yeah.
I saw something really gross today that I just need to vent about. There is a pastor in Indiana named John Lowe II, which sounds like a generic NPC name in The Sims, and he went on stage in front of the congregation to admit to committing adultery 20 years ago, and received a standing ovation for his honesty. The crowd was cheering as if it was E3 and their favorite video game just had a sequel announced. A massive, uproarious round of applause, all because this guy publicly admitted to cheating on his wife. And then it wasn't until the person that he had the affair with came on stage that they realized, maybe this isn't something to be happy about, because the victim was a 16-year-old girl that he molested and sexually abused at the church.
In case you don't know, I'm Pastor John Lowe, and
I already hate this shit. Pastors are worshipped more than Jesus, it feels like.
I have absolutely no problem with religion or anything like that. As most of you know, I was an extremely religious youth. I got baptized twice just because I was afraid God might have missed the first one. And while I may not be religious anymore, I do still get it. But what I've never understood is why pastors themselves are treated like gods by the people that go to church. It's super counterintuitive. It goes against everything the Bible teaches. The people are there more to worship and suck the dick of the pastor than they are to, like, give thanks and praise Jesus. And it happens all the time, especially with pastors like Kenneth Copeland and Peter Popoff. They'll just blatantly say, we need you to give us all of your money because we require another jet to preach the good word of the Lord. And people will happily just give up their family's entire earnings to the church, to the pastors directly, to support that greed. Just actual evil assholes. I'm getting carried away, but you can see it right away here, where they're just like shouting and cheering because this guy said his own name. Dude's up there to publicly confess to an actual fucking crime, and he still can't help but get cheered on like he's a rock star for it.
I committed adultery. It was nearly 20 years ago. It continued far too long. It involved one person, and there's been no other, nor any other situations of unbecoming conduct for the last 20 years.
Yeah, I highly doubt that last part from the confession where he says this is the only person it happened with. I imagine he's probably done this to multiple other victims, just a little sneaking suspicion. He's doing his best to tiptoe around the details here because he doesn't want to reveal that the victim was underage and how fucked up it all was. So he's being very careful with the way he describes the adultery.
While applying church discipline for sexual failure, for repentance, confession, and restoration, I myself had not been disciplined for sexual misconduct. I will not use the Bible to defend myself or to beat you into scriptural submission.
I'm not gonna lie, this part actually shocked me here, him saying that he's not gonna use the Bible to defend himself. That's like the number one thing the Bible has been used for hundreds of years, to defend some awful shit because of a disgusting interpretation of what the Bible says. And what's even more shocking is the way that he describes the Bible here makes it sound like it's a chair in the WWE. He says, I'm not gonna beat you into scriptural submission. Bruh, it sounds like some kind of promo material that Hulk Hogan would have said, hey brother, I'm gonna use the Bible to lay the smackdown on you at the upcoming WrestleMania Raw.
Meanwhile, I hope you believe God called you here. Meanwhile, I hope you believe that God called you here, perhaps for such a time as this. To believe, to forgive, to heal, so that God can reveal His goodness to you.
Man, what the fuck are you talking about? I certainly hope there'd never come a time where the Lord calls me into church specifically to listen to some bumbling goober confess to molesting a 16-year-old girl. Why would he want me to be there for that? Why would he want any of these people to go to church to listen to that? Because I know it wouldn't be for forgiveness. No shot. Absolutely not. And what makes me really infuriated here, and I guess I can't really blame the people, it's not their fault, but them just like agreeing with him saying amen as if he's making a good point. When he's saying, I hope you believe God called you here for a time such as this, so that way we can heal, forgive, and you might see His goodness. Phrasing it in a way where it's like, if you forgive me for my actions, then the Lord might be really nice to you in return. Can I get an amen, huh? You want a shiny new car? Well, you might want to forgive me for this crime. You know, the Lord might provide.
I've committed to the Lord and now to you that I will submit to the process and recommendations of this board.
Yeah, a standing ovation for that. Amazing. There was a couple people, like, you could hear kind of cheering lightly throughout the thing, which is weird too. Like, fucking pumping their fists like, oh my god, the pastor's fucking and it's not his wife. Whee! Yeah! Absolute wild and wackiness. They're treating it as if it's like a little fucking Super Bowl kind of event. But let me warn you, what you're about to hear next is pretty heavy and hard to listen to. The victim herself comes forward to actually paint the picture of what happened that the pastor was leaving out. And she says this to the people that were just giving a massive round of applause and standing ovation to the guy.
I lived in a prison of lies and shame. Lying to protect the Lowe family. For years I thought I was a horrible person having suicidal thoughts, not realizing what had been truly done to me. I'm a prisoner no longer. I was just 16 when you took my virginity on your office floor. Do you remember that? I know you do, and I have plenty of other stories that I could bring to your remembrance.
She describes in detail the actual nature of the adultery that he was so desperately trying to dodge. He was trying to, do his best to avoid every possible raindrop of detail surrounding this, but now she's the storm that's come through and has revealed all of it to the people that were just cheering for this evil man. So, I don't want to play too much of it here because, like I said, it is hard to listen to. She says it started when she was 16, and there were witnesses and people that knew what was happening, but when she tried to talk about it, all that was done was that it was covered up.
If you did it, you need to admit it. That's right. 100%.
I told you I committed adultery. I told you it went on far too long.
Did you do it? That's all we need to know.
Yes, we did.
You didn't tell them she was 14 years old.
No, at 16.
Now the crowd's turned on him with the pitchforks out and looking for a biblical beatdown of their own for this guy. And this comes because the woman, the victim, came forward with a lot of information about what happened, as well as her partner coming forward with additional information that they revealed in front of the entire congregation publicly. And now the crowd that was just cheering for him is no longer super thrilled about it. Adultery, I guess, was totally fine. They were okay with adultery and long-term adultery. But now that they've learned that it was against an underage minor, well, that's changed the whole narrative. I think both are bad. Obviously, it's worse that it's with a kid, but I don't think there was still any world where they should have been cheering for the guy who just admitted to cheating on his wife for so long. It's still fucked up. I am glad, though, that they at least somewhat came to their senses like, Jesus, this is bad, this shit is not good.
That's just the way it is. It's not all true, but that did happen, yes. And all I can do is ask you to forgive me, and I'm doing what the Bible process or biblical process is in the church. I'm stepping down, stepping aside.
For everything that we have done wrong in our lives, that you begin to heal us, Lord.
And then once again, I was disappointed by the people here when they went up to give this guy a hug during their prayers. I'm just gonna say it, I don't think there's any power in forgiving someone like that man. That guy is a fucking monster. This went on for years, and it started when she was underage, and it was covered up. There's no power, and there's nothing righteous about forgiving an actual piece of shit like that. So the fact that after they learned all this information, after everything that was talked about during the service from the victim as well as her partner, after all of that, they still go up there and embrace him and seemingly forgive him, I guess, if the body language is anything to go off of. Just a horde of people go up there to give a giant group hug in the showers here, all up there huddled around each other like they're trying to recover a fucking fumble in football, all around that guy, who is a bad guy and doesn't deserve the forgiveness. Anyway, this video just made me upset. I wanted to talk about it, and that's really about it. So yeah. What's up everybody, it's Critical. For a long time I've been confused on how to properly masturbate until I came across this video. This pastor demonstrates the correct way of jerking off and the only way that's approved by God. So let's go ahead and watch this together so that way you too can learn the right techniques. I should mention before we begin that he will be using an arrow to substitute for his penis. He doesn't actually whip his cock out for this. However, you can see him after the service for a more hands-on demonstration. I like the way he looks in this right here. He looks like a fucking caveman that first discovered fire and he's trying to show his friends, but none of them believe him. I don't understand why he has a bow and arrow at church. I guess that's just standard procedure for some places, but let's just get right into this shit.
Of course it hurts. Of course it's fire. Of course it's pain. Of course it's... that's hot. That's hot. Girls, just shut up. I can handle it. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. Oh, God, that hurts. Oh, God, I'm so tired. Oh, God, I didn't want to lose her. Oh, God, I didn't want to have that pain. Oh, God, no.
Look familiar? It certainly does to Mark Cuban in the back left over there. He's paying real close attention to this, like he's about to perform fucking open heart surgery, analyzing every detail here, every stroke. He's really taking it all in. Now what this fine gentleman has just shown us is the standard protocol for meat beating. He's really illustrated it beautifully here and really captured the essence of choking the chicken. It's as if we're actually watching him masturbate here. From the wounded dog sounding shit to the come down. It's amazing what he's done here.
God, you love me so much, don't you? Yes. Oh, God, thank you for what you're making me. You're welcome. Oh, God. I see an opportunity. Yeah, so do I. Oh, God, I see a beautiful wife.
Now this is how you're supposed to do it, nice and slow, make it real and intimate. It's supposed to be a personal experience between you and God, so make it that way, you fucking troglodytes. Don't make it some quick, spit and shit, strum and cum routine. Treat your dick like it's the last Cheeto Puff on earth and you're starving. You just gonna scarf down that Cheeto Puff right then and there? No. You're gonna savor it. You're gonna take your time with it. Your dick should be treated no differently.
I never dreamed of her. A lot of things you never dreamed of, son. Lots of things you never dreamed of. Oh, you think I could marry her? She's very, very polished. You better get her more polished, son. Hey, God! The little children, I hold my arms. Oh, it's sweetest thing in the whole world. Oh, I'm so honored to be their daddy. Yeah. Now you remember who owns them.
This reminds me of a really old Whitest Kids You Know sketch, The Slow Jerker. It was about how uncomfortable it is to do fake masturbation slowly. It's comical when you do it fast, but when you do it slow, it just makes everyone uncomfortable. But I do respect this man's bravery to go up here and do it nice and slow. The way he does it in his bedroom is the way he's doing it right here and right now. I also really agree with the message he's sending here. The only time you can really talk to God is when you're playing with your wiener. It's the only way. It's like your penis is a walkie-talkie right to God's frequency, and the only way to keep holding down the button is to be playing with your cock. It's the only way. And I've always known that. That's why when I masturbate, I like to talk to God too. I even have a pre-masturbation grace I like to say as if it's Thanksgiving, and it goes, "Dear Lord, dear God, with one hand on my rod, with this porn on my screen, my dick soon spit cream. It's the duty of my wiener. I'll be baptized in these titties and I'll come out cleaner. Amen."
Make sure they serve me. That's why I gave them to you, son. Oh, God. I see a pulpit. I see a pulpit. God says, Not done working on you, son. You think I stand here before you tonight sorry that I yielded to God?
Yeah, I'll be honest, I have no idea what he was talking about during that. I could hardly hear him. He was just getting way too into the zone and whispering, but at least he brought the attention back to the audience and is now pointing at them. This is your fault. You touch your penises, so now I have to come up here and show you how it's done. The right way to do it. This is all on you. You brought this upon yourself. You heathens.
You think I stand here tonight with these, my trusted men, sorry that I yielded? You think I'm regretting that I yielded to God? You think I'm sorry when I see this crowd here tonight? No. Oh, God, keep polishing. Keep polishing.
And that concludes tonight's service. Make sure you put some bills into the pass-around tray thing. And thank you all for attending. I hope you've all learned something here today. Yeah, that's it. See ya. I hope you slept well last night, because you may never sleep again after watching this. I'm going to show you what a real demon looks like in our world. If I asked you to picture a devil, I think a lot of you would go to, like, him from Powerpuff Girls, like just that really classic red monster with horns. But in real life, that's not what a devil looks like. This is what it looks like. Kenneth Copeland. Kenneth Copeland is a preacher, evangelist, whom I've referenced many times in the past, that exploits religion for financial gain. He is extraordinarily wealthy by taking advantage of the people in his faith. And he does all of it with a smile on his face and an attitude that resembles just pure evil. He is what I believe to be a wolf in sheep's clothing, as they say. Let me show you one of his most famous interviews, which is going viral again, which is why I wanted to talk about it, where he was interviewed by Inside Edition about his lavish lifestyle.
How are you, sir? We'd just like to ask you about why you don't want to fly commercial. Why have you said that you won't fly commercial? You said that it's like getting into a tube with a bunch of demons. Why do you think that?
Yeah, he's one of those private jet preachers that I always like to insult and call attention to the hypocrisy of. People like him, these evangelists or heads of mega churches that live a life of outrageous luxury financed off the backs of those in their congregation who are donating under the guise that it's going to help further their faith or help the church or something like that, when really all it's doing is enabling them to live a lavish lifestyle. It always just makes me sick to my stomach. It runs so counter to the Bible that I have no doubt in my mind they will likely be going to hell without God even giving them a consideration of entering the pearly fucking gates up there. It is deplorable. It is just diabolical stuff. And yet it is so common. I just recently talked about an online pastor who blamed his cryptocurrency scam on God, saying that God made him make a shitcoin to scam the people that follow him, which has to be one of the most blasphemous things you can ever say as a pastor, but he had the gall, the fucking chutzpah, to blame the crypto scam on the Lord. And you're going to see this a lot throughout this interview, and if you ever dive into this rabbit hole of corrupt pastors, they always use their connection with God as the excuse. Well, God actually wants me to have a whole fleet of private jets. It's actually very Christian to be wealthy. And it's just a complete bastardization of what the Bible's supposed to teach.
No, listen to me just a second. Not the people. The main reason is because of the need. If I flew commercial, I'd have to stop 65% of what I'm doing.
Baloney. What a load of horseradish. You wouldn't have to stop 65% of what you're doing if you flew commercial. You can fly commercial and still reach all of the same places. There are more planes in the sky right now than there is poop in my butt. And trust me, there's a lot of poop in there, because I haven't taken my morning shit yet. You can fly commercial and still do all of the same work you've been doing. And it's not like you're doing important work, Kenneth. All you do is you're basically like this Dementor who sucks money out of everywhere he goes. That's not important work. You're just perverting Christianity to fit your own agenda of making as much doubloons as you possibly can accrue in this lifetime.
Isn't it true that you want to fly commercial so that you can fly in luxury? How much money did you pay for Tyler Perry's Gulfstream jet, for example?
Well, for example, that's really none of your business, but...
Isn't it the business of your donors?
Listen, I paid. You kind of caught me off guard here, okay?
Certainly. Well, if you'd like to come out here, I'd like to give you a chance to catch your breath and...
He's floundering here because he knows there's really no way of justifying this when actually confronted with the question. He usually relies on the Bible as a shield from criticism, so all the people in his faith, if they question him, he says, oh, well, you're questioning God. But now he's actually getting interviewed by someone who's done their research and is actually talking to him about how his lifestyle is the complete opposite of what the Bible talks about. And he doesn't really know how to defend it, because there's no way of doing that. It's also very telling the way he views all the people around him by calling them demons in a tube when talking about flying commercial and why he just won't do it, because he can't stand to be around people in general. He just wants to use them for his own financial gain. It's a fucking sickening perspective. And his mannerisms, the way that he does these like creepy smiles and his gestures, all of it is so menacing.
And have a conversation. We don't want to catch you off guard.
I love Inside Edition. You got to get this now. Hey, you listening to me? My wife thinks Inside Edition is, oh yeah. Now,
that'll send a shiver down your spine. The way he acts and the way he sounds, all of it is what I imagine it would look and sound like if a demon was ever made flesh on this planet. He is what I would picture the Antichrist looking and acting like. Oh, it's just like disturbing listening to him speak. My wife thinks Inside Edition is, oh yeah! What does that even mean? Like, he's clearly trying his best to, like, suck their cock. Like, Inside Edition is incredible, I can't believe you guys would do this to me when I'm such a fan of yours. It's just weird. It's so off-putting. Everything about him feels so fake and sinister.
Thank you, Lord. Help me. Let me pray this thing.
Well, let me just ask you a really simple question. A lot of people think it's unbecoming for a preacher to live a life of luxury and to fly around in private jets. What's your response to that?
Very simple. It takes a lot of money to do what we do. We have brought over 100, let's see, the latest figures just came out, 122 million people to the Lord Jesus Christ.
Can you show me the Carfax on that? I'd really like to see the data to support that claim. What I think happened is you brought in $122 million. That's not necessarily bringing people to the faith, you know what I mean? That's more like bringing the clams to the bank, is what it seems more to me. I really appreciate the Inside Edition interviewer not pulling any punches, just playing hardball here. She is absolutely cooking Kenneth. She is slapping his cheeks on the grill and whipping up a fine ass patty here at the barbecue today. Watching Kenneth squirm is priceless, and you're going to see his defense mechanism, as it is for a lot of these corrupt pastors, is always like, I need to pray, hold on, wait a minute, I'm getting a message from God, it's a transmission into my cerebral cortex, hold on a minute. And then he's like, oh Lord, I'd pray, wait, hold on a second, Inside Edition, shit, I'm getting overcome with the faith again, he said I need another private jet, oh yeah! Like, it's one of those things where, in the middle of being confronted with an indefensible statement or an indefensible act, they desperately cling to, hold on, I gotta pray real quick. Like, no, I'm a good person because God's talking to me and I gotta pray. I'm so overcome with it, I've gotta pray. And you see that time and time again when it comes to this. It's pathetic. And it's honestly an affront to God, I would imagine, to try and use him as your get-out-of-jail-free card. That shit, again, that's gotta be blasphemous. It's gotta be.
Without the airplane that we have that I bought from Tyler Perry, and I didn't pay anywhere, and Tyler's one of the greatest guys. He made that airplane so cheap for me, I couldn't help but buy it.
Case closed. It was such a good deal, he was losing people's money by not investing it in that private jet. Man, thank God for Tyler. I have no doubt the good Lord put Tyler in the position he's in today just so he could give Kenneth Copeland a private jet at a great deal to continue to spread the good word and the gospel.
Well, my question then, okay, all right, but I want to get to the demons because people are very concerned about that comment.
Give me a chance here, Inside Edition. Okay. I love your eyes. And
I don't know what all this was here. It was like a cat playing with a toy. He was just like swatting at her or something to get her to stop. And then he gives her a random compliment out of nowhere, just like a rogue statement. You have great eyes. What the fuck is that? Why are you so unhinged? He's all over the place here.
Here's what happened. We flew in 21 days, 70 hours, 40,000 miles, touched 5 continents, and preached face to face personally with 125,000 people.
Do you ever...
What in the fuck are you yapping about? What are you blabbering on about? That has nothing to do with your statement about the demons in the tube from commercial airlines you can't be caught dead around. This is a nothing burger. What are you talking about? This is, again, dodging it and just putting it on like, oh, we do great work that can only be accomplished through the use of a private jet. We couldn't reach all of these places commercial. It wouldn't make any sense. It's got to be a private jet, a very luxurious one, so I can be closer to God up there in heaven. It's fucking ridiculous.
Do you ever use your private jets to go visit your vacation homes, for example?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Again, getting back to the comment. You said that you don't like to fly commercial because you don't want to get into a tube with a bunch of demons. Do you really believe that human beings are demons?
No, I do not. And don't you ever say I did. We wrestle not with flesh and blood, but principalities and powers.
He was so close to letting the mask slip off his face right there in that moment. I really thought he was about to reach over and start strangling her like Homer Simpson to Bart. Like, he gets the finger out and he gets really stern and serious. That look that he gives her, that would strike fear in the hearts of anyone. His facial expressions are so exaggerated, he's like a Pixar character. The way that he's able to constantly have these wide range of emotions that he conveys like that. The way he flips from infuriated to like smiling at her in the creepiest way possible, it's alarming. Everything about this guy should be sending you into a fight or flight response. As opposed to just throwing money at him, it should be running away from him.
Can you explain what you meant by that term then? Just explain, because it's really simple. You said you didn't want to get into a tube with a bunch of demons. What did you mean?
Well, let me ask you.
Do you think that people that fly commercial are demons?
If you give me a chance to talk, sweetheart, I'll explain this to you. But it's a biblical thing. It's a spiritual thing. It doesn't have anything to do with people. People, I love people. Jesus loves people.
That's probably the first truthful thing he's ever said in his life. I have no doubt that Kenneth Copeland loves people. Because people are the ones that finance his lavish lifestyle. They pay for his private jet vacations that he goes on all the fucking time out the wazoo. So I know he loves people. I'd argue there's only one thing Kenneth Copeland loves more than people. Wallets. And sticking his dick in there and just fucking them raw. Taking as much money out of it as he can possibly find. Through misleading them through the faith. And exploiting them. And taking advantage of them. That's the only thing that he loves more than just people in general, would be my bet. So again, he will not just answer the question of what he meant by being in a tube with a bunch of demons on it, and the Inside Edition interviewer continues to press that, which I really appreciate. He continues to just tiptoe around it. Let me ask you a question. No, goofball, just answer it yourself. Just say what you meant. Say it with your whole chest.
But people get pushed in alcohol. Do you think that's a good place for a preacher to be and prepare to go preach to a lot of people when somebody in there is dragging some woman down an aisle? It made me so mad to see that on television. I wanted to punch the guy out myself. I can't be doing that while I'm getting ready to preach.
So you just don't like to be around the sinful people or the hurtful people. Is that what you're saying?
Not the people, baby. Not the people. Back during the days that we couldn't do anything else, we had to travel commercial.
The saddest period in his life when he had to fly commercial. God bless, I can't believe he made it out alive with that. Yeah, that's horrifying. Horrifying. But again, Kenneth, you're directly referencing people when you're talking about this. You gave an example of a man dragging someone down the aisle. Like, what? You're literally talking about people, and you're like, no, not the people. What the fuck are you talking about? And he brings up, like, alcohol? I can't be around alcohol in commercial. That's not a good place for a preacher. What the fuck? The reason he won't just say what we all know he meant is because he knows that even the most brainwashed in his following would hear that and get a very bad impression of it. Because he is basically calling them demons. And that could potentially hurt his bottom line.
We wrestle not with people, but with principalities and powers, unseen things, rulers of the darkness of this world. Talking about the devil, he's a very real devil, just the same as Jesus is a very real Lord.
Yeah, I'm starting to agree, Kenneth. I feel like I'm watching an interview with the devil right now. He continues, again, to just try and start spouting sermons that are pretty unrelated to this whole thing. He then talks about how many jets they have, and, well, he still has no way of defending it in any meaningful capacity. Because you can't really defend it, because there is no universe where a preacher needs this level of wealth to do what they do. It's gluttonous. That's a sin, Kenneth. It's corruption. Blatant corruption. And it comes from, at least partly, from the donations of just normal people that go to these mega churches or go to these traveling evangelists, that kind of shit. It comes from them trying to better their life, but they're doing it through a con man who's taking advantage of that desire. And it's fucking sad. It always makes me furious. Kenneth Copeland is one of my least favorite people on the planet and has been for the better part of a decade. I've talked about Kenneth for a long time now, and I'm sure I will continue to do so, because this guy is going to most likely live forever, because he is propped up by the puppet strings of Lucifer himself. So this guy, he's probably going to outlast everybody on this planet at some point.
But the main thing that happened was not, that wasn't the main reason. The main reason was I could no longer do what I called to do and be on the airlines. Besides that, I need my clothes when I get there.
And you have some fancy clothes. I mean, for a pastor, you are living a life of luxury. You've got great homes, you've got great planes, you drive in limos.
I'm a very wealthy man.
You're a very wealthy man.
Yes.
Cool, I guess. If I was someone that was putting money into the church and what I believe would be a man of God, I think the number one thing I wouldn't want to hear is that he just uses it to be a wealthy man with a bunch of really fancy clothes, cars, and private jets. Feels like it defeats the whole purpose, don't you think? I also can't help but focus on his turkey neck that keeps jiggling every time he speaks. It's like paper in like a strong gust of wind constantly. His neck, like there's so much loose skin on it, it looks like the rudder to a boat or something, and it just keeps fucking flapping around and it distracts me.
My wealth doesn't come from offerings alone.
Because you sell things, books and DVDs.
Yes, and I have a lot of natural gas on our property. Didn't know that, did you, babe?
Now I do.
Yeah, you do. Isn't that wonderful?
You realize that you still just did a big self-report there, don't you, Kenneth? You said that your wealth doesn't come from offerings alone, which means some of it does, which means some of your wealth is taken directly from the offerings of those in your churches and those that believe that what they're doing is for the greater good of the faith, not to line your pockets. You openly just admitted to that.
But it will run something in the neighborhood of 25 million in the poor. Can't do that and be broke.
So final question is, a lot of people maybe have a misunderstanding then about what you do in prosperity preaching. So the final question is this. To those critics that say that a preacher should not be living a life of luxury, what is your response to that?
They're wrong.
That's it?
Enough said. Hey, checkmate. Now give him more money for being wrong and hurting his feelings, so he can get himself a new private jet to dry his tears with. He says that he invests 20 to 25 million in the poor. What do you do? How do you help them? Seems like you just take money from everybody. What do you do with that 20 to 25 million that you apparently invest in the poor? I looked it up and I couldn't really find anything on that. There's really no information on it. I'm super curious now. Seems like just kind of a lie. Maybe invest 20 to 25 million in like smaller businesses that serve less wealthy areas or something. I have no clue, but I can't find anything where he's like directly helping anybody except himself, actually.
It's a misunderstanding of the Bible that if you go into the Old Covenant, do you think the Jewish people believe you should be broke?
Are you saying that Jewish people appreciate money more than... Really?
They believe in wealth.
Some people would find that offensive.
No, wait a minute now. I'm not talking about some people. I'm talking about the Bible.
Shit's getting really weird now, and Kenneth Copeland is clearly struggling and sweating. This has nothing to do with the Bible either, by the way, because the Bible makes it clear in no uncertain terms that this house of worship should never be used as a place for, like, financial benefit for those involved. Like, you know that moment a lot of people recall from the Bible where Jesus flips a table? They might forget why that happened, so I'm going to go ahead and post this. Jesus entered the temple courts and drove out all who were buying and selling there. He overturned the tables of the money changers and the benches of those selling doves. It is written, he said to them, my house will be called a house of prayer, but you are making it a den of robbers. This has been brought up before, and I have seen a lot of slimy excuses and really weird interpretations of that to still justify taking a ton of money from people in the church. But the way I always interpreted that, and really the way I was kind of taught when I was still very religious back when I was growing up, like I mentioned, I actually got baptized twice in case the Lord slept through the first one, like if his alarm didn't go off to watch it. I did it twice just to ensure. But with this, I was always under the impression that the lesson is that the faith should never be used as just a way of making money from people through it.
The Bible also says that it's more difficult for a rich man to get into heaven than it is for a camel to get through the eye of a needle, correct?
The rest of the scripture. But he said, all things are possible with God.
I thought that was a really good dunk from the reporter there that Kenneth Copeland tries to weasel his way out of. I don't think it's a really good excuse, though. That's kind of a cop-out. Oh, yeah, it does say that in the Bible, but it also says anything's possible through the power of God. When that's an excuse you see a lot of terrible pieces of shit use. What's the expression? Sin 6 days of the week, ask forgiveness on the 7th, repeat the cycle? Something like that. He's basically just saying, like, yeah, no, it does say that, in me taking all this money from these people, maybe it is sinful, but hey, anything's possible through the power of God. I'll probably still get into heaven because he forgives anything, so who cares? I'll do what I want, and then ask for forgiveness, and get it.
Both of my grandfathers were preachers. They were both very poor. They lived simple, modest lives. They were extremely offended by men that made money like you do, preaching like you do. What would your response be to people that think that preachers shouldn't live this kind of a lifestyle? Folks like both my grandfathers.
And I understand that. And I love them with all my heart. It's your grandfathers that we're standing on their shoulders.
Not exactly an inspiring thing to say. It's your grandfathers that I have built my empire on top of, the preachers that were actually doing some good work and being genuine people. Well, I was able to exploit that good reputation for myself. I'm standing on their shoulders. It's thanks to them. They're the real heroes. Like, oh my god, they're turning over in their grave right now hearing that statement. That is abhorrent.
Sir, thank you so much for your time
What's your
today.
name?
Lisa Guerrero.
Lisa, God bless, Father bless Lisa today. Thank you for her grandparents. I love Inside Edition. I love the people on it. And it thrills me to get a chance to have my face on Inside Edition.
Thank you very much, Reverend. You have a nice day.
Yes, ma'am.
That's where the interview concludes. And I think Kenneth Copeland is a real asshole. I think that guy is evil. Everything about him is exactly what I would picture a demon on this earth disguising itself as. To a T. It's almost cartoonish how evil his aura is. So yeah, anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. I know in this day and age many people aren't religious anymore. However, there's one man that stands against the blasphemers, and that is Pastor Jeffrey, the Indian evangelist. He's here to instill the good word of God in the entire world to save us all. Here's a video of him giving a fucking rock concert here or something. I'm not quite sure what's going on, but people from all across the globe are gathered here to watch him perform, and they're just fucking loving it. Look at him go wild here. It's like ultras coming early. Oh my goodness, just dancing the demons right out of him, having seizures. That's what it's all about. Bringing dead family members here because they don't want them to miss the fun either. They're just tossing fucking corpses in the mosh pit now. Look at that, already 3 overdoses down there on the ground. People are already headbanging. He hasn't even begun singing yet, let alone performed his hit single, Nothing's Gay in the Eyes of God, as long as you talk about fantasy football. This lady's been fucking hypnotized by Jeffrey. He's casted a spell on her. He's making her see a giant ice cream cone that she wants to lick but just can't because it's not real. Just more of Jeffrey's voodoo magic. I really like the professional camera work done here. It's like the intro to Chris Angel's Mind Freak. A little zooming in, zooming out, a little twisting and turning. Then we get a nice pan to Jeffrey who's telling her to fetch. I'm not quite sure what the fuck that hand gesture means. And then this mindless zombie waddles toward Jeffrey and then collapses to the ground very slowly. I know it looks like she did that on her own free will, kneeled down, but in fact that was actually just more of Jeffrey's sorcery. Jeffrey also appeals to men. Look at this fucking friendly father of two just wildly playing the air guitar and then clobbering his kids. Jeffrey is like the Indian Kilgrave, just tells people to do something and they're going to do it. Now that movie just performed on the Old Timer. That's one that's restricted in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. That's a forbidden technique right there. It's called the frontal lobe flabbergaster. There's a certain place you press on the forehead, and if you put enough pressure, it fucking destroys the person. That poor old man never stood a chance against Jeffrey. Now here, Jeffrey's transmitting Bible juices into the disabled man, which is gonna fix his leg. He's the best in the business when it comes to healing injured people. You're gonna see the results immediately right here. Look at this. Hands him his fucking broken lacrosse stick and sends him on his way. No surgery required, just holding hands with Jeffrey. That's all you need. You're 100% good to go. This woman didn't even have legs until today's service. By simply entering the building and being in Jeffrey's presence, she grew legs and is now about to learn how to use them. Jeffrey's not just going to teach her how to use those legs to walk and do mundane tasks. He is now going to bless her with the ability to compete in the Winter X Games. Now we all know there's 3 versions of the Bible, the Old Testament, the New Testament, and the Jeffrey Testament. But I don't know how many of you read the Jeffrey Testament cover to cover like I did, so I'd like to share a sermon from the Testament with you all. In Jeffrey Christ 14:15 it states, "The Lord has blessed us with a world filled with so many heavy objects for us to pick up and put back down so that we can build bigger muscles. In the name of the Father, the Son, the Swoly Spirit, may this creatine bless my gains. Waymen." As you can tell by Jeffrey's chiseled Adonis-like physique, he is an avid bodybuilder. I love this shit. Look at this. Look at all these people fucking going wild. It's like he's the One Direction of Indian evangelists. People fucking fainting. This woman dancing like a scarecrow falling down a flight of stairs. Shit's fucking nuts. This is the kind of concert I want to go to where I can stand in the front row and some asshole can poke me in the head and I fall over. Now he's blasting her with a fucking force shockwave. Move over, Darth Vader. What the fuck is going on here? This woman just getting let out of jail? Why is she being restrained by 4 people? I've only watched about 3 minutes of this video, so pretty much everything for the last couple of seconds and everything going forward now is going to be new to me. So I'm gonna try and learn with you all here, live. Well, not live, but kind of. It's not even close to live. Not even kind of. This looks like some shit I used to do when I was a kid, trying to fucking conjure Kamehameha waves. Except this man makes millions of dollars doing it, so joke's on me, I guess. That woman just wanted an excuse to headbutt her grandmother. Holy shit, look at the size of this crowd. He sold out the Staples Center. What's going on here? Why is everyone clearing a circle? About to be a breakdance competition between Jeffrey and this woman? Or is she like the final boss of evangelism? If he converts her, he wins. Woman slapping the stage like an angry Hitler. Everyone's in a trance. That woman's shaking invisible pepper shakers. Now she's conducting an invisible orchestra. Holy shit. Why is everyone acting like this? What is going on? Crying and just going berserk? Did he fucking pepper spray each individual person in here? In order to attend my event, you must pay top dollar and be subjected to Christian spray. Trust me, it's good for your eyes. Oh fuck. Red alert, this man's ejaculating. Someone get him a napkin. What just happened? Is he being electrocuted over there? Is this what it looks like when someone reads the Krabby Patty secret formula? So far, this is my favorite act of his performance. He's interviewing his victims, the ones that he Christian air blasted into oblivion. He's asking them how it felt or something. Just getting their testimonial, and then it shows an instant replay. They just fucking refer to the Jumbotron to relive the moment. Ah, yes, I remember you. Yours was by far my favorite exorcism. Let's go to the replay booth. Look at you, the demon was taking control. You tried to dodge me, but I found you and fucking Hadokened you. Look at that, sniped. Christianity wins again. I like how he's pointing at her now, making an example out of her. You see what I did to her? I'll do it to all of you. If you don't pay for more of my shows, buy my books and shit, I'll do it. I will blast your shit real fucking hard. I will destroy that anus with my air blasts. While the world's still in lockdown and we're all sealed away in our sarcophagus, there are many people suffering. But there's one group in particular that's suffering more than all the others that no one's thinking about. I'm of course talking about the evangelists, like Kenneth Copeland, the man who blew away coronavirus with the winds of God, literally sat coronavirus down in the middle of church service and slapped it around with the holy water until it was disintegrated, and then asked for everyone's stimulus check. So what I'm saying is evangelists are struggling right now because people aren't able to give them money for the incredible service they're performing. This man literally destroyed coronavirus and he is not making enough money. He only has a private jet. His mansion is starting to look a little weak. He's going to need a new one soon. And shit, it's just a real sad thing that we can't go out there and help him. But luckily there's a brave pastor who's come up with a really incredible challenge to donate everyone's stimulus check in full to him. It's a pretty genius scheme, and let's check it out.
Hashtag Pastor Spell Stimulus Challenge. 3 rules. Number 1, April the 19th, 2020. It begins.
Yeah, that's not a rule, that's a date. This man who looks like he's about to run for class president here is Pastor Tony Spell. And he's got this real cool challenge called the hashtag stimulus challenge, baby. This is going to be the new whip and nay-nay. This is going to be the new, cinnamon challenge. It's going to be a big one for sure.
Rule number 2, donate your stimulus money. Rule number 3, donate it to evangelists, North American evangelists.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable. People struggling to survive might as well donate that entire check to these guys. I mean, after all, it's the evangelist money. We're just keeping it warm for them, I suppose.
Who haven't had an offering in a month. Missionaries who haven't had an offering in a month. Music ministers who haven't had an offering in a month. I'm donating my entire stimulus, $1,200. My wife is donating her stimulus, $1,200. My son is donating his stimulus, $600.
Ah, shit, I'm tearing up. Did you hear that? Did you catch that? He said some of the evangelists haven't had an offering in a month. A month without an offering, a month where they weren't able to exploit some vulnerable people for their money. Oh my, it's like an ASPCA commercial. I'm getting emotional. I can't believe it. Fuck, you know what? The whole stimulus check is going to you, Tony Spell. Wow. What? You're a real hero, man. A month without free money? Ugh. Christ, my heart is breaking for you. You evangelists out there really do have it much more difficult than anyone else in the country at the moment. Yeah, it's a pretty noble challenge. Yeah, so this Pastor Spell Stimulus Challenge is significantly worse than the Tide Pod Challenge. This shit fucking sucks. I'd rather flush my stimulus check down the toilet than give it to this guy, or really any of these evangelists. It's crazy how 1 month without people giving them money for doing nothing, they're losing their fucking minds. Kenneth Copeland is probably one more live stream away from just showing his asshole and saying it's the holy anus of God, here to suck up coronavirus. This is some true evil shit right here, like cartoonishly evil mustache-twirling supervillain shit from Pastor Spell here. In a time where so many people are really fucking struggling to survive, and preying on that weakness and trying to guilt them into giving away the only income they have coming in at the moment for some of these families is nothing shy of just outright fucking evil. And he acts like he's giving away his family's stimulus check to other people, but he only really talks about his organization, so it sounds like he's just putting that stimulus money back into his own shit. So it's not even like he's giving away his fucking stimulus check from the way he talks about it. It's it's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. I don't know how, after coronavirus ends, anyone will take evangelists seriously when they're constantly telling people to give away the only money they have right now to them. Why? I just don't see who's going to listen to this and find it anything other than disgusting and pathetic. Even the most religious man in the world's not going to hear this and then be motivated to give all of their possessions away to Tony Spell, I would like to think. Because, it doesn't sound like something you'd read in the Bible. Matthew 25, let he who is without sin complete Pastor Spell's stimulus challenge, and then die of starvation later. But at least you helped a rich man stay rich. It's just disgusting, silly, pathetic.
Hashtag Pastor Spell Stimulus Challenge. If you don't have a church, give through my website, www.ltcbr.com, Larry Tango Charlie Baton Rouge.com. I'm here on the Mississippi River. I'm here at Red Stick, Baton Rouge. Hashtag Pastor Spell Stimulus Challenge.
I don't know what the point is in him saying, yeah, I'm here at the Mississippi, who gives a fuck, I don't know if that's supposed to be like a flex or something. Hey, I'm out here doing coke off strippers' buttholes, so make sure to check in on that stimulus challenge, eh? It's just really, truly awful stuff here to prey on people at this time especially. Fucking crazy. Hashtag Pastor Spell Stimulus Challenge. fucking shameless and gross, man. Well, that's about it. See ya. I was going to include all this shit in yesterday's video I did about the coronavirus, but I felt the way evangelists have been responding to coronavirus is totally different from how the normal people have been. Normal people aren't, out there maliciously buying toilet paper and hoarding it just to be assholes. They're panicking. They're afraid. So they're hoarding toilet paper like it's gold. They think the world's going to turn into fucking Fallout New Vegas where they're going to be using toilet paper for currency instead of bottle caps. It's just them being afraid. Whereas the only thing some of these evangelists are afraid of is missing out on a fat paycheck. Let me make this clear. I have no problem with people of faith. That's not what this is about. I have a problem with these evangelists preying on people's fear. Saying shit like, if you buy this Christian gospel rock album, it'll set up a spiritual barrier around your house protecting you from the coronavirus. There's just been a whole bunch of this shit going on right now that I'd like to show you a bit of. Asking an evangelist to help with coronavirus is like asking your high school bully to help with your confidence and self-esteem. It makes no fucking sense. So we'll start here with Pastor Jim Baker, who's out here peddling a silver solution as a corona cure. I also have no doubt that it's not even silver solution, it's probably just a bottle of his own urine. Also, they call him a pioneer of Christian television, and yet this shit broadcasts in like 144p and they still sell all their shit on VHS tapes. A real pioneer, real innovator. Can't wait to see what Jim Baker's gonna do next. He might take Christian television all the way to a CD.
This influenza that is now circling the globe, you're saying that silver solution would be effective.
Well, let's say it hasn't been tested on this strain of the coronavirus, but it's been tested on other strains of the coronavirus and has been able to eliminate it within 12 hours.
Yeah.
Totally eliminate it, kills it, and deactivates it.
Yeah.
And then it boosts your immune system, so then you can support the recovery, because when you kill the virus, then the immune system comes into action to clear it out. So you want a vibrant immune system as well as an ability to deactivate these viruses. That's so good.
Yeah, so these octogenarians hype up the silver solution like it's a goddamn panacea. This is just the stupidest shit. This is like me going on TV and saying, hey look, I have Phoenix Downs. They worked in Final Fantasy to revive people. They can bring people back from the dead in the real world too, I'm sure. They were selling these for around $125, and enough people bought them to have it become a big deal, and now they're being sued as a result of this, which is great news. I think that's fantastic, but it's sad to know that there are people out there chugging bottles of silver solution as a result of this. They're probably doing shoeies of silver solution, fucking shotgunning it like frat boys with silver solution. Now, I'm sure you already knew Kenneth Copeland was going to be in here, the world's most famous asshole evangelist.
Got in the plane that God so graciously gave us, and we're flying home. As I was going home, the Lord, real quickly, he said, Jesse, do you like your plane?
This is a conversation between Kenneth Copeland and his co-host Jesse where they're defending their private jets because people started to call him out on, we're giving you this money and you're buying private jets. So they defend it, and it's some pretty despicable shit, honestly. I half expected him to start passing around his PayPal information and tell people that he started a fundraiser because the Lord said he needs more money for a bigger yacht.
The world is in such a shape, we can't get there without this.
That's right.
We've got to have this. You can't manage that today.
Right.
This dope-filled world.
Right.
And get in a long tube with a bunch of demons.
Right. That's exactly the
And
point.
it's deadly. We're in soul business here.
Right.
This is what everyone knows Kenneth Copeland for. Him saying getting on a public airline is like getting on a long tube with a bunch of demons. Also, this man is the most demon-looking motherfucker on the planet. This guy looks downright evil. This is what I imagine Satan looks like in hell. But not only does he look and sound like he rules in hell, he fucking acts like it too.
Again, getting back to the comment, you said that you don't like to fly commercial because you don't want to get into a tube with a bunch of demons. Do you really believe that human beings are demons?
No, I do not. And don't you ever say I did. We wrestle not with flesh and blood, but principalities and powers.
A brief glimpse of the hellfire and wrath beneath that mask. Pretty deplorable shit, but this has nothing to do with what he's doing with coronavirus. I just wanted to bring everyone up to speed, or just give you a refresher on the Kenneth Copeland lore from the old manga, I suppose. Here's the coronavirus shit.
Put your hand on that television set.
Yes, Lord.
Hallelujah.
Thank you, Jesus.
Sounds like the world's worst ASMR. I also don't know what his hand is covered in, the old sacred semen there or something. Looks like he just dipped it into some candle wax.
Thank you, Lord Jesus. He receive your healing
Yes.
now. Say it, I take it.
I take it.
I have it.
I have it.
It's mine.
It's mine.
This whole segment here reminds me of Squidward when he goes to be all alone and you keep hearing alone repeated in multiple different voices. That's this Kenneth Copeland coronavirus healing segment in a nutshell. Far be it from me to question how effective wet fingers can be when curing the coronavirus, but I mean, if you're not even in the same room with the wet fingers, I think the effectiveness of it goes down even further. I don't think putting your hand on a TV where Kenneth Copeland's hand is going to do much. In fact, you know, maybe that TV you're touching has coronavirus on its surface and now you just kind of fucked yourself and Kenneth Copeland hasn't healed you. He's fucking pranked you and given you the coronavirus. I mean, you're really taking a gamble right there.
I thank you and praise you for it.
Yes, Lord.
And I forgive if I have aught against any.
I forgive.
And I praise you that I'm well and whole.
I praise you that I'm well and whole.
Yes.
According to the word of God,
According to the word of God.
I'm healed.
Yes.
After this aired, coronavirus cases dropped to 0 and coronavirus stopped existing.
And I consider not my own body.
Yes.
Consider not my own body.
I consider not symptoms in my body.
I consider not symptoms in my
But only that which God has promised.
Only that which God has.
Only that what the Word has said.
Only that what the Word.
And by His stripes I was healed, and by His stripes I am healed now. I'm not the sick trying to get healed. I'm the healed, and the devil's trying to give me the flu.
Yeah, fuck the devil. At least this was free, I'll say. This was a free healing done through the television. At least he wasn't charging for it or anything, so that's good, especially considering everything else does have a price, like the silver solution. Alex Jones isn't necessarily an evangelist by traditional definitions, but he's also been going around saying that his toothpaste is an anti-coronavirus combatant. So this is being used by a lot of different people just preying on this panic, and I think it's despicable shit. That's it. So yeah. Winning a woman's heart is no easy feat. Some of us who try end up with skid marks in our underpants at a Deftones concert. But I can promise you there is one tactic that will never work. Stalking. And also, breaking into their home.
It's a terrifying home invasion. A man with a flashlight enters a single mom's house and ends up caught on her security camera. And when she looked at the video, she knew who it was right away.
You read the title of the video, so you also know who it was. We don't need Scooby-Doo to piece this mystery together for us. It was the pastor of a megachurch. And now, the reason he's done this isn't because he smelt like an apple pie on the windowsill and he couldn't resist going in there to get a piece of it. He did it because he is obsessed with this woman. He is more obsessed with her than I am with Magic the Gathering cards.
Here's why.
It's terrifying. A man caught on security tape breaking into a home. What made this even more shocking is the identity of the intruder. It was 43-year-old Marie Columna's pastor. There he was in her kitchen, clearly identifiable.
I love the voiceover guy for this. He sounds like the narrator from all of the old As Seen on TV commercials. Can your paper clips do this? And it's footage of it holding like 2 cucumbers together. Forget everything you thought you knew about mops. If your mop isn't sucking your dick, it's not working for you. This new mop is minted on the blockchain. That kind of thing. But anyway, so this is her pastor. And they've known each other for a while. This is not the first time he's done it, and it's not the only time you're about to see him do it. And you can see how confident he is. He goes in there not wearing a mask. He's not trying to hide it all. This fucking creep even hits a blue steel into the camera. He is immediately aware that he's being recorded, and it doesn't bother him at all. It also seemed remarkably easy for him to break into the home. I'm assuming the door was accidentally unlocked. Either that or he has maxed out his lockpicking stat, because that is impressive speed.
To anyone.
When you follow God's vision, and it's not just any church. 49-year-old Sergio Guardia was a pastor at a mega church, the 24,000-member Thomas Road Baptist Church in Lynchburg, Virginia. Maria and her husband were very close with the pastor and his wife, as seen in this photo.
Now I know what you're thinking, Charles. We can't jump the gun here. You can't put the carriage before the horse. Maybe it's all a big misunderstanding. Maybe Sergio was doing a house call in order to exorcise some demons, combat the forces of evil late at night. And that's where he'd be wrong. The only thing Sergio was looking to exorcise was a nut from his sack.
What was Pastor Guardia like?
Very charismatic, extremely nice.
But after she divorced her husband, Marie says the pastor's behavior became increasingly odd.
He started just showing up to my house. My kids wouldn't be home. It'd be in the middle of the day. And he would just show up and bring me groceries. He did that a handful of times. Sometimes I would get home and he'd be right on my porch. So I couldn't even avoid him.
That thought process will never compute with me. She's made it clear that she's not interested in that kind of relationship with him, yet he keeps showing up at her house with, I guess, a fucking box of chocolates. He shows up with groceries too, and he lingers. Like, what could he possibly have thought would happen? If I pester her enough, if I'm enough of a nuisance, eventually she'll fall in love. She'll realize I'm the perfect man for her. Like, how does someone get to that level of poison in their brain?
Lo and behold, he came back the next day.
I was watching the live feed of him entering my daughter's bedroom.
She called the cops, and you can see them with guns drawn.
Goober said that was so good I think I'll try it a second time, so he comes in the following night doing the same thing, breaking into her home. And remember, he left the first time because he noticed he was being recorded. What did he think changed? That this time the fucking camera magically got turned off? Like, what did he do? Did he, like, deploy an EMP in his car thinking it knocked out all the electronics in the area, so he thought he just had the green light to go? That all of a sudden now there wouldn't be any footage of him breaking into the home? It's fucking craziness.
They even use a police dog in their search, but the pastor had already fled. Guardia was charged with burglary and stalking.
Guardia has been found guilty, and a senior pastor confirms he's no longer employed by the mega church.
I was really curious if Sergio himself had said anything about this, trying to offer some kind of excuse or justification for it. No, you see, in the good book, there was a statement I read that said, I can go break into her house and conduct a panty raid while she's away huffing her britches. But I haven't seen anything from him. However, I did get a little bit more insight on how much he had been doing to torment this woman, basically. So he had confessed his feelings for her. He told me he was in love with me and wanted a relationship. I said I didn't even want him at my house, let alone a relationship. I told him not to come back, but he did. She apparently moved multiple times in an attempt to get away from him. So she uprooted her life multiple times just to avoid this guy. Yet he continued stalking her and showing up, leading to, of course, the most recent stuff here. Just listen to how unhinged this man is. I came home in the middle of the day and found him in my living room on my laptop. When I confronted him, he gaslit me, saying he wasn't doing anything wrong and acted excited to see me. He wouldn't leave until I picked up my phone and said I was calling the police. What the fuck? Imagine that, you're just coming home and then all of a sudden goofball there starts like going crazy with the zoomies like a dog happy to see you. Like, hey, welcome back. I was just on your laptop downloading some of my best selfies to make it your screensaver in your backgrounds. Did you want some groceries? I put them in the fridge, nice and fresh. What do you mean you're calling the police? Are you my girlfriend yet? She also mentioned why she never went to authorities prior to this, stating that she was just kind of afraid of his influence. He's not just a pastor, he's a pastor at Thomas Road Baptist Church, a powerful and wealthy church. I didn't believe I had any power against him, especially with no evidence. And she also mentions that she was getting notifications that a new device had logged into her Yahoo email, checked the IP, and they were linked to Liberty University. Turns out that email was listed as a recovery email for her accounts, and there's a lot of reason to believe that that is Sergio. So he was actually in the fucking mainframe of her life, like snooping, hacking her accounts, and stalking her aggressively. Now, she also mentioned something that I was going to bring up as well. She wanted her story to reach his supporters. So even though all of this has gone down, even though he has been found guilty on all 3 counts, and even though he has been removed from his position at the megachurch, he still does have people supporting him. You can literally watch the footage yourself, see the verdict, and yet people are just like, nah, nope, oh well, everybody sins. It's absurd. Of course, that's not the majority of people, most sane people are seeing this and being like, oh shit, turns out the pastor was a wolf in sheep's clothing. He was a bad guy. But there are, of course, some people that are just completely delusional about it and writing it off entirely and standing behind Sergio. It's so sad. It's scary, actually. But anyway, I just wanted to talk about this a bit. That's it. See ya.
I beat Call of Duty, the newest one that came out. I beat it in 3 days. Loser!
I agree. 3 days to beat Call of Duty? It takes like 4 hours. It takes 4 hours. You are a fucking loser. I agree.
I had the top score online, and in my online gaming, I'm the top ranked player. Loser!
That's pretty impressive, though. He's wrong there.
You're pathetic. You're a loser.
Whoa.
Your life is a joke.
Okay,
You're
Jesus.
worthless.
All right, please, Christ, Lord. Sorry. Is this like a skit or something, or is this real?
He's effeminate. He's a sissy.
What? What
Look
just
at
happened?
Me. Hey, I can look at me. I'm daring. I can eat Doritos with one hand, put them in my mouth, and drink some poison pop with this hand, and never push pause.
It's water. What?
Whoa, you're such a man.
Did a gamer fuck his girlfriend or something? What happened here?
I was a single guy till I was 36 years old.
That sounds about right.
He's effeminate. He's a sissy.
Yeah, it sounds about par for the
There's
course.
too much stuff to do.
Oh, this is edited.
I'm a man now. I wasn't a man in the past when I was playing video games. But don't you think your wife would rather be married to a real man?
Like you, the 36-year-old virgin?
Go
Yes,
whatever, if you're
a
single.
real man.
It says, hey, let's go out and pass out gospel tracts, or let's go do this, or let's go do that.
Hey, what's up, babe? Let's pass out the Bible. This guy's cool. Who's this?
You're playing little games. You're a loser.
So who was that? That was clearly edited from like a sermon. I don't think he posted that himself. God hates video games. 3 reasons why God hates video. Oh, I'm in. Okay.
Casting down the controller. Casting down the controller. 3 reasons why God hates video games.
Hit me, BuzzFeed. Let's run it.
You're in Titus chapter 2. You say, Brother Sean, why are you preaching about video games? Because this is an epidemic.
Whoa, hey now.
Young men play
Jump scare.
video games all day long for hours. I see it every single week, and it sickens me.
Oh, voice crack. Ew.
And you're saying,
Boo.
well, that's for kids, right? That's for like 12 and 13-year-olds. The average age of video game players in the United States this year was 36 years old.
Yeah!
6.5 hours
Woo!
a day. That's a shame.
That is actually embarrassing
Never play
numbers.
these things,
Those
and
are
I'm
rookie
gonna show you
numbers.
Why God hates them. You're right, I'm mad about this because this is a vain waste of time.
And I suck at games.
Right? First thing,
Fucking makes me mad.
profits nothing. With a piece of plastic looking at a bunch of lights on a blinking screen, it means nothing. You understand?
Yeah.
That's what you should be doing.
This man played Overwatch one time and got a bad
Young
teammate.
men, likewise. Is you getting a high score on Mario a pattern of good works? Really? No, it's not.
Yeah, I mean, by its very definition, it
It's
is.
showing
But
uncorrupted
yeah.
gravity, sincerity. When you're playing these violent video games, do they have sound speech? Are they saying edifying words? No, they're not.
Yeah. Fuck yeah, they are.
They're vile. They're
Yeah.
horrible. You know, it says the fruit of the righteous
He
is
pre-ordered
tree of life,
Anthem.
and he that winneth souls is wise. We need to
That
get
will
out
do
there
it.
and win souls. I mean, if a foolish thought's a sin,
Mhm.
what do you think a vain thought is?
Ugh, super sin.
Something
Turbo
vain
sin.
all day long for hours, for 6.5 hours a day is. Okay? It's a sin. It's horrible. God hates
I mean,
it.
a lot of things are vain, though, like this suit. You don't need to be wearing a suit.
63, it
Could just
says,
be wearing
"It
something
is the
minimalist.
spirit that quickeneth, the flesh profiteth
It's, you know,
nothing."
semantics, I guess.
If you're bejeweled, it profits nothing. All right?
Does he only know mobile games? Hit me with a PC game.
Speak unto you, they are spirit.
Say Witcher 3.
They are light.
The gift sub large nut.
Why don't you delete all those video games off your phone and take your Xbox and toss it out the window?
That's
It's
good advice,
vain,
though.
It's stupid. Get rid of it.
There is nothing on the Xbox worth keeping right
First
now.
thing,
Fair.
It profits nothing.
That was a
Second thing,
fact.
90% of popular video games are violent.
No!
All right? You think God likes violence? No, he doesn't.
Whoa, well,
75% of games are
there's a lot of history that would say otherwise, I think, in that one.
Proverbs chapter 16.
I'm not sure there.
You know, you're simulating shedding innocent blood versus really doing it. God hates that.
There's a huge difference. What's the difference between killing someone in the game and splitting someone's skull in half in the real world? It's the same thing. It's the same thing. When you fuck in your video game, you've lost your virginity in the real world. I actually, he might be onto something.
Soul
Thanks,
hates.
resub
You
Strix.
love these violent video games? Guess
He
what
should,
God
Slender.
does? He hates you. His soul hates you.
God hates?
You understand?
Wait, God hates now? What do you
And
mean?
I'm going to just bring up
He's
one
not supposed to be hateful. Video games are that bad? Why does God hate gamers, man?
And it Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. And it was a
Classic.
first-person shooter game. You guys have all heard of
Classic.
Call of Duty. I don't have to go.
Everyone over here plays it.
But it was released in 2009. Some of you guys are probably still playing it.
That's
but
what
it
I
was
said.
released
Fuck
in
yeah.
2009, and it generated a lot of controversy because the fourth level of the game allowed you
No
it
Russian.
gave you the best weapons in the whole game. It gave you
Well,
grenades,
no.
It gave you unlimited life. It gave you everything.
What?
It was this level.
It's a
called
video game. It's
No
all
Russian.
unlimited life.
And in this level, you played an undercover CIA agent, and your job was to go into an airport and mow down men, women, and children that were pleading for their lives.
That
The fourth level of the game, and they're
That
all
was
like,
pretty
"Oh,
wild."
You could opt out of that level. None of them did because they gave you the best gun. It was belt fed. I mean, it was awesome. Everyone was playing this.
Hey, so you admit it was kind of cool?
You know what?
It's a good level. It was a very important level to the game.
Love violence. You murder men, women, and children that are pleading for their lives.
Didn't God do that with the Great Flood too? Like, to be fair, like,
How are you going to train people?
It's not like his
to murder
hands are clean
Christians
here.
En masse without even thinking about it.
What?
It's not like we're going and watching the Julie Wood movies.
What is
Why
that?
would we support Julie Wood video games?
What the
I mean,
fuck does that
Activision,
mean?
The largest video game producer owned by a Jew.
Oh my god.
Hello, Bill Population Control Gates.
Oh
You
boy.
want to give this guy
Oh
$6
boy.
every time?
Woo!
Is that what you want to do? So hard.
Oh boy. Brother Sean, we've crossed the line here.
I don't want to see anyone in here playing.
You don't like video games, but you like Twitter and Facebook, I see.
What about Mario?
Oh,
Get rid of them.
wow.
They're vain. They're horrible. Okay? They think it's
Woo.
stupid. They think it's vain. All
Oh,
right?
boy.
They think it's that hex box. Put away that waste station. Put
Okay.
away the Wii piss box. I don't care what it's called. Get rid of it.
Alright, fuck it.
You understand?
I'll take a hammer to
I
it.
want to watch YouTube videos. Get a DVD player.
What? Why?
Okay, you know why I don't have an Xbox or a Wii or anything like that in my house?
'Cause you hate fun?
Weakness, okay? I'm not using that to watch YouTube videos. I'm using a DVD player or whatever.
You use a DVD player to watch YouTube videos, you fucking idiot? What do you mean?
Hard. Lord, thank you so much for this day. Thank you so much for this opportunity to preach, Lord.
Who's that? The warden of the psych ward? Trying to get him back? What are you doing preaching here? Fucking security just storms the podium. That was a wild ride. I did not expect the conspiracy tirade out of nowhere. That was a twist. I truly didn't see that coming. Bringing up Bill Gates' population control, Jewish people controlling everything. He went full Alex Jones out of nowhere. Man, they hate video games out here. Holy shit. I've talked about this before, but it's been a little while, so I'm going to dust it off and give you a little refresher. One of my favorite little genres of content on YouTube is the video games are evil crowd. Usually it's religiously charged, and I want to make it clear right away, it's totally fine if you don't like video games, right? That's absolutely understandable, no problem with that. But what I find extremely entertaining is there's quite a few churches as well as like individual content creators that pump out content saying that video games are the work of Lucifer and they're mind controlling the world in order to turn them against God. And I always can't help but giggle, acting like if you put the controller in your hand, you're saying goodbye to God himself. It'll corrupt your soul and condemn you to the fiery pits of hell for all eternity because you played Minecraft. Again, it's totally fine to not be a video game enthusiast if you're not blessed with that gamer gene or have esports pumping through your veins, no big deal. But a lot of these videos I watch from a bunch of different churches are actually just kind of wild about, instilling fear in such simple things and like so many different things. Like video games has become a big one. Another big one is anime. And all the arguments they make are really kind of ridiculous because you can make those arguments for actually everything ever, any hobby. there are real arguments to be made against like video games. They can be addictive, especially ones that are like microtransaction based. They could be financially damaging. There are like actual issues, right? If you don't have that level of self-control to not get obsessed over something and addicted to it, then there's a lot of harmful effects that come from it. But that's never the arguments they make. Instead, they just speak about video games like it's the Antichrist, and like the cyberspace is basically hell on earth. So I wanted to showcase what I mean with a recent service that I watched on stream. I don't usually watch videos on stream anymore, but I made an exception for a excerpt from a church service about a preacher going off against video games as well as anime. So it's a demonstration of both things that I used as an example here. And instead of once again talking about like real harmful effects that can come from getting obsessed over these mediums, his argument basically boils down to these things are the work of the devil because they distract you from God, which again is something that extends to everything. Literally reading a book falls into that same category. Doing anything for fun ever falls into that category. And then he also says that video games are so fun that they make church boring. So it's almost like he's like trying to get people hooked on video games. Like for a brief moment I was like, huh, he's really hyping video games up. If I had never heard of these before, I'd be really interested to check them out. And then he beats the daylights out of an Xbox to try and make his point, which was fucking amazing. Oh yeah, I've seen like every anti-video game church sermon. I watched an entire documentary on, I think it was Pokemon being instruments of the devil, because that was a really big talking point for a little while. Alright, let me just hear the core argument.
And this is how I know that this is an idol, is because I guarantee you there's a lot of offended people in the church right now. Okay? Or even...
Brother, there's 7 people in the church right now. I'm sure they're probably not that offended. It's not a huge service today. You could probably just talk to them one-on-one.
How can Minecraft be sinful? It's literally this. This guy's, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Oh, he's saying sinful. It's so quiet, I can't fucking hear him. I thought he said simple. I was like, yeah, I mean, Minecraft's pretty simple. You just build some shit. Who would really get upset about that? I can't hear shit. Start worshiping your audio equipment. My God. Pardon, excuse me. Just improve the audio quality, please. Jump in Jehoshaphat.
Some pagan god. Hold on a second. What about this thing right here, though? When I start talking about this,
what is that? A Super Nintendo? What are you hitting there? That's actually a fucking Super Nintendo. Who's worshiping that? You stuck in a time vortex? That's an Xbox S? Is it?
when I say you need to grow up, does it bother you a little bit when I say put away the video games from among you? Does it bother you when I say, put that trash away, it belongs in the garbage, you're a man of God, you ought to grow in grace and the knowledge of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, don't waste your time playing video games, redeem the time because the days are evil? Does that...
What? Wait, it's not even an argument against video games anymore. It's just, why do anything that's not immediately like praising the Lord, because you're wasting your time if you're not. You can make that argument for going out to dinner. Why don't you just eat at home, save yourself the time for more one-on-one moments with the Lord? At least make arguments against video games themselves. This is literally just a time cost thing. Like, you're wasting too much time on games when you could be giving that time to the good book. And our service, of course. Please make sure to put a little bit over here. I'm working on my new car.
Become a golden calf.
Not really. It's just it's a fucking video game, brother.
Saying about that, I'm still gonna do it. You know why? Because it's just an idol. Exodus 32 verse 19.
What does this have to do with games?
As soon as he came,
oh my God, he's got the baseball bat out now. Oh my Lord. Which one of you's been playing games? I can sniff the gamer on you. Step up, or I'm just gonna start swinging. God damn it.
that.
Oh, I see. Oh God. Oh my.
And track
I missed the gamer rage.
them, the Bible says. You know what? You know what you young people need to do? You need to take your Xbox.
That's awesome. Sign me up. I want to go to one of these services. This is hype.
And trash that idol. Because you know what? That thing's taking the place of you reading the Bible. That thing's taking the place of your prayer life. That thing's taking the place of you living the righteous. It's taking the place of you improving your marriage.
Ooh, yeah. Yes, it
Someone
is.
stands in the way of my marriage and my child rearing, that's what they deserve.
What? Wouldn't you choose what stands in the way of your marriage and raising your child? You're in complete control, man. Just have some, like, self-discipline, right? Do you have a TV in your house? It's like the same thing. This has nothing to do with games at all. This is, like, legitimately clickbait. He's making no arguments against games. It's literally just an argument against, like, anything that takes time away from God, and he chose games. Could have been phone, could have been knitting, could have been drawing, could have been reading. This is worthless.
It's an idol. I hate video games because it creates apathy in the church.
Huh?
It makes people not pay attention to the preaching of God's word.
How?
It makes young people apathetic towards the truth of God's word.
How?
It makes people bored with church.
Make church more fun. What do you mean? That has nothing to do with video games. Just make the service more entertaining at that point. What are you talking about? Because people have fun at home, it makes church boring in comparison? That's a fault of yours. Make church pop off. Have like fucking pyrotechnics displays going crazy. Get like dancing lobster. I don't make church a fun place to go. That was interesting. Not interesting is definitely not the right word. But I'd love to hear his takes on like legitimately every hobby ever, because that does take away time from your prayer life. I wonder if he does that for actually everything, ever. He preaches hard against anime. Oh god, wait. He's anti-anime? What? Is nothing sacred? Now you gone too far. I can handle you beating the devil out of an Xbox Series X, but you target anime. Uh-oh. That's a straw that breaks the camel's back.
Because I want to get married one day. I want to move out, live with my wife, have children, have a successful family.
Cool.
Lead a family unit, be responsible. That's what I want for my life. But instead, what do you have? I want anime. I'm getting on anime right now, okay?
The fact that you even know what anime is shows me you're already a degenerate. What are you talking about, brother? You don't just like randomly come across anime. This is a dude that had an actual hentai addiction, no doubt in my mind. No shot. If he was like cartoons, then I'd be like, oh, okay, I see. But the fact that he's just like hard dropping anime, I know this man is like an actual super stan for some shit. No doubt. Video volume's maxed. They don't believe in good audio equipment at whatever place this is.
Now, what is anime? It's Japanese animation.
There's one guy in the crowd like, what? Oh! Japanese what? Animation?
Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah!
What else?
Oh, don't even pretend like you don't know.
Dragon Ball Z. Now look,
He's
guys,
finding the sinners.
this is nonsense. And look, I know how this
Who's
works.
saying amen? It's just
When
a...
it comes to anime, some people like he's a good guy, he's a good person, but there's a level of immaturity. Where does that come from? It comes from anime. Comes from anime. Why don't they want to get married?
Finally, we
Anime.
know. True.
Married to some stupid drawing.
Ridiculous. Fucking waifus.
One Japanese animated girl, you know, on the screen that they're in love with. It's funny,
Shit.
but it's ridiculous. Get yourself a real woman. Not some animated Japanese girl. Sailor Moon, or what is that?
Why? I don't know why he's playing dumb. I really don't. I want to go to his My Anime list right now. I know this man's leaving reviews on like the most obscure shit ever. You're gonna see this man posting on High School of the Dead, like not enough titty jiggling. 4 stars. I don't know why he's fucking pretending. You're not fooling anybody here, Bruce.
I'd watch Batman, okay?
Oh
I
my
watch
god.
Spider-Man. I watch Superman.
He's just like us.
Yeah, I watch X-Men.
Famous anime, all of them.
And I would watch these, but you know what? I remember, like, after a while, you turn it off.
Yeah, what?
After a while, I'm just like, I see my brother working, I see adults, I see men, and I'm like,
What?
I be like that.
Fucking obviously.
And I know I can't be that. What's gonna happen? You know why? Because no woman is gonna respect a 25-year-old guy who still watches anime. Unless you hide it from her, then you guys get married, and now she's stuck. Like, dang, I didn't know this is part of your life.
Oh shit, you watch anime? I'm getting a divorce. What the fuck? Ew. No, man, it's just people that just... It's no different than just watching any other TV show. Why not just extend this? I don't understand why he doesn't just broaden it. Like, this is just... What he's preaching is against literally any kind of hobby. Like, actually anything. Oh, you just get, like, lost in this world. You could say that for sports. Like, oh, you just... You know, all of these nerdy-ass sports statistics. Like, you're never going to the NBA, so please stop bringing up all of these goddamn Luka stats, right? Like, who cares? You're wasting your time. Now your wife's stuck with you because you were hiding this obsession. Like, just broaden the topic. It's not just anime you're talking about. It's literally anything that's a hobby. And I love how he's like, I used to watch Batman, but then I realized it ends. Like, yeah, no shit. It's called a runtime. It's not like you can just perpetually just like live watching TV forever.
The weak and beggarly elements of anime. And look, I know people in my personal life, they're literally in their 40s, 50s, still bumming money off of other people, not working.
And it's not because of anime, I'll tell you right now. You would be hard-pressed to find someone in their 40s and 50s that you know that's watching anime. So what is the lesson? What is the takeaway? If you just stop watching anime, you're not guaranteed a respectable job. I am so lost. It'd be very easy to turn this into some type of Christian lesson, but he's not. I don't understand what the point is. It seems like he just... Like, he watched an anime recently and maybe had a disagreeable take on it somewhere, got insulted, and he's like, you know what? This is the root of all evils. I've got to talk about this. Your marriage is trash? Anime. True.
And they had children out of wedlock, and they're just losers. That is a loser life, folks. We're like, well, I'm not doing that. Yeah, but your little anime habit is going to take you to that route.
What?
That's your end game there, buddy.
Okay. Shit, I gotta stop then.
You see guys in their 40s and 50s
Shit.
still hanging out with the young guys.
Yeah, like you. You're 25 years old and you're hanging out with 40 and 50-year-olds. What are you talking about? You're self-reporting. You just said that. You just said that you know 40 and 50-year-olds like this. They're hanging out with you. You're the weirdo. Well, and them too. You're all weird together then, and it's not because of anime.
People find out that you're like watching anime. If that's your life, okay?
Yeah, true.
Get down on stuff like that.
If you make anything like that in your life, you're in for a rough time. Has nothing to do with your statement there, your lesson here,
If you
though.
have a short view, foolish person, you need to rule yourself, okay?
Huh?
In fact, I would say this: you're just an emotional person.
Ooh.
It's far too much soy.
This took a crazy turn. What the fuck? We went from anime to soy? Let's go.
Okay. Message today. Message is simply this: grow up.
Oh, fair enough. See, like, if that was the message the whole time, it makes sense, right? Like, if you, for example, if you make anime your whole identity and you become obsessed in it and that's all you really think about, yeah, you're in for a rough time. That extends to, like, actually everything ever. Why did he use Sailor Moon out of all examples? I don't know. I think he was trying to think of, like, normie animes so he didn't, like, make it too obvious. His biggest tell was a guy shouted Dragon Ball, and he's like, who said that? Yeah, whatever that is. And then he says, Bruce himself says Dragon Ball Z. He never said the Z, Bruce. You knew what he was talking about, fucking hidden weeb. I think he must have went through like an obsessive weeb period otaku moment in his life. Regrets it, and now he's using it as a talking point. I'm about to scare every mainstream media outlet with one single word. Gamer. That word is the boogeyman to so many outlets. Gaming is a hobby that's been put in the crosshairs of mainstream media for decades now. They treat gaming like the devil, the root of all evil. It takes the blame for everything that goes wrong. If anything bad happens in the world, mainstream media does their absolute best to tie it into gaming in some way. If some guy commits some atrocities, they'll bring up like his Steam account and be like, well, we saw all the signs there because he once played Sims 3, so we knew that this was inevitable. This has been a trend that's been going on for a long, long time and shows no signs of slowing down. In fact, it's only speeding up. They're putting more coals in this train and they're driving it right off the fucking tracks here. They're going super hard on attacking gaming for everything that goes wrong in the world. And recently a YouTuber named The Act Man made a great journey through time looking at some of mainstream media's finest pieces on gaming. So I just wanted to share some of their highlight montage here with their best takes in gaming. I'll put a link to Ackman's video in the description so that way you can see all of the stories, because, wow, they're really something special. Oh, will gaming kill you? I imagine this is going to be talking about this recent fascination with obsession and blaming the subjects of obsession as opposed to the actual underlying cause of the addiction. That would be my guess. There's this recent trend, and it's not just gaming, where things that become a subject of addiction, which is literally anything, food, porn, games, any of it, instead of like talking about addiction itself, it's about these things should be banned because people get addicted to it. It's so weird. We've regressed so fucking much.
Over the years, is Fortnite too addictive? How many games put your kids at risk of pedophiles? There's a lot of fun questions for us to answer.
Now, when I
The
first
answer is
launched my
Roblox.
investigation,
Your odds of encountering a pedophile in a video game are exponentially higher on Roblox than anything else. That shit seems like almost commonplace with how often that happens there.
Across the country, and kids have no say as to what some of these characters say to them. For example, this character could be the man in California police are warning about tonight that asked for images from Missouri children.
Wait, whoa, Tortimer! You bastard! I thought it was weird in Animal Crossing he kept asking for pictures of my nutsack. God damn it! Did we finally catch him? Is he behind bars? In a Supermax cell? Son of a bitch! He infiltrated the cyberspace.
Could be. It could be or it could be the fucking goose on the left. Could also
He could be anywhere.
and kids have no say as to what some of these characters might say to them. For example, this could be the man police are warning about tonight who asked for pictures from Cyrodiil children.
I cannot come up with any legitimate reason that an adult would be playing that particular game.
No reason for an adult to play Animal Crossing. Only bad reasons.
Well, you know what? That's where Sheriff Popeye and I are going to have to agree. I can't think of a single reason any adult would be playing Animal Crossing. Especially when better games exist. Like Fortnite. Yeah. He's actually making good points now.
Crime alert. We abuse.
Anderson says it is going to take
This is
parents
hype.
paying attention to keep this problem from exploding.
Oh, you don't say. Having parents pay attention to their children and what they're doing. How dare you even suggest parenting in the modern age? You absolute harlot. You're telling people to be parents? No. That makes no sense. Just give them an iPad and unlimited access to everything online and then get mad when they find something they're not supposed to find. That's parenting. That's real parenting.
When really all it comes back to is just parents knowing what the fuck their kids are doing.
Now, right now, we know that only 3 children have been reported as being involved in this. Anderson says this is not a reason to be paranoid, but is something to be aware of.
While it's not a reason to be paranoid, we are
Involved
still
in
going
what?
to produce a new...
Involved in sending photographs to Tortimer in Animal Crossing? Is Tortimer not just an NPC? I'm pretty sure it is. Who are they sending it to? Nintendo headquarters? What are they involved in? I need to look up Tortimer. Is he in jail? That slimy son of a bitch. Tortimer is an elderly tortoise. He's a fucking NPC. He's the mayor in the town the player moves to. Who the fuck? What are they involved in?
Is going to redefine portable handheld gaming the way iPod is redefining music.
Well, stop the music, because it's also redefining how vulnerable your kids are to child molesters.
God. How? Explain to me how you arrived at this point.
What do you mean? We just watched about how Tortimer from Animal Crossing was soliciting nude photos of minors through Animal Crossing. Are you not paying any attention at all, Act Man? He's in the mainframe. He's in their hands right now.
Nintendo DS comes with a feature called PictoChat.
PictoChat? PictoChat?
Well, let me explain. You open the DS
Oh, he
unit,
actually takes
you
a dick
turn it
pic on cam?
You push PictoChat, and your DS unit is an open book.
Oh my goodness. Then there's no safeguards in place in order to stop you from sending a nude photo of yourself. And he just pulls down his pants and actually goatsies. And look what I've done with PictoChat. Now I will fall victim to a bad actor on the DS.
Here's an example of what can happen. With Melanie and Marissa upstairs in the bedroom, I was downstairs sending them messages.
PictoChat. Oh, I don't know shit about it. PictoChat only works within 100 feet. You just gave me a crazy idea for a horror movie that I don't know if it exists or not. Imagine you and your family, you're out, in the middle of nowhere. This cabin in the woods, it's an escape retreat. Very cliche, very tropey. But your kid's got the PictoChat. And he's you're sending dick pics, or, sorry. You're sending the drawn penises to your siblings, you're giggling about it, and then all of a sudden, a new PictoChat player pops up within 100 feet. He's in the radius. He's in the house. And then it's a game of cat and mouse. They have to use PictoChat to track down the pedophile, the killer. That'd be hype. That'd be a movie.
What's your dog's name? What's your name? Where do you go to school? Where do you live?
You fucking creep. Where do you live?
What are you buying?
Where do you live?
In this house that I'm messaging you in?
Marissa's mom was watching as Melanie and Marissa answered my questions, and she didn't like what she saw.
Melanie reading the address.
West Wait, it's the news anchor downstairs. Your kids know he's there. There's cameras in their face. What do you mean you don't like what they saw? He's fucking on your staircase right now. What are you talking about? This is weird. The news anchor's wondering where I live, but he's literally sitting on my staircase. I mean, maybe he has some kind of memory issue. Okay, I'll send it.
Granted, the girls knew it was me sending the messages, but they'd only met me minutes before.
And I could have been a child molester.
And remember Marissa chatting with her friend in the other car? That means a molester driving along could see your child in the back seat and start sending messages while you're in the front seat, totally oblivious to what's happening.
Oh,
holy shit!
God. Who the fuck is driving and trying to join PictoChat lobbies? The logistics of that alone. It make my head spin.
Well, a Colorado family...
That's amazing. What the fuck? Imagine a drive-by pedophile. He's got 6 PictoChats open for maximum potential to infiltrate nearby car PictoChats. Holy shit.
A DS with porn on it. So not only did this kid experience some traumatic shit, but he probably hates Santa now.
His father first called GameStop where he
that fucking pervert old St. Nicholas, damn you. Damn you.
And they weren't caught.
It's full of some real life dangers.
He said, "Excuse me, Health Slayer, can I speak to you for a moment?"
That does sound dangerous. Don't answer him.
God,
don't answer him.
9-year-old kid.
He's gonna have you train rune crafting.
His name is Hellslayer.
In just minutes, Timmy's password was hacked, stolen. His account with all these points and belongings empty.
What is that? What up there is for 12 mil? I can't even read the item. Yeah, he fell for the old Jagex blocks your password. That's a really old scam. That one actually got a few people I knew. Is it Bando's chest plate? It might be. You might be right. Yeah, that scam was you'd go into I don't know, any bank really. It was pretty big in Sears Village. You go into Sears Village, you spam Jagex blocks your password when you type it, watch this, and then you just hit 8 stars, and dumb fucking milk drinking kids would be like, oh, that's interesting. They type their password and it doesn't block it, and they're like, ah. That's what Hellslayer fell victim to for sure.
So you can see right here, I'm getting ready to serve.
Where do the pedophiles infiltrate the tennis court?
Oh, geez.
Oh,
And there
Christ.
goes the tennis racket.
Oh my god. Seeing all my buddies playing Pokemon and like my mom is the only one that's like, nope, you can't. It's dangerous. Violent.
Because the message is violence.
Oh, this isn't actually Satanic Panic? That was, I don't know if he's going to cover that one. Satanic Panic for Pokemon was such a big one. Actually still kind of exists to this day. There is a big Facebook group about like how Pokemon is actually like devil worship because they're using energy. And energy is a force that's only meant for God to control. So like that was big back in the day.
Fights, and the constant trading is not only distracting kids from classwork, but turning the playground into a black market.
Hey, Timmy.
What do you mean a black market? It's just trading.
Give you Blastoise for your lunch money. I feel like
Is it a movement? Is it a craze? Is it a state of being?
It's a craze for little kids to enjoy themselves with. Adults are not going to get into this a lot. I think through the holidays...
Whoa! Wow, that's... Ooh, you didn't really have the future sight prowess on that one. It is largely adults at the moment. Well, you're a little off the mark on that prediction, but everything else was right.
PSPs are good, clean fun, right?
Yeah.
So why are they also known by the name PlayStation Portable?
Oh, that's kind of hype. Actually, I do remember that. I do actually remember. There was a time where porn was kind of big on the PSP. Because it was one of the few times where you could just have like actual internet access on your like handheld device, so you could actually just watch porn. I do remember that.
We don't want to spoil.
It means you might not take iron crosses all over a website as a warning sign that you should immediately leave. And if you don't leave, you might start reading and buying into hateful ideas there.
The greatest danger of all may be a child predator posing as another gamer.
No, boy.
One of these, man. It's all.
That's always so scary. Like you never know who you're gonna run into around Varrock. That's something I often think about when I'm grinding Slayer and I have to go back to the Grand Exchange. I'm like, Jesus Christ, any one of these guys could be a pedophile. And that's the stress of being a gamer, honestly. Don't let anyone tell you gamers have it easy.
So that's the first thing. The damage is this. We know that all the research shows that violence has a desensitizing effect. Well, sexuality does too.
No, it doesn't.
These objects of desire as these, hot bodies. I mean, they don't show women as being valued for anything other than their sexuality. And it's a man in this game deciding how many women he wants to be with.
First of all, you
Jeff!
can play as a man or a woman in the game. Cooper, have you ever played Mass Effect?
No.
That's it. That's all.
Jeff Keighley is a fucking saint. I love Jeff Keighley. God, that's just so hard. I love that. So everything you're talking about, you've played and experienced it? Absolutely not, Jeff. Ah. Okay then.
It's just like modeling your life, and I think that's a much more powerful form of media.
Darlin, I gotta go with the research. And the research says, there's a new study out of University of Maryland right now that says that boys that play video games cannot tell the difference between what they're seeing in a video game and the real world.
Whoa, what a claim! Who did they take the research from? Who was their test subjects? They can't tell the difference between a video game and real life, huh? Also love the condescending tone calling him darling. What an insufferable little asshole. Let's see, the University of Maryland. Well, University of Maryland. The potential for video games to improve mental health. Is that what you were quoting? University of Maryland. Video gaming may be associated with better cognitive function. Which one of these were you quoting here? Do you expect these people to actually read? No, not really. But isn't she like a psychologist? Isn't that why they brought her on? And I'm assuming she was trying to quote a real study, or I guess she truly just made it up from absolutely fucking nothing. Because I'm finding nothing on that particular topic. But maybe I'm just not using the correct terms here to find it. Though even still, that seems like such a crazy study conclusion. People can't tell the difference between a video game and the real world. You would that is a crazy fucking claim to make. I don't know where the fuck this came from. But she apparently has a PhD in psychology and has published 7 books. And in 2008, she apologized for it. She just fully admits to knowing nothing about it. Yeah, at least she owned up to it. She didn't try and double down on it again. I guess that's good.
It's the highest rating that it can have. So first of all, this board that rates them needs to have their head examined. And this made me feel old watching this. What happened to Atari and Pinball and Pac-Man?
God, you are old. You are so old.
Why is technology advancing? What happened to the good old days of Betamax? You know, why do we have streaming music? What happened to the good old days of tube television and black and white TVs? This is stupid. This is fucking stupid. Why are things advancing? Why can't they stay archaic?
She accidentally stumbled into a strip club on Roblox.
And that's where we're going to call it a day.
That one, Roblox is actually dangerous, though. The amount of fucking pedophiles that have been caught from Roblox, like real, like actual pedophiles that have preyed on kids from Roblox is fucking actually astonishing. So, you know what? If they're going to run a story about, like, hey, maybe monitor your kids on Roblox, I'll be like, you know what? That's fair. Yeah, that's fine. I actually agree.
Reporting live from ACT News, this has been the Act Reporter.
Good shit.
Signing out.
I hadn't seen any of those stories. Way to find some gold. Good shit, Act Man. I had legitimately never seen any of those stories. I remembered a couple of the controversies, but I never actually saw the segments. Why do people keep blasting video games when they should blast other stuff? Where have you been? They blast everything. Literally everything. I saw a big Twitter thread about why it should be really frowned upon to ask your friends to help you move. Everything gets blasted. Literally anything and everything is a problem. I don't know where you're getting, why, it's just games. It's everything. People make up shit to get upset about. That's just Twitter. Yeah, but Twitter is like everyone now. I used to think it's just Twitter, but Twitter is so big, everyone has an account pretty much, so those people exist in the real world. Like, it's no longer just these, isolated cryptids that use it. It's like actual people. Wait, that thing about helping friends move, that was a study? What? No, fuck, no. Literally nothing people get mad about on Twitter is anything like a scientifically backed statement or anything. It was this lady melting down about, people who ask their friends to help them move. She called it, childish. You need to do it yourself. Pick yourself up by your own fucking bootstraps. Move yourself. Don't inconvenience your friends or some shit. It was so dumb. It was so fucking dumb. Not all journalism or journalists are bad. There's absolutely great journalists, great journalism, and great publications. Today I want to talk about the shitty ones, the ones that really suck fuck. There's this trend among journalists in certain industries, especially the video game industry, to be the first one with a story. It doesn't matter if the story's accurate or not, just being the first is all it's about. And it's in this quest to be first that you get some of the dumbest fucking articles you'll ever read. I actually want to focus first on the one that's really made me want to talk about this. It's a film critic's review of The Witcher series on Netflix. Now, I haven't seen The Witcher series. It might be fucking terrible for all I know. But they wrote this article about it, and in this article, and you can't even call it a fucking article, this is like listening to two high schoolers in their locker room shitting on something for the sake of shitting on it. It seemed like they went into this ready to just totally write it off. In this article, they admit to watching the first 2 episodes and then skipping to the final one, and then they give it a 0. Do you not realize how dumb that makes you look? I don't understand how journalists can get away with this kind of thing. If you go into work and you just skip half the shit you're expected to do, and this is their work, and they skipped half of their fucking work, you get reprimanded by your boss. But in this desire to be first, they probably got complimented for having a Witcher review so quickly, because they skipped the majority of the fucking show and then give it a 0, which is great too, because then it generates outrage, which a lot of these publications thrive off of. But this isn't the kind of behavior that would be rewarded anywhere else but in journalism. It's just baffling to me. If you go to school and you don't do half of your work, you get fucked in the ass. And what's even more embarrassingly pathetic is Darren here's entire job is watching television shows and movies, and he can't even do that. Your entire living comes from watching content that most people watch for fun. You're a loser, Darren. You are super lucky you fell into this position, because you would not survive another profession if you can't even fucking watch television shows successfully. Do you not see how sad that is? And what's the worst part, though, is that his review gets taken seriously. His zero on this is actually taken into account on the movie's ratings, when it shouldn't be, when he didn't even watch the goddamn thing. From the sound of it, Darren just sat through the first 2 episodes gritting his teeth, pumping his fists, saying, God, I fucking hate this. I'd rather be on Twitter arguing. Damn it. Fuck it. I'm just gonna write a quick article and give it a 0. I'm done with this. That's the kind of behavior in the work environment that would get your ass fired, and should, because you're literally not doing your job. It's sad. But journalism is the only field where it's rewarded, because everyone wants to be first to have something, and it's even better if you can be first with outrage. Which is why you'll notice a lot of modern articles are about 100 words, maybe 2 paragraphs, and then a single tweet holding it all together, as if that tweet is their ace in the hole, their ultimate weapon. Oh, you didn't believe these 2 paragraphs? Bang! Check out this tweet from X Jeff X Shadow Slayer. Now it's clearly proven. And what's even more insulting and embarrassing is sometimes they'll cherry pick tweets that have absolutely no traction whatsoever and make it seem like it's a huge deal and representative of a ton of people's attitudes. Here's a quick example I could think of off the top of my head. This was one tweet that was posted that had 9 likes, and it's about mansplaining in a children's book. This tweet had 9 likes and 0 retweets. I don't even know how you'd fucking find this. I don't even think Google knew this tweet existed, and yet somehow some journalist somewhere found it, and then it got picked up by a ton of publications as if this was some big controversy that was going on. The articles make it sound like it's some type of plague that's sweeping through, like, Jesus Christ, lock your doors, mansplaining's coming to town, and it's in our children's books, using them as a Trojan horse to infiltrate our homes and burn down our churches, steal our children away from us, kick and spit on our dogs. Holy shit, it's the end. But really, there was only ever 1 tweet about it, and I'm pretty sure this tweet is a joke, because it's not even mansplaining by any definition. The little girl in the book asks the guy a question, and the guy just answers her question. That's all, and then it ends. But again, I don't even know how you find a tweet as obscure as this. Not even God knew of this tweet's existence. But these journalists live in Twitter, in the cyberspace of Twitter, and constantly cherry pick things like this to write a whole article of outrage about, so people will go click on their shit and read maybe 4 sentences about some fucking bullshit tweet that I'm pretty sure was posted for laughs, but then picked up as an actual thing. It's silly. These kind of articles are the direct result of this death race all journalists think that they're locked in, where they need to be first to any story whatsoever, or else they're gonna have the goddamn Illuminati assassins take them out. So they're constantly making these lazy, uninspired, bad articles just to get something out there and hopefully have something pick up traction, which is why they always clickbait their outrage. They try and make outrage as often as possible because that's the most lucrative thing for journalists. Being truthful isn't that profitable. Not many people are clicking on things to actually learn things. They're clicking on things to get mad. You don't have to look further than Twitter. People literally go on Twitter to fight. They go there to just get mad at things. They'll type in things that make them mad. Fuck, I hate this. Let's look up more. Fuck, I hate it even more. Fuck, I really hate this. Leaving it 50 likes. And then engaging with it. Journalists love that. They jerk off to that. They wet dream about that. That's why most of the articles are super clickbaity, negative, outrage things that you've probably never even thought of. And that's really not good. Now, that's not all journalists, obviously. I'm not speaking in absolutes. Only Siths deal in absolutes. I'm just saying this is a very popular trend. Being open about calling yourself a journalist, I think, is actually pretty brave, because it's got to be extremely embarrassing to call yourself a journalist in this day and age, even if you're a good one. And there's plenty of great journalists out there, even to this day. But I mean, goddamn, that whole entire profession has been distorted and fucking polluted, and now it's like admitting you're a diaper fetishist or something. It's just kind of gross and yucky. Like, if someone tells me they're a journalist, I immediately think they're no fun to be around. And that's just kind of the attitude most people have towards them, and it's because of things like cherry picking these tweets and making up outrage about it, having these lazy articles that are so short and all revolve around a tweet. It's pathetic. Even more embarrassing is their shamelessness to get a story wrong just for the sake of getting it first. They made an entire article in the International Business Times about the PS5's leaked design based entirely on this man's joke tweet. This guy was making a joke about the design of PlayStation 5 being a fridge, because the Xbox Series X was a fridge, so he just cropped the same thing, made a meme out of it, and the International Business Times, which is supposed to be a reputable news source, ran it as if it was the actual leaked design. They did admittedly say they can't confirm it for sure, but they kept saying that this is a very reliable source. But again, if you can't even confirm the story you're running, why the fuck are you running the story? You just want to be first. These people can't even recognize basic jokes either. He could have put a picture of a fucking decapitated head there and said it was the PS5 leak design, and they probably would have ran with it just because they were salivating, literally on the verge of ejaculating at the thought that they might be the first to break the PS5 leak design. So they don't bother to do any type of work whatsoever. They let the tweets do the work and they make shit up around it. It's really pathetic stuff, which is why a lot of journalism is considered a joke by most people. Again, I want to reemphasize, I don't hate journalism. I think there's a lot of publications and journalists that are doing great things and actually trying to improve and make things better and bring actual great articles out. But there's a very popular trend that's making most people very skeptical of journalists and making them kind of feel icky towards them. When people hear journalism, they immediately think to the people that write articles like, oh, Blue's Clues, and it's mansplaining epidemic. It's teaching kids about mansplaining, and it's villainizing, it's turning soy into a villain. I don't know, it's just very dumb shit. That's what is making people not respect journalists. And it's not their fault for not respecting him. It's the fault of these publications that are so putting such importance on being first that they lead to these horrible articles. And they care about these ephemeral gains through clickbait articles. They don't care about actually delivering good content and getting people to keep coming back to learn things or see what's going on truthfully. They just want people to click on it one time to get mad and never come back. They're happy with something like that when they shouldn't be. And I just wanted to talk about it because the Witcher review thing really just kind of set it all in motion, and it just made me want to talk about just how embarrassing a lot of it is. That's about it. So yeah, my hair's finally transitioning out of that like 2006 emo middle schooler hair length to about like 2009 emo freshman high school length. So we're getting there. The hair's getting long. Pretty soon I'll be looking like fucking John Wick. But that's not what we're here to talk about. We're here to talk about gamers, the elite of the human species, the apotheosis of millions of years of fine-tuned evolution. Now, there's that meme about gamers being oppressed, and it's obviously a joke and shit, but honestly, there's few groups of people that get shit on harder than gamers. Gamers get shit on all the fucking time. Like, no one gets shit on harder, except maybe like pedophiles or people that defend Game of Thrones Season 8. But other than those two, gamers get absolutely annihilated in the media and just in general. When I joke about gamers and all that stuff, it's obviously just as jokes and good fun, no malicious intent behind it. But the reason I'm talking about this is because I just watched something from an Australian sports commentator named Brian Taylor, or as I call him now, Brian Douchebag, where he just it's just very openly rude to an Australian esports team who was attending a football match. And it's not just Brian Douchebag, the entire crew of geriatric old fucks, like the fossils in the booth upstairs, were just making fun of them for their appearance, for what they do for a living, belittling them as people. It was downright just unbearable. Extremely disrespectful and rude. Let me play this shit.
Essendon's esports team, boys. Andrew Rosie Rose is there, and we love him. And Alan Tiger Roger from France is out as well. We love him. Top laner sleeping, and Luch is in there. They're all there. All the boys, the League of Legends. They all look rather unique in their own way. Gadget type operators.
What a great introduction, how professional. This honestly sounds like a guy pretending to use boomer lingo and words. Gadget type operator sounds like a word I would put into a script for a character that's supposed to be old and out of it. This guy sounds like he's covering up his insecurities. This guy probably goes home and binges League of Legends while watching lolly porn. Or as he probably calls it, those naked titty girly cartoon moving pictures on the World Wide Web.
How can they all be unique, PT? Because they're all different, Bruce. Zaharakis, computer-type boffins. There's some real nerds in amongst them too. Now look at this. This is the Essendon esports team. And hello, gents. How are you?
What insufferable assholes just laughing at them for even being on camera? This just sounds like those rich pretentious fucks at a country club laughing because one of their members couldn't afford the payment dues. It's so unbelievable to listen to professionals act like giddy high school girls making fun of the outcasts who watch anime. It's just fucking dumb, and especially looking like they do. Look at Brian Taylor, this Frankenstein's monster-looking motherfucker with a pedophile mustache. This guy doesn't look like he plays any sports. He doesn't look athletic. The only activity he gets is chasing children around the block, threatening to tickle them.
Yeah, we're going all right. Going all right. What position do you play in the team?
In our team, I play support.
Support? You're a supporter.
No, in the video game we play for the esports, like we have different roles. Basically, I'm like the support of the team.
Which one's is it the hooch or the looch? Looch. You're looch. Looch.
That's good, mate.
Is the Dusty Martin of esports.
And you're the dusty douchebag of water sports, Brian Taylor. I'm sure you don't know what water sports are, Brian, so I'll break it down for you. It's piss fetishism. It's where one person pees on the other and they get off to it. You look like the kind of man that indulges in that kind of behavior.
The best, yeah.
Oh, have a look at him. Not the normal sort of football following type, but nevertheless very good when it comes to pushing buttons and going left and right. Well done, boys. I'm not quite sure what it is you do, but very, very nice over here.
What a hero you are, Brian. That was an incredible work there, honestly. There's a man who peaked in high school 70 years ago, and he's still trying to relive the days of picking on the nerd. It doesn't work anymore, Brian, because now you're just fat, old, and really sad. I don't know when this happened. I don't think it's any time recently, just judging by some shit I saw in the video, but even still, this serves as a good example for just gamers constantly being shit on. They didn't even do anything wrong. They just went to a fucking football game, a sports event, and they became a laughing stock for the jocks up in the booth, if you can call them jocks. More like the old men that drink themselves into a near coma and put their hands on their wives. But yeah, anyway, I can't wait for Brian and the other limp-dicked commentators in that booth to target the next group of people to insult for no reason at the football game. They'll probably go after old women next that are watching the sport and just make fun of them. Real tough guys in that booth up there. But just wanted to share this with all of you, and I'm raising the flag, the banner, to rally behind me, all the gamers, so that way we may rise up and tell the world to check out my streams at twitch.tv/moistcritical. I'd love to see them all there. That's it, everyone. So yeah. I'm sure you've already heard by now. You're probably still crying from the betrayal. Joe Rogan has gone too far this time. He's attacked gamers. As a fan of Joe Rogan, and more importantly as a gamer, an elite gaming barbarian with gamer gunk in the veins, I had to tear down every photograph I had of Joe Rogan framed, every poster off my walls. I destroyed my Joe Rogan effigy, I blew out my Joe Rogan candle, and I'm just wiping my hands of this guy, because it's just disgusting what he said about gamers. Joe Rogan could go on his podcast, bend over, and give himself an enema with my grandfather's ashes, and I would still find a way to forgive and support him. Just laugh it off. But what he's done to gamers, what he said about us, it's unforgivable. Let me show you the clip.
Video games are a real problem. They're a real problem. You know why? Because they're fucking fun.
Addictive.
And you don't, yeah, well, I have a real problem with them. And you do them, and they're real exciting, but you don't get anywhere.
Right.
It's like you could do, like martial arts, right? You could learn jujitsu. You get obsessed by jiu-jitsu, and then 3 years later, you're like an elite jiu-jitsu athlete. You're entering in competitions. You're a purple belt.
You're moving up.
Yeah, you're doing well. Right. You're thinking like, I might be able to open my own school one day.
You got confidence.
Yeah, if I have 100 students, and those 100 students are paying me X amount of dollars per month, I can make a living. Or you could just be playing fucking video games. 3 years later, you could be that same kid just playing video games, waiting for the next whatever the fuck game is, next Xbox game to come out, and you're going to waste your time.
I know you've already seen the clip on Twitter, and I don't mean to open the wound again and pour salt on it and take a piss on it, but you needed to see it for the context, for anyone that doesn't know. I mean, this right here, this is a declaration of war, a war on gamers. Now, Twitter would have you believe this statement from Joe Rogan made the earth stop rotating. It was so powerful and evil that all the good in the world all at once just vanished because Joe said these things. Now, I want to talk about this because I think it's blown way out of proportion. Not that I think his point is any good here, it's still dog shit and it's just kind of a stupid thing to say. He goes on to clarify a bit further about, people told him he could never do comedy because no one makes it in comedy, and then he proved them all wrong. So basically what he's saying is you have to be the best in the world at a game that has the staying power to stay a popular game to make it as a gamer or make a career out of gaming. Basically the whole thing equates to gaming doesn't necessarily guarantee you money. And since it doesn't guarantee you money, it's not a good use of time. Which is obviously just a fucked up thing to say. Just because something doesn't guarantee you money doesn't mean you've wasted your time by doing it if you've enjoyed doing it. And he's just outright wrong. Gaming is probably the most viable career for the majority of people in the world thanks to something called streaming. I don't know if Joe is familiar with what streaming is. Maybe he's still stuck like a Neanderthal in caves banging two rocks together for entertainment. I'm not really sure. But streaming is accessible to everyone in the world with a computer. By gaming, you can make a career out of streaming, and you don't have to be the best in the world at the game to have a streaming career. You don't have to be good at a game to have a career as a streamer, but you do have to be among the top 1% in the world to make it as a professional athlete and make a career out of sports. In Joe's example, he talks about martial arts. You know, you do martial arts for 3 years, then you're an elite martial artist, and hey, maybe you open a dojo and make a career that way. Well, that's 3 fucking years of doing nothing. Isn't that kind of a waste of time by your own criteria, Joe? They spent 3 years doing martial arts for free, and in fact losing money because they're paying for the classes, for the very slim chance that they open a dojo, which isn't very easy. You have to already be financially secure, and you have to get lucky, and you have to get a bunch of students. He says 100 students. Well, it's a lot harder to get 100 students to a brick-and-mortar martial arts facility than it is to get 100 viewers online from playing a game, even at a mediocre level. It's a lot more difficult. So, and using Joe Rogan's criteria, everything can be boiled down to a waste of time, especially sports. Less than 1% of everyone who plays sports will make a career out of sports. You have to be an absolute fucking freak. Literally some of the best human beings in the world in those categories to make a career out of that path. So every time you're playing basketball, playing football, playing soccer, like recreationally or even part of a small league, and you're not making money, you're wasting your time by Joe Rogan's gauge here. And I'd argue it's a much bigger waste of your time using Joe Rogan's metrics because you most likely are not going to make it as a professional athlete. It is so incredibly slim, the chance of you making it as a professional athlete. But the chance of you making it as a streamer is significantly higher because of how many people are watching streams and just the accessibility of it. You don't have to be the best in the world. You genuinely don't even have to be good at games to make it as a streamer. As long as you can entertain a crowd or just be there for people that just want to watch someone casually, you can have a career there. So it's a lot easier and a lot more accessible to make a career out of your video game obsession than it is your sports and martial arts obsession. His point just isn't very good, but I don't think he's entirely wrong with what he's talking about, where if you dedicate your life every single day, every moment of your free time is dedicated to playing a game with no other dreams of streaming it or, taking it further to a professional level like an esports organization or something, then yes, you're a little worse off than the people that are obsessed with sports that'll never make it, because at least with sports you're a lot more physically active in your life, you're developing some more social skills around people in the world, and you're probably just living a healthier lifestyle in general compared to the guy that's just snorting Doritos like cocaine and playing Fortnite 9 hours a day with nothing else that they want to do. But to be honest, I don't even know if that's the point he's making, because I don't think he even registered streaming as a possibility. I think in Joe's mind, the only way to make a career out of gaming is being the best in the world at a game and making it to a professional esports organization level. I think Joe equates gaming to the same level as professional athletes where only the top 1% make it, because he hasn't registered streaming as a viable career, even though streaming is one of the most lucrative careers there is, the most accessible careers out there, and it's just genuinely something that anyone can do and find a lot of success with. No matter your upbringing, no matter your talent level, as long as you can find an audience, as long as you can just get out there, you have a very good chance of making it, where you can't say that same thing about any other path in the world, especially fucking sports and martial arts like Joe keeps saying. I don't get how Joe has this disconnect where he's saying you do Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu for 3 years and then maybe open a dojo with 100 students as if that's something easy or natural. You've spent 3 years investing your time and money into this area with only the very unrealistic possibility that you become a very successful martial arts dojo owner. Whereas when it comes to gaming and streaming, you don't need to invest 3 years of your time and talent into trying to make it as a streamer. You can start today. You can start right now, even if you've never touched a video game in your life. You can just turn on a stream, play a video game for the first time, and maybe find yourself an audience. It doesn't make any sense really what his point is, other than maybe just thinking that gamers spend 12 hours a day only playing games in isolation in a basement with the lights off and shit-stained underwear, doing nothing else. Which might be true for some people, but overall it's still just a really fucking dumb point to make because it can be boiled down to apply to every fucking field. Sports, acting, writing, all of it is all by Joe's criteria here a waste of time because it's not guaranteeing you money. And you could read a book, you could write books for 3 years, and then in 3 years still not have a career out of it and just be reading and writing fucking books. But would you necessarily vilify people who like to read and write? Probably not. Same for sports. You can play basketball from the fucking time you're born, right out of the womb. You can start dribbling a basketball all the way until the time you graduate college and might not make it into the NBA. Most likely won't make it into the NBA. So was all of that time playing basketball wasted since you didn't make any money and now you have no career in this thing you've dedicated 24 years of your life to? Probably not, because you've likely enjoyed it, and you likely just enjoy the sport as a whole. It's just a stupid criteria to make it where something has to guarantee you money to have it be worth your time. I don't think that's a good way of looking at things. I think that's fucking stupid. And he chose the actual worst target for his example because this is the only fucking field in the world where you literally can make a career out of nothing by just being mediocre or just being entertaining while playing a game by turning on a stream, which is free to do. The software is all free. You can literally just start a stream right now and might just find yourself a career tomorrow. And for some reason, Joe chose this one as like a dead-end hobby. Literally the only fucking hobby that can stay a hobby and give you a career. Whereas every other hobby, in order to make a career out of it, you need to turn it into a full-time job and commitment. When it comes to gaming, you can literally keep that a hobby and just stream sometimes and find yourself a financially viable career. But I think this has all gotten blown way out of proportion. People are treating this like this was some kind of nuclear bomb on gaming, like all of a sudden all the gamers out there are just gonna throw down their controller like Joe Rogan said it's a waste of time. Pfft, it's a waste of time. It's not that big a deal. It's just a kind of harmless, stupid take. That's genuinely just about all there is to it. That's about it. So yeah. Atheists are video game addicts. I will tell you right now, I love that title.
Put out a 2-hour documentary. You know what all these atheists have in common? Video games.
Fuck them. What? They're gamers?
Video games. And Harry Potter, you get on their channel, they're in fantasy land. That's all they ever do.
Well, it's going too far. Harry Potter?
They can't think for themselves.
And games?
They say, oh, you're crazy, Brother Powell, for believing in a creator. Oh, you're insane. No, you're crazy, and you need to get off the video game system, and somebody needs to preach to them the gospel of Jesus Christ, and so that they can be saved. That's what we need.
Amen.
And I'm sick and tired of these stinking video games.
Yeah, fuck those things.
Messing with people.
And that god and creator is Ninja. Oh my god, wait, this is the same channel that posted the God Hates Video Games? Wait a minute, how many video game lectures are there? Skillet exposed. Skillet? The Christian band that made popular hits such as Rebirth, Savior, Monster, and all the other shit you would hear in a Call of Duty montage back in 2009? They are demon-possessed people?
And worldly music is the song of fools.
Oh,
the song
shit,
of people
I knew
that
it.
don't believe on the Lord. Why do you
Music is
worship
the devil.
some wicked whoremonger with the,
okay.
They're demon-possessed people.
Lead singer John Cooper joins us now by Skype.
Hey,
to talk
John,
about their new
you
album,
demon.
their faith and the ministry opportunities.
What do you have to say
God
for
has given them.
yourself?
Well, what do you want?
Every day, more and more artists or
Here we
bands
go.
in the Christian industry, this is an article I'm reading,
He's
speak
not
about
in a bathroom. Oh, wow, he is in a bathroom. Wait, that's kind of nutty. It just shows how little respect he had for cbnnews.com, I guess. Ah, right, I have an interview. I'm just going to go to the shitter at the restaurant here.
In an interview with STL today, frontman of the band Skillet, John Cooper, went into greater detail about why he and his band prefer to avoid using the word Christian.
Oh, you blasphemer.
So this is how
John!
listen to this.
How could you?
I just tell people
You spit in the
I'm
face
a
of the
hard rock
Lord.
band. I leave Christian out. He told STL today. A lot of people don't know what Christian rock is. Yeah, they do. That's a lie. Or
No.
they think
What do you
it's only
mean?
for Christian people. We're not a
I
band
don't
that
know
only
about that
sings
claim.
to Christian people. Well, then you're not. That's not Christian.
Yeah,
If you're
atheists go to
appealing
hell.
Atheists?
Yeah.
Your message isn't Christian.
You should be
Sorry.
killing them in the
Put all
streets or
Jesus words in there
something.
you want, but it's not Christian. I think it was last night. Sherry's like, "What are you listening to?" I'm like, garbage, and I turned it off. But the song was totally.
Yeah, I'd rather listen to the same
I
fucking
don't even
3
remember what the
songs
name
at
of the song
church
was,
on
but
repeat.
I'm glad it's not like stuck in my head.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
I mean, my faith in Jesus is is everything. You're going.
He seems like a nice guy, which is why he's a demon.
It says in hymns and spiritual songs, singing with melody in your heart to the Lord, singing with grace in your heart to the Lord. But verse
This
17
guy
says,
can't
"For
sing
the
for
flesh
shit, I
lusteth
promise you
against
that."
The spirit, and the spirit against
Probably
the
sounds
flesh,
like diarrhea
and these are
being pushed through a
contrary to
trombone. Why women should not say amen in church. What? What is that?
Spirit. But the Bible says in 1 Timothy 2:11, let the woman learn in silence with all subjection. Let your
Basically
women
hockey
keep
fan.
silence in the churches, for it is not permitted unto them to speak. But they
Whoa.
are commanded to be under obedience, as also saith the law.
This is in the Bible?
And if they will learn anything, let them ask their
What?
husbands at home, for it is a shame for women to speak in the church. Now, it says
Holy
in 1
shit.
Timothy 2:11, let the woman learn in
This is in the
silence
Bible and not
with
like
all subjection.
on
So
Facebook?
therefore, obviously, when it's learning time, it's silence time. See what I mean? So what it's saying is that they're to learn.
I love the
in
guys
silence.
in the front row.
It's silence time.
I'm trying to learn about God. She's not welcome in here. It's a boys' club. Boys and shit. We like that. Not you. Shut the fuck up. I'm trying to learn about the Bible. Am I right, Brother Sean?
It says when the learning is going on, they're not permitted to speak. When the learning
No,
is
that's
happening,
reasonable.
they're to be inside.
No,
when
okay,
the
yeah,
preaching
okay.
of God's word is taking place, first of all, it's not for a woman to be doing the preaching. And second of all, it's not for women to be speaking. Even the Bible's really clear. Even if they were to have a question,
All right, now I see.
they're not to ask that question in the church.
Oh, of course not. Why would
and
they?
Number two, even if they want to
I guess
ask
God
that
doesn't
question
like
to their
women.
husband,
It's shocking to me that I don't see a wedding ring on his finger. This dude is a catch. Are you kidding me? You're telling me this pussy slaying machine is single? Oh, what in tarnation? Oh, what kind of world do we live in? Where a good old red-blooded, God-fearing patriot can't have a wife? You know, he probably just chooses not to.
and of course the heart is in the right place. Now, I was preaching one time, and a woman actually disagreed with me.
Oh,
in
that
the middle of my
bitch.
preaching. You know, I
What?
said something, and she said I was wrong.
What was she thinking?
You know, and I kind of blew up a little bit. But anyway.
Well, rightfully so.
But, you know,
questioning you
there could be times when
as a woman?
disagreeing. And you know what?
Did you guys
The
hear
heart's
that?
in the right place, of course. But
The audacity.
in reality, if we're going to be true to Scripture, then basically we would say, okay, when it's time for learning, that's a time for women to keep silence. That's a time to learn.
Christ. Oh my god. What fucking lunacy. Holy shit. Skit about a mega church.
3 people in here that can give it to them so that they qualify. Here's the hard part of my offering or my request.
Okay.
And I've not done this in probably 20 years ago.
20 days.
But Lord said, I want to make a multi-millionaire out of someone, but they have to sow $10,000.
In the playbook. But the Lord is telling me dollars right now.
Make you a multi-millionaire. I wish it was me. No. I'm saying face.
90 seconds already.
I'm going to show you who I am. And for the rest of your days, everywhere the sole of your feet shall trod, you shall possess the land. And everything kalasupa, and everything your hand shall touch. Now I'm laughing because he said the money I'm asking them for, I already got the replacement, but they don't trust me.
You don't want God to think you don't trust him, right? So why are you hesitant to give 10,000 with the Lord? You're saying you don't trust that guy? Seems like you might burn in hell.
I need 30 of you to get the $200. The person, if you're going to sow the 10,000, you will bring it up to Pastor Rockmore, Bishop, and you will get your release in Jesus' name. Everyone else, get $200. I want you to do it, women, especially who've had a difficult moment, and get in the center aisle. I will not beg, but I will not stop till there's 30 there as fast as possible.
Now, he hasn't forgot the 200, right? So he asked for the 10,000. Now you got to the 200. Spoiler alert, he does ask for 30 as well for the people who can't give 200. So, I mean, they're going to get every
further. I think you get what's going on here, and it sucks. Anyway, that's really about it. So, yeah.